I have given credits to original author in description of this video, and I really recommend all of you to check the author's story via link in description and support them too. I don't own this story and all credits goes to original author. Now let's move on to the video. Wandwood by D. Mentor. Damn it, James. This isn't right and you know it, Sirius shouted at his friend. Both men would have loved to enjoy the giant celebration that had started days ago with the defeat of the Dark Lord at the hands of Daniel Potter, one of James's sons. Instead, they huddled in the lounge at Potter Manor. A bottle of fire whiskey sat untouched between them. James ran a hand through his hair. Of course, it isn't. You think I don't know that? But what else can we do? Whatever happened damaged Harry's core. By Christmas he'll be a squib. So, you're just going to throw him away? Of course not. But Lily has seen the jealousy between siblings when one can use magic and the other can't. We can't do that to Harry. It's better that he grows up as a muggle, never knowing of magic. Never to know what he lost. James wouldn't admit it, but he was also worried he'd come to loathe Harry, not because he had no magic but because Harry would be a constant reminder that he'd failed as a husband and father to protect his family. That's bull. You don't even know for sure yet that Harry will be a squib. The Healers and Dumbledore said. James began. The Healers admitted they weren't sure what happened or was going to happen, and Dumbledore isn't a healer. Sirius shot back. What would you have us do, Sirius? Keep Harry so he can grow up unhappy and resentful that in a magical household where he can't do anything? Watch the disappointment when he doesn't get a letter to Hogwarts? James asked. Damn it. Sirius jumped to his feet. The whole thing left a bad taste in his mouth. The only way James and Lily could act more like his parents was if they tried to kill off Harry when his magic was gone. If you're so set on getting rid of him, then give him to me. I'm his godfather. It's my responsibility to watch after him if you and Lily can't, or don't want to. You raise Harry? James said in disbelief. Sure, he thought Sirius was a great guy, but he wasn't sure if he'd trust him with a Pedrock. Why not? You clearly don't care about him. James had his wand trained on Sirius and snarled. Don't you ever say that. You're giving him to strangers, who we all know hate Lily. Sirius drove the nail home. Fine, I'll talk to Lily when she gets home. James finally agreed. 0Q0. Lily took a deep breath and knocked on the door of the painfully boring house. Really, it fit her sister. Inside she could hear a child wailing. The door cracked open. Yes? You. Be gone, leave me alone. Just a minute. I need to ask you a favor. Lily stuck her foot in the door to prevent her sister from closing it. She'd charmed her shoe just to make sure Petunia wouldn't crush her toes. A favor? Huh? Freak of a husband kick you out? I told you he was no good. Well, you'll get no help from me. Petunia kicked Lily's foot out of the way and slammed the door. Pop Lily appeared in the living room next to Petunia. Was it rude to apparate into another house uninvited? Yes. Did she care? Not at the moment. Petunia screamed in shock. The fat child's laughter made it worth it. She was not in the mood to deal with her sister's normal attitude. Actually, she never was. As I was saying, James and I are fine. That madman trying to kill us is gone. However, our eldest son, Harry, isn't a wizard. He has no magic, and I've seen what magic can do to siblings. I can't stand for that to happen to him. We were hoping you and your husband would take him in. Harry is as normal as either of you. Oh, poor silly Lily. Petunia spat. Blessed with a normal child instead of a freak, and she wants to give him away, and you call yourself a mother. At least Harry is healthy. Your child looks like an overinflated beach ball. I've seen giants his age that were smaller. Lily knew this had been a mistake when Dumbledore had suggested it. She agreed Harry couldn't stay with them, but the headmaster had to be insane to think the Dursleys were suitable guardians. With a loud pop, Lily left. Maybe James would have another idea. 0Q0. When James told her about Sirius, she almost hexed him. Sirius might be a good friend, but he had no business raising a child. Still, they didn't have many options. Dumbledore suggested an orphanage in the Muggle world. Unfortunately, Sirius had been in the room at the time and actually threw the headmaster into the flow. Then spent an hour berating them for even considering it. Finally, they relented and agreed to pass guardianship of Harry to him. 0Q0. Dumbledore was not pleased. He knew that Voldemort wasn't gone. After his body had been destroyed, they had a reprieve and nothing more. With a little luck the peace would last until Daniel was old enough to finish him for good. But to do that Daniel needed the full focus of his parents. Harry becoming a squib was fortunate, sad but fortunate. It was the perfect reason to push the child into the Muggle world and forget about him. He had tried to convince them that Lily's sister or an orphanage would be best, somewhere without a strong connection to them. Petunia would have made sure the Potters had no contact with Harry after he was given to them. But no, Sirius just had to act like an adult for the first time in his life. While he would have preferred Sirius focus his attention on Daniel as well, it was the fact that through Sirius the Potters could remain connected to Harry that worried him. Perhaps he could fix that in a few years if it came down to it. Loath through he was to sacrifice any more innocence. 0Q0 The small apartment above the Scared for Life tattoo parlor was hardly what anyone could or would call lavish. In its single bedroom Sirius woke up. Laying on the bed next to him was little Harry, curled around the stuffed Grim Sirius had gotten him just after he had been born. The night before Lily and James had finished the paperwork and turned Harry over to him. They'd packed most of his things including his crib but Sirius hadn't bothered to put it together. Seemed a waste when he planned to move soon. Britain wasn't kind to squibs. He'd look for a place where Harry wouldn't be looked down upon. Just because he planned to live as a Muggle, mostly, didn't mean he wouldn't teach Harry about his heritage. Of course, they had to speak English too, which narrowed down his choices a lot. That would also give James and Lily some time to come to their senses. A growl escaped Sirius's lips as he remembered the night before. They'd invited him over for Christmas, but asked that he not bring Harry. That it would be too painful. After checking to make sure Harry was still asleep, Sirius opened the hidden safe under his bed. He'd known years before his mother had disowned him that he wasn't going to be allowed to stay in the Black family. So, he'd begun to squirrel away valuable things, gems, silver, gold, his mother's vintage collection of Play Wizard. Anything that could be sold for a good deal. He'd take the money, which he figured would be a hefty amount, the Blacks only had the best after all, and find a new home for himself and Harry. As he pulled out the vintage collection of Play Wizard he laughed as he remembered how his mother had blamed Bella for their theft. 0Q0 To say that the Potters were shocked when they learned Sirius had skipped the country with Harry would be an understatement. Dumbledore could hardly have been happier and convinced them and Remus it was the right thing to do. They couldn't argue with that as they all knew how poorly squibs were treated. It was one reason they wanted Harry to live as a Muggle. But if Sirius was determined to let him know of magic than another country where he wouldn't be at such a disadvantage was a reasonable solution. Every few months Sirius would write to them to see if they had changed their minds. Their answer was always the same. Over the years it became they were wrapped up in caring for Daniel and managing everything that came with being the boy who lived. 0Q0 The money from selling the liberated Black family items was more than Sirius had expected. With it he'd found a moderate home in a quiet little town on the northwest coast of America. Quiet that is except for his motorbike. A year after they had moved in Sirius and Harry were out back playing in the snow. A set of wards allowed Sirius to fly a broom low to the ground around the yard. A squealing Harry positioned in front of him. There had been more than enough money left over after the house to let Sirius play the stay-at-home father. Something he found that he loved. Harry was curious and a quick learner. A perfect little child. At least according to several of the parenting books he had purchased. Those same books also proved that James and Lily had played a prank on him with several of their rules for children, most notable not to feed a child after midnight. Harry also seemed to have skipped the terrible twos, or Sirius was so used to trouble as a marauder that he just hadn't noticed. Either way Sirius couldn't have been prouder of the small boy bundled up in an orange jacket, so Sirius didn't need to worry about losing him in the snow again. After their 7th lap around the yard Sirius set the broom down to Harry's immense disappointment. "One sec, I just need to repair these gloves. My fingers are about to freeze off." Sirius stepped inside and grabbed his wand from the counter. A quick mending charm set them right for the time being. As he turned to go back outside, he saw Harry squatting on the broom, a look of concentration on his face. Sirius sighed, it wouldn't do any good, without magic a broom just wouldn't work. They were designed to need a source of magic in case a Muggle ever got a hold of a magic broom, or a flying carpet, or washtub. Suddenly the broom rose with Harry on it. It surged forward a few feet before crashing into a snowdrift along the fence. Sirius ran outside to find a giggling Harry half buried in the snow. A trip to St. Bishop's and an exam confirmed that Harry had a magical core and wasn't a squib. That night Sirius was halfway through a letter to James and Lily telling them the good news when he stopped. Would they want Harry back now? They'd already abandoned him once. Sirius spent a long night watching Harry sleep before he tore up the letter. He'd let them make the first move, or Harry when he was old enough to ask. 0Q0 One day Harry came home from kindergarten and finally asked a question that Sirius had been dreading. Do I have a mommy? How to begin to explain things to him. Of course, Harry knew of magic. Sirius had used a simple charm to make sure he wouldn't reveal it though, and if the charm slipped up every now and then, well, people didn't pay much attention to kids anyways. Finally, Sirius decided to just get it over with. He explained to Harry about his parents, softening the blow of being abandoned as best he could. Harry grew more confused as Sirius talked. But I am a wizard, you said so. Yes, you are, but James and Lily thought you weren't. If you wanted, we could write a letter to them and let them know. Sirius offered. Would they want me back then? Harry asked. I don't know, probably. No, you're my dad and I'm staying here. To prove his point, Harry attached his little arms around Sirius's neck. 0Q0 The following year Sirius learned that his mother had passed away. Drowned in the bathtub, he didn't inquire further. He and Harry took a short vacation to England to let Sirius deal with the business of taking over the Black family. He promptly kicked out Bellatrix and Narcissa while inviting his other cousin Andromeda and her family back in. While they were in England, Sirius used the opportunity to show Harry around London and Diagon Alley. Unfortunately, because Harry looked just like Daniel, they had to go in disguise. Harry was amazed when Sirius showed him the potions that would change his hair color. He had all but demanded the potion that would turn his hair blue for 24 hours. Sirius suspected it had something to do with Harry's new favorite cousin Nymphadora. 0Q0 Raising a child provided challenges that Sirius had never even considered and questions he had never asked. A 7-year-old Harry stood over the toilet looking in. How come on windy days the water gets lower? I have no idea, Harry. Sirius said, shaking his head at the things Harry asked, and also wondered if he needed someone to check their plumbing. 0Q0 Albus Dumbledore smiled as he returned to Hogwarts. He had spent a good portion of the summer assisting with young Daniel Potter's training. The boy was no prodigy, but he was a hard worker and had made good progress. He was a bit disappointed that Lily had insisted he attend a Muggle school until he went to Hogwarts, but thankfully, he barely needed to devote any time to his Muggle education to receive passing marks. He had just passed a second-floor corridor when a most peculiar noise reached his ears. Wood being scrapped across a stone floor. Albus backtracked and found his divination professor attempting to drag a large wooden crat down the hall. The words, "cooking sherry," were printed on the side. "Good afternoon, Sybil." She jumped and spun around. Albus. What are you doing back so soon? I had thought you'd be gone until tomorrow. She attempted to use her shawl to cover the crat. No, I was to return today, Dumbledore said with amusement. Sybil liked to think no one knew of her little hobby. My, that is quite a bit of cooking sherry you have there. Yes, it is. I've taken up cooking this summer. The house elves do what they can, but I feel my inner eye needs a better diet. So, I will be cooking some of my own meals this year. What a wonderful idea. Would you like any assistance bringing your ingredients to your room? Albus offered. No, Sybil's face froze mid-sentence. It was not a pretty sight. One eye was almost closed behind her thick glasses and her tongue stuck out to the side. My dear, are you twins separated in deceit? Raised by white and black, raised in dark and light. One cast out and one raised up, shall hold their fate. Twins separated in deceit. Sybil's voice trailed off. Dumbledore hurried to his office, ignoring Sybil's confused calls for him. The first twins that came to mind were the Potter children. Raised by white and black supported his reasoning. His own name, Albus, meant white. Black was clearly Sirius. Raised in light and dark worried him. Daniel was raised in light, of that he had no doubt. But dark? Harry was a squib. How dark could his childhood be? Then again, Sirius was a black and knew a great deal of dark magic. Now that he was Lord Black, the family's magic was behind him. His mind turned back to his attempts to convince Sirius to turn over his family library, or at least allow him to check through it and remove the darkest books. It was infuriating that Sirius had refused and then sealed Black Manor. The line about deceit suddenly took a chilling turn. Had Sirius lied when he said that he didn't care that Harry was a squib? How far would he go to see that Harry could use magic? Certainly, there were dark rituals that supposedly gave such results. But only the worst families had ever gone that far, and even then, there were no confirmed successes. The Black family would certainly be on the list of those that would have knowledge of such things. A squib Harry was not a concern. A magical Harry fueled by dark magic was a great concern. The line about their fate was also of concern because it did not state the fate of whom. Of Daniel and Harry. Of the world. Daniel's destiny was not yet complete. He still had to permanently defeat Voldemort. He couldn't afford any distraction from his brother. Perhaps it was time to try and get the Potters to reclaim their wayward son. 0Q0 Sybil chuckled as she finished dragging her cooking sherry up to her tower. She was proud of her little performance. It took months of practice to get Irel Moore to prepare a number of fake prophecies to distract Dumbledore should the need ever arise. She knew he would become consumed with unraveling it, and it would pay back those Weasley twins for replacing all her crystal balls with bowling balls. As if that had never been done before. After all, they were the only twins at Hogwarts. 0Q0 Harry returned home from school and found his father sitting at the kitchen table, a letter clasped in his hands. Something wrong, Dad? The Potters sent a letter. They say they're sorry and that they were wrong to try and separate you from your family. They want us to come back for a visit, Sirius said. Personally, he didn't want to go anywhere near Great Britain, but he had promised that the choice would always be up to Harry. What do you think? Harry asked him. Well, you could meet your parents and brother. We could stay there and you could go to Hogwarts. If you wanted, even live with. Harry grabbed the letter and ripped it up. You're my dad. They gave that up. Are you sure? Sirius asked. Definitely, Harry said. While having a mother and brother sounded fun, he was sure Sirius would find someone someday. Then he could get a new brother. Or maybe a sister. His dad did seem to have a crush on the woman, Violet. 0Q0 Dumbledore sighed in frustration. In less than a week the students would arrive for the new school year. This was the year that Daniel Potter finally arrived. Yet they had not managed to bring Sirius and Harry back. As far as the headmaster was concerned, this was more confirmation that something was wrong. And then, just days ago, one of his contacts had forwarded him the list of students to attend Wandwood, an American magical school. Listed among the students was a Harry Black. There was no way a squib would be accepted to a magical school, and he himself had diagnosed Harry. His magical core was collapsing. There was no alternative for him but to become a squib. To better understand how Sirius may have restored Harry's magic, Dumbledore had done an investigation into the rituals that were supposed to accomplish the gifting of magic to a squib. They were all of the darkest type, requiring sacrifices that twisted the caster and the one receiving the magic. He had no choice but to classify Sirius and Harry as possible Dark Lords, something that he could not afford. But they would need to wait. Voldemort was the immediate concern. With a bit of luck this year they would have the opportunity to delay his return by another decade or more. Then he could focus on the problem of Harry and Sirius, though his options were limited. When he had tried to make inroads with the Tonks, they had withdrawn their daughter and left. He had yet to track them back down. 0Q0 Harry walked toward the dean's office. He'd only been back from Christmas break for an hour before he'd received the summons. He couldn't think of what he had done to earn her irritation already, unless she'd finally found a way to pin those enchanted ribbons on him. He knocked and was ushered into the dean's office. The dean was a stern woman with graying hair and always wore purple dress robes. You arrived quicker than I had expected. I would like you to act as a student mentor for a new transfer. Sitting in front of the dean's desk was the new student. She turned to face Harry and froze. Before he could react, she had stood and slapped him. You. Harry staggered back confused. Sure, most of his dad's stories ended like this, but Harry hadn't thought girls actually acted like that. The girl with wild bushy hair raised her hand for another strike before she was frozen in place by the dean. Miss Granger. You will halt this attack against Mr. Black this instant. Black? The girl asked weakly as she was released. Harry Black, I think you dislocated my jaw, Harry said as he worked his jaw a few times. I'm so sorry. I thought you were. I mean to look just like. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. The girl began to babble. If that's your idea of not hurting someone, I don't want to meet you when you're angry, Harry said. Sirius wasn't going to let him live this down. Then again, he might be proud Harry had broken his record for getting slapped. He'd always seemed proud of 30 seconds. And Harry had cut it in half at least. The dean cleared her throat. I will ignore this incident considering the circumstances that brought you here, Miss Granger, but I will not do so again. As you are now aware, this is Mr. Black. He will provide you with the information you need, locations of the buildings, where classes meet, other useful things. Mr. Black, when you are finished with the tour, please show Miss Granger to the Oak Building so she may take her placement tests. Placement tests? The girl asked. Yes, unfortunately we have found students transferring from Hogwarts are normally behind what is deemed acceptable. Considering the short time you actually attended, I doubt you will be very far behind, if at all. Still, it is a requirement that all transfer students take these tests, the dean explained. Of course, the girl said. She seemed almost excited and Harry had no idea why. Very well, you have your packet? She continued after the girl nodded. Both of you be on your way and welcome to Wandwood. When they left the office, the girl stopped and turned to face Harry. I really am sorry about slapping you. Don't worry about it. Seems like a waste though, getting slapped without doing something first. But oh well, Harry said to try and put the tense girl at ease. Yes. Well, I am Hermione Granger. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Black, Hermione said formally. Harry is fine, don't want to get confused with my dad. Come on. As they walked, Harry explained all of the buildings were named after types of wood used in wands, as the school had an abundance of wand trees. When they reached the main doors of the building, Harry saw that it had begun to rain again. The cold slushy rain that threatened to turn into wet snow at any moment. Don't suppose you know the warming charm, do you? No, Hermione shook her head. All right, hold still. Harry cast the charm on her. You'll pick that up fast, along with the drying charm and umbrella charm. Harry cast the umbrella charm and an invisible shield formed over him, keeping the rain away. He held his wand up like an umbrella handle to maintain the charm. Come on. Hermione complied and stepped under the charm. As the damp wind and rain swirled around them, she was glad for the warming charm. While Harry hadn't noticed it inside, as they walked, he realized Hermione had a limp. He adjusted his stride so he wasn't rushing her and began to point out the buildings she would need to know, some of which were half hidden among the large trees. Wandwood amazed Hermione. While Hogwarts was inside a giant castle, Wandwood was made up of dozens of buildings spread among the trees. Stone pathways curved among the buildings and trees. Small creeks crisscrossed the paths. It was what she had always imagined a university would be like. As they walked, they passed other students strolling through the rain. Some used the charm like Harry, others had actual umbrellas. But on more than one occasion she had to remind herself while they looked alike, Harry wasn't Potter. When that began to not help, she decided to distract herself with questions. What about exams? Harry stopped. Exams? Yes, at Hogwarts they mentioned OWLs and NEWTs, Hermione said. Well, each teacher gives their own tests. Besides those at the end of first, second, fourth and sixth year are BATs. Basic aptitude tests. End of third year we have TOADs, Traditional Organization and Assessment of Development. Fifth is OWLs and seventh is NWETs. Are you all right? The look of excitement on Hermione's face was disturbing. Just excited, Hermione admitted as she schooled her features, reprimanding herself for acting weird again. Well, to each their own, I suppose. But I think you'll be in the minority of actually looking forward to tests, Harry said as they continued on. Hermione, the school offered more electives than Hogwarts, including a basic wand crafting class after a student had taken their OWLs. Though most students started much earlier and made their own wands to use on the exam. Harry also showed her the dorm buildings. Unlike Hogwarts, where there were 4 houses, at Wandwood there were a dozen dens, each named after a type of the original dozen Wandwoods from England. Each den occupied its own building along the eastern side of the school, hidden in the thick forest. Hermione was less than thrilled when she learned that Harry and she shared the same den. Ash. Yes, he seemed perfectly nice, but he looked exactly like Potter. Honestly, Hermione wasn't sure how she'd be able to handle seeing him every day. They ended at the Oak Building. By then Hermione was aware that whoever had started the school had taken things a bit far with tree names. It seemed every building was named after a type of tree. They tested in the Oak Building. They ate in the Apple Building. She shook her head. Hermione knew she needed to focus. She would do well with the placement tests and show everyone they were wrong about her. "Thank you for showing me around, Harry." To her surprise, calling him Harry did seem to help her separate him from Potter, if only a little. "No problem. Word of advice though, don't greet any of the teachers by slapping them," Harry said with a grin before he left the building. 0Q0 Hermione stretched as she finished the last placement test. They had been different than what she had expected. Instead of a few pages worth of questions, she'd been handed a large booklet and instructed to answer as many as she could in the time limit. Blank answers would not affect her score, but wrong answers would. She had managed several pages in the first booklet before she came to a question she was disappointed to discover she lacked the answer to. Though as she scanned further in, she found more she did know. First was charms, then transfiguration, potions, herbology and defense. Since she had had little to do over the last 2 months but study, she also felt she had done well on the history exam, though she knew quite a bit less about American history than she would like, magical or otherwise. However, she was surprised and horrified to learn runes was also a core class, and she'd barely known 2 pages of answers. It was on that low note she left the testing room, to find Harry waiting in the hall. "How did it go?" Hermione glared at him. She wasn't in the mood to deal with a Potter look-alike. "Not that it's any of your business, but I am sure I have completely failed runes. It's not even taught at Hogwarts until 3rd year. And what are you even doing here, come to mock me?" "What? No, Wendy asked me to wait for you." Harry was taken aback by her attitude. "And who's Wendy?" Hermione snapped at him. "Okay. First," Harry almost told her to calm down before Sirius's warnings flashed through his mind. Telling a girl to calm down was always a bad idea. Take a deep breath. "Wendy is well, I guess she's our mentor. Every den has a former student who is involved in one of the apprentice programs at the school to watch after the students during their free time. Help with homework, make sure we don't burn anything down. Stuff like that. She asked me to wait for you and escort you to dinner so you don't drown in the storm." Hermione looked out the window and saw that night had settled around them. Lights she hadn't noticed earlier had come on and illuminated the walkways, as well as the heavy rain. "Fine, let's go." A quick cast of the warming charm as well as a charm to keep them dry, and they stepped out into the storm. Harry raised his arm and used the umbrella charm to keep the worst off them. Even with the charm to keep them dry, walking through a downpour wasn't comfortable. "So how do you think you did on the rest of the tests?" "Fine," Hermione said curtly. "So, it's just runes that has you worried?" Harry asked. "Yes," Hermione snapped back. "Well, what's the worst that could happen? We're just a few months into the 1st year. They'll probably just assign you a tutor or something if you need it." Harry tried to reason with her. "But I've never needed a tutor before." "Well, it's not your fault your last school sucked," Harry pointed out. "What?" Hermione stopped so quickly Harry almost walked past her. "Well, you said Hogwarts doesn't teach runes till 3rd year, right? So, it's not your fault you don't know them. Relax, even if you bombed the test, it'll only take a few weeks to catch up. Heck, if you're that worried, ask Wendy for help. She's supposed to be good with runes," Harry said. Hermione grabbed Harry's hand and dragged the surprised boy the rest of the way to the Apple Building. At that moment Harry decided that Hermione was very, very serious about schoolwork, as well as frightening. Since it was the first day back after break, most of the students had already finished an early dinner and retired to their den buildings. The Apple Building was fairly empty, with only the odd pocket of students left at one of the several dozen small tables. Harry cast another drying charm on them before he led her towards one of the pockets of older students. "Hey Wendy, I found our newest student. Wendy Hermione, Hermione Wendy. Welcome to Wandwood. If you need anything just let me know," Wendy said warmly. "I need help with runes," Hermione said without hesitation. "Runes?" "Yes. Hogwarts doesn't teach them until 3rd year, but here they are a core class, and I am sure I completely failed the test on them and I don't want to fall behind. Well, further behind, and Harry said you were good with runes, so I was hoping that you would be able to help me catch up with the..." Wendy held up a hand to stop Hermione before she passed out. "No problem. How are you at potions?" "I think I did fine. Hermione said. Well, we'll review just to be sure. Runes and potions are the two big problems we get from Hogwarts. Well, history too, but that's easier to fix. But first get something to eat, Wendy instructed. 0Q0. Flying? Hermione asked nervously. Her first week at Wandwood had been wonderful. She had placed well ahead for most classes and Wendy assured her she'd be the same in runes soon enough. The students had been friendly enough for dealing with someone they didn't know. Her roommates were nice. Each den tried to maintain a roughly equal ratio between boys and girls, commonly with 3 of each gender in each den per year group. Before she arrived, there were only 2 first-year girls in Ash but 3 boys. While Hermione didn't understand how her presence had helped, Lisa assured her it somehow made all the difference. While neither Lisa or Kat were bookworms, they were still a massive step up from her former roommates at Hogwarts and were happy to include her in their nightly discussions. Hermione felt completely out of her depth with them. There had been the occasional odd look at her limp and a few awkward questions, but the other students were still polite about it. The only downside was Harry. Despite her best efforts nearly every time she saw him, she saw Daniel Potter instead. The other students in Ash had noticed her odd behavior, but she'd managed to keep from answering yet. And now flying. She had hated flying during their single lesson at Hogwarts. Wendy didn't seem worried though, she seemed amused. Yes, flying. You need to demonstrate you can fly a tub, carpet and broom to pass first year. It's an old carryover from before the flow was invited. Oh, no, I don't like heights, Hermione told the older girl. Well, you really don't have a choice, but don't worry, I know just who to teach you, Harry, Wendy said. Harry? Hermione asked weakly. Of course, him. Why couldn't she just stay away from him? Did people find it amusing to keep putting them together? Even the teachers paired them up in class. Judging by the look on Wendy's face, yes, they did take some odd pleasure from it. Yes, Harry, we're pretty sure he doesn't actually need anything to fly and is just humoring us by using a PPILY. Wonderful. Hermione had never played sick in her life, but suddenly it seemed like a very reasonable thing to do. 0Q0 Saturday morning, Hermione made her way towards a clearing behind Ash Den. She would have preferred to be studying. Runes were fascinating, especially with Wendy, and even potions had taken on a new life without Professor Snape harassing her. Instead, she had to meet with Harry for a flying lesson. Apparently, there was a monthly class for flying for all first years and Harry had been assigned to help her catch up with them. She found Harry standing next to an old metal washtub. He smiled politely. Good morning. Good morning. Hermione replied neutrally. Let's get started, shall we? Normally you'd start out with this. Harry kicked the washtub. But I have a quicker way. After this everything else will be easy. Hermione watched in mounting horror as Harry pulled out what looked like a wheelless skateboard. No, I am not getting on that flimsy little piece of wood. Well, not right away, no. Well, go up in the washtub. Use a sticking charm to keep your feet on the board and then I'll push you out. Just like birds learn to fly. Harry said with a smile. If you think for even a moment that I would do that, then you are insane. I will not set foot inside that death trap and I will report you to the school for trying to do harm to another student again. Hermione shouted at Harry, her face red. Wand gripped tightly, ready to curse him. Again, Hermione, Wendy told me you were nervous. I was just trying to show you it could be a lot worse. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Well, whatever, I did all right. Harry apologized. Hermione's face was still red, but this time with embarrassment as she realized that she had overreacted. Sorry, she mumbled. No problem, I'm guessing you have the written test covered? Harry asked. At her nodded, he continued. It was probably best just to ignore her outburst for now. Then today we'll start with the washtub. Harry stepped in and it rose several feet off the ground. He jumped and braced a foot on either side of the rim, then began to rock back and forth. It's basically impossible to tip this thing. Our first class we actually had a contest to see if anyone could. No one won. The washtub floated back to the ground. Okay, get in and we'll give it a go. Hesitantly Hermione stepped into the washtub and sat down. Her hands gripped the side tightly. Harry sighed and loosened her fingers. I know you don't like heights, but to pass the test you won't need to go to high, just 5 feet off the ground. What you will need to do though is relax. Otherwise flying becomes 10 times harder. Harry sat down in front of her and the washtub slowly rose until it was floating a foot off the ground. See, this isn't bad, right? Hermione leaned over the side and looked at the ground. She reached out and brushed the top of the tall grass that poked through the snow with her hand. No, this isn't bad. The washtub began to drift across the field, pushed by the wind. Harry let them float to the other side of the field before he took control and steered them in a long lazy circle, climbing inch by inch. Speed is controlled by your magic. More magic means faster. Well up to its maximum speed, which I think is about 40 miles on this thing. Height can be controlled the same way or by leaning forward and backwards. Direction is done by leaning towards the side you want to turn on. A slightly more relaxed Hermione nodded. All right, how do you feel? Harry asked. Fine, if this was all there was to the test, I think I could handle it, Hermione admitted. Sitting behind Harry, she was able to pretend that he didn't look like Potter. It was almost enjoyable. The washtub also felt much safer than the old brooms they had used at Hogwarts. Harry began to laugh. Hermione, this is all there is to it. See? We're 5 feet up. All you'll need to do is fly this high a couple 100 feet down the beach. There's no time limit. In fact, I think the record is 48 minutes. That's it? Hermione asked. She had worked herself up for the test to being some floating obstacle course with horrible things trying to knock her off. That's it. They know some people don't like heights. They figure if you can do it at 5 feet, you can do it at 50, if you have to. So, want to give it a go? Harry asked. He set the washtub down and switched positions with Hermione. It took her a moment to reposition her legs so that she was comfortable. When Harry saw her hands tighten, he reached forward and loosened them again. Calm. Just start out with a foot up, all right? Shakily the washtub wobbled up. Good, easy now. They stayed still for several minutes as Hermione allowed herself to relax. Then, gently, she pushed forward. 0Q0 by lunch. Hermione was more or less comfortable with the washtub at 5 feet off the ground and moving at a walking pace, which Harry assured her was enough to pass. It had almost been enjoyable. She'd even managed to forget that Harry looked like Potter for a while. 0Q0 Hermione was able to join the next flying class, which was working on carpets. Hermione let her own rise a few feet before she leaned back and stretched out in the sun. It was a rare, warm and clear day. A book found its way to her hands, though she also watched Harry and several other students have a carpet race. The instructor had even complimented her control. 0Q0 sleep eluded Harry. After a few hours of tossing and turning, he finally gave up and left the room he shared with his year mates. He quietly made his way downstairs, planning on raiding the bookshelf in their common room. It was well supplied with numerous fiction books left by past students. He was surprised to find someone else also awake. Hermione sat on one of the window seats staring out at the moonlit landscape. He approached her slowly. The last thing he needed was her screaming, then everyone running down and all sorts of messes. Hermione? She spun around. For a moment he caught a flash of fear in her eyes. Her wand came up, tip glowing, before she caught herself. Harry, sorry, I thought you were someone else. Daniel Potter? Harry asked. Hermione drew her legs up to her chest. What makes you say that? Well, when we first met you slapped me because you mistook me for him. So, we look alike, and I've caught you giving me weird looks since then. Not the good kind either. The only reason I can think of is if you're angry at him and every time you see me it reminds you of that. So what did he do you piss you off so bad? Harry asked. The question had been on his mind for a while, but he'd never found a good opportunity to bring it up before. After several silent moments he decided that this hadn't been the right time either. Never mind. Do you really want to know? Hermione asked in a small voice. If you're willing to tell me, Harry said. He sat next to her on the window seat. I'm sorry if I've been rude to you, Hermione finally said. Don't worry about it, Harry replied. I suppose it began on the Hogwarts Express. I was so excited to go and learn magic. A small smile crept across her face. I thought it would be some wonderful, perfect magical world. But several of the students quickly broke me of that illusion. Among them Daniel Potter and his friend Ronald Weasley. It wasn't bad at first, they just looked at me like I wasn't worth their time. We were all sorted into Gryffindor and Ron kept saying I didn't belong. I was sued to teasing from my Muggle school. Then during our first flying lesson, While I wasn't afraid of heights then, I didn't think the brooms were safe. Just a thin strip of wood. I much prefer the washtub or even carpet. I had only gotten maybe 6 meters up when Daniel decided to fly behind me and scare me. I lost my grip and fell. I just remember pain. The school's healer said I just landed wrong and had me fixed up by the next day, but my hip was still sore. Merlin. Harry ran a hand through his hair. I can't believe you managed to get back on something that flies after that. And I looked just like HGEN. How hard that was. Well, I had a good teacher. Halloween was when things got worse. I was trying to help Ronald in charms. We were learning the levitation charm. He didn't like that and started insulting me. It got so bad I ran to the bathroom to cry. Hermione said. Even now Harry could see unshed tears in her eyes. Ronald and Daniel decided to teach me a lesson and locked the door from the outside. That night during the feast a troll got in. Harry felt a sinking sensation in his stomach. There was no way for this story to end well. It found the bathroom. I suppose I am lucky, as the last thing I remember is the door being smashed in. I woke up at St. Mungo's 3 days later. It had hit me with its club before the professors got there. It shattered my hip and leg bone. They fixed me up as best as they could, but I still have this limp. They said there was nothing they could do against Ronald and Daniel because no one would believe me. I was just a muggle born and he was the boy who lived. Well, that was it. I'd been bullied, hurt twice and almost killed. We left Britain as soon as we could and moved here. We took some time to get settled in before I started here after the Christmas holiday. Hermione said. I can't believe they even let you out of their sight. If that happened to me, my dad would probably be sneaking around the forest trying to keep an eye on me. Harry couldn't believe what his supposed brother and his friend had done, or that they had apparently gotten away with it. We really didn't have much of a choice. I had to go to school, and there aren't any day ones. Besides, if I didn't, well, it would feel like Daniel and Ronald won, Hermione admitted. Remembering the advice he had gotten from his father, Harry leaned to the side and hugged Hermione. She stiffened for a moment before she returned the gesture. I knew you were smart, Hermione, but I had no idea you were so brave. Hermione smacked Harry's arm but blushed deeply all the same. Pratt. Harry, I'm sorry if I've been projecting my issues with Daniel Potter to you because you two look so much alike. It's actually more than a bit disturbing. Would it help if I cut my hair? Harry jokingly offered. No, but thank you, I should be getting to bed. Good night. Hermione stood and walked back up the stairs. Harry couldn't help but watch her limp, how her leg jerked as she walked. He waited several minutes before he returned to his dorm and retrieved a small mirror from his trunk. Then he went to what had once been the attic. It had been converted years before to provide them with a place to practice spells inside. Padfoot. Harry quietly called out into the mirror. It was several minutes, and 4 more tries before Sirius's face appeared in the mirror. Damn it, pup. Do you have any idea what time it is? Now what's the emergency? Sirius, I need your help with something. Harry began to explain what Hermione had told him. Growing Pains disclaimer. I own nothing but the mistakes. Chapter 2. Growing Pains. Sirius walked through the chilly morning air. The sun was still low enough to paint the world in soft tones. In his opinion, it was far too early to be up. But his son had asked and he wasn't about to let Harry down. The fact that he considered Harry a pranking prodigy and feared reprisal had little to do with it. It had only taken a day to track down the information needed, the information that led him towards the little brick house. He knocked on the door and waited. A moment later a man opened it. Hello, can I help you? Good morning, Mr. Granger. My name is Sirius Black. My son is a friend of your daughter's at Wandwood, Sirius said politely. You're Harry's father? Come in. Hermione has told us a good deal about him. I'm Dan Granger. Dan opened the door and stepped back. Thank you, Dan. Harry's mentioned your daughter several times as well. In fact, it was one of those conversations that brought me here today. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Sirius followed Dan into a well-kept kitchen. A woman sat at the table reading the paper. Not at all. Emma, this is Sirius Black, Harry's father. Sirius, my wife, Emma Granger. Dan introduced them. A pleasure, madam. Sirius said with an exaggerated bow. So, what brought you all the way out here? Emma asked. Well, a few nights ago your daughter told Harry what had happened back in England, Sirius started. Wait, she told him everything? Even the troll? Dan asked, surprised, with a bit of suspicion thrown in for good measure. Neither Granger was very trusting towards magical people anymore, and Hermione had barely talked to them about it. Yes, it came about because Harry looks a great deal like Daniel Potter, Harry said. How alike? Emma asked. Well, exactly actually. They're twins, Sirius said, and prepared for the fireworks. He needed to get this out of the way and hadn't been able to think of a less violent method. You're that bastard's father? Dan jumped to his feet, ready to deck Sirius and throw him out. Sirius stood and matched Dan's aggressive stance. I adopted Harry when his parents threw him out because they thought he had no magic. That brought the Grangers up short. Sirius almost smiled. The worst part, for him at least, was out of the way. So, you're not Daniel Potter's father? No, I was Harry's godfather and adopted him before he turned 2. We moved to America shortly after and he has had no more contact with the Potters, Sirius said. Sorry, it's just, Emma began. Sirius held up his hand to stop them. I understand. If something like that had happened to Harry, Hermione doesn't know they are related, and told Harry what happened to explain her own attitude towards him. He immediately contacted me, at bloody 3 in the morning, and told me what happened. He says that despite having no memory of the Potters, it is his responsibility as Daniel's brother and Hermione's friend to do what he can to help. What can he do? Asked Dan. Personally, not much, but that's where I come in. I spoke to a healer I know, my cousin. And while she can't be sure without examining Hermione, she is fairly confident that your daughter can be completely healed, Sirius informed the shocked couple. But those magical doctors said. Emma began. She couldn't even remember how many times she'd prayed for something that could help Hermione. It had reached the point where it seemed impossible. Unfortunately, in England, magical children born to non-magical parents are looked down upon. If the healer was one such person, he might have thought leaving your daughter with a limp was fair, Sirius explained. That's horrible. Don't they have any kind of oath against that? Dan shouted. His daughter had suffered, possibly needlessly, just because of some mental deficient doctor. If he ever got his hands on those fools. Actually no, they did away with such oaths almost 100 years ago. But as I was saying, without examining Hermione, she can't be sure, but from the description of the injury it should have been easily treatable. Trolls are not very magical, and the only real way for magic to not be able to heal such an injury is if strong foreign magic was introduced. What I would suggest is this weekend take Hermione to see my cousin and have her do a full checkup, Sirius said. He provided the Grangers with the needed information and agreed to help make the arrangements for the overwhelmed couple. 0Q0 After everything was settled, Sirius left the Grangers, but instead of returning home he continued walking. It was a lovely little town, not too far from where he and Harry lived. Maybe next time he'd ride his motorbike out here. When Harry had first contacted him, Sirius had trouble believing that James hadn't done everything he could to make things right. Yes, he was disappointed in them for the way they treated Harry, but he could almost understand it. Not wanting Harry to grow up resenting them because he couldn't do magic. He thought that they made the wrong choice even if Harry had lost his magic. But this? No, the Lily he knew would never have stood for it. His cousin Andromeda still HT Mungo, and they were able to confirm that Hermione was admitted on Halloween and she blamed Daniel Potter and Ronald Weasley for being there. Honestly, he was surprised they made it out of England with their memories intact. Sirius wanted to believe there was more to the story, that his old friends wouldn't act like that, but he really didn't see what he could be missing. Maybe he'd be able to understand things better after Andromeda spoke with the girl. 0Q0. I am not pleased with you, Harry, Wendy said as soon as she had stepped into the Ash common room. Her arms were crossed and she tapped her foot. You might be fine getting up to all sorts of trouble, but I don't want you dragging Hermione into it. I haven't done anything that can be pinned on me, and I haven't involved Hermione in any pranks. Harry rubbed the back of his head. Had tried to get her to help him with a prank once. She'd hit him with a book. One of those heavy ones she always carried around. They were worse than bricks. Am I in trouble? Hermione asked hesitantly. I don't know, but both of you are supposed to go see the dean, and Harry only gets called in when he's done something stupid, Wendy said. She really felt sorry for Hermione if she had gotten caught up in one of Harry's pranks. Hermione spun around to face Harry. He involuntarily took a step back. She was frightening. Harry Black. I swear if you've done something that I get blamed for, I'll show you exactly what was in the book of curses I had last week. Harry paled. From the few pictures he'd seen, the curses were more embarrassing than painful, but with Hermione's mind behind them. I swear I haven't done anything. I think I know what this is about, and trust me, you'll be happy. If you're lying, Hermione said. The other students watched in amazement. Even the older years shivered a bit as the nice quiet girl let a bit of her temper show. Well, maybe she'd be able to keep Harry from causing too much trouble. Harry and Hermione made their way towards the dean's office. Hermione continued to shot him dirty looks. Hermione, honestly, it'll be fine. If this is what I think it is, you'll be excited, I promise. Hermione frowned and gave him a disbelieving look. It had better be. I'm not going to get in trouble if you decided to go through with that plan to change everyone's hair blue or something. You know very well I had to give that idea up after you refused to help me brew the potion, Harry said. As if that would stop you. Hermione said. She did not like Harry's habit of pulling pranks. Even if they were harmless, they reminded her too much of Daniel Potter. Though Daniel's were just plain mean. They arrived at the dean's office and were ushered in by her secretary. The dean glanced up from her paperwork to acknowledge them. Mr. Black, Miss Granger. Whatever Harry has done, I had nothing to do with it. Hermione practically shouted at the dean. I know. Now if I could just find proof that Mr. Black was involved in any of the several incidents I suspect him of. But that is for another time. Miss Granger, your parents have requested that you return home for the weekend. Mr. Black will be escorting you, as I believe you are new to using the Flow network. The dean said crisply. I am. Hermione had read about the Flow system used by wizards the world over but never used it herself. Mr. Black will explain. I have opened my connection for you. Mr. Black, you know where to go, and do try not to land on Miss Granger when you come out, the dean said. Land on me? Hermione shot Harry a dirty look as though he planned to do just that. I'm not that bad, Harry said. You came out backwards and rolling, the dean said with a twitch of her lips. I did not believe that was even possible. Jez, I can really feel the love in here, Harry said. He walked over to the dean's fireplace and took a handful of the Flow powder. All right, it's pretty easy. Toss a handful of the powder into the fire. Wait for it to turn green. Call out the Flow address you're going to and step through. Try not to get dizzy along the way. When Hermione hesitated, Harry stuck out his hand. It's really not that bad. Come on, we'll just step through together. All right. Hermione took Harry's hand and stood next to him. She realized that she didn't actually know where they were going, as she was sure her home hadn't been connected to the Flow network. Her parents surely would have told her. Harry threw the Flow powder into the fire and called out their destination. Padfoot's place. Harry pulled Hermione into the fire. Hermione felt a moment of panic as her mind said not to step into fire. Then she did, and it was a whirlwind of soot and flashes of light. It felt like she was standing still in the center of a storm as everything revolved around her too fast to see. The only steady thing was Harry's arm. Then Hermione found herself in a well-decorated living room. She had to hop twice to keep from falling over. Harry tumbled past her and rolled into a sofa. He groaned from his place on the floor. A laugh Hermione knew well caught her attention. She turned to find her parents smirking at Harry's lack of grace. Mum. Dad. Hermione threw her arms around her parents in a tight hug. No, that's fine, don't bother checking on me, Harry said from the floor. Only broke my neck, I'll walk it off. If you broke your neck, you'd be a lot quitter, Sirius said as he helped Harry up. What's going on? Hermione asked her parents, completely ignoring Harry's antics. Come sit down and we'll explain, Emma said. Once they were all seated, she gestured towards Sirius. Hermione, this is Sirius Black, Harry's father. It is a pleasure to meet you, Hermione said. It's good to meet you too. Harry hasn't shut up about you since you came to Wandwood, Sirius said with a teasing tone. Harry went bright red and shoved Sirius' purple beard. Sirius paled as he remembered that particular prank. He turned back to Hermione. Please disregard my earlier comment. Dan hid a smile. It's good to meet you, Harry. I'm Dan and this is Emma. If you'd like to even things up, we have some wonderful baby pictures of Hermione and... Hermione slapped her hands over her father's mouth. Ignore him. Harry nodded. They'd both just pretend their fathers hadn't tried to embarrass them. Emma rolled her eyes, but it was good to see her daughter behaving, well, like a child. Or at least being more relaxed than she normally was. Well, shall we get to business? Guess it's my show then, Sirius said. Hermione, please don't be upset with Harry, but after you told him what happened in England, he contacted me. Hermione almost started yelling at Harry for betraying her trust, but a stern look from her mother stopped her. Harry looked very regretful and seemed to shrink on the couch. I'm sorry, Hermione, but what you said didn't make sense. My aunt is a healer and I learned a bit from her. Trolls aren't very magical, just magic resistant, so there shouldn't be a reason why your leg couldn't have been fully healed. What? Hermione asked, unsure what Harry was trying to say. Did he think she was faking? Sirius leaned forward. We think the healer you saw purposely left your leg unhealed because you were a Muggle born. But that's horrible, Hermione shouted. She was pale at the very idea. It is. Sirius agreed. Which is why Harry contacted me and I contacted your parents. They would like you to see my cousin. She is fairly certain that she can fully heal you. Hermione looked down at her leg. She didn't have anything to lose by at least seeing another healer. She looked back at Harry, who was giving her a hopeful look. All right, I'll go. But you owe me a book for telling your father. You got it, Harry replied, happy that Hermione wasn't going to hold a grudge against him. The Grangers returned home via the Flow network. Hermione discovered their fireplace had been connected, but only to Harry's house. Before she left, Hermione hugged Harry. Thank you for caring. Sirius watched in amusement as his son stared after Hermione, then shook his head clueless. 0Q0 Hermione sat on the table in the examination room. Her parents were still in the office talking to Healer Tonks. The Grangers had flew to the Blacks and meet with Andromeda Tonks before they'd come to St. Bishop's for her examination. Hermione liked Healer Tonks. She was friendly and had that same carefree feeling that Sirius and Harry had. The door opened and Healer Tonks entered the room. All right, Hermione, just lay back and we'll see what we need to do to get you walking normally again. Your hair is as bad as mine, isn't it? The comment about her hair caught Hermione off guard. She looked at Healer Tonks. Her hair was hardly wild or bushy. Apparently, Healer Tonks knew what she was thinking. I have to brew a special potion to deal with it. I'll give you the recipe later. It's not difficult to make, and from what Harry says you'll have no trouble with it. A slight blush appeared on Hermione's cheeks. She was used to adults praising her skills, but to be complimented by someone her age was still a new experience. As Healer Tonks waved her wand above her, she asked Hermione questions about how she had been injured. First her fall from the broom, then the troll. When she finished, she had Hermione follow her into her office. Hermione took a seat between her parents. Healer Tonks checked the file she had received from England. Well, first off, yes, I can completely heal your leg, Hermione. She had to pause as the Grangers hugged their daughter with relief. Once they had regained their composure, she continued. There are a few problems. The bones were not properly set, so we will vanish them and give you Skella Grow. That will regrow the bones in the proper shape. Your muscles have also been messed up a little, so while your bones regrow, we will be using charms to move them back into their proper place. I want to do this slow, so it will take 3 days. 3 days, is that all? Dan asked in disbelief. Yes, he knew magic could heal things quickly, but he had still expected weeks of work. Yes, well, and a few more days for Hermione to get used to her leg working properly again. There are a few other issues, scar tissue and such, but that shows no trace of magic and can be set right easily. You'll need to take a week off of school for the procedure, but I doubt that will be a problem for you. Unfortunately, it won't be comfortable, as Skella Grow means we can't give you any potions to help you rest, Healer Tonks said. That's fine, Hermione quickly said. It'd be worth it to be able to walk normally again without pain. If you'd like, we can start Monday. You'll be out by Thursday and have the weekend to get used to walking again, Healer Tonks offered. We'll clear it with your school, Emma said at Hermione's pleading look, then turned back to Healer Tonks. How much will it cost? Sirius is covering it, she said. We can't let him do that, Dan said uncomfortably, his mind trying to find Sirius's angle. What was he expecting in return? Actually, you can. You see, the Blacks were among the richest wizards in England. However, they were all right bastards too. They didn't consider muggles any better than animals. Only Sirius and I thought differently, and we are now the last blacks. He sees it as a way to help make amends for our family's crimes. He's made arrangements to cover the cost for any muggle born who needs treatment because of something that happened in England. She didn't mention that Sirius had only just made those arrangements and Hermione would be the first to benefit from it. We'll discuss it with him, Emma said diplomatically. 0Q0. That evening Harry and Sirius arrived at the Grangers, having been invited over for dinner. Afterward Dan and Emma asked to speak with Sirius in private. While the adults were gone, Hermione and Harry moved to the sitting room. Harry looked around nervously. Hermione, there's something I need to tell you. What's that? She asked, still over the moon at the prospect of being able to walk normally again. Sirius, well, he's my dad but not my birth father. He was my godfather and then adopted me when my parents wanted to get rid of me because they thought I was a squib. At her look he elaborated. A person born to magical parents without any magic themselves. Kind of the opposite of you. That's horrible. Just because they thought you couldn't do magic, they abandoned you? Hermione asked in disbelief. How could a parent do that? Yeah, Sirius thought so he adopted me and we moved out here. I can't even remember my birth family, which is probably good. But Hermione. Daniel Potter is my twin brother, Harry said. 0Q0 Sirius followed the Grangers into their home office. What did you want to talk about? Andromeda told us how you were offering to pay for Hermione's treatment. Thank you, but we wouldn't feel right about it. Especially after you've already done so much, Emma began. It's not just Harry that feels responsible. Daniel might be his brother, but James Potter was my brother in all but blood. When I ran away from home, I lived with him and his parents. Lily was like a sister to all of us. I can't believe he didn't offer to make things right himself. Sirius began to ramble. Dan put a hand on his arm. It's all right. You're no more responsible for what happened than Harry is. We'll pay for her treatment, but if you really want to do something, get her some good books on magic. We haven't got much of a clue which ones are the best. That I can do, Sirius said, feeling better about the whole situation, until the sound of a door slamming reverberated throughout the house. They left the office and found a depressed Harry sitting on the couch. The red mark on his cheek showed he'd just been punched. What happened? I told Hermione that Daniel was my brother, Harry said in a flat tone. He stood up a bit shakily. Thank you for the wonderful dinner, Mrs. and Mr. Granger. Harry took a handful of flow powder and returned home. Sirius ran a hand through his hair. He just couldn't keep quiet. Can't even remember them. I need to go check on Harry. I'm sorry about this. I'll go check on Hermione, Emma offered. She could hear her daughter sobbing before she even opened her door. Hermione? Harry is that bastard's brother, Hermione said between sobs. Brothers, no wonder they look so much alike. Emma sat down next to Hermione and rubbed her back. I know, dear, Sirius told us. Hermione spun on her mother. And you didn't tell me? After everything those bastards did? Harry doesn't even remember them. I didn't want to see Daniel Potter cause you any more pain. She smoothed Hermione's hair. He did so much to hurt you. Your letters from Hogwarts were painful to read. We could see how unhappy you were. Then the night when McGonagall showed up and told us what happened, it was horrible. But your letters from Wandwood were better. You began to talk about people more and sounded happy. You wrote about Harry quite a bit. When Sirius explained everything to us, we decided not to tell you because we were afraid you would push Harry away for something out of his control. But he's Daniel's brother, he lied to me, Hermione said. She wasn't ready to admit it wasn't Harry's fault. Did he ever tell you he wasn't related to Daniel? Or did you just want to believe that? He never had a choice to be born to the Potters. He did choose to be your friend. To tell his father and try to help you. Emma hugged her daughter. Please don't let Daniel Potter hurt you again by costing you a good friend. 0Q0 An hour later Hermione stumbled out of her room and towards the fireplace. I'm going to apologize to Harry. Before her parents could say anything, she had stepped into the flames and disappeared. Dan and Emma traded and looked before they hurried to follow. Thankfully even muggles could use the flow. 0Q0 Hermione stepped out of the fire. Sirius was sitting on the couch sipping a cup of tea. He watched her expectantly. Hermione fidgeted under his gaze. I want to apologize to Harry. Last room on the left. Sirius jerked his finger down the hall. Hey, a moment later her parents stepped out of the fire. Hermione went to apologize to Harry. I haven't heard any explosions yet, which is probably a good thing. Guess it's something they'll have to work through if they want to stay friends. Sirius offered. He wondered if this was something other parents had to go through. 0Q0 Hermione knocked on Harry's door. When he didn't answer, she pushed it open and found him curled up by his window. Harry? His head jerked up in surprise. Hermione? She hesitated for a moment. It was a surprise to her to see how upset Harry looked. I'm sorry about how I acted. It's fine, I figured something like that would happen, but it wouldn't have been fair not to tell you, Harry said dejectedly. It most certainly is not fine. Hermione stamped her foot and marched over to Harry. I'm not going to let that bastard cost me the best friend I've ever had. So, we're still friends then? Harry asked. He had been surprised how much it hurt when he had thought they weren't anymore. Definitely. 0Q0 Hermione's procedure went perfectly. She was released on Thursday, and by Saturday she could walk as if nothing had ever happened. Sirius had not let Harry remain home from school during the week but made arrangements for him to come home over the weekend. Hermione was looking forward to seeing him again. When she stepped out of the flow, she was surprised to find a girl a few years younger on the floor coloring with Harry. She looked up and scrutinized Hermione. Harry smiled and stood up. Hey Hermione. How are you feeling? Wonderful. It's amazing to be able to walk normally again, Hermione said. So, are you going to introduce me to your friend? Oh right. Hermione, this is Shara. Shara, this is Hermione, Harry said. Hermione crouched down. Hello Shara. Harry has told me a bit about you. Something to do with you trying to steal his broom? She said teasingly. Shara puffed up her cheeks. I just wanted to borrow it. Harry held back a snort. Except you snuck over here to borrow my broom when you have one of your own at your house. Instead of answered, Shara was suddenly focused on her drawing. Harry motioned Hermione into the kitchen. Sorry about her, since her cousin and my dad started dating, she'd kind of adopted me as a big brother. It's all right, you two are cute, Hermione said with a meaningful glance at Harry. I'm not cute, Harry mumbled. I'm manly. Hermione rolled her eyes. Sure, you are macho. 0Q0. The end of the school year was quickly approaching, and the students of Wandwood had settled into review for their final exams and BATs. Hermione, though, had taken it to a level that worried some of the other students in Ash as she began working on schedules for them and trying to enforce those schedules. A week before their tests began, the other students were fed up and asked Harry to do something. Harry walked to the corner table where Hermione had sequestered herself with a charms book, pages of notes spread out around her. Harry snatched the book from her. Harry grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her out the back door. Harry, stop and give me back my book. I need to finish charms and review potions before dinner. Hermione, this. He waved the charms book in front of her face. Is not going to help you. Of course, it will. There's still a week before the tests and I can review at least twice more before then. No, I mean this is a second-year charms book. Nothing in here will be on our test. You've studied so far ahead you didn't even notice, did you? Harry asked. Spots of red appeared on Hermione's face. No, I didn't. But you didn't need to take my book. Yes, I did. Listen Hermione, you're driving everyone else crazy. Harry started. It's not my fault they don't want to study and are willing to risk their futures. Exactly. It's not your fault or your responsibility to make sure they study. That's up to them. You trying to force them to isn't helping anyone. Harry explained. But, no, Hermione, no buts. You can't make them study. If they ask for help, that's different, but just telling them what to do is wrong, Harry said. But I want them to do well, Hermione defended herself. I know you mean well, but you can't force them to. It's up to them. Take a deep breath. Go back and keep reviewing first-year books. Help if they ask, but don't force them, all right? It's upsetting them as much as me taking your book, Harry said gently. All right. Hermione admitted defeat. Maybe she did need to focus more on her own review if she hadn't even been working in the correct book. Good. Come on, I'll quiz you. Harry offered. All right, but as your best friend I can force you to study. Especially since I have the free time now that I'm not trying to get the others to study. Hermione said, then before Harry could object. And if you don't, I'll get your dad's permission to. Damn, he'd probably give it just to get me back. Fine. But we will take breaks so you can practice flying, Harry said. 0Q0 wind blew off the ocean and caught Hermione's hair. Thanks to Healer Tonk's hair potion it was more manageable. Even if it still looked wild. Hermione tied it back as she stepped up for her flying exam. She stepped into the washtub and brought it up to 5 feet. Then at a running pace she covered the distance down the beach. She climbed out and sat on the flying carpet next. It was back down the beach to the start line on it. The wind tugged at the edges of the carpet but she kept it under control. Finally, it was a broom back to the finish line. While Hermione had come to enjoy the tub and carpet, the broom still caused her problems with balance. As she crossed the finish line and dismounted, Harry ran up and threw an arm around her. Way to go, Hermione. Thank you, Hermione said happily. Congratulations, Miss Granger. You passed, the instructor said. 0Q0. Dumbledore sighed as he sank into his seat. He was disappointed. His plan to force a confrontation with Voldemort had not gone as he would have wished. Yes, Daniel had faced him, Neville and Ronald had done their parts and gotten him to the final room just as he planned, but Daniel had been unable to banish Voldemort again. Dumbledore had been forced to step in and save him. This was disturbing because without Daniel being the one to defeat him, Dumbledore was sure he would return quicker this time. Also, Voldemort only had access to the weakened core of Possessed Host, who was a weak wizard to start with. The Potters were not happy that Voldemort had been processing a professor all year, but he had thought of that and hidden a special talisman in the Dada rooms that would hide the possession from the wards. Once that had been explained, they were indebted to him again for saving their child. He knew just what to do as he had spent the last decade training them to obey him. But Dumbledore felt it was all for naught. Daniel should have been able to take care of Voldemort himself. There had to be a reason for his failure. Touré, he wasn't the best student but he was near the top of his year. Voldemort had little magic to work with. The odds had been stacked in favor of Daniel. A strange idea filtered across his mind before he discarded it. But the idea returned again and again until he had no choice but to examine it. Could the problem stem from Harry? Had whatever Sirius had done somehow have weakened Daniel? It was far-fetched but possible as they shared blood. He would need a way to examine Harry though to be sure. Well, the next year should be peaceful. He could devote his attention to the matter. Voldemort should not be a problem again until at least Daniel's 3rd year. 0Q0. A.N. I hope everyone enjoyed, and thank you to everyone who has read my story. Entrapment disclaimer. All I own are the mistakes. Chapter 3. Entrapment. Hermione sat down next to Harry. Each had a bag with expansion charms on it packed. The Blacks and Grangers had decided to take a week-long vacation together before the Grangers went on their normal summer trip. They had pushed it back a bit so Hermione could attend Harry's birthday. The Dean stopped by just as we were leaving, Hermione said. Don't tell me the amazing Hermione Granger actually did something serious enough to get a visit from the Dean herself, Harry said in mock disbelief. Quiet you. Hermione grabbed a pillow and swatted at his head. Harry had learned months ago to duck. For your information, it was about my exam results. The school thinks I could skip 2nd year and start 3rd. Harry felt something clutch at his chest. Congratulations? I mean, not there's any doubt you could handle 3rd year. So, will you still be in Ash? Hermione rolled her eyes. I didn't accept, Harry. He let out a deep sigh as the pain his chest eased. Good. I mean, well, yeah, good. I like having classes with you. So do I. Last year I would have jumped at the chance to skip a grade, but now, well, I'm happy where I am. Hermione said. She didn't want to mention the conversation she had with her mum had heavily featured Harry. Besides, if I did skip ahead, who would fix your homework? It's not that bad, is it? Harry asked. He knew his grades would probably have been a whole letter lower without her checking his work. Well, aside from penmanship and spelling, no, they're very good, Hermione said. She didn't want to think what his writing would be like if Wandwood insisted they use quills like Hogwarts did. 0Q0. The gangers stood at the back of the dark movie theater Sirius had rented out for Harry's birthday. While they had known he was rich, it never really registered until then. The 24 children had taken seats in the 1st and 2nd row to watch the movies. Neither of them missed that Hermione always had a seat next to Harry. His other side was taken by Shara as Harry was her brother. Both believed that would become official as soon as Sirius got off his backside and popped the question Shara's cousin Violet. The Grangers' thoughts turned back to their recent conversation with Healer Tonks. They had been surprised when she asked if they had ever attempted to have children after Hermione. They had admitted they had tried without luck. Healer Tonks had then explained the reason might be because the British Ministry had such a deep fear of Muggle-borns. When one was found, both parents had contraceptive charms placed on them to prevent any more. The charms had been easy to remove and Healer Tonks assured them there was no long-term damage done. Still, they decided not to mention it to Hermione. Especially because there was nothing they could do as British magical law allowed it. That night Hermione and Shara stayed over at the Blacks for a camp out. Dan could not reason out why'd picked to use an actually Muggle tent when Sirius had such an amazing magical one. 2 bedrooms, kitchen, sitting room and bathroom. Heck, if he could get a tent like that, he'd gladly take up camping. Emma smiled as he voiced his confusion. I'm more surprised you're all right with your daughter sharing a tent with a boy. It's Harry. Dan waved his hand dismissively. I choose to think of him as an asexual creature. Like a Ken doll. Besides, I peeked at a few of Hermione's books. I really don't want to think of what she'd do to me if she thought I was trying to run off her friend. She couldn't help but laugh. You're afraid of our little girl? There was a spell in that book that would make me walk on my hands all day. Can you imagine how messy they could be? Dan said dramatically. Oh, you poor baby, being traumatized by the big old spell book, Emma said before she broke down in giggles. 0Q0 The Grangers returned home tired but happy. Sirius had explained that so long as Hermione was traveling with them, they could use magical travel such as portkeys. Which in themselves weren't fun, but they were fast. The only exception to that was a number of European countries that belonged to something called the ICW. Since they had already been to France, they decided instead to broaden their horizons a bit and see the rest of the world, a little each year. They hadn't been home long before Harry stepped out of the flow. Hello everyone. Harry. Hermione rushed over and began to talk his ear off about their vacation. Sirius stepped out of the flow, took one look at Hermione, who seemed to have mastered talking without breathing, and made his way over to Dan and Emma. Had fun, I take it? Yes, the extra time was nice even if those portkeys were a bit of a mess to use. Do they get better? Emma asked. Not really, you just build up a tolerance. I take it you haven't had a chance to catch up on the newspaper yet? Sirius asked. No, something interesting happened. Dan asked. Yeah, we should wait for Hermione though. She'll get a kick out of the news, Sirius said. When Harry finally managed to steer Hermione to the table, Sirius put down a copy of the paper for a few days before. The picture was of a wizard with dazzling teeth and Daniel Potter. The headline proclaimed that Lockhart was to be the new defense professor at Hogwarts and would personally be teaching Daniel Potter. The Grangers scowled at it. Hermione felt a bit disappointed that she wouldn't have a chance to learn under Lockhart. She'd read a few of his books. He sounded like he would be amazing. The smile never left Sirius's face. Keep reading, he prompted. The actual article described Lockhart as a fraud and listed dozens of inconsistencies in his work as well as flat-out lies. Dan was the first to finish. So, he's useless and they have him teaching a bunch of children? Yes. Lockhart is basically just an ICW man. Within their countries he's hailed as a master of defense. To the rest of the world he's an amusing fraud. I never realized until I left England, but they aren't very, well, they just believe stuff, Sirius explained. When Hermione finished the article, she frowned. She remembered reading some of the inconsistencies they had mentioned and not thinking anything about them. Once again she was glad she was no longer at Hogwarts. 0Q0 Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. Since the re-defeat of Voldemort, which was being kept quiet to protect the general populace, Daniel had been training even harder. He had of course done what he could and watched as Daniel's skill grew under James and Remus. He had also put out feelers for Harry Black and any information that could be gathered on him. He was surprised with the public records he was able to gather from a few sources. Harry had done well in his Muggle education before he started Wandwood. Dumbledore had even been able to learn that Harry had scored near the top of his year. Not surprising when you consider Daniel had as well. What was a shock was that Harry was listed as a Parselmouth. He was even more surprised to discover there were 5 others listed in North America and yet nothing had been done to monitor them. It was a fact that Parselmouths were far more susceptible to the dark arts. It was just a further confirmation to him that Harry was a threat. Could it be possible that Harry had gained the ability when Daniel had defeated Voldemort? Just one more thing to look into. Sirius had not been idle himself. He was somewhat of a political figure within the magical government, using the Black Fortune to buy good news coverage, donating to one charity or another. It reminded Dumbledore a great deal of what Lucius Malfoy had done to repair his reputation and gain the ear of the Minister of Magic. Thankfully James, in his position as Lord Potter and Daniel's father, was able to stop most of the worst suggestions to come from the former Death Eater. To Dumbledore, Sirius gaining such political favor could only mean he was gathering power for something, or to cover something up. He would need to investigate deeper. 0Q0 Harry and Hermione's return to Wandwood was both cheerful and gloomy. Both of them were glad to be returning to school and to continue learning magic. Personally, Harry was thrilled because he had finally gotten Hermione to agree to help him with a prank. Once he proved it wasn't against any school rules and also explained how it wouldn't hurt or embarrass anyone. She found the idea amusing in some way. Hermione couldn't wait to start second year, though she already knew most of the material. Wandwood, well, there was just something special about the place to her. Both would miss their families and were looking forward to Christmas break. It was a tearful goodbye with the Grangers, but Dan and Emma felt better than they had when they put Hermione on the Hogwarts Express. Shara and Violet were also at the Black House to see Harry and Hermione off before they flew to Wandwood. Shara had tried to attach herself to them. She said she refused to wait another year before she could join them. When they were able to detach themselves from the upset girl, they stepped into the flow for their second year. 0Q0 Hermione's birthday was a surprise to her as several fellow students gave her small gifts, mostly from those she had helped study the previous year. The combined gift from Harry, his father and her parents was better than anything she had expected. They had all pitched in and bought her a small personal magic carpet. While she still didn't like flying, floating around a few feet off the ground while she read was something she had fallen in love with. It was just large enough for her to stretch out uncomfortably. And Hermione discovered with her magical control she could cause part of the carpet to sink or raise as she wished, creating a kind of magical recliner. Much to the amazement of the other students. Even the flying instructor couldn't believe it. If you hadn't already passed flying, that might just do it. 0Q0 By Christmas break Hermione's studying had slowed down some as people continued to ask her for help with their work. The new first years seemed in awe of her, and if she was honest, she found it more than a bit overwhelming. Harry and a few of the upper years made sure to keep the other students in line and from trying to take advantage of Hermione. At the final meal before the students left, Harry unleashed his and Hermione's prank. All around the room appeared dozens of lawn gnomes. They began to dance and sing on the tables. What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? Early in the morning. Put him in bed with the captain's daughter. Put him in bed with the captain's daughter. Put him in bed with the captain's daughter. Early in the morning. The gnomes continued to work through several sea shanties before they finally fell silent. By the end, most of the students were clapping along with the songs. The dean examined the gnome from the head table. It was brilliant in its simplicity. A few rune clusters provided the basic movement and sound. Their runes master, Professor Tacitus, looked over the work as well. This is definitely from Miss Granger. See the elongated tail on the Malruner rune. She is the only person I know who does that. I believe you are correct, though I am pleased to see that she seems to be reining Mr. Black in a bit. I don't believe I can find a single school rule that was broken, the dean said. Wonderful, just what we need. Another lawyer. 0Q0. They stepped out of the flow to find Sirius and the Grangers waiting for them. Hermione ran and hugged her parents. With a promise to come back over soon, Hermione followed her parents back through the flow. That night Dan and Emma sat Hermione down in the living room. Hermione, your father and I have something important to talk with you about. We're pregnant. Well, your mother is pregnant, I'm just along for the ride. Dan joked as Hermione launched herself from the couch to hug them. That's wonderful. Do you know if it's a boy or a girl? When is it due? How? Hermione began. Whoa there. You're getting a little sister and sometime towards the end of April, Dan said. Hermione's face fell as she realized she'd miss her sister birth. Emma hugged her again. Don't worry, when she's ready to be born, Sirius has promised to come and get you. Thank you. Hermione would have hated to wait to meet her sister. 0Q0. As the months passed, Hermione became more and more excited about the approaching birth of her sister. It reached the point where Wendy ordered Harry to stick Hermione on her carpet and take her outside before she drove everyone insane. Hermione had not taken kindly to being treated like a pet and promptly hexed Wendy's hair bright pink. The older girl broke out in laughter when she saw her reflection. Later, Hermione admitted she had gotten the idea from Harry's cousin Tonks, who she'd briefly talked with over the Christmas break. She hadn't been able to get much time off as she was training to become a magical investigator. Early one morning in late April, Hermione was woken by Wendy. Time to get up, that little sister you never shut up about is on her way. Hermione changed and grabbed a small bag she'd had packed for the last 2 months. She ran all the way to the main office where Sirius was waiting for her. She shifted from foot to foot as they waited for Harry to join them. Since Hermione was a witch and there was a chance her sister would be magical healer, Tonks had arranged for the Grangers to be treated at St. Bishop's. As soon as Harry arrived, still yawning, Hermione was through the flow. Hours later, Harry and Sirius were sitting in a small waiting room. Violet and Shara joined them not long after the sun broke the horizon. Finally, Andromeda came in and informed them everything had gone fine and that they could have a short visit. When they entered the hospital room, they found Hermione holding her little sister. The smile on her face went from ear to ear. Everyone, meet Cordelia Granger. Harry looked at the small face poking out from between the blankets. She wrinkly ow. Shara had hit Harry's arm. She's beautiful. Yes, you are. Your big sisters are going to teach you all sorts of fun things. Harry wisely backed away as the females cooed over the new baby. He ended up in the corner next to Dan and Sirius. I just realized, but we're being outnumbered. Dan patted his back absently. We were outnumbered with just one. Now we're doomed. A month later, it was confirmed that Cordelia was indeed a witch. 0Q0. A pen levitated just above Hermione's head. Harry directed it with his wand to brush against a few loose strands of hair. He was supposed to be studying for his transfiguration exam. Instead, he found his mind wandering to anything else, which included the extremely dangerous task of annoying Hermione while she studied. He was saved from a nasty hexing from Hermione by Wendy. Harry, the dean wants to see you now. I didn't do it, Harry said automatically. Listen, Harry, I don't know what it's about, but you better hurry. She seemed really serious and said she was also summoning your dad. Wendy explained nervously. As Harry hurried to the dean's office, Hermione turned to Wendy with a frown. Harry might not be good at reading you, but I am. What's going on? Wendy held up her hands. She did not want to get on Hermione's bad side again. I really don't know, but I heard that some big shot from England got here about an hour ago. Everyone at the office seemed really on edge. Hermione walked to the window and looked down the path. Already Harry was hidden by the tree. Be safe. 0Q0. Harry was ushered into the dean's office and found her sitting behind her desk. Sirius stood at the far end of the room looking decidedly unhappy. Sitting near the desk was a very old man with a comically long beard. Of course, Harry recognized Dumbledore. Sirius had made sure he knew a bit about most important people, especially ones who had affected his life. Still, this was a golden opportunity. I don't know what the old guy said, but I swear I was never near the Elderwood retirement home for the crotchety. Sirius's and the dean's lips twitched in amusement. Dumbledore didn't seem to understand. Harry, my boy, it is good to see you again. I can assure you I am not from a retirement home. Perhaps you should be then. Once you reach a certain age, it's just not safe to live alone. You could wonder people. Harry said with a flat expression. Sirius had to bit his knuckle to keep from laughing. Thankfully, Dumbledore's attention was focused only on Harry. Dumbledore decided right then that he did not like the child. He had no respect for his betters. Still, he needed to remain civil. As I was saying, I am Albus Percival Vlufric Brian Dumbledore, Order of Merlin First Class, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Headmasters of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Grand Sorcerer. If Dumbledore had expected Harry to find his titles impressive, he was sorely mistaken. Nice to meet you. I'm Harry Black, heir to the ancient and noble House of Black, winner of the Olympia Relay Race Junior Division and vanquisher of Guro and Dr. Ivo Robotnik. Harry was willing to bet Dumbledore wouldn't realize Guro and Robotnik were just video game characters. And technically it was Shara that beat Guro. I see. Dumbledore made a mental note to investigate the two names Harry had mentioned. They could offer important clues to his abilities. Who had they been? Rising Dark Lord, Innocence? I am here on a matter of the utmost importance. Hogwarts has been terrorized by a creature. That creature has now taken a student into its lair. We are in dire need of assistance. Yeah, sounds like you are. So why are you here? Harry asked. We have located the creature's den but cannot access it. You see, it is protected by magic that can only be disarmed by a Parselmouth, Dumbledore said solemnly. So that was it. They needed him to speak snake to deal with the magic. But why him? Harry knew there were others who could talk to snakes. Sirius had made arrangements for him to meet a few of them after he started having conversations with the snakes at the zoo when he was 5. Why me? There are others. Alas, most remain hidden for understandable reasons. Of those I have been able to identify, all others are unreachable at this time. Dumbledore had made sure of that as soon as he had been removed from Hogwarts. It had taken some doing, but he had known Sirius would check and make sure he was telling the truth. Before he had been removed, the plan was basically the same, just with a longer timetable for him to work in. But now time was up. Please, a young girl was taken. We must act quickly. Hang on. Sirius said. What makes you think the girl is still alive? Do you know what type of creature you're dealing with? What is the risk? The creature has recently eaten and will not do so again for some weeks. The girl was likely taken to be stored for a later date. We believe the creature to be a large snake of some type. The risk is minimal. 3 dozen of our Finny St are waiting to storm the creature lair as soon as we can pass the magic. Harry would just need to speak to the magic and open it. I, along with several other professors, will also be going. Dumbledore said. Please, a young girl's life is at stake. Do you even know where its lair is, or is this a best guess kind of thing? Sirius asked. Deep under Hogwarts in the Chamber of Secrets. We have found the location of its entrance. Dumbledore said evenly. He couldn't risk much, but a weak charm might be needed to give Sirius the final push. I'll talk with Harry about it. Sirius said. The dean caught his eye. The meeting room is free, 3rd door on the left. Thank you. Sirius ushered Harry from the dean's office and into the meeting room. As soon as the door was closed, Sirius ran a hand through his hair. He wanted to tell Dumbledore to hoof it and have nothing else to do with England. But he knew Harry well enough to know what his son would decide. Well, Harry, what do you think? That it's an amazing coincidence that I'm the only Parselmouth available. Not sure I believe him about that. But if I am the only one who can help, Harry knew what his dad wanted him to do. But he couldn't. He wouldn't let a girl die because he didn't want to go to England. If you can help, then you will, Sirius said, resigned to returning to England. It's what you taught me, Harry said. Damn me and my noble streak. Fine, but I'm going to try and reach a few of the other Parselmouths first just to check Dumbledore's story. If we go, you'll do as I say. We get there, you do your snake talking trick, we leave, Sirius said. You got it, Dad. 0Q0. Half an hour later, Sirius and Harry returned to the dean's office. Despite Sirius's best efforts, he hadn't been able to find another Parselmouth. Apparently, Dumbledore was telling the truth about them being unreachable. We'll come. But I swear, Albus, if this is some trick. Sirius, I swear to you, as long as neither you nor Harry break any laws, you will not be hindered, Dumbledore said. Sirius's nerves were further frayed by Dumbledore's assurance. He was never so easy to make such promises. While Sirius had been busy trying to find one of the other Parselmouths, Harry had run back to Ashden and told Hermione what was going on. He knew she'd be upset. What he hadn't counted on was the death grip she'd used. He swore his arm wasn't going to work right for a week. She had tried to convince him not to go, and when that failed, threatened to hex him horribly if he did anything stupid. Then she kissed him on the cheek and wished him luck. All in all, he considered that a far more remarkable part of his day than meeting Dumbledore. Dumbledore already had an international portkey cleared, and as soon as they were beyond Wandwood's wards, they were gone. 0Q0. Harry's first impression of Hogwarts was that it looked amazing. A carriage had been waiting at the gates for them, and as it drew closer to the castle, Harry couldn't help but marvel at it. Still, he preferred the woods around Wandwood, but this didn't look like it would have been a bad place to go either. Well, if he ignored the people. Truthfully, Harry's stomach was in knots at the thought that he might run into his brother, or even the elder Potters. He didn't want to see them. It was just more motivation to be done in a way quickly. Harry forced his mind away from the Potters. If he thought of them too much, he was afraid he wouldn't even be able to step out of the carriage. When the carriage reached the main doors, they climbed out. Harry followed his dad. He could just imagine the stories he had heard about Hogwarts playing out before his eyes. People in red robes milled around with several people Harry assumed were the professors. While Dumbledore went to speak with a few of them, Harry saw his dad walk over to a wizard with a large hooked nose and greasy hair. Severus Snape watched in disgust as Black and the Potter Squib entered the castle. If it wasn't for everyone else around, he would have taken great pleasure in dealing with them. He was surprised though when Black spotted him and came over, only to stop, raise a privacy charm and bow. "Severus, I would like to apologize for my treatment of you while we were students. I was a bully and wrong. While I cannot make amends for my action, the House of Black recognizes a debt of honor owed to you." A debt of honor from one of the ancient and noble houses was not something given lightly. Severus could have asked for any number of things in repayment. And while Sirius wasn't obligated to actually do anything, his honor would be all but destroyed if he didn't. It was a golden opportunity. One Snape didn't care about. He had held on for his anger so long it was now a deep part of him. True, Black was the only one of his tormentors to ever apologize. Even when he had been forced to interact with James Potter, the man still attempted to bully him more than anything. "I do not need your apology, Black." Sirius sighed as Severus left. Well, he had tried. That was really all he could do. While Sirius was talking with Snape, Harry found himself meeting two Hogwarts students. One of them was almost an exact double for himself. Harry looked at Daniel Potter and who he assumed to be Ronald Weasley with disdain. These were the two had hurt Hermione. It was disturbing to see someone who looked so much like easily be confused for each other. There were enough difference in their physique to tell them apart. Ronald sneered at Harry. "So, you're the squib who is supposed to help us save my sister?" Harry ignored him and mumbled, "She was right, that is creepy." "What? Hey, don't ignore us!" Ron shouted as Harry turned and walked towards his father. Only to find him standing next to a man that could be no one else but James Potter. James stopped whatever he was saying when he saw Harry approaching. "Harry." "Mr. Potter," Harry said politely. While inside he was doing everything he could not to leave. It seemed everyone he didn't want to meet had shown up. Sirius sensed his discomfort and put a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Let's go get this over with so we can leave," Sirius said. He wasn't sure how hard it was on Harry to be there, but he knew he was barely dealing with it. Seeing James hadn't helped either. Harry and Sirius walked towards Dumbledore. "Are we ready? The sooner we're done, the sooner I can get my son home." Of course," Dumbledore said and began to lead the group through the corridors. "I have discovered that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is currently located on the second floor in the female lavatory. My research leads me to believe the entrance moves much like some of the classrooms. Though it appears that someone has placed a number of spells on the entrance to hold it in its current place." Sirius couldn't help but snicker at the thought of Slytherin's legendary Chamber of Secrets being in a girl's bathroom. He caught James's eye and saw the same amusement. For a moment it was as if the last 10 years hadn't excited. Then Sirius shook himself and returned to the present. When they reached the bathroom, Dumbledore pointed out the location of the entrance, underneath a sink. The only problem was there was no way to know the password until it was spoken. He handed Harry a sheet of parchment with his most likely guesses on it. Harry pictured a snake in his mind, a trick he had learned from one of the other Parselmouths, and spoke the first word off the list. Section open section. A dozen people shuddered at the noise. Then the sink began to move. Almost before it had stopped, Dumbledore was casting charms to hold it open. "Harry, would you ask for stairs?" "Stairs?" Harry leaned towards the opening and saw that it contained a long slide into darkness. "Yes, there is magic on the slide, and I doubt that Salazar Slytherin would have used such a method to reach his chamber," Dumbledore explained. "Section stairs section," Harry hissed. Segments of the slide began to spin and settle into a staircase. Aurors rushed to the opening. One began to check it for traps before they descended into the darkness. Sirius put a hand on Harry's back. "You're in. Good luck. I'm taking Harry home." "Wait. There is supposedly a second door within to the actual chamber that will also require Harry's ability." Dumbledore pleaded with them to stay. "You expect me to let Harry go in there?" Sirius asked, for the first time wondering if someone shouldn't look into Dumbledore's mental health. What type of parent would let their child into the Chamber of Secrets? He glanced to the side where James stood by with Daniel and Ron. "The Aurors will secure the passage to the second door. If there is not one, we will enter the chamber and you may leave. If there is, Harry must open it for us," Dumbledore said. One look at Harry and Sirius knew his son was going down there one way or another, as far as the second door and no further. "You have my word." Dumbledore's assurance sent a shiver down Sirius's spine. When an Auror returned and informed the headmaster that they had reached the second door without difficulty, he led the rest of the group down into the passage. Sirius and Harry were near the back of the group, their wands out and ready. Sirius noticed James bringing up the rear along with the children. When he was younger, he would have loved to explore the fabled Chamber of Secrets. Now he just wanted to get himself and Harry out of there. If his attention was not so focused, he might have told James off for letting students follow them, and he might have noticed the disappointed looks James was throwing him as well. The group stepped around a bend in the passage and found a large pile of shed skin. Sirius stopped and stared in wonder at the size of the skin. "Hell, how big is your snake?" Despite the situation, Harry couldn't let the opportunity pass him by. "Do I need to tell Violet you're trying to compare your snake again? And with an old man this time?" Dumbledore poked the skin with his wand. "Judging by the age, I would guess the serpent to be a bit larger than this." "Bloody hell." Sirius turned to Harry. "As soon as you open the second door, we're leaving." Harry nodded. He had no desire to meet the creature who had shed the large pile of skin. The second door was massive, made of stone and covered in carved snakes. It reminded Harry of a vault door. Section open. Section. The snakes on the door withered and twisted until the slab of stone swung open. As soon as it did, Dumbledore was casting charms to hold it. Sirius steered Harry away from the opening. "Right, let's go." The Aurors moved to block them. Dumbledore turned from his work to face them. "I am afraid I cannot allow you to leave. We had a deal." Sirius growled. He didn't like their odds. They were surrounded and outnumbered. Even James had his wand trained on them. "Yes, that as long as you did not break any laws you would ebb free to go." However, as young Harry used Parselmouth, a recognized dark ability and very illegal, that agreement is moot. Dumbledore couldn't help the small smile that appeared on his face. His plan had worked wonderfully. Sirius started to raise his wand towards Dumbledore, but Harry caught his hand and shook his head. "Don't, they're just waiting for you to do something. Then no one could help us." Reluctantly, Sirius agreed with him. He could come back and curse Dumbledore later once Harry was safely at home. His heart broke as he watched the Aurors place restraints on Harry and lead him away. Past a smirking James. That was as much as Sirius could take. "How could you be part of this, me? What about you? Don't think we don't know what you did. I always defended you, but you're as bad as the rest of your family. Your mother must be so proud," James retorted. Sirius managed a single step towards him before a stunner hit his back. A.N. I hope everyone is having a good week and thank you for reading. Outfoxed. Disclaimer. I own nothing but the mistakes. Chapter 4. Outfoxed. There is always a moment's disorientation when someone wakes up from being stunned. The length of the disorientation depends on the person and method used to wake them. Naturally, waking up tends to have the worst effect on a person, similar to coming out of a drugged sleep. Sirius stared up at the Hogwarts hospital wing ceiling. He hadn't seen it in well over a decade, so why did he see it now? Memories rushed him. He sat bolt upright. They had arrested Harry. A quick glance up and down the room showed there was a large number of people at the far end by the windows, all fussing over something. Since no one had bothered to take his wand, Sirius figured they weren't planning to hold him for anything. Judging from the light, he'd been out almost 2 hours. Without bothering to inform anyone that he was leaving, or even awake, Sirius left the hospital wing. As soon as he was beyond the school's wards, he apparated to the British Ministry and began to search for his son. 2 hours later, and Sirius was sure he could kill everyone in the building and convince a jury it was justified. It had taken 2 hours of yelling and raising a fuss before he was able to see someone beyond the level of useless lackey. Sadly, the undersecretary for the minister was worse than the useless lackeys. The toad-like woman had kept a smile on her face the entire time that Sirius had explained the events to her. When he finished, she continued to smile and just said, "I am well aware of what happened." "What? Did you really think it?" Umbridge said in a sickeningly sweet voice. "I understand that being away from our wonderful shores for so many years might have caused you to forget some of the finer points of civilization. Allow me to explain things to you. Your son broke the law. He was not forced to do so by anyone. No one held a wand to his head and ordered him to use dark magic. No, it was completely voluntary," Umbridge said as if she was talking to a stupid child. "Dumbledore begged him to. That means he had the old fool's permission, an exemption or whatever it's called," Sirius ranted. "Hum. Unfortunately, Dumbledore is not able to provide such exemptions from the law. Now if I was to tell you to go kill someone and you did, well, I don't have that authority and you would still be the one charged for the murder because I have no authority over you either. I did not force you to commit the murder, that was your choice," Umbridge said. Sirius hated it. Each of the explanations, alone, sounded reasonable, but they weren't. But Harry didn't kill anyone. He opened those doors so they could try and save a girl. Surely if I killed someone trying to kill you, I wouldn't be charged with murder. Umbridge frowned as her own game was turned back on her. If you used dark arts to do so, then yes, you would be. And that is the heart of the matter. Parseltongue is recognized as dark magic, and any use of such dark magic is 10 years in Azkaban. I believe your son used it 3 times? You want to send Harry to that hell on earth for 30 years. Sirius almost cursed the woman then and there. The North American Ministry will never stand for that. Oh, they will complain, but I doubt they will start a war over this. After all, as I said, your son freely chose to use dark magic, Umbridge said. It was entrapment. Dumbledore knew it was illegal but still begged Harry to and never told us, Sirius shouted back. Ignorance of the law is no excuse for breaking it. The charge of entrapment would never stick anyways. But as your son is a minor and the brother to Daniel Potter, he will be given a choice. The 30 years or rejoining his parents. Umbridge loved the look of despair on Sirius's face. Just being born into an influential family couldn't protect him. It wouldn't protect anyone from her. Sirius wanted to argue that there had been no trial for Harry, but he knew if there was it would be rigged. He only saw one way to free his son. Once they were safely home, he could figure out the rest. Can I see Harry? Explain things to him. He's stubborn, he might pick Azkaban just to spit all of you. Very well, I will allow it, Umbridge said. There was nothing he could do after all, she reasoned. He had no wand and her guards had been forewarned that he was an animus. Really, they could have pushed that matter as well since he became one in their country but decided not to test their luck beyond the boy. Umbridge smiled as they made their way down to the holding cells. She loved the feeling of despair that was rolling off Black 0Q0. The cell Harry was in was small, a bit dirty and complete with big iron bars across one wall. There was a cot and a chamber pot stuck to the floor. Neither could be moved. After he had been taken from Hogwarts, he'd been tossed into the cell, literally, and left alone. His dad had always taught him to be aware of his surroundings. And while he might not have taken the lesson to heart, he didn't have anything else to do but explore his small cell. He found nothing. Without his wand he couldn't be sure, but he didn't think there was even any magic used in the cell beyond the sticking charms. Good news for him. When someone finally did come to see him, he was thrilled that it was his dad. The talking toad wasn't as amusing as he would have hoped for though. His dad explained everything. I'm sorry Harry, that old fool outfoxed us. I don't see any way out. Harry reached through the bars, and as best as he was able to hugged his father. It'll be all right. I'm sure things aren't as grim as they seem. I believe that they are, child. I would urge you to consider Mr. Black's words. Azkaban is not a pleasant place. If you submit yourself to the Potters, your birth family, I am sure things will be much more pleasant for you. The minister himself will be along soon to present you with your options. Umbridge nodded to her guards to pull them apart. She then followed a distraught Sirius back to the lobby where he collapsed on the edge of the fountain. Head in hands, the picture of defeat. It was wonderful. Back in his cell, Harry took one last look around to make sure no one was watching. They hadn't even bothered to leave a guard. He had figured they'd be forced to go this way. When his dad used one of their secret words, he was sure, foxed. The word was Harry's instructions. When he had been little, he had thought it sounded like a game of spies, but he had come to realize how serious things would be if his dad ever used it. He had responded with his own word, grim, so his dad knew he understood. It only took 3 slow breaths for Harry to change now. A marked improvement, but still nowhere near as good as his dad's. When Harry opened his eyes again, the cell was much larger, and the space between the metal bars much greater. He trotted through the space with no problem. There was a stack of parchment on a table. Harry grabbed one with his mouth and continued on as though he knew exactly where he was going. It was funny to him. None of the ministry people bothered to give him more than a single look, as if a black fox carrying a roll of parchment was a normal occurrence to them. Or maybe it was just that he looked like he belonged, so they assumed he did. And his dad said he couldn't bluff. It was surprisingly easy to reach the lobby of the ministry. As he trotted past, Harry dropped the parchment next to the guard, then continued on to find his dad sitting by the fountain. As soon as Sirius saw the black fox, he scooped it up and went to the flows before anyone could think to stop him. The lone guard on duty, though, was too busy trying to figure out why a fox had just given him a work order to fix the floor on level 6. 0Q0 Harry hated using the flow network while he was in his animagus form. It was 10 times worse. And Sirius had instructed him to keep that form until they were home. As soon as they stepped out of their own fireplace, Harry jumped from his dad's arms and changed back, only to be tackled by 2 screaming girls. 0Q0 After Harry had left, Hermione had gone straight to the office to wait for any news. She had paced up and down the hall until she thought she would go crazy. After an hour, Hermione convinced the dean to let her contact her parents and get permission to go home and wait for word of Harry there. She couldn't help but worry. The longer he was gone, the worse it became. As soon as she stepped out of the fire, she turned around and called Harry's home in case they'd gotten back already but hadn't returned to Wandwood. He might have been hurt. Instead of Harry or his dad, she found Shara and Violet. Sirius had contacted them before they had left for England, and the 2 girls were waiting for them to return. Violet understood why Hermione was so worried and invited the Grangers over to wait with them. Shara distracted herself by fussing over little Cordelia. After another hour, even Violet was worried. She knew Sirius had planned to bring Harry back as soon as they had helped Dumbledore get into the creature's lair. It was a somber atmosphere that Sirius stepped into hours later. When the black fox he was carrying transformed into Harry, nothing could stop Hermione and Char from rushing him to check for injuries. Each latched onto an arm and refused to let go. Sirius, after a deep kiss with Violet, explained what had happened in England. When he finished, he almost felt sorry for Dumbledore should he ever run into Hermione. 0Q0 Dumbledore could hardly believe how well the plan had worked. They had arrived in time to save Miss Weasley. Harry had been taken into custody, and he had finally found confused by Voldemort to prevent his death. He had even managed to spirit away the diary while making those present believe he had destroyed it in an impressive feat of magic. Now it was time to deal with Harry. The other Potter child had proved a great problem to many of Dumbledore's plans until he had added Harry into the equation from the very beginning. Now he believed that the night Voldemort attacked, Harry had sacrificed his magic to allow Daniel to defeat him. A sacrifice willingly given was much greater than one taken by force. The thought that Harry had used his own magic to defeat Voldemort never crossed his mind. He now believed that Daniel had been unable to deal with the weakened Voldemort the previous year because Harry was not there. It was the love between brothers that would push Daniel's magic over the edge and allow him to finally win. He also believed that if giving up his magic for Daniel had allowed Voldemort to be banished, then it was possible it would require Harry's death to see the end of Voldemort. "Do you really think you'll be able to help him?" Lily asked as she and James followed Dumbledore down the hall. "I believe that I will be able to. The first step will be to reintegrate Harry into your family. Your support will be key to helping him. After I have had time to study the method Black used to gift him with magic again, I will know more. I believe that our best option will be to reverse whatever has been done. This will make Harry a squib again, but hopefully break the dark magic's hold on him," Dumbledore explained. Of course, since he expected Voldemort to make another move within the next 2 years, he would most likely wait and see if Harry was the key to allowing Daniel to defeat Voldemort. unless Harry proved too problematic. Umbridge and Minister Fudge were waiting for them outside the holding cells. Albus, James, Lily. Bad business this is. Dumbledore nodded somberly. It is. Let us hope we are able to resolve this matter quickly. The group entered and marched down the hall. They were shocked to find the cell Harry was supposed to be in empty. The Ministry was placed into lockdown, but there was no sign of Harry. It was later concluded that he must have escaped and left with Sirius Black. Arrest warrants were issued for both. Despite Dumbledore's protests, Umbridge was placed in charge of dealing with the North American Ministry to see them return to face justice. 0Q0. I can't believe you didn't tell me you were an animagus. Shara berated Harry after she had assured herself that he was unhurt. Sorry, but Sirius made me promise not to tell anyone, Harry explained. Sirius chuckled as Shara continued to glare at him. It's good to have a few tricks. No one would expect Harry to be a full animagus at his age, so it was our ace. But you're one, so why wouldn't they expect Harry to be? Emma asked. Like I said, his age. It can take years just to find out what your inner animal is and a few more to master the transformation, depending on the ritual. As far as most of Europe is concerned, you can't achieve the change before you're 16. There are a couple Indian tribes, though, that came up with a ritual that skips the time needed to find your animal. When Harry turned 10, I convinced one of them to help. He mastered the transformation a few months ago. Sirius explained. He knew Harry had been dying to tell Hermione and Shara. Well, since we know now, can we see you as a fox again? Shara asked. Fine. Harry centered himself and allowed the change to happen. Hermione was fascinated as her best friend began to shrink. His clothes darkened as they changed into black fur. More sprouted from his skin as his face changed shape. The hair already on his head shortened until it blended into the rest of his fur, then lengthened slightly again. Once the change had finished, Harry sat and grinned at them. Shara reached out and petted him. Oh, he's so soft. Hermione cupped his face with her hand and twitched her finger behind his ear. Harry leaned against her hand. He is, like a giant teddy bear. Harry snorted at the comparison but didn't move his head. He was enjoying himself too much. While Hermione and Shara admired Harry's fox form and introduced Cordelia to him, Sirius and the other adults discussed what had happened and what Sirius planned to do next. As it grew later and the Grangers prepared to return home, with Hermione trying to talk them into letting her stay for the night, there was a knock at the door. Sirius motioned for Violet to have her wand ready. Harry remained changed but moved between the girls and the front door. Sirius opened the door and found a man in his mid-50s on his porch. Yes? Mr. Black? The man asked. I am. Sirius replied. His eyes scanned behind the man for other threats. I am Inspector Watson. Are you aware that there is an arrest warrant for you and your son in England for multiple crimes? Watson asked. I figured it would take them longer to put something together, Sirius admitted. Do you know where your son is? Watson pressed. Are we under arrest? Sirius asked. No, Minister MacDonald has only asked me to investigate at the moment. I would like to get statements from you and your son. We could go to the ministry to do it, or we can do it here if you prefer, Watson said. Here, I'm not exactly in a trusting mood. Sirius opened the door further and allowed the inspector to step in. Hermione, could you go get Harry? Hermione hesitated a moment before she caught on. Sirius didn't want to give away Harry's form if the inspector didn't already know it. Sure, come on, Nighty. Harry trotted after Hermione down the hall while Sirius introduced Watson to the others. A few moments later Harry returned, once again human. Hello. Good evening, young man. Well, why don't we get to it? I'd like for you both to tell me what exactly happened, Watson said. He didn't feel the need to be too formal, especially after that woman had started yelling at them, demanding they hand over 2 of their citizens. Sirius and Harry spent the next hour retelling the story. When it came to how Harry managed to escape, he simply said he managed to wiggle through the bars. Watson stopped the quote quill. I'm going to take a wild guess and say you didn't just walk out. Well, you did, but not as a human. I checked for your name before I came over. You're a Fox Animagus, I'm guessing the same one I saw when I arrived? Harry nodded sheepishly. Don't worry about it. The official report will use your story. I just wanted to know for my curiosity. There's no need to give them any advantage. Watson said. He was secretly impressed. even he had never managed to become an animagus. So, what will happen now? Sirius asked. I go back and give my report. My recommendation is not to extradite you. Not only do I doubt you'd get a fair trial, it looks like a clear case on entrapment. I'll recommend to you though not to travel to any country that belongs to the ICW, Watson said as he packed up his quill and notes. 0Q0 Watson stood in the office of the North American Minister of Magic. He stifled a yawn. There had barely been enough time after he returned from speaking to the blacks to write up a report before he'd been summoned to see the minister. MacDonald didn't look much better despite his family having dealt with politics for generations. So, what did you learn? Well, we'll still need them to come in and give official statements, but it looks like a clear case of entrapment. Dumbledore begged Harry Black to come to Hogwarts and speak Parseltongue to gain entrance to some creature's hidey hole. Once they were in, Harry was arrested for practicing dark magic, in this case Parseltongue. I have some people checking to see when that got passed into law. I also sent out a warning to everyone we have registered with the ability. Mr. Black was stunned shortly after. When he regained consciousness, he was in the school's medical wing. Since he hadn't been arrested, restrained or had his wand removed, he just left and went to find Harry. Apparently, he ended up talking to the same were. Minister MacDonald shivered. I don't think that thing was a woman, and I think it was trying to flirt with me too. Damn, that's got to count as assault or something. Anyways, they refused to release Harry. They were going to offer him a choice. Azkaban for a number of years or being returned to his birth family, Watson said as he went back over his notes. And young Black didn't like that option? MacDonald asked. No sir, they had already given him up when they believed he had lost his magic. The adoption was done nice and legal, so they're set. On that stage, Harry was adamant that he didn't want anything to do with them. I get the feeling there is more to the story there, but I didn't ask since it wasn't relevant to the issue. Watson said. He had been tempted though. He suspected whatever happened involved Miss Granger as Harry looked to her several times. And the charge of breaking out of a cell? Meh, iffy at best. Harry didn't break out, walked out maybe, but he didn't break anything. Officially my report says he wiggled through the bars. And officially he's registered as an animagus. Watson explained. Got it. We'll keep that under wraps for now. MacDonald didn't hesitate to withhold information from the British. They hadn't done anything but cause problems in a long time. Not like we're hiding it. They looked up the record on Parseltongue, so it's hardly our fault if they're too lazy to check the one for animagus. Watson reasoned. Officially, what is your recommendation? MacDonald asked. Next time that woman shows up, we arrest her for violating a noise ordinance or something. Dumbledore has got a position in the English Ministry, ICW, and is the headmaster of the school. When he asked Black for help, he gave them all the permission they needed. So, there was no reason to arrest him in the first place, and the charge of escape is worthless. Watson said. He really hoped the minister let him arrest that woman. If so, he'd need new magic earplugs. I agree. Next time she comes by, you tell her that. MacDonald said smuggle. He wasn't above throwing Watson to the wolves if he could get a good laugh out of it. Besides, better Watson have to deal with that woman than him. What? You deal with her? You know the ICW has that law that all countries not part of it can only have one ambassador to deal with all countries that are. And our ambassador is currently busy with a problem in Germany. I'm not about to waste another diplomat on England after what they just tried. So, you get the job. MacDonald truly hated trying to deal with any country that was a member of the ICW, which was a majority of Europe and the odd country from elsewhere. They made it so difficult to do anything. It was little wonder they were all considered so far behind the times. I see. Watson said slowly. Can't, we have you under contract. Throw me in jail then. Watson offered. I'll order you thrown into a room with that woman. I've committed treason? Same punishment. MacDonald answered smoothly. Watson thought about it for a moment before he smiled. I slept with your wife. Well, she is your sister, so I imagine you've taken naps together, MacDonald replied. I'll tell Mary you're being mean to me, Watson threatened. Do it, she'd probably make it worth my while, MacDonald said with a grin. Damn you. That is what you said at the wedding. MacDonald leaned back in his chair, satisfied that he'd won. 0Q0 Umbridge frowned as she was shown into an office at the North American Ministry. It had been over a day and yet she still hadn't been given those little bastards. What was taking these foreign idiots so long? They should have been jumping to serve her. Well, she'd just have to throw her weight around a bit and get them moving. Not only did she represent the British ministry but the ICW too. Well, and officially that was. And why wasn't she meeting with the minister? Who's his name? She'd scare whatever flunky they sent to deal with her, then send that little minister of their running to do her commands, as it should be. Her own ideas put foreign magical users just a few steps above muggles or any other creature. So, her methods of dealing with them were the same, you just needed a strong hand to force them into their place. Watson took a deep breath and entered the office he'd been given to deal with Umbridge. The office had extensive silencing charms placed on it for everyone else's comfort, but he'd be at ground zero. His brother-in-law had better get him one hell of a Christmas gift, he decided as he saw the woman already seated. Madam Umbridge. And you are? Umbridge asked with disdain. The man didn't even look fit to be a clerk, let alone someone important. Name's Watson. I was placed in charge of investigating the matter you brought before us. I am happy to say it has been resolved. Watson said with false cheer. He was a bit upset that the window had been sealed after he'd asked if he could throw the woman out of it. Wonderful. Umbridge said in her sickly sweet voice. I will take charge of the prisoners and return them to Britain immediately. Prisoners? Watson asked innocently. The blacks. Umbridge grew more irritated. They sent a fool to deal with her? Why would the blacks go with you? Watson asked. You just said you'd arrested them. Umbridge yelled. What was wrong with this man? Perhaps she'd have him fired. Oh, I see now. No, you're just an idiot who hears what she wants to. Watson said. He could barely keep from laughing at her face. You see, what I said was that the matter had been resolved. I investigated it and found that Harry Black had been asked to speak Parseltongue by Dumbledore, who is the headmaster of the school, in your government and the ICW. Therefore he had permission. So, you had no grounds to arrest him. We won't be giving either of them to you. Watson loved to burst Umbridge's bubble. Maybe he should look into becoming an ambassador. This was actually fun. But Black is a dark wizard. He can speak to serpents, Umbridge shouted in disbelief. Maybe on the backwards island you call home and those other places that belong to the freaky little club you call the ICW, it's seen as dark. To the rest of the world, it is a valuable skill that is highly on demand. Now, since you won't be getting any of our citizens' shoe. Watson made a motion with his hands to show that she was dismissed. You can't do that. I am the undersecretary to the minister. Umbridge slammed her hands onto the desk. She was shaking in rage. Not my minister. Watson said calmly. You will turn them over to me now, or you will face the combined might of the British ministry and the ICW. Umbridge was sure this was a bluff and she had called it. No one would stand a chance against them and this fool would back down. Magical England is a joke. We aren't members of the ICW, so what can they do? Do you think even Dumbledore could convince them to go to war over a father and son? Watson asked. Actually, he thought Dumbledore might be able to do just that, but he also thought the old guy wasn't stupid enough to try. Now what would his brother-in-law say if he accidentally got them into a war? After all, that was one of the few things he'd asked Watson not to do. You ask if the ICW would go to war to stop Dark Lords. Let me ask you, will your little ministry go to war to defend them? Umbridge said as she tried to turn his words around. It was a tactic that had served her well before. Well, no, we wouldn't go to war to save some Dark Lord. But the blacks aren't Dark Lords, so it's a moot point. To save 2 of our citizens who you were trying to kidnap, sure we would. But it wouldn't be a war, it would be a slaughter. Watson answered. How could you possibly believe that? Umbridge asked in disbelief. Well, Watson considered his response for a moment. Lots of reasons. England has about 350 Aurorus and another 150 hit wizards. We have over 10 times that number. Not to mention a few thousand as assorted personnel who could be called upon. The ICW only controls about 30% of the MTHE world. The North American Ministry alone controls over half as many. We're also a part of the Pacific Peace Treaty. Fight us and you have to deal with the Asian Alliance as well. Pretty sure something like that happened back in WW2, a flat-out lie, not that the Talking Toad seemed to know that. Didn't work out well for you guys. You're outnumbered, outgunned and outsmarted. You should go home and tell your boss to drop this. Watson wanted to make sure Umbridge understood just how foolish acting against them would be. Technically, the Pacific Peace Treaty didn't assure that the other countries would help them, but he was willing to bet Umbridge didn't know that. Impossible. The ICW is the strongest collection of countries in the world, and Britain sits in its rightful place at the head. Next, you'll be telling me you would have goblins fighting for you, or werewolves. Umbridge scoffed at the idea. She, like many others, had been told of the power of the ICW for so long it was as natural as breathing to believe they were unbeatable, even with no proof to back up such a claim. Well, I can't speak for the goblins, but we could probably hire some out if we wanted. As for the wolves, well, we do have a special unit made up of only werewolves, Watson said. Again, not strictly true. Dark Moon was a private security firm and not under the control of the Ministry. But again, Umbridge didn't know that. What? Umbridge actually jumped out of her seat and edged towards the door. You're in league with dark creatures. No wonder you won't turn those criminals over to us. Watson watched as Umbridge found the door and dashed out. He followed at a more leisurely pace and wondered if it would be appropriate to make wolf sounds. He didn't get the chance as she made it to international departures well ahead of him. Once Watson was sure Umbridge had left, he walked back to the minister's office. His secretary looked up apprehensively. We aren't at war, are we? Nah, I mean probably not. There has to be something official for that, right? Some fancy paper or something? Watson asked. The secretary slumped down in her seat. Just go in. Geez, really feel the trust there. Watson rolled his eyes but walked into the minister's office. He provided the memory for MacDonald to view. You know, that was actually kind of fun. How would I go about switching over to being an ambassador? If I let you do that, not only would we be at war with every country in a matter of days, but I'd be committed to a nut house. MacDonald replied wearily. Maybe this hadn't been such a good idea. 0Q0 Ever since Sirius had met the Grangers, they had gotten together a few times a month to talk. Originally it was so Sirius could answer their questions about the magic world, and had quickly grown to a friendship between the families. That was why when Sirius arrived late for brunch, Dan was immediately able to spot the gleam in his eye. Sorry, I had to finish some stuff at the bank. Sirius apologized as he sat down at the table. I know that look. What have you done? And against who? Please tell me. At those idiots in Britain? Dan asked. It had been 2 days since Sirius and Harry had gotten back from England. The first night after Watson had left, Hermione had managed to convince them to let her stay at the Blacks' home. The next morning Sirius had shown them pictures of a sleeping Hermione and Shara curled around a large black fox. A non-magical copy had gone straight into the family photo album. Yes, not as much as I wish I could do, but I'm happy with the bit of chaos I'll have caused, Sirius said proudly. Well, what did you do? Emma asked. She knew given the chance Sirius would manage to brag about what he did without actually telling them what he did. First, I withdrew all of the remaining black money from Gringotts. Not that that did anything really. The English branch is basically just a storage facility for the purebloods' gold. Their whole economy is basically a closed system. The only interaction it has with the Muggle side is the exchange for Muggleborns. New money mostly comes from outside investments. What will get them is that I sold off a bunch of business interests that my family had acquired over the years. I figure their ministry will probably try to strip them from me anyways, so I sold them well below market value to some foreign parties that aren't exactly fans of them right now. My family was rich, but not so rich that I could just crash their economy. As fun as that sounds. This will definitely slow them down and hurt the purebloods though, Sirius explained. So, what? Things will cost more? Dan asked, a bit disappointed. Yes. It will also hurt their pride that large percentages of some of their most famous companies are now owned by people outside their country. Plus, I've restricted some trade to them as well. Sirius took a sip of his coffee to see if they had caught on yet. How can you restrict trade to them? Emma was surprised that he hadn't led off with that. In her opinion, it was a much better punishment than some of their business being sold off. I happen to own one of the largest potion supply companies in the world, and it is a chief exporter to England. With the number of ingredients restricted, they'll have a good deal of trouble. Mostly because they're too lazy to try and farm the ingredients themselves. Sirius had been amazed when he realized just how much sway his little company had gained. Using Muggle methods, a number of potion ingredients could easily be farmed year-round. A bit of extra magic was all it took. He'd been lucky enough to also get in on a trade company that had quickly grown to fill the space left when ICW countries began to export less in '88. Most of the money he had made from selling off the bits of businesses he owned in England would go into a few of the other major shipping companies. He also got a kick out of most of those businesses now belonging in part to an Indian business partner he'd meet while helping Harry learn about Parseltongue magic. Over there the gift was almost revered and anyone with it was basically set for life. The idea crossed Sirius's mind to make an offer to any Parselmouth in England, if there were any in hiding, of gainful employment for their gift. 0Q0 Fudge was upset, not as upset as his undersecretary who had spent the last half hour ranting in his office but still upset. They had disrespected his authority, snubbed their noses at him. How dare they do such a thing? He was the minister. We need to do something to show that we aren't messing around. Strip Black of his money and land. Umbridge snapped at once. He shouldn't have it anyways. The Blacks are an old family. It won't be easy to convince the Wizengamot to do that. Fudge mumbled. He agreed wholeheartedly that they should take Black's money. He could line his pockets with a bit to before it was turned over. But how to get everyone to agree to it? Well, Dumbledore and his group wouldn't be a problem. They'd of course want a cut of the money for some greater good project. Lucius would be the same, if a bit greedier. It was the old hardliners who he'd need to win over. Perhaps by decreeing a portion of the money would. No, that would complicate things too much. Well, no matter, someone would have the idea he needed before the emergency meeting he was about to call for that afternoon. 0Q0 Umbridge knew the biggest obstacle she and Cornelius would have were the old hardliners who would never consent to the ministry taking the gold and property of a pureblood family, let alone one that was considered ancient and noble. She also thought she knew just how to get by them. Smithton was their leader. If she could sway him, he could force the others in line. Unfortunately, she didn't have any blackmail on him, so her normal methods wouldn't work. Umbridge believed her best method would be to bribe him, though she knew from experience that Smithton didn't come cheap. 2 hours later and the price had been agreed upon, 20,000 galleons for the hardline support. An outlandish amount for a brib at the ministry would make that a dozen times over once Black's money was seized and his properties had been sold, or gifted. Umbridge had heard about the lavish house Black owned in London. Perhaps she'd lose the paperwork for it and move in herself. Yes, she deserved it. 0Q0 Fudge was exhausted. Dumbledore hadn't been very difficult. Seemed rightly pleased to cut Black off at the ankles. Of course, the Potters were on board as well. As he had thought, though, Dumbledore had asked for a bit of the seized money for his own projects. The odd request had been all property at any of the Black homes. He said it was to destroy anything dark, but Fudge thought there might be more to it. Not that he really cared. He'd managed to talk Dumbledore into agreeing to a smaller cut of the money in exchange for the items. After all, not all would be dark and some could then be sold off. Lucius was all on board as well, provided the Black seat in the Wizengamot went to him, as well as the title. Fudge had explained there was no way to swing the title to Malfoy because his wife had been disinherited, but he had compromised on the seat. The paperwork for that was easy enough to tinker with. And it would have to go to someone after all. Then he had had the gall to demand 20% of the Black wealth. Well, Fudge really didn't have a choice. The ministry would still make a tidy sum. A few of the smaller voting blocks had agreed with the proper motivation, a bit of blackmail or some bribes. Still, he was out almost 10,000 galleons from his own pocket for his troubles. He knew he'd have it back by the end of the day, but still, using so much of his retirement fund made him feel nervous. 0Q0 Dumbledore looked at the gathered Wizengamot. He was surprised that Fudge had come up with a good idea such as striping Black of his money and property. He was a bit embarrassed that the thought hadn't crossed his mind sooner. But before now there had been no case that he could have used without revealing too much. Now Fudge would do the dirty work for him. It would help cripple Sirius and Harry, hopefully setting them back a number of years. He would also finally get his hands on one of the largest collections of dark magic in Britain. Hopefully he would be able to figure out the methods Sirius had used to restore Harry's magic and how to counteract it. He only half listened to Fudge go on about how Sirius and Harry had broken a number of laws, practiced dark magic, broken out of a ministry cell with ever more dark magic. That they had done it freely and of their own will. Then how the North American ministry had refused to turn them over. There were outcries, called for embargoes, to take the matter to the ICW, to cancel any number of treaties. Fudge wisely let them build themselves up and then pointed out that all they could reasonably do was confiscate all of Black's wealth and property. The vote passed with little opposition. Dumbledore had to admit the Fudge had played the crowd well. After the meeting he offered to accompany Fudge and Umbridge to Gringotts to ensure the order was followed. They were also accompanied by a guard as they walked down Diagon Alley. The group stepped into Gringotts and immediately commanded the full attention of nearly everyone. Umbridge stepped forward and unrolled a parchment. By decree of the Ministry, we are here to seize the vault of a traitor and practitioner of dark magic. Someone fetch us the manager or whatever you call him here. Several minutes later, a number of goblins wearing tarnished metal armor marched into the lobby. Several more in the goblin version of a suit followed them. One who held a crudely made spear stepped forward. I am the head of accounts. Finally, we are here to seize all accounts belonging to the family of Black, Umbridge said. I see, come, we shall move to my office to discuss this, the goblin said. He was a bit annoyed that they had not even allowed him to properly introduce himself, but since he knew what was about to happen, he decided to play nice. Oh yes, this would be fun. Hello everyone. I hope you all had an enjoyable weekend. As always, thank you for reading. Dementor disclaimer. I own nothing but the mistakes. Chapter 5. Dementor. Due to the various treaties between the Ministry and the Goblins, for meetings involving anyone of importance on either side, there were certain rules to follow. Among them was that neither side was allowed any guards. Fudge wasn't even sure in which treaty such a thing had been written, but it was on his cheat sheet. Besides, with Dumbledore there, it wouldn't matter anyways. He could take out a horde of goblins all on his own. Fudge took the offered seat in what he assumed was a conference room. He wanted to get this worked out as quickly as possible. As you have been informed, the Ministry has ordered all assets of the Black family turned over to the Ministry, as per the Treaty of E.H. 1862. Dumbledore supplied. Yes, that one. Fudge slid the paperwork over to the goblin. Spleenslayer took the parchment and read it over. He hid his amusement that Sirius Black had predicted what the Ministry would do with such accuracy. Losing the Black account had been a large hit to Gringotts, but the blow was softened as it had been nothing the goblins had done that drove the account away. That Black had only transferred the account to another branch of Gringotts, one out the ICW's control, had also helped him keep his head. Now he could claim back a little of the lost money for Gringotts. Very well, this is in order. As per the Treaty of 1862, the contents of the account will be turned over to you, provided you pay the agreed upon fee. Fee? Shrieked Umbridge. What fee? How dare you attempt to steal from us, you filthy little creature? Dumbledore sighed. He really had to see if he couldn't convince Fudge to replace her. Madam Umbridge, as part of that particular treaty, should the Ministry seize an account, 0.5% of the account's worth at the time of its last statement shall be paid to the goblins to help cover any loss they suffer. Umbridge snorted in a most unladylike manner but remained. Spleenslayer called for the last statement with a full listing of properties. He spent several minutes reviewing it. As of the last statement, the Black accounts, including property but not possessions, was valued at 300,000 galleons. Fudge, Umbridge and Dumbledore frowned. That was significantly less than what any of them had been expecting. Dumbledore was more worried though that if Sirius had removed most of his money from Britain, he had also taken many of the dark artifacts and books with him. Still, he didn't have anything to lose by letting this play out. Umbridge and Fudge were both unhappy that their cut of the money would be much smaller than anticipated, though Umbridge still planned to take the London house for herself. Do you agree to pay the 1,500 galleon fee? Spleenslayer asked. Yes, just get us the papers, Fudge said. This had been a massive disappointment. The proper forms were filled out and Spleenslayer presented with a key to the Black Vault. Fudge had immediately ordered its contents brought to them. He paled when the goblins presented him with the vault's contents, 13 sickles and a single deed to 19 Defacate Street. What is this? Where's the rest? That is currently the balance of his account, Spleenslayer said. You lying goblin. Umbridge jumped to her feet and drew her wand, only to find it cut in half by Spleenslaier's spear. Drawing your wand against me is grounds for death. I did not cheat you, the treaty said from the last account statement. Since that time Mr. Black transferred the majority of his accounts to a North American Gringotts branch, Spleenslayer informed them. Then get it back, Umbridge yelled. The fact that she still held half a wand didn't seem to register with her. Shut up, or I will kill you. Spleenslayer jabbed at her to make his point. You can't, I'm the undersecretary to the, I don't care, Spleenslayer said. We have followed the This bank is considered independent and can only make treaties that are held to that location. You are welcome to file a complaint if you desire. Fudge wanted to crawl into bed and pretend this day had never happened. This was horrible. He was out thousands of galleons for nothing. There had to be something he could do, something to turn things around again. Or at least a scapegoat. While disappointed, Dumbledore was willing to admit they had been overconfident and outmatched this time. Even he rarely looked beyond the countries in the ICW and like everyone else preferred to believe that there was little to them. The loss of those books was a blow, but he was in no worse shape than he had been that morning. Still, perhaps there was a way to save some face for the Ministry in this mess. What about business agreements? It does not matter where those are stored. They still fall under the order of confiscation because the businesses themselves are located in Britain. All such agreements were sold off to a foreign party this morning, Spleenslayer happily informed them. Well, that would complicate things greatly. Dumbledore resisted making an annoyed grunt. If they wanted to seize those business interests now, they would need to once again receive approval, not likely to happen after the disaster this had become. Even if the new owner was not British. Worse, the goblins had covered themselves by working within the words of the treaties. Dumbledore absently wondered how long they had been hoping to catch someone in this particular trap. Yes, they could vilify Gringotts, but only so far before they risked another fight. One they could ill afford with Voldemort still lurking in the shadows and Harry causing more and more problems. 0Q0. It was a very upset Umbridge who stalked through the rural fields. She was outraged at Black for pulling one over on them, for the North American Ministry refusing to give her the respect she deserved, for those foul little goblins daring to help Black and steal the money that should have gone to the Ministry. Then Cornelius and Dumbledore had refused to put those unworthy creatures into their place. It was an outrage, and Umbridge felt that she was, justifiably, upset. The group had eventually returned defeated to the Ministry, and Cornelius had begun a full panic over the lost funds that it had taken to bribe everyone. Well, the Ministry would certainly be in trouble when it became apparent how much of its budget had disappeared. While the minister was distracted, Umbridge had quickly signed the loan property they had retrieved over to herself. To make it legal, she had even bought it for a few galleons. While it certainly wouldn't be the London house she wanted, it was probably some property that had been forgotten over time and subsequently missed in the sell-off. It wasn't what she had hoped for, but even a forgotten Black property would be better than her current house, which she had liberated from a blood traitor who had married a Muggle. Once again, she checked the directions. She was almost there. Her first action would be to get a working flow. She came around a bend in the path she had been following and stopped. Sitting before her, in the middle of a small clearing, was an outhouse. That couldn't be right. It was some ward to protect the property, some charm or trick. She approached the outhouse with her wand drawn. Attached to the door was a piece of parchment with a short note. Dear Ministry, ha ha ha. Got you. Bet you thought there was some nice cottage or something out here. Nope, just a very well-used outhouse. I figured since you're all full of it you'd feel right at home. Underneath was a crude drawing of Sirius Black making a very rude gesture. Umbridge screamed. This was not how anything was supposed to happen. Well, she'd show Black what happened when you messed with her. She'd make him suffer and pay in ways he had never imagined. And she'd start with that brat of his. Umbridge wore a twisted smile as she imagined it. Why, she'd probably be awarded an Order of Merlin. 0Q0. The final exams at Wandwood had passed without noticeable incident. Hermione had almost gone overboard with studying again, but she'd pulled herself back before anyone had complained too much. Now with their summer vacation underway, they were spending the days relaxing. Hermione was just happy to get away from her sister. She loved Cordelia dearly, but nearly every waking moment was spent making noise. Even Shara had found the novelty of a baby wearing thin. Her parents had informed her that she had been the same way. Though taking care of Cordelia was easier since Sirius had gotten them a number of magical items for child care. They all suspected Violet had a hand in that. Her parents loved the magic nappies. The day was bright with a few high clouds, the perfect day for reading in the shade. Or walking around aimlessly with a friend, Hermione thought. Her happy musings were interrupted when a chilled wind blew along their backs. Both turned at the unnatural feeling of despair. A black figure stood at the far end of the street. It wore a black cloak that was tattered at the bottom. The creature had no legs and glided towards them. Even from that distance they could hear its rattling breath. Hermione couldn't take her eyes from the creature as it slowly approached. The feelings were overwhelming. She just wanted to lay down and stop thinking. All of the teasing from her early childhood. Potter and Weasley at Hogwarts, the troll. Not being able to walk. Blindly she reached out for Harry. As soon as her hand touched his, he brought his wand up. Reducto. The spell slammed into the creature's head. It paused as its hood was thrown back. Beneath the tattered black fabric was a skull covered in gray, molted skin. Its empty eye sockets scabbed over. Its slit of a mouth took another rattling breath. It didn't seem fazed by the destructive spell. Harry grabbed Hermione and pulled her. Run, run. The oppressive feeling lifted as Harry forced her to run. The further they ran, the better Hermione felt. What was that? No idea. Harry panted. They were close to his home. Harry knew his father would be able to deal with that thing. Or they could use the flow, both were good options. They turned and ran through a wrought iron gate. The large home nearby had been emptied for years and served as a shortcut to Harry's home. They were almost past the house, dodging around haphazardly stacked construction supplies from the house's renovation when the creature glided out to meet them. As soon as she saw it, Hermione stumbled and fell. Harry's momentum carried him several more steps before he tripped as the feeling of hopelessness slammed into him. He leaned against the house's outer wall next to a stack of paint buckets. The creature floated between them. It turned its head from side to side, examining each of them. The girl, it decided. She had suffered more and was easy prey. Then the boy. If the creature could experience joy, it would at the thought of two souls to feast upon. Hermione watched with a detached interest as the creature moved towards her. Long rotted hands drew back its hood to expose the grotesque skull beneath. As the creature was upon her, it stumbled. Something had struck it from behind. It spun around and Hermione caught sight of Harry. He was leaning heavily against the wall, panting and pale. The creature's black cloak was stained bright pink, and empty paint can rolled away from it. "Hey, ugly, leave her alone." Harry gasped out. His vision swam as the creature approached him, its hands outstretched. While Hermione had been prepared to accept her own demise, seeing the creature move on Harry spurred her into action. She stood on shaking legs and drew her wand. She could barely aim as her hand shook. Diffindo. Hermione poured all the magic she could muster into the spell. It sailed towards the creature's head, and passed just to the side. Hermione collapsed to the ground. The spell was not aimed at the creature though. Instead, she had focused on the rope behind it, which was holding to repair the house's crumbling second story. The rope snapped with a whip-like crack. The pallet fell freely, directly onto the creature. Dust erupted from the impact site. For several minutes Hermione lay on the ground. She wanted to go to sleep. A weariness had settled into her bones. But she had to check on Harry. Hermione forced herself to her feet and stumbled around the pile of bricks. A single, twisted hand stuck out of the crumbled bricks, twitching. Harry had also struggled to his feet. They each collapsed against the other. Their hands roamed across their bodies trying to check the other for injury. Both looked awful. Their hair was plastered to their head with sweat. They were covered in dirt and pale. Harry and Hermione leaned on each other as they stumbled away from the trapped creature in a daze. 0Q0. "Sir, there's been a Dementor attack," an office shouted as he burst into Watson's office. "A Dementor? Are you sure? Stupid question. Let's go." Watson was sick to his stomach just thinking of one of those creatures in North America. They were European monstrosity and had never managed to gain a foothold over on this side of the pond. How many fatalities? One if you count the Dementor. But I think it's still alive. Or undead or whatever it is. The officer said as he hurried along. "It's really something you have to see." They apparated to a quiet street. Watson immediately checked to make sure the Muggle-repelling wards were up. "Walk me though, what happened?" Two children, a male and female, both just finished their second year at Wandwood. They were walking down this street heading east when the Dementor appeared at the west end of the street. Neither knew what it was and the boy fired a reductor at it. Underage tracking picked up the use of an offensive spell and dispatched an officer to investigate. By the time he arrived they were gone, but he tracked them to the attack site. He was securing the area when the official call of the attack came in. The Reductor didn't do anything to the Dementor, of course, so the boy grabbed the girl and ran. They made it a block and a half before they tried to cut through an abandoned property and were ambushed by the Dementor again. The office explained as he led Watson down the street. He would have brought Watson directly to the attack site, but there were wards to prevent any magical transportation at that point. So, what happened? You said the Dementor was the only victim. I doubt 2 kids fresh from second year could manage to do much to it. Watson asked. He had been greatly relieved that there weren't any fatalities. He couldn't understand how the ICW could use having your soul removed as a punishment. Like I said, sir, you have got to see it, the officer said. They entered the property and Watson saw several officers standing around a pile of bricks. There was an atmosphere of hopelessness, but it was somehow muted. Then he noticed the gray molted hand protruding from the bricks. Is that? Yes, sir. When the Dementor ambushed them, they were separated. The boy ended up over there by the wall. The girl over here on the ground. According to them, it went for the girl. That's when the boy threw a bucket of paint at it. The office explained as he pointed out the puddle of paint on the ground. He threw a bucket of paint at a Dementor? Watson asked in disbelief. Yes, sir, as he put it, he just wanted to get it away from the girl and the bucket of paint was on hand. At that point it turned its attention to him. The girl somehow managed to get back to her feet and cast a cutting charm that severed the rope holding up the bricks. They fell and crushed the Dementor. After that they managed to limp back home supporting each other. The boy lives nearby. His father is the one who made the official call. The office pointed out the severed rope and the gouge in the wall behind it. Watson examined the rope. It was thick, at least as thick as his wrist, and the girl had cut through it in one go. That was impressive, especially when you considered they were dealing with a Dementor's debilitating affect at the time. This is going to be a mess of paper work. It's worse than that, sir, the office said as he handed over the official report for review. The boy is Harry Black. 0Q0 Emma rushed out of the flow into Sirius's living room, Cordelia cradled in her arms. She was still on maternity leave and had been at home when Violet arrived and gave a brief explanation of what happened before she left to collect Dan and bring him along. Harry and Hermione were curled up on the couch, each held a half-eaten chocolate bar. The wrappers around them showed they weren't the first ones. Both looked like they were suffering from a bad case of the flu. Hermione gave a weak smile as her mum crouched down to check on her. Dan arrived a moment later by side along and the children retold their story. The adults were horrified as they listened, the Grangers as they heard it for the first time. Sirius and Violet for the second. Sirius tried to explain the seriousness of the matter to Dan and Emma. Dementors are some of the foulest creatures that have ever existed. Just being near one is like suffering from severe depression. Most adult wizards and witches can hardly move the close to one, let alone use magic. Any other students would have had their souls sucked out and been left as living corpses. He ran a hand through his hair. It's insane to think one of them just randomly showed up here. Now England sues them to guard their prison. Wait, those things guard the place they wanted to send Harry? Emma asked in disbelief. Yes, that's why I called it a hell on earth. I have to assume it was after Harry, Sirius said. The Grangers quickly informed him that they didn't blame him or Harry for what happened. It was a relief to Sirius to know they weren't going to try and separate Harry and Hermione. He asked them to stay with the children while he went to speak to some warders to see if they had anything to keep Dementors out, and to order an upgrade for the wards he did have. Healer Tonks arrived just as Sirius was leaving. She had needed to gather a number of seldom-used potions for the children. Sirius almost felt bad about leaving the children to her strict care. He also found it a needed bit of amusement. 0Q0 Healer Tonks confined both Harry and Hermione to bed for the next 3 days. It was quickly decided that the Grangers would be staying with Harry and Sirius during that time, mainly because of the protective wards their home had. Though it also gave Dan an excuse to stay in the wonderful magic tent that he was always wanting to tinker with. Hermione was happy with the situation because she could spend the days reading. She stretched the instruction of bed rest a bit by floating around on her magic carpet. She was also dealing with Shara, who had developed a small case of hero worship towards her. As Shara put it, Dropping a ton of bricks on an undead monster is so cool. Hermione, completely unused to such attention, had attempted to redirect her towards Harry by pointing out he'd painted it first. That plan had worked, partially. They had been ordered that when they were up and about, they weren't allowed off the property without Sirius, Violet or one of the Tonks. The North American Ministry was upset over the incident. Watson had been by numerous times to keep them up to date. Unfortunately, even though Dementors were only found within the ICW, there was no way to prove that it had come from there or was after Harry. Even though anyone with half a brain could make the connection. The English ministry had denied any involvement. Internationally, though, the English took a hit as most of the countries outside of the ICW could clearly see the connection. This made an already hard situation in England worse, as several more international suppliers raised their prices, officially to hire more protection from Rouge Dementors, and officially to line their pockets. Awards were also discussed. At first both Harry and Hermione wanted to decline, but Sirius and Watson Finnan, they pointed out that it would tweak the English ministry, the story would embarrass the English on the international stage. And both of them deserved the award for dealing with a Dementor that could have easily gone after someone else. Finally, they relented after Sirius offered to make sure that a copy of the Forecaster, the largest newspaper for magical North America, was sent to every Hogwarts student their first day back. Both got a kick out of the idea of the students who had teased Hermione reading about her receiving an award for dealing with a Dementor. When asked what happened to the Dementor, Watson would only say that it had been turned over to the Department of Secrets for studying. They were disappointed to learn it hadn't actually been hurt by the bricks, just trapped. 0Q0. The rest of the summer passed quickly. Harry's birthday was celebrated at his house as both Sirius and the Grangers were hesitant to let the children outside the improved wards. The main topic of discussion was Hermione taking on a Dementor. Their defense instructor had even stopped by and offered Harry and Hermione extra credit if they would come speak to some of the advanced classes. The award ceremony had been set for just before they returned to Wandwood. The week leading up to the ceremony saw Harry having to listen to Hermione as she recounted everyone who had received the Star of Valor, both the magical and Muggle version. What the differences were and any other number of topics about it. Shara found it endlessly amusing and even suggested that if Harry wanted Hermione to stop talking, maybe he should just kiss her. They had both choked in embarrassment and been unable to look at the other for the rest of the day, which only caused Shara to laugh harder as she watched their red faces. 0Q0. One day before the ceremony, Sirius came into Harry's room looking very nervous. "I want to talk to you about Violet." "Well, what do you think of her?" Harry sat up and turned to face his father. "She's been mothering me for years. Is this about you finally making it official?" "What? How did you know?" Sirius asked. "Well, there was the number of times you take out that ring box and stare at it. Kind of a dead giveaway," Harry said flatly. "You noticed that?" Sirius asked, embarrassed at having been caught in doing something as juvenile by his son. "China noticed it. I sent them a letter to make sure. Just do me a favor and ask her on a Thursday," Harry said happily. It was about time his dad manned up and asked Violet to marry him. "Why Thursday?" Sirius asked, curious. It was a bit of an odd request. "I have a bet with Shara," Harry replied. A bet he fully intended to win, especially after all the teasing she had been doing lately. "Isn't asking me to help you win a bet about me cheating?" Sirius asked. "Not if I don't tell her," Harry said with a cheeky grin. "That's my boy," Sirius said with pride before he caught Harry in a one-armed hug. 0Q0. Fudge looked over the stack of parchment as his frown deepened. The economy took hit after hit and everyone expected him to solve things. It all came back to the blacks. They had removed enough gold to weaken the economy, then the ministry had taken a finical hit by being unable to seize the black fortune, and now this business with the Dementor. Rates kept going up as importers demanded more to pay for extra security. As if they were actually spending the gold on that, just a bunch of greedy foreigners. Dumbledore had used the ICW to do what he could to ease the pain, but prices were still noticeably higher. At least they'd been able to blame most of it on black in North America. That was probably the only reason he had managed to hold onto his position as minister. Now there was talk of cancelling the Quidditch World Cup contract they held. It had actually been suggested that it be moved to Canada. No, that wouldn't do. Fudge knew he needed that event to save his job. The people would love it. What was that Muggle saying? Free peanuts and beer to the masses. Something like that. Not to mention the money it would bring in. And give them a chance to show off their wonderful country as well. Yes, that, and the following Tri-Wizard tournament at Hogwarts would see them back on top. Unfortunately, his undersecretary was not being helpfully. She insisted on devoting time and resources to trying to get the Blacks back. Fudge was happy to just close the entire matter, but with Dumbledore's backing she more or less had free rein on the issue. At least she couldn't make things too much worse, he hoped. 0Q0 Harry quickly decided that award ceremonies were not something he enjoyed. Well, the ceremony itself, seeing Hermione and Shara so excited was wonderful. They had both spent, what Harry considered, an unreasonably long time to get ready. He had made the mistake of saying so though and been faced with the two angry witches. He had only been spared when he pointed out that he thought they always looked good, so he didn't understand why they bothered taking so long. It had been enough to make Hermione blush and Shara fall over in a laughing fit. Sirius had then spent 5 minutes gushing about how proud he was that Harry had his charm. Little Cordelia watched her surroundings in awe, which included a number of people who stopped by their table at the ceremony that fawned over her in her new dress. Secretly Harry thought she was the hit of the night. Before the awards were given, the audience was once again told the story of what had happened. Harry and Hermione were called to the stage and presented with their awards. The next hour was spent politely shaking hands with people who Harry was sure he'd never remember or even meet again. Both were given several offers of internship once they were a few years older. By the time they finally managed to escape, Harry was so exhausted he collapsed onto his bed, still in his suit. 0Q0 students packed into the Great Hall for breakfast on their first day back at Hogwarts. During the normal morning mail, a second, unexpected wave of owls arrived and dropped a newspaper in front of every single student and professor. Most didn't recognize it, but the picture showed Daniel Potter and a lovely girl receiving awards for something. Gasps and cries of surprise filled the Great Hall as they began to read the story. The picture did not show Daniel Potter but Harry Black. One of those the Prophet had spent the summer dragging through the mud as the source of all of Britain's problems. From the bad economy to the expected poor beet harvest. Even more surprising, to those who remembered her, was Hermione Granger. The little Muggle-born know-it-all was receiving an award for dealing with a Rouge Dementor. It was unbelievable to many of them. So, they did not believe it. Dumbledore crushed his own copy of the paper before he stormed off to the Ministry. This would not stand. While he knew he couldn't do anything about the actual paper, he was determined to discover how so many had gotten into the country and close off that avenue for further use. Many of the students began to joke over the next week that Dementors could not be that scary if Granger had dealt with one. Their chance to find out came when on Halloween Peter Pettigrew somehow managed to escape from Azkaban and Dementors were stationed around the school. None of the students joked about them after they had swept the school once. Not unless they were tucked safely away in their common room by a raging fire. And then it was only the odd word about the American Dementor being defective. 0Q0 Watson sighed and wondered if he couldn't have someone install an opening window in the meeting room. Umbridge had spent the summer trying to bully him into turning over Harry Black. Then since the start of September it had been insults and yelling about a conspiracy about something or other. Watson had learned he could tune her out with loud circus music. She never even noticed when he began to hum. This time though he was convinced she had lost it. Let me see if I understand this. Some crazy rat man escaped your own. Suddenly your ministry is all concerned about Harry Black's welfare. So, to protect him, should this rat man for some reason decided to come after him, you want to place a bunch of soul-sucking abomination around a school for children? Yes. Umbridge said, pleased that she had finally gotten the idiot to understand something. Have you seen a mind healer recently? 'Cause if not you should. Go find someone to take a look at that empty little cavity you call a head. Watson said as he dismissed her, by hurriedly leaving the room and locking the door he used. That would force Umbridge to go through her own and leave the rest of them alone. He doubted they'd leave this matter, but he felt better knowing that both those kids had begun to train with the Patronus charm over the summer under his guidance. They were making good progress. With a bit of luck, they'd never have to use it. He didn't think they were that lucky though. 0Q0 Shara had been excited when she began Wandwood and was placed into the same den as Harry and Hermione. Thanks to them she was top of her year and it afforded her some unique opportunities. That afternoon Shara took a seat near a depressed Hermione. Still no luck? No, Hermione admitted. You could always ask him out instead. Shara pointed out. Her near-relentless teasing of the two over the summer had finally pushed Hermione to agree to give going out with Harry a shot. Shara had watched as Hermione dropped hint after hint to Harry, who in typical male behavior missed them all. Hermione sighed. Despite what Shara said, she still wasn't sure that Harry was interested in her like that. She had hoped with a few hints Harry would ask her out and she wouldn't risk humiliating herself. I know, but... Come on, you dropped a ton of bricks on a Dementor. This really can't be that hard, can it? Shara asked. It is, but you're right. If it's something I want done, I'll have to do it myself. Hermione stood to find Harry. Shara discreetly followed the older girl. Hermione found Harry in one of the numerous flying fields. Shara cursed as she was too far away to hear them. She made a mental note to find an eavesdropping charm. Or maybe just ask Sirius. Hermione blushed and said something. Harry turned away and blushed himself. Shara resisted the urge to slam her head into a tree. It looked like a scene from a bad romance movie. Finally, both blushing, they hugged awkwardly and hurried apart. At least they were both smiling. 0Q0 that year winter brought not only Christmas but the wedding of Sirius to Violet. Harry and Hermione had planned to go together since Sirius had popped the question. But now that they were dating, Harry had felt he should do things properly and asked her to be his date. He still didn't understand why, but it had gotten him several kisses. Much to Shara's amusement. The winter break also brought one of the most dangerous and difficult trials of Harry's life. Informing the Grangers that he was dating Hermione. It went much better than expected. Both of Hermione's parents found a great deal of amusement in Harry's nervousness. They were less amused when they learned that Sirius had told him dozens of stories about what they were likely to do to him. Since Harry and Hermione had gotten together, Shara had taken to stalking them and taking pictures when they did anything she found cute or blackmail-worthy. She also took hundreds of pictures of the small wedding and reception. The honeymoon was pushed back until after the children returned to school so they could have as much time with the family as possible. 0Q0 Fudge read over the parchment again. Couldn't they just trust him? The Quidditch Association wanted more security and had flat out refused the suggestion of using the Dementors. Where was he supposed to get all these people they wanted? Unless, well, maybe. They might reduce their demands if they felt the country was safer. There had been no sign of Pettigrew since his escape. Fudge could declare him dead and return the Dementors to Azkaban. That might take some of the pressure off him. Then he could deputize some people, give them a bit of token training and call them extra security. It wouldn't matter anyways. It wasn't as if something was going to happen. But what about the Blacks? He needed Dolores focused back on her job. Maybe he could convince Dumbledore to just let things go. 0Q0. I agree. Dumbledore said. He almost chuckled at the minister's shocked face. We do have more important things to focus on. May I suggest that you send an apology to them and offer them tickets to the World Cup? In fact, you should blame the troubles on me. It will improve your standing, and since I have no contact with them, it will do me no harm. Fudge quickly agreed. Dumbledore left the ministry and contemplated what to do next. Most of his attention was focused on the upcoming tournament and his plans for it. Helping Peter to escape so that the traitor could find his master had set a number of plans back as he was forced to deal with the Dementor presence, but it was necessary. He needed some control over when Voldemort would make another move, and the charms he placed on Peter would help. Daniel's training had progressed to the point where Dumbledore once again believed he could deal with a weakened Voldemort and buy them the time they needed. His new plans called for Harry to act as bait and draw out Voldemort. The tournament presented the best opportunity to do so. And hopefully the tournament and World Cup would re-energize the magical economy. Yes, if these plans worked, this would be a wonderful year for him in the light. If not, well, plan B was a bit cruder, but it would still work. 0Q0 Sirius looked at the letter Watson had just delivered in disbelief. The English ministry is offering us an apology. Fudge has signed a pardon for the both of us, and they've included 2 tickets to the Quidditch World Cup as compensation. Do they really expect us to fall for that? Harry asked. He knew they weren't the brightest people in the world, but really, he felt insulted that they thought this would bring them back to England. Well, this is Fudge. It's a 50-50 split that this is a trap, or that he really does think it's an acceptable apology, Sirius said. What are you going to do with the ticket? Harry asked. He had played Quidditch a few times in pickup games. The same with Quadpot. The school teams for both games had tried to get him to play for them, but he'd turned them down. Now if there was a racing team, He'd have joined that, but Harry didn't think it was worth it for the other games. Well, my first idea is to send someone who they wouldn't like just to tweak them. But just about everyone they don't like they could cause trouble for, werewolves, muggle-borns. But I think I know just the people. Sirius said as a bolt of inspiration struck. Someone who could annoy them but remain untouchable. 0Q0 Fudge hurried to the minister's box. He was running late because he could not find anyone to translate between himself and the Bulgarian minister. Finally on his way into the stadium he had meet with Lord Malfoy. Perhaps the only good thing to come out of the whole mess the year before was Lucius getting a seat in the Wizengamot. Why? Malfoy had even been kind enough not to press the matter of not receiving any money from the seized black accounts. Oh Merlin. Fudge stopped as he came to a horrible realization. He had invited Malfoy to the minister's box as well as Black. Oh, this could be bad, very bad. But he couldn't not attend. Could he? Maybe fake an emergency? No, that wouldn't look good. The Bulgarian minister said something to get his attention and gestured towards the stairs. No, there really was no way out of this. Maybe Black hadn't shown up. Was he that lucky? Right, yes, let us go. Fudge stepped into the minister's box and blinked in surprise. Black and his son hadn't shown up, but in their place were two men he didn't recognize. Well, that was just rude. If they weren't going to attend, they should have informed him, not given their tickets to some Randwall. Good luck at not having the Blacks and Malfoys in the same place. Who are you? Name's Watson. This is my brother-in-law. So, you're Fudge? Been dealing with your undersecretary for the last year. Hey, settle a bet for me, will you? You keep sending her to us because you don't want to deal with her, right? Watson asked. Now see here. Those tickets were for Black and his son, not some foreign ministry lackeys, Fudge shouted. The nerve of Black, clearly being out of Britain so long, had taken its toll on his manners. The second man slowly stood. I am Mike MacDonald, the Minister of Magic for North America. I like to think that I am more than a mere lackey. But, Fudge gaped at the man in a remarkable impression of a fish. The Malfoys hid their smiles. Really, Fudge was useful as a lackey, but he should stop trying to be a leader. MacDonald turned to the Bulgarian minister and spoke to him in his native language. Has he been acting like this all day? No, it only began recently. Before that he was nervous. Very odd. It is a pleasure to meet you, Minister MacDonald, the Bulgarian minister said. So you understand English? MacDonald asked with a bit of surprise. He had merely assumed the man wouldn't and felt very sheepish for it. Yes, but do not tell Fudge. I find it amusing for him to try and communicate with me. Also, he insults me when he thinks I do not understand. Why is he so upset that you are here? The Bulgarian minister asked. Fudge gave 2 tickets to a citizen of mine who until recently were wanted under false charges in this country. Understandable they did not wish to come and instead offered us those tickets. They were concerned that this was another trap. MacDonald explained. Fudge watched in astonishment as first the man he thought was a lackey turned out to be a fellow minister. Then he began talking to the Bulgarian minister in what Fudge assumed was Bulgarian. No, that wouldn't do at all. Stop that. I don't know what MacDonald said to you, but it was lies. You do realize that was a very insulting thing to say, don't you? MacDonald asked in a deadpan voice. Fudge was saved from having to answer by Bagman entering the box. Fudge immediately ordered him to start the match before he flopped down in his own seat. MacDonald had little interest in the game and turned to speak further with the Bulgarian minister. He had really only come to try and keep Watson from causing an international incident. Watson wasn't much of a Quidditch fan, but when Sirius had offered him the tickets, well, he couldn't resist the chance to tweak a few noses. His brother-in-law had insisted on coming to keep him out of trouble, but now it seemed he was the one causing trouble and Watson loved it. As the game got underway, he was surprised that the guy who had the seat next to him had never showed. Just sent his house elf to hold it for him. Watson felt bad for the little thing. House elves were a bit of a funny creature as far as he was concerned. They didn't need to serve a family for magic or anything like that. It was all psychological. A couple of fellows down in the States had figured it out. It was a kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder on the part of the elves. No one had yet figured out how it had started, but it was so ingrained into them now that freedom was actually painful for most of them. Something a lot of people took advantage of. If you don't like heights, why don't you turn around? Sure, your master wouldn't mind that. Watson reached out to pat the elf on the head, Instead his hand brushed something invisible. Shit. He seized the fabric and ripped it away as he pushed McDonald down to the floor. Invisibility cloak. The guards they had brought with them rushed forward. Watson was surprised when he realized the figure in the seat hadn't made any move once he was exposed. In fact, he seemed not to notice. Is he under a curse? No, 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 no. Winky tried to grab the cloak and throw it back over the figure. Winky is to keep Little Master Crouch hidden. Well, it's too late for that, Watson pointed out. One of the guards stunned the elf when she appeared to have a breakdown. The other shone a light in the man's eyes. He's under multiple casts over an extended period of time. Bagman had stopped commenting on the match as soon as Watson had shouted. Now seeing there appeared to be no danger, he moved forward to take a better look at what was happening. Without his magical voice filling the stadium, the crowd had quieted, wondering what was going on. Even some of the players seemed unsure. So when Bagman suddenly spoke with his still magical amplified voice, everyone heard him. That's Crouch Jr., but he's supposed to be dead. Fudge watched in shock as things spiraled out of control. Guards who had been stationed nearby rushed in. Thanks to Bagman, there was no chance of a cover-up. The game was stopped for over an hour while things were sorted out. The crowd didn't take kindly to this, and the game was restarted to avoid a riot while the excitement in the minister's box was still being dealt with. With things so bad, Fudge did what came naturally. He looked for someone to blame. This is some kind of plot. Arrest them at once. They're trying to discredit me. Half a dozen wands turned on the North American minister, only to find 4 wands pointed back at them. Watson's, McDonald's, and the 2 guards. The only thing that prevented a shootout right then was Madam Bones' order for everyone to stand down. Fudge tried to overrule her until she pointed out unless someone actually saw them commit a capital offense, they were basically immune from the laws. An older carry-over from centuries earlier that most of the politicians wanted to keep. Once Madam Bones had control of the area, and the understandable upset Fudge had stormed away, Watson and McDonald provided their statements. Watson found himself wondering why he couldn't have been dealing with Madam Bones instead of that Toad woman. At least Madam Bones seemed to understand the law. Afterwards, Watson was dragged away by McDonald. Officially, they no longer felt the event was secure. And officially, McDonald didn't trust Watson not to accidentally do something else he really needed. To have someone in the Department of Secrets look into his brother-in-law's luck, it just wasn't normal. 0Q0 Madam Bones stormed into Fudge's office. Are you out of your mind? Now see here, Amelie, I am the minister and you can't just come barging in here lick. Shut up. Do you realize what you almost did? Arresting a forging minister for anything less than firing a curse at you would have been an act of war. Madam Bones shouted. She could not believe the stupidity of the man. Was he trying to see them all dead? The ICW, Fudge began, would have been worthless. They might have been able to send enough people to hold off an invasion by the North American ministry if they didn't get help from somewhere else, which they could easily do. And if every other country in the ICW sent everyone they had. Which they wouldn't, because then they would be sitting ducks for anyone else. Madam Bones ranted. But Dumbledore. As one man. Yes, he's worth 10 or 20 fighters on his own. So, they'd send 100. How, Shirley? How can we be so outclassed? Fudge just couldn't believe it. She had to be wrong, she had to be. You've cut funding to my department for years. How did you think it worked? Since the last war, all the countries in the ICW have, but there was never a plan in place to replace those forces if they were needed. Madam Bones explained. Maybe she could finally get some proper funding for her men. Then again, if the rumors she had heard were true, the ministry was just a few steps away from massive debt. Before Fudge could speak again, they were interrupted by his secretary. Madam Bones, they need to back at the World Cup. There has been a Death Eater attack. The mark was cast. 0Q0 Hermione had been happy when Harry told her he and Sirius wouldn't be going to the World Cup. Instead, the two families had taken a joint vacation for the latter HA extended cruise, where Harry learned of the wonders that was Hermione in a 2-piece bathing suit. Shara's file of blackmail material grew several sizes throughout the trip. During their trip, Sirius had bought the ever-informed serves from the paper. He received a single copy that would change each day to the latest version, not practical for every day but a good way to stay informed when you were out of their normal deliver area. That was how The day after the World Cup, the two families sat together and learned just how horribly wrong things had gone. A convicted Death Eater who supposedly died over a decade before was found alive and under the imperious curse in the minister's own box. Speculations pointed at his own father placing the illegal curse upon him, something Fudge had denied. Then Fudge had actually tried to arrest the minister and Watson, before there had been an attack on the after-party. Sirius couldn't believe that his little prank to annoy the English ministry had worked out so well. Later that day, as the cruise ship passed some heavily forested islands, Harry found Hermione on the upper deck. He had noticed that she seemed off since breakfast. He leaned against the railing next to her. "Do you want to talk about it?" "Just thinking that if you or your dad had gone and gotten caught up in all of that," Hermione said. "Hermione, neither my dad or I had any intention of ever going. So, it doesn't matter what happened over there." Harry put an arm around Hermione's shoulder. He really enjoyed the sensation where their skin touched. "Besides, you made me promise never to go back." "There. And don't you forget it," Hermione teased as she leaned against him. 0Q0 Fudge couldn't imagine how the World Cup could have gone any worse. Well, that was a lie. He could imagine several ways things could have been worse. But that didn't make him feel better. Internationally, they were a laughing stock. Not only had a Death Eater escaped Azkaban, something that had been thought impossible, especially after he pushed through the story that Peter Pettigrew had drowned, but had remained free for over a decade before he'd managed to get into the minister's box. Crouch Jr. had been just seats away from 3 ministers. Of course, the investigation had pointed towards his father, but Fudge had swept that up quick as a lick. He couldn't afford any more bad press. The house elf had been easy to dismiss, and the order to have the young man kissed was rushed through. Dolores had seen to it before Madam Bones had been able to get to proper questioning. It could have been worse, Fudge knew. Crouch Jr. could have actually attacked someone, or the Potters could have been there instead of in their private box. Or Merlin forbid, he could have actually gotten the North American minister arrested. Bones was correct. That would have been a death sentence for his political career. They had managed to break even on what the ministry had spent to host the Quidditch World Cup. Barely, and only thanks to all the corners Fudge had cut making the arrangements. But thanks to Crouch Jr. and the attack afterwards, there had been no economic boom as expected. Which meant the country was still hurting for money. His extra security was a laughing stock, as they'd ended up capturing more of themselves than any Death Eaters. It was a disaster. One he might not survive, even with pushing the story that it had been set up by an unfriendly ministry to discredit him. He'd avoided naming one so he couldn't get in any real trouble. The only hope he had left was in he managed to pull off the Triwizard flawlessly. The tasks had already been altered to admit public attendance. The ticket sales would help offset what they put into it and might just pull them out of this hole they'd fallen into. Especially if the Hogwarts champion won. He'd need to set up another meeting with Dumbledore to ensure everything was perfect. 0Q0 There had been no way to predict the events of the World Cup. Dumbledore had finally concluded. He had worked his plans as best he could, but what had happened was so far out of the realm of possibility that it had been unpredictable. While he had been almost certain that Sirius and Harry would not accept the tickets, he hadn't expected the Minister of North America to come instead. The only reason he had been able to work out what that he had come to keep an eye on his brother-in-law, who in turn had only come to annoy the ministry. What politicians acted in such a manner? Then there was Crouch Jr. While Dumbledore had planned as best he could for the unexpected, that was the equivalent of a Rouge Dragon snatching the snitch mid-game. Worse yet, because of Bagman there was no chance to cover it up. At least those of the Order who he had asked to keep an eye on things had managed to make sure there weren't any fatalities. However, it was more important now than ever before that the tournament went smoothly. Or at least as smoothly as it could with his plan. Having a 4th champion would complicate matters, but it was necessary to see the end of Voldemort. Either Harry would participate and act as bait, as well as being placed within Dumbledore influence, or he would refuse and lose his magic, thus reducing the danger he posed. Though Dumbledore worried that Harry might choose to lose his magic and undergo the ritual again to regain it. A second attempt at it might kill Harry, or twist him even further, but it was a risk he had to take. The extra fees the tournament would receive from Wandwood as one of their students would be competing would help greatly. They would also save money, as Harry would be housed within Hogwarts and attend classes with his brother. He was sure Daniel and Ronald would be able to keep an eye on Harry. The other schools were being troublesome as well, but the contracts were already in place, so there was little they could do but complain. Fudge was being almost as annoying as he insisted that the seating for all events be doubled so that more spectators could attend. While Dumbledore understood the Ministry needed the money, it was not as easy as conjuring more seats. Still, he had agreed. Fudge was also suddenly taking an interest in the tasks to ensure they did not disappoint the audience, which was adding more and more complications. Perhaps while Harry was there something could be arranged. A few potions to interest him in a girl, an accident for Sirius. Yes, that was something to look into once the first stage was finished. 0Q0 Harry, Hermione and Shara's return to Wandwood was difficult as little Cordelia had grown accustomed to their presence and did not want them to go. This resulted in the three of them becoming soaked as a burst of accidental magic from Cordelia caused a wave of water to appear over the fireplace. The adults of course all found the situation hilarious. Sirius quickly had them dried off and, on their way, while Tonks amused the child by changing her face. 0Q0 Dumbledore smiled as the other participating schools arrived. Everything was set for Harry's name to be drawn from the Goblet of Fire. He had spent a great deal of time researching the magic needed to cause the goblet to select Harry, but he had accomplished his goal. Soon the boy would be within his grasp. Over the preceding days everything continued to follow his plans. On the night of October 31st, the Goblet of Fire picked the 3 champions. Then spit out a 4-slip of paper. Only years of practice allowed Dumbledore to appear shocked at the occurrence. Harry Black. The Great Hall broke into pandemonium. Perfect. Dumbledore was just about to step away from the goblet and inform the other champions when a 5th paper shot into the air. He glanced at it and felt the blood drain from his face. In a croaked whisper he said, "Daniel Potter. A.N. I hope everyone enjoyed all the Ministry and Dumbledore's plans falling apart for them. This was the last real set-up chapter. Now we can get to the meat of the story. The Arctic Gale, A.N. Sorry for the delay, working on an actual book takes a lot of my free time. Disclaimer. I own nothing but 6. The Arctic Gale lunch had just begun when Harry and Hermione were summoned to the Dean's office. When they arrived, they found Sirius and Violet waiting for them. A moment later Shara followed them in. She looked at all of them with concern. What's going on? You've read about that tournament that they're having in England? Sirius asked solemnly. The Death Tournament? Harry asked with a sinking feeling. Their last history class had been devoted to the tournament, its similarities to ancient gladiator contests and high death toll. Try wizard. Sirius corrected. Your name came out of the Goblet of Fire. But, wait, why does it matter? They can't force me into it, can they? Harry asked. We aren't sure yet. Sirius admitted. That's insane. Hermione shouted. Harry didn't enter, so by law he doesn't have to compete, and even if he had entered without your permission, he wouldn't be able to anyways. Normally yes. But the Goblet of Fire was apparently tampered with. We won't know if it bound Harry to a contract until we go to Hogwarts and check, Sirius said. But I don't want to compete. Panic surged in Harry's voice. They can't really force me to risk my life, can they? Sirius sighed. Worry for his son had all but crushed him. No, but if the goblet did establish a contract with you, then there will be a penalty if you don't compete. There is a slim chance that penalty would be your magic. But the choice would be yours. I'd rather have you alive without magic than as a dead wizard. Both Hermione and Shara latched onto Harry. At that moment they were the only thing keeping him on his feet. Hermione turned towards the adults with a pleading look. That has to be illegal, and why can't they just void his entry if it did make a contract? Anything that can steal the magic from another person is illegal. Banned by a dozen treaties. Apparently, the Goblet of Fire slipped through the cracks because no one ever considered someone could be entered against their will, Violet said. We don't know that they can't, but after everything else I'm not going to hold my breath that they thought that far ahead. Sirius added. He desperately wished for some way to fix this, to trade places with Harry. Hermione, your parents gave you permission to stay with Violet and Shara until we know what's happening. Hermione nodded. When she had first come to Wandwood, the thought of skipping classes for any reason would have driven her mad. Well, except for flying. Now it barely registered. How long will it take to find out? A representative from Gringotts will meet us at Hogwarts and should be able to confirm any contracts in just a few minutes. We'll leave in about an hour. Watson is getting some guards in case this is another trap. Sirius said. They didn't think it was though. No matter how you looked at it, this was an international incident that England would suffer for. 0Q0 Harry rubbed his arm as they arrived in outside the Hogwarts gates. He was sure that Hermione had snapped something with her last hug. A dozen guards stood around him and Sirius. Their red uniforms stood out brightly in the dark. But Tonks had let slip that the uniforms could turn into a patchwork of dark colors with a quick command. Watson dusted himself off. Well, let's get this over with. 3 goblins were waiting in front of the gates for them. One of them carried a crude spear and inclined his head towards them. Greetings. I am Spleenslayer. These are Sacktwister and Jewelbreaker. I will establish if a contract with one Harry Black was created and provide legal advice. And by legal advice you mean? Watson asked. Any way that will screw over Dumbledore and the British Ministry, Spleenslayer replied. I like this fellow, Sirius said as the group marched towards the school. As they drew closer, they could see the faces of dozens of students pressed against the upper windows. Dumbledore stood on the front steps and frowned at the large group. Surely there is no need for all this. We are after all at a school full of children. That didn't stop you from trying to arrest the Blacks the last time you begged them to come here, Watson replied sourly. You'll have to forgive us if we don't exactly trust you, now that you're basically threatening them again. I assure you that is not what is happening at all, Dumbledore said, irritated at the implications Watson was making against him. Never mind how correct they might be. Sure, it's not. Let's go see how badly you've screwed things up, Watson said. They followed the headmaster into the great hall where the other champions, school heads and the Potters were waiting. Spleenslayer stepped towards the goblet of fire while his own guards moved to either side. Old and powerful, indeed, shoddy care though. Very well, let us see who has an active competitor's contract with the goblet. Check Daniel first, James ordered. I will get to your son when I get to him, Spleenslayer said before he began to speak in a growling language. Colors danced around the goblet, swirling into interact patterns before Spleenslayer waved his hand and scattered them. Harry's breath hitched as he watched and prayed that he wouldn't be forced to compete in the tournament. His history class had gone over in great detail how past champions had died. A tongue of flame leapt from the goblet and curled into a small ball of fire. It hovered over the goblet for a moment before it floated over to the stunning girl in a blue uniform. Another ball appeared and moved to the angry-looking boy who Harry realized was Victor Krum. A third ball moved to the older boy in Hogwarts robes. Spleenslayer nodded. Those are the original 3 champions, now to see if there are more. Several more growls and the goblet of fire spit out 2 more balls, one floats to Daniel, the other to Harry. He had to lean against Sirius to keep from falling over. Sirius growled at Dumbledore. Fix this now. I am sorry, but there is nothing I can do, Dumbledore said. Just cancel it, Sirius shouted. He cannot. Spleenslayer pulled a roll of parchment from his coat. As a matter of security, the official tournament contract was submitted to Gringotts. There is no cancellation clause. This is impossible, the giant woman said. I saw it within the contract myself. It may well have been in an earlier version, but the copy submitted to Gringotts does not contain it. I can however check the actual rules submitted to the goblet. At the numerous nods, Spleenslayer set another stack of parchment by the goblet and spoke again in his growling language. A tongue of flame swirled from the top of the goblet and touched the parchment. Letters began to burn themselves into it. Spleenslayer picked up the parchment and compared it to the contract that he brought. No, our copy was accurate. There is no way to cancel the tournament without incurring the penalties. This is unacceptable. The giant woman glared at Dumbledore. I will be taking my students away from whatever you are attempting. I'd advise against that, Spleenslayer said. If you violate the contract, you'll forfeit your own magic. What? The cry was repeated several times. That is enough of your lies, Goblin, Crouch shouted. There is nothing in the rules that could strip any of the school heads of their magic. Spleenslayer sighed and spoke slowly, as if dealing with a particularly stupid child. Do you see where each of them, as well as you, signed the contract to endorse the rules? Well, this is a magical contract. Everyone who signed is bound to uphold the rules just as those chosen are bound to compete. This touched off a powder keg as everyone began yelling at once. Spleenslayer stepped back and hid his smile. This was wonderful. Goblins hated wizards. This was an accepted fact among the goblins, just as was the knowledge that they needed to breath. The only reason it had been so long since the last rebellion was because there just weren't enough goblins left. Their last rebellion had decimated the goblin clans of Great Britain, and they had yet to recover. If they hadn't fought the clans from other lands and taken an integral role as guardians of the wizard's treasure, they would surely have been wiped out. So, they had stored their blade and moved to a different kind of battle. One of mines and money. A contributing factor to their last failure was a lack of funds. Their raids had produced little gold and they had suffered for it. Now one of their clan's goals was to amass enough gold that any future rebellion would be properly funded for however long it ran. Embarrassing the ministry and certain powerful wizards was also fairly high up on their list. Which was why Gringotts was lending a bit of help to Mr. Black. Though they could weaken the ministry and embarrass them. And collect a fee for it as well. Currently their biggest problem was if they even wanted another rebellion. The few remaining goblins were descendants of those smart enough to survive the past rebellions, and it showed. They were turning a profit nearly double of what they had ever attained raiding wizarding establishments with little personal loss. The year before, when Mr. Black had sold so much, Gringotts had been able to maneuver certain assets and turn a larger profit than expected. Spleenslayer turned his attention back towards the humans as it seemed their argument was dying down, with many promises that the respective governments would look into the matter and find a solution. Sirius turned to Harry. "It's your choice, son. I'll support your decision, but remember what I said." Harry wanted to run, he wanted to hide, to go back to Wandwood and ignore all of this. But if he left and lost his magic, he would lose that. He wouldn't be able to have class with Hermione, or work on spells together. He loved his time with her too much. As he thought, Harry decided that he could at least attempt it. "I'll try. I just need to survive, right?" Dumbledore ensured his grandfatherly smile was in place as the representatives from the ministry and other schools left. He turned to Harry and Sirius. "Well, this is a bit of a mess, but don't worry, it will be sorted soon enough. And speaking of, if you would come to my office, we can have you sorted in." "Why would Harry need to be sorted?" Sirius asked in a challenging tone, his arms crossed as he stared down the headmaster. "He is not attending Hogwarts and won't be." "I am sorry, but the rules state all champions must reside at the hosting school. So, Harry's only choice is to transfer to Hogwarts," Dumbledore said in an apologetic tone. Of course, as Harry had been a Wandwood student, when his name came out they'd still be required to pay the fees. Neither Harry nor Sirius believed for a moment that he was sorry. Spleenslayer's mouth twitched. "My, that is brave of you, giving up your magic so easily." "What?" Dumbledore spun around to face the tiny goblin. "Let's see." Spleenslayer flipped through the contract to find the correct section. "Here we are. The host school agrees to cover all monetary costs that result from their negligence. You clearly were negligent with the safety and security of the Goblet of Fire, since 2 underage children were entered. That means that should Wandwood choose to establish accommodations for Mr. Black, you are required to pay for them. Should you refuse, the contract will take it as a violation, and since it was filed with Gringotts, we will still transfer the funds from the Hogwarts account." But Dumbledore began only to be cut off again. "Should the Potters request it, you will also be required to provide the necessary funds for Daniel Potter's own accommodations." Spleenslayer had purposely waited long enough to make the Potters seem to be nothing more than an afterthought. "Pardon me," Sirius said before Dumbledore could say anything else. "But how long does Harry need to stay at Hogwarts to count as residing here?" 20 days a month is the length stipulated in the contract. Spleenslayer answered with a quick glance down at the parchment. "Then we'll be back in 10 days if we haven't found a way out of this." Sirius led Harry out of Hogwarts. Those who had accompanied them followed along. Most had a bad taste in their mouths after seeing how poorly organized the entire event appeared to be. 0Q0. Dean Horsefeather looked over the small assembly of former Wandwood students. Most were currently involved in one of the mentor programs, learning a trade and studying under a master of their chosen profession. She had gathered them next to a large warehouse where the school stored a number of items not needed for the day-to-day functions of the school. As I am sure many of you have heard, one of our own, Harry Black, has been forced to compete in an English magical tournament or lose his magic. Part of the contract stipulate that each champion's school may have accommodations on the Hogwarts' grounds. Also, because it has been ruled that Hogwarts was negligent in their security, they will be footing the bill for Wandwood's accommodations. You are all here to prepare those. Accommodations. Because of the limited time, your goal will first preparing it for transport and making any adjustments as we travel. The dean opened the large doors of the warehouse and led the group in. One of the master enchanters gasped. Holy crap, where did you get that? It was willed to Wandwood almost 3 decades ago, and I suspect sat neglected for at least that long before. The dean said as the group approached what would become Wandwood's accommodations. A number of students had already made inquiries about joining the group going. So far that had been limited to of-age students with the understanding that they would mostly be doing self-study. 'Tis a piece of art. Another said. It was, as I said, it has been neglected, its enchantments and charms, while good, have faded. A team of rune-trained elves will arrive within the hour to assist you. You will have 3 days to make sure it can travel. Comfort will come second and can be arranged once we are on our way or at Hogwarts. Because of the age, any pieces that need to be replaces should be simple to transfigure. A temporary solution, but we are pressed for time. The dean looked over the group again. Are you up to the task? A resounding cheer saw the dean smile. School pride was on the line for them, and Wandwood was a bit stubborn on such matters. As she turned to leave and attend to other matters, the group was already sorting itself out. The apprentices would handle the more basic charms and enchantments needed while the master did the more detailed pieces. By the time the elves arrived to help inscribe the needed runes, the proper arrays had been agreed upon and a map of their placement was well underway. A few suggestions from the elves saw some minor tweaks in the runes' placement. 0Q0 The Prime Minister sat behind his desk with a worn frown. This was certainly a mess, one that could easily see a great deal more trouble arrive very shortly. He needed to get things straightened out as best he could. And unfortunately, that meant he needed to speak with Fudge. Thankfully, his last meeting had left a bit of green powder and explained how to use it. If it wasn't for everything else that he had seen, the Prime Minister would have been sure this was some type of prank. He stood and walked towards his office's fireplace. As instructed, he took a pinch of the powder between his fingers and threw it into the fire. The flames turned green. The Prime Minister said the address of the fireplace he wanted to reach, which he had been informed was also the only one this fireplace connected to, before he crouched down and tested the flames with his hand. They were still warm, but sticking his whole hand in produced nothing more than a tickling sensation, and he remained unburned. With a deep breath, the Prime Minister stuck his head into the fire and found himself looking out at another office. He had expected to find Fudge still there since it wasn't too late. What he hadn't expected was to find the man drinking deeply from a bottle he was willing to bet wasn't juice. Fudge. Fudge dropped the bottle and tipped ball across the floor. What's happening? That's what I want to know. You have 1 minute to get to my office and explain why I just had several countries threaten war over your administration's idiocy. Or I'll save them the trouble and come for you. Myself. The Prime Minister stepped back and smiled. It felt good to blow off a little steam. Fudge had been shocked when the Muggle Minister had somehow used the flow to contact him. That wasn't how it was supposed to work. He was the Minister of Magic. He meets with his Muggle counterpart on his schedule. He wasn't summoned like this. No, he told himself that he would go, but only to calm the silly Muggle down. He couldn't afford more trouble right now. Not after this latest debacle with the tournament. He'd go see what had the poor Muggle's pants in a twist, tell him what he wanted to hear and be done with it. He took a moment to adjust his suit before he stepped through the flow into the Prime Minister's office. Now what has you in a tizzy? Fudge was used to people offering him respect because he was the minister, because he could make their lives very hard, because he had money and could get things done. He was not used to dealing with people who weren't willing to bow to him, or at least pretend to. I want to know why I just had half a dozen countries threaten war with us. I want to know why you thought it was a good idea to use a forbidden magical item for a school tournament, one banned by international treaty. I want to know how 2 people who were not eligible nor had their parents' permission are now being forced to compete. I want to know how a student from another country is being forced to participate. I want to know why the whole idiotic idea can't just be cancelled. And I want to know how the bloody hell you plan to fix this. The Prime Minister was sickened that a few shouts were enough to make Fudge cower. How had he ever become the Minister of Magic? Well, see now, that's a very complex question. Questions. Wouldn't expect a Muggle like you to understand. Fudge began. Here is what I understand. You used a magical object that is illegal, for a school game. A boy from another country was entered without his or his parents' consent, yet because of this goblet of fire, he now has to compete or lose his magic. I understand why a dozen other countries are worried about this. What's to stop you from tossing in the names of every other minister of magic or whatever they call themselves? The Prime Minister could actually understand that fear. He'd feel the same if he found outsiders had a way to basically kill him or anyone they liked without warning from anywhere in the world. The thought was frightening. I'd never do such a thing. It would be political suicide, Fudge shot back. But doing so to an American child isn't. And as I understand it, one of your greatest heroes, a boy named Daniel Potter, is also in the same boat, forced to compete. Now I need to know what you intend to do about this. It is a magical matter and none of your concern, Fudge said firmly as he reminded himself that this person was just a muggle. It is my concern. I have to have something to tell them when they return, something that is good enough to convince them not to go to war with us, the Prime Minister insisted. Why would they come to you? This is a magical matter, as I said, none of your concern. Fudge tried to mimic Dumbledore's grandfatherly tone and failed miserably. Because that organization your side belongs to, what was it? The International Confederacy of Wizards. Warlocks. Fudge corrected. Warlocks only allows a single person from a country outside of it to deal with all of those inside. But there is nothing about extra ambassadors dealing with the non-magical side, the Prime Minister informed his counterpart. Personally, he thought it was a clever little workaround. Now I'm not, as much as I might like to, going to throw you to the wolves as it were. I can help you if you help me. How? Fudge couldn't imagine a way in which a muggle could help him. As I understand it, your government is in a bit of a financial hole at the moment. How do you know that? Fudge was shocked that a muggle knew anything about his government. The idea that the people he met with before might have told him never crossed Fudge's mind. I have my ways. Besides, nearly 15% of your budget comes from my side to help keep the peace. He could tell from Fudge's look that the Minister of Magic had no idea about that, though he doubted Fudge knew where most of his budget came from either. I might be able to swing a bit more funding for you if you tell me exactly what is going on and what you're going to do about it and submit all financial records for an audit, the Prime Minister finished. Fudge didn't like it, but if it could help dig them out of the hole left from Black in the Quidditch World Cup, then he'd chat with a muggle for a few hours. 0Q0 By the time Fudge left, the Prime Minister was more convinced than ever that the man was an idiot. He had someone else to blame for everything but couldn't even do that well. Fudge seemed to think if he told someone that someone else was at fault, everyone should just believe him, even if the entire story he told made no sense. But Fudge had confirmed a good deal of what the Prime Minister had been told. Not that this did anything to settle the man. It would take a good deal of political skill, and more than a bit of luck to fix the current set of problems and keep more from springing up. Just one more thing he didn't need. He would have to look into that idea about using those non-magical people born to magical parents to help manage things. Apparently other countries had some success with that method. 0Q0. You did what? Harry asked in disbelief. I asked my parents to let me come with you to Hogwarts. I can only imagine the kind of trouble you'd get up to without me around, Hermione said. But, I mean, you'd really go back there, after all that stuff that happened? Harry was surprised she'd even consider it. If he'd been attacked by a troll, he'd do everything he could to steer clear of wherever it happened. Not without a very good reason. You just happen to be a very good reason, Hermione said from her seat next to Harry on the roof. They'd climbed up to watch the sunset and enjoy some time together before Harry was forced to travel to Scotland. What did they say? Harry was torn on what he hoped the answer would be. Yes, he'd love to have Hermione with him. Spending so long away from her was not a prospect that he had been looking forward to. But he also didn't want Hermione to have to return to Hogwarts. She'd never mentioned a good memory from that place and he didn't want her to have to deal with returning. They were against it, but I finally got them to agree to speak with your dad about it, Hermione said as she shifted her position to lean against Harry. They stayed there, wrapped in each other's arms until Shara climbed onto the roof with a huff. Finally, I've been looking everywhere for you too. Everyone's waiting for you in the kitchen. Can you guys give me a lift down? The trellis is a pain to climb, Shara asked as she pulled herself over the gutter. The three of them entered the kitchen to find both sets of parents waiting for them. Cordelia was asleep, cradled in her mother's arms. Hermione, we've talked it over, and you can go to Hogwarts." Hermione threw her arms around her parents, careful of her little sister. "Thank you." Sirius smiled at the young couple as Hermione turned back to Harry and informed him that she was going to keep him out of more trouble any way she could. "Don't worry, you'll have help keeping my son safe since we're all going too." Hermione turned to her parents, who nodded. "We're all going to. Official help chaperone, and officially we'll all do what we can to support Harry." "But Hogwarts has Muggle-repelling wards," Hermione pointed out. Not that she wouldn't love to spend more time with her parents, but she didn't know of any way around that particular solve. "Those wards can be bypassed by invitation," Sirius explained. "Since Wandwood is now an invited school, everyone that is part of the group they send is automatically past those wards. And to make sure we're all going to have bracelets with every type of protection I could find. They'd let your parents slip past the Muggle-repelling wards anyways." Hermione gave Sirius a hug before she returned to her parents. It was late before the last of their plans were finalized. Things were made much easier as Sirius had hired a pair of house elves to help with packing. They would also be taking care of the Black and Granger homes while everyone was away. 0Q0, the group that would be traveling from Wandwood to Hogwarts, stood outside a warehouse along the edge of campus. There were a number of students from various years who had secured their parents' permission to come along, with the understanding that while Hogwarts would be offering them classes, they would have to do a fair bit of self-study to not fall behind. Also present were a group of apprentices, including Wendy, who would be accompany them to continue to work on whatever they would be traveling in. They had all be tight-lipped except to say that it was awesome. The apprentices would be using whatever they had done as part of their final project to achieve their mastery. There was also a group of 8 security guards from the Dark Moon security firm that had been hired to help protect them, as well as a few guards from the Ministry, among them Tonks. As far as the North American Ministry was concerned, England was semi-hostile territory at best. At precisely 10 in the morning, the large doors of the warehouse were opened and the Dean walked out, followed by a large silver blimp. Harry could only compare it to the Goodyear blimps that he'd seen a few times before, though it was clearly of a different design. The Arctic Gale was clearly painted across the airship's side. Wendy had walked over to them as it was brought out. "Beautiful, isn't she?" Harry glanced at Hermione. "Yeah, Hermione really is." That earned him a smack from Wendy. "I meant the ship-wise ass. We still have a lot to do to her, but she'll get us to England, no problem." "Oh, the plans we have once were there. At least a dozen of us are going to receive our masteries for this thing." Hermione immediately jumped Wendy with a dozen questions, only half of which the older girl was able to answer. Harry shook his head with mirth. He felt sorry for everyone who had worked on the airship, as they'd received the same treatment until Hermione had learned everything that she could about it. Once the Arctic Gale had been moved into the clearing set aside for it, the Dean turned to speak to the crowd. "This airship was donated to Wandwood nearly 3 decades ago, and had been in storage for at least that long before. I am extremely pleased to have seen it resurrected within my lifetime. Our own former students have done an amazing job seeing her Skyworth again and will journey with us to continue to work on the Arctic Gale. Now I would like to introduce our captain, Fingrip Skycutter." There was polite applause as a goblin in an oversized captain's jacket and hat moved forward. Harry wondered how he could see properly with his hat. Skycutter glanced over the crowd. "I will keep this short. I am told it is no longer permissible to throw people off a ship, so I shall write in my reports that you slipped and fell." Sirius leaned forward as Skycutter marched onto the ship. "I like this fellow." 0Q0, the Arctic Gale rose easily into the air. Most of its passengers had gathered in the formal dining room, which had windows along both side walls and the front as well, offering one of the best views from the airship. The only place that was better was the bridge located below them. As they watched the trees grow smaller and blend into a sea of green, Hermione leaned back against Harry and wrapped his arms around herself. He leaned forward and planted a kiss along her neck. "I thought you weren't afraid of heights anymore." "I'm not. I just wanted you to hold me," Hermione replied. Cordelia giggled in Emma's arms and clapped her tinny hands. She seemed to find any displays of affection between the two very amusing. Shara insisted that Cordelia was just a little romantic at heart, though Shara was far too busy to pay attention to her siblings as she ran from one wall to the next in an attempt to see everything at once. As the airship climbed above the clouds, their view of the world below was blocked and everyone began to spread out to explore. Harry and Hermione set out to join the others. They quickly found their rooms. Wendy had mentioned that when they started the rooms were barely big enough for a bunk and desk. Now they contained a large bed, desk and wardrobe without feeling crowded. By dinner they had seen most of the airship. Even with expansion charms, most of the space was taken up by the envelope. Wendy said they had other ideas for some of it, but that wouldn't start until the required projects were done. As the sun set behind the airship's tail, it lit the northern edge of the Canadian prairie in vibrant colors. It was a spectacular backdrop to a wonderful meal. Skycutter made a point of walking between the tables and speaking with the passengers. When he reached their table, Cordelia reached out and grabbed his nose. Emma tried to apologize as she worked to move her youngest daughter's hands. Skycutter pulled a brass compass from his pocket and waved it in front of Cordelia, who immediately released his nose to snatch her new shinny toy. Skycutter gave a gruff chuckle. "Well, what do you know, works on penguins and children. Fine grip this little one has. She ever wants to fly the skies, just give me a call, can always use someone with a grip like that." 0Q0 by noon on the third day, they had passed over Newfoundland and out into the Atlantic Ocean. That was also the day that the classroom was finished and the students were required to begin studying again. That evening Harry and Hermione made their way up to what had once been the crow's nest. It had been expanded and turned into an observation deck. Though it was still rather crude, Harry had brought a large comforter and spread it on the floor. They laid down and Hermione moved so that Harry's arm rested around her shoulder. They watched the stars slowly pass over them late into the night. 0Q0 flying over the ocean was less interesting than land, as there wasn't much change to watch. Harry sat in the dining room, which now doubled as a study area along with the classroom, and held Cordelia on his lap. He bounced the little girl on his knee as she giggled. Hermione rolled her eyes. "She's my sister, but she loves you more." "That's not true, is it, Delia?" "No, it's not. You love your big sister, don't you?" Harry set her in the chair between him and Hermione. "Oh, I know, but she likes you more. She never tries to eat the book when you read to her," Hermione pointed out. "That's 'cause I picked a picture book," Harry said smugly. "Oh." Hermione began to tickle Cordelia. "Is that what you like? Pictures? Handsome but no substance? Is that why you like Harry?" "Hey, sorry Harry, but she's spoken," Hermione informed her boyfriend. 0Q0. The following day, as they approached Scotland, the airship was forced to climb higher to avoid a nasty storm. Harry, Hermione and Shara spent their free time playing cards in Hermione's room as the sway of the ship increased. Once they broke through the clouds, though it was a fairly smooth ride. Though more than once Harry pretended to stumble at imaginary turbulence so he could topple over and pull Hermione down onto her bed. They never managed to get back up without a few kisses exchanged. Shara would just cover her eyes and declared that they were traumatizing her. 0Q0 seeing Scotland from the air was an amazing sight. Shara had her camera out and spent the several hours before they reached Hogwarts snapping away. Harry was sure it would take her a month to develop them all. Harry wrapped his arms around Hermione. "We're almost there, little apprehensive, but I don't regret coming," Hermione assured him with a tender kiss. She then pulled back and made sure that his vest was on properly. Both had been surprised to learn Wandwood have a formal uniform of sorts that was hardly ever used. A vest with slacks or a skirt, all bright green with gold trim. "Good. So how do you think they'll react to us landing this thing next to Hogwarts?" Harry asked as the Arctic gale cut through a low cloud and their view was momentarily obscured. "Well, from what I remember, if we arrived in something like a giant flying toaster, they'd think it was interesting. But since we are in something that was actually meant to fly, they'll probably be confused," Hermione said. Their first sight of Hogwarts from the sky was breathtaking, and Harry could hear Shara clicking away. They circled once and came around to land between the castle and the forest. They could see dozens of students pointing at them and running as they sat down. Wandwood had arrived at Hogwarts. A.N. Thank you for reading and I hope you enjoyed. It's all the same, right? Disclaimer. I own nothing but my mistakes. Chapter 7. It's all the same, right? Dumbledore hurried down the corridor along with several professors. He had just been informed that the Wandwood delegation had arrived, several hours ahead of schedule. Didn't they have any manners? Dozens of students were already on the lawn as they watched the large blimp land and several house elves appear outside to secure the Arctic gale's lines. Irritation filtered across Dumbledore's mind. Wandwood's method of travel was certainly impressive, longer than the Durmstrang's ship, bigger than the Beauxbatons' carriage. It spoke of an elegance the others lacked. He didn't like that they were there at all. To have outshined the other participating schools was a grave insult. Still, he had to play nice, all while wondering how much Hogwarts would have to pay for them to have such extravagance. One of the airship's doors opened and the dean stepped out, followed by the rest of the school and staff. Headmaster Dumbledore. Dean Horsefeather, we were not expecting you till this evening. Dumbledore let a hint of his irritation filter into his voice. We had good winds and saw no reason to wait. I can't help but notice that you have brought more than just students with you. Yes, the ministry felt that we needed extra security. Don't worry, they're paying for the guards. We have also brought our own faculty to help watch after our students since we have such a large range in attendance. The dean had forced Dumbledore to cave on the matter of bringing more than just 7th-year students. As she pointed out, Harry wasn't a 7th year, and should his friends decide to come, she wouldn't stop them. I assure you that wasn't necessary. Hogwarts will keep your students safe. The dean burst out laughing. Either you are delusional or a liar. But we don't have long enough to decide which right now. Dumbledore wanted to refute her claim, but he certainly didn't need the school's dirty laundry aired in front of the students. Well, I am afraid that you have missed lunch, and dinner will not be for some hours. That's fine, it will give us a chance to speak with the other school heads while my students familiarize themselves with your school, the dean said. 0Q0 Remus Lupin considered himself fortunate, not that he had been bitten and turned into a werewolf, but that thanks to his friends, the Potters, he was able to still make something of himself. Years before, a law had been passed that stated all werewolves needed ministry permission and approval to work, each requiring a different department to approve. Without his close association with the Potters, he would never have been able to find any work. For the last 3.5 years he had been hired to work as security for Hogwarts. When Daniel's name had come out of the Goblet of Fire, he had been a suspect as a dark creature. Until James had pointed out that his godfather oath to Daniel would have prevented his involvement. He knew well the struggle werewolves faced. He could understand taking risks to try and get by. But as he watched Wandwood arrive, he was horrified to discover that several members of their security were in fact werewolves. One of the side effects of the curse was that you could always tell when another was nearby. A few of them even gave him a polite nod. He had to tell Dumbledore right away. He was comfortable working around children because of the Wolfbane potion. And he knew outside of the ICW they did not use the potion to control werewolves. 0Q0 While Hermione was leading her family and the Blacks on a tour of the school, Andromeda Tonks made her way to the hospital wing to speak with Poppy. She had completed part of her healer training under the Med Witch and had trouble believe that she wouldn't have healed Hermione's leg. Now she had the chance to satisfy her curiosity. She stepped into the hospital wing and found Poppy just finishing up with one of the students. Andy waited until Poppy had finished before she made her way over. It's been a while. Andromeda Tonks, it has. We were all so worried when your family disappeared. What are you doing back? Poppy said. I got a wonderful offer to work in America. It has been amazing. I've learned a great deal. Currently I am acting as the official healer for Wandwood while they're here. You know, I actually saw one of your former patients, Andy said as they walked to Poppy's office. Really? Who? Poppy was understandably curious as to her knowledge. Few former students ever left the country. She called an elf for some tea as they sat down. Hermione Granger. Andy took a sip of her tea and watched her former mentor for a reaction. Poppy's shoulders drooped and she sighed. That poor girl. First the broom accident and then attacked by a troll. We had to send her straight to St. Mungo's, but even they couldn't fully heal her. I can certainly understand why her parents sent her to another country. So, you never had a chance to examine her after the troll? Andy tried to keep the hope from her voice. She had a great deal of respect for the older healer and the thought that Poppy had knowingly left a student injured aid at her. No, she never returned to Hogwarts after that night. Poppy hesitated before she asked. How is she doing? How has she adjusted to her injury? Miss Granger was fully healed in just a few days. Andy paused at Poppy's surprised gasp. Any first-year apprentice could have healed her leg properly. She told a friend what happened and they recognized that her injury should not have resulted in such complications and referred her to me. But the healers at St. Mungo's either lied or are idiots, I don't know which. Personally, we believe that they left Hermione with a limp because she is a Muggle-born. But regardless, she made a full recovery and is actually part of the Wandwood group that just arrived. Andy explained. Yes, I saw the blimp, Poppy asked, unsure what to call the large flying craft. We've been calling it an airship. The caption thinks it sounds more impressive that way. But back to the point. Outside of life-threatening emergencies, I will be handling all medical issues for the Wandwood group. Andy held up her hand as Poppy bristled and began to protest. I know you are an exceptional healer, however, after everything that has happened, Wandwood doesn't trust Hogwarts. And what about you? Poppy demanded. You graduated Hogwarts. Do they know that and still trust you? They trust me to be professional on such matters. Andy let a chill creep into her voice to remind Poppy that they were both fully accredited healers and should not bicker like children. Very well, the hospital wing is available to you if you need to make use of it, Poppy said with a resigned sigh. Thank you, but hopefully nothing serious enough for me to need to take you up on the offer will happen. Also, the airship is a fully stocked infirmary. You're more than welcome to stop by so that we can trade tricks. Andy offered. It'd be interesting to see the American method of healing. Poppy answered politely. 0Q0 The Grangers and Blacks walked through Hogwarts as Hermione and Sirius pointed out areas of interest. Though Harry and Hermione could have done without Sirius and his running commentary of the best places to snog. Harry was sure Hermione's parents wouldn't like that, but they seemed more amused than anything. That might have been because of his obvious discomfort, though. They were walking down a corridor on their way to the library when an unwelcome voice interrupted them. UG. A mudblood and blood traders. Someone should tell the Squib Flitch to exterminate the vermin in the castle. Sirius stepped towards Malfoy. Let's see, weasel-like face and some strange belief that you are better than everyone else. You must be a Malfoy. And you are that sorry excuse the former Lord Black, who betrayed his noble blood to associate with such scum, and are those Muggles. Draco's face scrunched up in disgust. When my father hears of this, they'll be killed for daring to befoul these noble halls with their filth. Malfoy. Sirius shouted in a deep voice. Harry winced. He only heard that tone when he really messed up. You speak without knowledge. The Blacks may have been stripped of our seat in the government and a few nuts I left in Gringotts, but they did not take away the Blacks' standing. So, tell me, what is the punishment for a lesser house such as the Malfoys insulting both an ancient and noble house as well as those under its protection and calling for their death? Sirius hid a smirk as Malfoy paled further. I see you do know what that means. I will speak with Lord Malfoy about your actions. Malfoy wisely kept his mouth shut and stormed off. Dan and Emma glanced at each other. All right, that stuff you said to the rude kid sounded important. Can you explain what just happened? That was Malfoy. He was a bully, almost as bad as Potter and Weasley, Hermione told her parents. His father was a Death Eater who bribed his way out of his crimes. He is a coward, but he liked to throw his money around and pretend it makes him cunning. Apparently, he hasn't even taught his kid how to do that. What I so kindly pointed out to him was that despite what the Ministry did, they wouldn't dare take rights away from the old families because they are too paranoid that someone would do the same to them. And despite what the Malfoys like to think, they aren't one of the old families. My family is one of the few that can back up calling him out for such disrespect. It'll cost him a bit of political influence with some of the other old families. Most of them aren't too forgiving to upstarts. Plus, it'll make sure everyone knows that all of you are under the protection of the House of Black, Sirius explained. So, you used your enemy to spread information for you. My, that is very Slytherin of you, Hermione commented. Now there was no need to be insulting. I thought you liked me. Sirius acted as though she had hit him. No, that's your son. Hermione latched onto Harry's arm. Violet moved to hug her husband. It's all right, dear. I still like you. I'll take that. Sirius spun and kissed her. Cordelia clapped from her mother's arms. Shara made several gagging noises until they stopped. 0Q0 That evening, a very tired Dumbledore sat at the head table and looked out over the sea of students, both those from Hogwarts and the visiting schools. I would like to welcome our newest guests from Wandwood. I am sure you will all make them feel welcome while they're here. While the other two visiting schools kept to their own group, the students from Wandwood spread out to the 4 tables, which seemed to confuse the Hogwarts students. Harry and Hermione moved to sit at the Hufflepuff table. As they began to put the food on their plates, one of the older years leaned forward. "Why are you sitting here? Trying to steal our glory?" Harry gave him a quizzical look. "Well, Slytherin was out from the start. Gryffindor has Weasley and Potter, so we don't want to sit there, and both those houses along with Ravenclaw gave Hermione a bad time when she was here. So Hufflepuff was the only one that hadn't caused one of his problems yet. As for your glory, I have no idea what you're talking about." "Lay off," another voice said from further down the table. The speaker rose and moved closer to them. "Sorry about Maddie, he got the idea into his head that this is all a big conspiracy to embarrass Hufflepuff. I'm Cedric, the Hogwarts champion," Harry said. "Well, one of them," Cedric admitted. "The only one there was supposed to be, the one who actually got chosen," Harry pointed out, and won a few points with the House of Hard Work and Loyalty. "I'm Harry Black, unwilling competitor." "I heard, does that mean you won't really be competing? Just show up and forfeit?" Cedric asked. There had been a great deal of speculation about what both Potter and Black would do, since both claimed to not want to compete. Harry shook his head. "I wish I could, but the contract says I have to at least make an attempt, and wording says it has to be decent. Since we don't know what the Goblet of Fire would consider decent, I have to do my best or risk breaking the contract." Though luck. Cedric felt sorry for the two young champions. They were being seriously disadvantaged. "Yeah, but nothing I can do about it." Harry actually thought he might have a chance when Hermione had pointed out a key fact. English wizards were silly at best in most cases. They hoped that what he had learned would be different enough that Harry would see a hole in the tasks that the organizers had overlooked. Dinner continued on much the same as it had begun, with questions exchanged between the students from Wandwood and the other schools. Afterwards they returned to the airship, and several moved to what had been nicknamed the War Room. When it was confirmed that Harry had to compete, Sirius had put his Slytherin and Marauder sides to good use. The contract said no staff of the school or ministry could help a champion. It didn't cover family or hired help, so long as that help wasn't on the payroll of the school or ministry. So, while several people were there to help Wandwood, such as the Grangers, because they didn't work for the school, they were free to help Harry. Not to mention the students themselves. Sirius looked over the groups. "How did it go?" "Gryffindor outright threatened us," one said, and the two other students who had been at the table nodded. "Slytherin was hostile until we told them we were old purebloods," another student, who also happened to actually be a Muggle-born, said. "It didn't help too much, as they still treated us more as an oddity than people. I think a couple of them are stupid enough to give up information if they get any, though. Ravenclaw acted as if we were idiots. No help there. Hufflepuff was friendly enough," Harry said. "I think they'll be our best bet of information, but it'll be tricky with the whole fair play thing." Sirius nodded. It was mostly as he had expected. "Anything else?" There were a number of shaken heads, not that it surprised him, as they had only been there a few hours. "Right then, keep your eyes and ears open." Dismissed. As the group was about to leave, another student rushed in. "Anyone want to see a show?" "What's going on?" Harry asked. "Apparently that English minister just showed up with a bunch of people. Looks like they're going to try and arrest someone," he said. Sirius barked out a laugh. "Pay up." Grumbling, Harry pulled a pouch of coins from his pocket and handed it to Sirius. At Hermione's quizzical look, he said, "I figured he'd at least wait until breakfast." The group hurried to the windows that offered a view of the show being put on outside. 0Q01 of the ship's house elves had warned the dean of the approaching group, so she had stepped out to meet them. She was disgusted by the look of glee on that idiot Fudge's face. As he hurried over, he waved a piece of parchment in the air. Not even here a day and already causing trouble. We're up to something. Bringing dark creatures to a school. Dumbledore, as well as several members of the Hogwarts' staff, had followed the group towards the ship. The headmaster reached out and lay a hand on the minister's shoulder. "I believe we should all calm ourselves. Remus, if you could please explain the situation. We don't need wands drawn." Remus nodded and stepped forward. "You know I'm like you. I understand how desperate you are, but you are endangering children by being here. You have to see reason. Money is not worth the damage you could cause, the lives you could ruin. I truly do understand how bad things must be for you without the Wolfsbane potion, but this is wrong." The guards were unmoved by his disturbingly impassioned speech. "Will, you are a werewolf," one of them admitted. "So let me ask you, what makes you so much safer than us?" I take the Wolfsbane potion and am locked away when I change, Remus said with a hint of pride. He thought that he could show them another way. We'll do you one better. On the night of the full moon, we won't even be here. We already have prior commitments, the same guard said. Fudge wasn't happy. This was taking too long and he wanted some good publicity already. You are dark creatures that require the ministry's consent to work which you do not have. Therefore you have broken the law, arrest them. To most of the group's surprise the guards just chuckled. Fudge felt his eye twitch. Are you laughing at me? Yeah, you look so funny, all angry with your little bowler hat on. I guess that's British humor for you, the guard said. Now see here, Fudge began. Enough. The dean's sharp tone cut through the group. You may consider them dark creatures, but we consider them highly skilled people who do their jobs as well as can be asked for. While your ministry may demand they have consent to work, our ministry does not, and as they are our citizens you have no authority to impose you bigoted laws upon any member of this ship. Under the contract with the Goblet of Fire we have what our lawyers were only able to describe as a staggering and confusing mix of diplomatic immunity and independence from the English ministry. Fudge leaned towards Dumbledore. What does all that mean? Before Dumbledore could answer, the dean did so. It means that we may hire whoever we want and you can't do a thing about it. I believe most of that bit came about because Dumbledore wanted to invite another Death Eater into his school. Dumbledore hated to admit it, but she was correct. He had just hoped that they hadn't bothered to read too far into the contract. The others hadn't. Why couldn't these people play by the proper rules? I am afraid she is correct. So long as they do no harm, we have no authority to arrest them. But, Fudge stammered out. This wasn't how he wanted it to happen. He was supposed to be seen as a hero, leading the charge to arrest several dark creatures these foreign savages had brought into their cultured country. It was supposed to put the people behind him again. Stop all that nasty talk about a vote of no confidence. Now he had to slink away with his tail between his legs. The dean watched them leave before she turned around and walked back into the ship. She was truly coming to hate dealing with the English. 0Q0 The next morning the Wandwood students ate breakfast in the Great Hall. Though they were also free to take their meals on the ship, they all needed to pick up their class schedules. Even some of the older ones who were just there to work on the airship and finish their apprenticeship had opted to take a few classes and hopefully learn a new style. They were once again at the Hufflepuff table when Professor McGonagall handed them their schedules. Hermione looked them over and groaned. They stuck us with Gryffindor for our classes. We could ask to be switched. Harry suggested. No, I won't run away from them. I'm better than I was. Hermione stated. She'd have to face them at some point and she refused to let them think that they still frightened her. You've always been the best. Harry threw his arm around her shoulder. During the meal the Daily Prophet arrived. Hermione had insisted on getting a copy to try and keep track of what the local crowd was thinking. The bold headline proclaiming that Wandwood School had brought a host of dangerous dark creatures to Hogwarts startled a number of people and left many of the Wandwood students on unsure footing as they explained what actually happened. Susan Bones was the first at the Hufflepuff table to work up the courage to do more than give them dirty looks. She sounded both frightened and angry when she asked, "Why did you bring a pack of werewolves to Hogwarts?" Security. Hermione stated. They can't pass the curse on unless it is a full moon and they have transformed. The rest of the time they're just people. People with better reflexes, who are stronger and more perceptive than normal. In North America they're praised as some of the best security there is. But what if they escape during the full moon? We could all be killed, another Hufflepuff said. They won't even be here for the full moon. Harry resisted rolling his eyes and he answered. They all have prior commitments, back across the pond. What if one of them goes crazy? You said it yourself, they're stronger than normal, they could just rip us apart. The same Hufflepuff said. And what if you go crazy? You're carrying a deadly weapon, Hermione pointed out. No, I'm not, the Hufflepuff shouted. You have a wand, don't you? Harry asked and drew his own. We had an instructor who once said, it can kill or heal. Learn the damn difference. If you snapped one well-placed curse could do at least as much damage as an untransformed werewolf. Several of the Hufflepuffs looked down at their own wands. The rest of the meal was spent discussing the different way werewolves were treated between England and North America. After breakfast they gathered their bags and Hermione led them to their first class. Transfiguration. Before they reached the class, however, they heard yet another unwelcome voice. Dead man walking. Harry and Hermione found Ron Weasley, Daniel Potter, and a girl with the same red hair as Ron's that they guessed was his cider leaning against a nearby wall. How's it feel to know that you're going to die black? After all, you only have that second-rate foreign education while Daniel's got all sorts of special tutors. Harry resisted the urge to punch the red-headed boy, not for what he was saying but his part in what happened to Hermione. But he had promised her that he would do his best to keep his temper in check and not attack them. Or at least not be the one to start things. You do realize that from my perspective you three are the ones with the second-rate foreign education, right? No. You're the dirty foreigners, so you're the ones with the foreign education. This is our home, so we have the best educations. It's, Ron searched for the right word. Something. Domestic. Hermione offered. You know that's what girls do when they get married. Ron made a disgusted face, though his sister didn't seem too happy about that. Well, while you think of the word, we'll just head to class. Hermione took Harry's hand and pulled him down the corridor. 0Q0. Harry and Hermione found seats in the back of the classroom. Just as the bell sounded, Daniel and Ron rushed in and took their own seats. Professor McGonagall looked the class over. Good morning, class. As you can see, we have been joined by 2 new students and, Miss Granger, Mr. P. Black. What are those? They looked down at their desks. Pens and notebooks. Hermione answered. McGonagall stalked down the row of desks towards them. I am afraid that here at Hogwarts we only use quill and parchment. Why? Hermione asked. Because that is the way that it has always been done, she informed them. Well, that's hardly a good reason, Hermione stated. The class fell deathly quiet. No one dared to breathe in case it suddenly attracted the professor's attention. McGonagall remembered when Miss Granger had first started Hogwarts, so bright and polite. It appears that your time away from our shores has made you forget your manners, Miss Granger. No, ma'am, it just taught me not to blindly follow people anymore, Hermione said politely. She was sure Harry had rubbed off on her because she was actually enjoying riling up her former head of house. Then again, she had never been able to do much to stop the bullying that Hermione had experienced, and Hermione found that she was still a bit upset about it. 10 points from. McGonagall trailed off. She couldn't take points from them as they weren't part of Hogwarts. Likewise, she was unsure if she could assign detentions to them either. I will be speaking with your dean about your disrespect. I could contact her, Harry offered, and see if she can meet with us when this class lets out. And how would you do that? McGonagall asked. Harry tore a page from his notebook and scribbled on it. Then tapped it with his wand. The paper folded itself into a paper airplane and flew out the window. He looked back at McGonagall and was alarmed to see how pale she had become. What? Where did you learn that spell? The Ministry has forbidden it for anyone not employed by them, McGonagall said. Hermione snorted as Harry tried to wrap his head around that. Your Ministry has forbidden the paper airplane charm? Why? It's one of the first charms we ever learned. We used to have paper airplane races in class to learn it. Be that as it may, you are not to use it again, McGonagall ordered. Fine, I won't use that charm again while in your class. Harry's tone left it clear that he planned to continue to use it outside her class. She was disappointed as they began that day's lesson, as both of them continued to use the pen and notebooks. She was even less pleased when they actually managed to complete their assignment that day, switching the flowers from one plant to another, on their 3rd try. Right behind Daniel Potter. What really put her over the edge, though, was that by the end of class they were doing so silently. Harry and Hermione had spent most of the class working on the spell as they did at Wandwood. North America had taken the approach that the best way to keep magic secret was to draw as little attention to it as possible. Shouting a spell was a big no-no, so children were taught the incantation and then kept at the spell until they could do it silently. Magic was like a great many things in that practice made it easier. A spell that was difficult to cast the 10th time would be very easy the 1000th. To cast a spell silently only required more will and focus than saying the incantation out loud. Ron spent most of the class glaring at them. He had been shocked to see that Granger actually looked decent. Well, better than decent, really. Her crazy hair was now wavy and he wouldn't mind snogging her. If he had known how good she would turn out, he would have called dibs back in first year. Maybe he should have. She was desperate for friends. They could have used her to do their homework. Not that it really mattered since Dumbledore wouldn't let them fail. But what to do now? As Daniel Potter's best mate Ron had enjoyed a number of privileges, one of which he had only begun to take advantage of earlier that year. Girl wanted to get close to Daniel, for a bit of snogging he could make that happen. As a result, he'd had several late-night get-togethers with as many girls. So, to his mind the situation was no different. He'd tell Granger she could have the honor of accompanying him to Hogsmeade and she go with him. A done deal. 0Q0 When the class let out, McGonagall was pleased to see the dean waiting outside. Harry and Hermione remained in their seats as the dean stepped in. Mr. Black has informed me that you have a complaint of some type. Yes, your students were being disrespectful and disruptive during class. McGonagall explained what had happened, confident that the stern woman would understand and take the appropriate actions. I agree that was unacceptable. Please refrain from wasting my students' time with such worthless ideas as using a quill and parchment. The dean said to her complete shock. Wasting their time? How could you suggest that? She demanded. Outside of the ICW countries, few magic users bother with anything like a quill. There is no need when pens and paper are faster, cheaper and easier, offering comparable results. Why should my students waste their time learning to use such instruments when they won't need to ever do so again? The dean asked in a stern voice that mimicked the one McGonagall used with her own students. It was not pleasant to be on the other end of. She tried to answer, but she really couldn't. True, every year several Muggle-born tried to bring such writing tools to Hogwarts but were discouraged. Telling them that all assignments had to be done in quill and parchment helped as well. But her normal methods wouldn't work as she had no real authority over them. Not to mention it did sound like a waste of time if they would never use it again. It took most Muggle-born until well into their second year before they were able to properly write with a quill without making too great a mess. Very well, there is also the issue of Mr. Black using a forbidden spell while in class. The dean turned and gave Harry a quizzical but disapproving look. He just shrugged. The paper airplane charm I used to send you the note is apparently forbidden here. The dean couldn't help it. She burst out laughing. That was just too much. Is it really? Yes, only those who work for the ministry are allowed to use it, McGonagall stated, not at all pleased with the way the conversation was going. Why? I do not know, she reluctantly admitted. Very well, if that is all, I believe these two have another class to get to, the dean said. McGonagall reluctantly dismissed them. Harry and Hermione hurried to Charms. However, they had barely arrived when a student came in and said that Daniel Potter and Harry Black were needed for the weighing of the wands. Hermione said that she would see him at lunch as Harry left with Daniel and the student. They were the last to arrive and a woman immediately set upon Daniel and pulled him into a broom closet. Harry watched with a bit of concern. Should someone help him? The other champions shook their heads. Better him than us. When the school heads arrived, Dumbledore extracted Daniel and the English wandmaker set to work testing their wands. Harry watched closely. Every student at Wandwood was taught the basics of wandcraft, as it was believed some of the best results came from making it yourself. In fact, Harry's current wand was the one he had finished just the month before and worked as well as the one he had bought. As a point of pride, he used it. Harry was the last to go after the others had all had their wands checked and approved, though Daniel was scolded for not taking better care of his wand. Harry proudly presented his wand, eager for a true wandmaker's opinion. Ollivander took Harry's wand with a smile. And our last champion, Mr. Black of Wandwood. Such a wonderful place. Many of my best wands were made from wood I was lucky enough to gather there. He couched and hid his smile. Though the very best wands are always made from local material. Still a lovely place. Harry tried not to grin. He understood the old man couldn't just come out and say some of the best wand wood in the world came from there. The English wouldn't like that. It is a lovely place. The wandmaker waved Harry's wand and cast several charms, more than with anyone else's. Tell me, this wand you made it, didn't you? Yes, sir. Harry said nervously. Well, it is a fine creation. You have a talent for wands, it would seem. But unfortunately, the rules state all wands must be made by a master wandmaker, so I must reluctantly fail it. Though personally I think it is up to the job. Ollivander handed the wand back to Harry. Dumbledore stepped into the conversation with the grace of an alley cat. Perhaps you would, Black, with a suitable wand? Or I could just go get my other wand from my room, Harry offered. If you have another wand, Why did you bring it? Madame Maxie asked. Harry shrugged. I didn't know that I'd need it. The French champion scoffed at him. Why are you even playing with that toy, little boy? Or is it all you can handle? A glance toward the dean told Harry that she wasn't going to stop him, so he taking her down a few pegs. I can see that the French are as rude as the English. I used this wand because I made it. It is a point of pride to us to be able to make something like a wand. And an excellent wand it is. Ollivander added, if it wasn't for the rules, I'd have cleared his wand to compete. Take pride in it, Mr. Black, and do show me what else you come up with sometime. I will, sir. Harry left the room to head back to the airship. He actually carried his old wand on him, but he didn't want them to know that. Let them assume he only had the one at any time. When Harry returned, his wand was cleared to compete. The champions were gathered together for a group picture before the same woman that had pulled Daniel into the broom closet earlier made a grab for him. Mr. Black, you don't mind if I call you that, do you? Wonderful. How would you like to give an exclusive interview? I guarantee it'll get its own page in the Prophet. The way she spoke made it clear to Harry that she expected him to jump all over the chance to appear in a newspaper. Where I come from, there are laws about old women dragging underage boys into broom closets. Good day. 0Q0 Ron saw his chance when Harry hadn't returned by the end of class. As Hermione walked out of the classroom, Ron stepped in front of her and blocked her way. He gave what he considered his best smile that made witches' hearts melt. Well, it's hard to believe, but you can actually clean up nice. Tell you what, why don't I let you come with me to Hogsmeade? I'm sure you like to do that. Hermione resisted the urge to curse him. I didn't think it was possible, but you seem to have actually gotten stupider since our first year. Why, after the living hell you put me through, would I want to go out with you? Because no one else will ever ask you, Ron pointed out. When Hermione began to smile, he incorrectly thought that he had won. Her laughter confused him a bit. Like I said, you're an idiot. Now leave me alone. Hermione sidestepped the confused boy and walked down the corridor towards the Great Hall. Ron stood there and tried to figure out what had happened. Girls just didn't tell him no. 0Q0 The next morning there was a long article about the champions, though it focused on Harry and Daniel. Daniel was portrayed as the young champion forced to compete against his will but bravely facing the challenge for the glory of the British ministry. Harry, on the other hand, was actually called a foreign devil who had snuck his way into the tournament because the North American ministry hadn't been invited to participate. The article also claimed that he had given an interview in which he had insulted Hogwarts, the ministry and the other champions. Needless to say, a majority of students believed the article, and dirty looks followed them around for the rest of breakfast. Both were too excited about runes though to care. They were sorely disappointed though when they discovered that the fourth-year runes class was only up to what they completed in first year. After the class they spoke to the professor about their concerns and she promised that would speak with their dean. Finally, it was time for the class that Harry had been dreading. Potions. He enjoyed the subject, but his dad had warned him that the professor might hold a grudge against him because of some schoolyard bullying. The stories that they had heard from the other students weren't encouraging. What little optimism Harry had was crushed when Snape swept into the room and began barking questions at him. Thankfully they were things that had already been covered at Wandwood. Snape grew more and more enraged with each correct answer until he took 20 points from Daniel for not taking notes. But his glare clearly suggested that he wanted to take them and more from Harry. Once again, the class was a repeat of what Harry and Hermione already knew, but this time when they attempted to speak to Professor Snape about it, he yelled for them to leave and, accidentally, smashed their work for the day. 0Q0 Sirius strolled into the offices of the Daily Prophet. He followed the helpful sign in the lobby up to the chief editor's office. The receptionist barely glanced at him. Do you have an appointment? Yes, Lord Black. Sirius said. The receptionist went to speak with her boss, then showed Sirius into the plush office. The editor was a large man with a cigar crushed between his teeth. Time is money, what cha want? Sirius wondered if the editor had actually tried to make himself look like a stereotypical editor from cartoons. I just thought it would be polite to inform you that I will be pressing charges for the lies your paper printed about my son this morning. The editor laughed. You think the ministry would let something like that happen? You're an idiot. We have an open invitation to trash you and your brat for as long as we want. Go ahead and try to sue. The court will never rule in your favor. With a smile, Sirius pulled a piece of parchment from his robes and set it on the desk. I am afraid the ministry doesn't have a say in it. You see, under the contract, the ministry agreed to if a representative of one of the visiting schools, in this case Harry, suffers an attack by a local party unrelated to the tournament, then the dispute will be taken to the complainant country's courts. In case you didn't understand, we're suing you in the North American magical courts. You can't. The editor snatched up the parchment. He'd have to get legal on this at once. We can. The ministry agreed to it when they signed the contract. And since it was filed with Gringotts, the goblins will uphold the verdict. I suggest you get some good lawyers. Sirius stood and walked from the building. He still had trouble believing how convoluted the contract was. While it allowed matters between the visiting schools and people unrelated to the tournament to be handled out of country if the issue resulted from a teacher or another student, then the British ministry decided. Bloody hell, it didn't matter if Hogwarts wasn't involved in any way. If such an issue did come up, though, he already had a plan to deal with it, and hopefully piss off a few people too. The editor waddled as fast as he could to the paper's legal department, 3 tired wizards stuffed into an old closet. 0Q0 After the students from Wandwood had been at Hogwarts for a week, Dumbledore called a faculty meeting to discuss their progress and how far behind they were. He anticipated that several of them would need to be moved back to a lower year. He was shocked to hear just the opposite from many of the professors. Albus, we have a serious problem. Not only are the Wandwood students ahead of our own, they learn the spells faster and are able to cast them silently. McGonagall exclaimed. She was at her wit's end with them. It looked as if their only solution was to place most of them in the next year's class. And there is also a problem with Mr. Black and Miss Granger. Dumbledore perked up. This was what he was looking for. And what would that be? Nothing serious, I trust. They are very argumentative. They use Muggle writing interments and refuse to stop. Their dean refuses to help either, she explained. I don't see why what they write with matters, Flitwick said. He personally found them both to be enjoyable and quick learners. Though he agreed that they could be moved up a year with little trouble. In fact, their 6th and 7th years were at or above Newt level. Dumbledore wasn't happy as he listened to more praise for the Wandwood students. Hogwarts was supposed to be the best school. It wouldn't do for their own students to be showed up. The skill Harry was showing, Aniel couldn't cast silently, yet so to Dumbledore's mind Harry shouldn't be able to either. It was yet more confirmation that Sirius had used dark magic on him, and apparently Miss Granger as well. Perhaps she was the key to getting to Harry? As the meeting drew to a close, Dumbledore decided to keep the visiting students where they were for now and to continue to see how they integrated into the school population. 0Q0 Dean Horsefeather was sure it had to be lead in the water. There had to be some outside cause. There was just no way an entire population could be this stupid without trying. You want to have children fight a dragon, one-on-one? Correct. Dumbledore said. Are you insane? No, I already know you are. But you too, how could you agree to put your students in such danger? The dean demanded. Igor shrugged. It will be a good show. We were assured proper precautions would be taken. The madam defended herself. This is unacceptable. It takes a fully trained team of dragon handlers to subdue a dragon. There is no way students are capable of the same feat. She couldn't believe them. I am afraid that the task is already set. There is nothing that can be done about it now, Dumbledore said. Though he had made sure proper training was available to Daniel, he had written a loophole into the rules just so he could assure the Hogwarts champion won. With the addition of Daniel, he had only needed to shift those plans to the younger champion. The meeting was one of the least productive that the dean had ever attended. Her concerns were largely ignored and no extra safety measures would be added. The only good thing was a full list of what the schools were not allowed to do for their champions, and what they could. They could provide an official uniform for their champions but no protective enchantments, and there was a list of materials that were not allowed as it was felt that they might offer the champions too much protection. Among them were dragon hide and other magical materials. She had to smile though, they had missed a rather large hole. North American dragon handlers wore clothes made out of a material known as dragon skin because it was impervious to fire, like dragon hide, but offered better protection from other dangers such as blunt force trauma. She was sure she could arrange a suit for Harry before the first task. 0Q0. Fudge smiled as he looked over the financial reports that he would give to the Muggle Prime Minister. It had taken a bit of creative charm work to hide some of his more questionable deductions, but what would a Muggle know of it? Soon they'd have more gold from the Muggles, and they had sold out the extra tickets for the first task. Adding those extra seats had really paid off. Furthering his good mood was a message from Dumbledore, who had said everything had arrived. Yes, things were finally looking up for him. 0Q0. Dragons. Several people jumped as two of the enchanting apprentices rushed into the war room. We were looking through the forest for wand components and we stumbled upon the cages they'd set up for them. Sirius slammed his hand onto the table. Are they insane? Got a nasty one too. The other apprentice said. 3 of the cages already had blackout clothes over them, but they were trying to put one over the cage with a Hungarian horntail. It kept snagging the fabric and pulling into the cage to rip apart. The Chinese fireball seemed nice. With a deep breath, Sirius focused himself. Right, everyone listen up. Find the biggest gossips in Hogwarts and spread the news. The other champions need fair warning about this death trap of a tournament. I'm going to go make some calls. 0Q0. Dumbledore was not at all pleased. Somehow word had gotten out about the dragons and now all the champions had time to prepare. He suspected Dean Horsefeather but had no proof. This was not at all how he had planned things. Well, at least everything was set for Black, and the knowledge of the dragons wouldn't help him. No, in fact it would just do him more harm. 0Q0. Harry put on the uniform that he had been provided for the first task. A form-fitting suit made of some type of black rubbery substance. It came with gloves and a hood sewn on to protect his head. Wendy, Tonks and Sirius had drilled him on the plans for the dragon until he could perform them flawlessly, against an imaginary dragon. But it was the best that they could do. When he stepped out of his room, Hermione caught him in a crushing hug. He returned the gesture as much for himself as her. The only things keeping him from completely panicking was if he freaked out, it would freak out Hermione. Cordelia seemed to know that something was going to happen because she waddled over to join the hug and attached herself to Harry's leg. Hermione's mother managed to pry the child off after a few moments. Harry was numb as people wished him luck or gave him last-minute advice. Sirius saw his son having trouble with everything and cleared everyone out except for Hermione. She pulled back just enough to see his eyes. Remember, if the plan doesn't work, don't take any risks. Even if it means the goblet takes your magic, we'd rather have you alive than anything else. But I'd have to leave Wandwood. Hermione, I don't want to leave you. Harry choked out. Hermione kissed him slowly. Silly, do you think I'd stay without you? I'd get tutors for magic and go to Muggle school with you. We won't be split up, I promise. That, more than anything, helped settle Harry until it was time for him to make his way towards the champion's tent. Hermione kept a strong hold on his until they reached the tent and they were forced to separate. Shara and Violet took Hermione to the stand where Sirius was saving them seats. Hermione's father would also be with them, however her mother had decided to stay back on the airship with Cordelia. None of them wanted the young child to witness the first task. Harry stepped into the tent to find that he was the last champion to arrive. Daniel took one look at him and burst out laughing. What are you wearing? Clothes. Harry said flatly. He didn't think Daniel had any room to talk as he was in bright red robes with gold trim. At least Harry's suit had patch variations in dark colors to help him hide. Not that it would help much against a dragon, but every little bit, and that. The group waited in an uncomfortable silence until the tent flap finally opened and 2 of the ministry officials stepped in. Bagman gave them a large smile. Well, now is everyone ready for the first task? Good. Now for the task, you will need to get past a magical creature and retrieve a golden egg that contains a clue for the second task. In this bag are models of the creatures we have. You'll reach in and pull one out to see what you'll have to deal with. The number around its neck will tell you the order in which you will go. The French champion shoved her way to the front. Ladies first. Harry refrained from commenting that despite her appearance she didn't seem to be much of a lady. The other champions began to shove each other to draw their own number. Harry stepped back and let them fight it out. Once the others had drawn their dragons, he stepped forward and reached into the bag and pulled out the last figure. However, when he opened his hand there was no miniature dragon. Instead, a tiny cockatrice strutted across his palm. A.N. I hope everyone enjoyed and thank you for reading. Until the next chapter, be well. How to beat a cockatrice. Disclaimer. I own nothing but my mistakes. Chapter 8. How to beat a cockatrice. Harry sat alone in the champion's tent. Daniel had just stepped out to face his dragon, a Hungarian horntail. and the oppressive silence pressed down on Harry. The tent was charmed so that no noise could get in. They didn't want a champion copying another one's ideas, or maybe freaking out if one of the others was killed. The officials hadn't listened to his complaints that it was unfair that he was the only champion who had to face a cockatrice. They didn't care when he pointed out that it was such a dangerous creature tournament had been cancelled for 200 years. They just said it was his fault for picking it and that they hadn't been able to get enough dragons. Daniel seemed unconcerned about his own dragon and spent most of the time until he was called mocking Harry, growing more upset as Harry ignored him. While Daniel was making a fool of himself in front of the other champions, who found it somewhat amusing, Harry was reviewing everything he knew about cockatrices. It didn't take him long to realize that he had actually lucked out. His main plan had been to conjure large snakes to distract the dragon and another to retrieve his egg. That might still work with the cockatrice, but it hopefully wouldn't be needed. Back at Wandwood, when they had been covering the tournament in history class, their professor had asked them what they might have done to deal with it. One of the other students lived on a farm and had suggested several methods used to deal with angry roosters. As Harry thought about her suggestions, he knew exactly what spell to use, one his dad had told him about years ago. He would still need a distraction though. Cockatrices were very protective of eggs. Like dragons, they could also breath fire, so he needed distance, though his suit would protect him from the worst of it. They were also fast, so Harry knew he would only get one shot. They were even faster than dragons, and a single cockatrice would go head-to-head with a dragon thanks to its speed and agility, cutting the dragon to ribbons with its sharp claws. But it also had a weakness compared to dragons, its size, which Harry would take full advantage of. On average, they were only 12 feet tall and weighed only a fraction of what a fully grown dragon did. The tent flap opened and one of the handlers poked their head in. "Got yours all set up, good luck." Harry stepped out into the stadium that had been built for the first event. He knew the cockatrice would be with the eggs, so he wasn't worried about being set upon by it right away. Carefully, he made his way towards the center of the arena using the rocks as cover. Sure enough, there was the cockatrice with several eggs, its head jerking from side to side as it attempted to keep an eye on everyone at once. The poor thing was probably going crazy. Harry cast a partial transfiguration on a rock to turn it into a snake while allowing it to keep the stone's color and texture. In class the results would have been a poor grade, but here it was just what he needed. The stone snake made its way around to the side of the cockatrice's nest, perfectly camouflaged and able to get very close to it. By the time the cockatrice saw it, the snake was almost close enough to strike. The cockatrice reacted to defend the eggs and lunged at the rock snake. It was easily quick enough to overcome the transfigured stone, but the snake had served its purpose. Harry knew his best shot would be just as the cockatrice struck. Harry cast his jinx just as the cockatrice fell upon the snake, its talons sinking through the stone flesh. Suddenly its feet were yanked out from under it and the cockatrice found itself suspended in the air, hanging from its ankles, or whatever similar part it had. Its cry was horrible. It flapped its wings and blew fire, but Harry maintained the jinx. He could already feel the strain of keeping the creature contained with the same jinx his dad said they used once on Snape. As he moved to the nest and collected the egg, he wondered how Snape would react to seeing that particular spell again. Harry didn't release the spell until he reached the tent and ducked back in. Without his magic actively sustaining the jinx, the cockatrice broke free within moments. He had barely stepped in before Andy set upon him and checked for any injury. She didn't listen to his protest that he was fine and hadn't gotten near the cockatrice. By the time she was satisfied that he was indeed fine, Hermione had made it to the tent and rushed in. Shara was just behind her as they tackled Harry to the ground, doing their own inspection while Hermione ranted about them using the cockatrice. The adults came in a moment later. Tonks and Wendy had similar feelings to Hermione about the idiocy of Hogwarts, while Sirius thought it was a great prank to use that spell to win the first task. They were still congratulating Harry when Dean Horsefeather came in with his scores. He had done well, but both Dumbledore and Igor had given him dismal scores, supposedly for his poor transfiguration and what Dumbledore claimed was insensitivity. Currently Harry sat in the middle of the 5 champions, behind Cedric in first and Daniel in second, but ahead of Fleur in fourth and Krum in last place. The champions were gathered together after the task to be told that the egg was their clue and the date of the second task. That night there was a large party on the airship to celebrate Harry's performance in the first task. Part way through the party, Harry noticed Hermione slip away, clearly unhappy. He excused himself to follow her and they ended up on the observation desk on top of the ship. Someone had set up a few lawn chairs. Harry came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her. What's wrong? You could have died. Cockatrices are one of the few creatures considered more viscous than a dragon. How could they have you fight that? Hermione asked with unshed tears in her eyes. Hogwarts had been such a horrible place for her and now it was trying to take Harry away. Hermione, I promised you that if it got too dangerous, I would forfeit. Staying with you is more important than my magic. Harry moved to one of the lawn chairs and pulled Hermione onto his lap. She curled up against him. They stayed until well after the party finished. 0Q0 The following morning the Daily Prophet proclaimed that Daniel was clearly the best champion, followed by Cedric. They spent several articles saying how wonderful Daniel's strategy was and how amazing he was. Cedric got a bit of praise for a good attempt. Fleur was basically called a silly little girl for trying to put her dragon to sleep. Krum was a brute and Harry was called an insensitive coward who won only by luck. However, Harry had also taken subscriptions to other papers. The French magical paper praised Fleur for her method and called it cheating that Bagman's loud screaming had woken the dragon before she had managed to get away. Harry was inclined to agree. To his surprise, the paper also complimented his use of a simple jinx to deal with such a dangerous creature. The paper he was most interested in though was from North America. It highlighted the positives of each champion's methods and stuck it to the organizers for blatant favoritism. A few other international papers took the same approach. The tournament was costing both the English Ministry and Hogwarts a good deal of credibility. One of the papers also had an interview with a specialist on dangerous animals who praised Harry's method and said that he would add it to his own list of spells, as it was similar to, but simpler, than his current version, and that half a second could mean his life. They were just finishing breakfast in the Great Hall when Spleenslayer walked in, flanked on either side by a guard. Harry actually saw Dumbledore's eye twitching as he stood to greet the new guests. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? Spleenslayer, I have come to inform you that Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic has been found in violation of the contract for the Triwizard Tournament and have 1 month to make agreements to pay the fines from this violation before they are confiscated from your vaults. Spleenslayer said loud enough for everyone to easily hear him. What violation? Dumbledore demanded. In accordance with the contract, you and the Ministry are to provide as fair of a playing field as possible for the champions. Having all but one fight a dragon was a clear violation of this, though not enough to strip you of your magic. Spleenslayer explained. Sadly, the judges had more protection than the actual students. Snape sneered at the small creature expected to pay black. Unless Hogwarts or the Ministry wish to challenge the decision, in which case they may pay the fine to the other 4 champions instead. The choice matters little to us. Perhaps we should retire to my office to discuss this, Dumbledore suggested. I see no reason to, Spleenslayer said. And to stop any arguments, Gringotts contacted the Dragon Preserve from which you acquired the 4 dragons. They informed us that they had another 3 nesting mothers that could have been used, but you only requested 1 extra. If you have the time and money to spend to track down a cockatrice, I see no reason for you not to pay the fine. Good day. Spleenslayer had his guards left the stunned Great Hall. Harry and Hermione quickly ducked out before anyone ire could be focused on them. 0Q0 Hermione was walking near the greenhouses, working on a comparison of the plants grown at Hogwarts and those at Wandwood, when she heard mocking laughter from around the corner. She peeked around the greenhouse to find 3 older students standing over a 4th on the ground. All of them were girls in Ravenclaw robes. She only had to listen a moment to hear the cruel taunts from the older students. Wand out, Hermione stepped around the corner. That's enough. The older students spun. The one who seemed to be in charge sneered at her. If it isn't Granger, the coward who ran away, the weird little girl with no friends. Hermione ignored their taunts. They were a lot more pathetic than she remembered. Leave her alone. We don't have to listen to you, one of the other ones said. She raised her wand and shot a curse at Hermione. A shield snapped up and Hermione deflected the curse back at the girl. She toppled over and began to clutch at her robes and whimper. Hermione gave her a disappointed look. The wedgie jinx? Really? What are you 5? You 2 take your friend and leave or I'll show you what a real curse looks like. The other 2 girls picked up the third by her arms and half carried, half dragged her away. Hermione went over to check on the girl that they had been bullying. She found a small waif of a girl around Shara's age with blonde hair. "Are you all right?" "Yes, thank you," the girl said as Hermione helped her up and summoned her items that had been scattered across the dirt path. "I'm Hermione Granger," Hermione said politely once her things were back in her pack. "Hello Hermione Granger, I'm Luna Lovegood," Luna said just as politely. "It's nice to meet you. Does that happen often?" Hermione asked. Luna looked off to the side. "More than I would prefer, but it's normally just my things disappearing, or the guardian to the common room charm so that I can't get in, or my plate charmed so I miss a meal." "That's awful. Why haven't the professors stopped this?" Hermione demanded. "A lack of proof," Luna said with a shrug. "If I complain, worse things happen, and there is never enough proof for more than a detention. I could tell Professor Flitwick what just happened, but it would be my word against theirs." Hermione could tell from Luna's tone that she had clearly tried before and the results had been far from satisfactory. "Well, I'm not sure what we can do about most of that yet, but if they try to force you to skip a meal, just come to the airship and eat there." "I can do that?" Luna asked, her large eyes blinked in an owl-like manner. "Of course. In fact, would you like to come have dinner with us tonight? It will be served soon," Hermione said. There was something about Luna that reminded her of herself. Was this what would have happened to her if she had remained at Hogwarts? "If you're sure that I wouldn't be an inconvenience," Luna said shyly. "Not at all. So long as you don't mind my little sister, she's a bundle of energy," Hermione said brightly. The apprentices had needed to work double time to childproof the airship when Cordelia began to demonstrate how much trouble she could get into. Thankfully, the captain and house elves could normally track her down if she managed to get away. "I'm sure I won't," Luna said happily as they walked towards the airship. She was overwhelmed as soon as they stepped onto the airship as Hermione introduced her to a number of people, including Harry Black, his younger sister Shara and her own sister Cordelia, as well as their parents. Luna was amazed at how she was just accepted by them, even when she mentioned her father published the Quibbler. That had ended any chance she had of friends in Ravenclaw, but the students from Wandwood barely batted an eye. One of them even began to ask actual questions rather than the mocking ones that she had become used to. At Luna's shocked expression, the older girl explained, "I might not believe everything your family writes, but some of the theories are incredible." Throughout the meal, Cordelia continued to reach over and grab Luna's hair while Shara joined in questioning Luna about the Quibbler. It was the best meal Luna had since she came to Hogwarts. The fact that it wasn't with the Hogwarts students or in the school wasn't lost on her. It was with great reluctance that Luna left the airship to return to Hogwarts. She cheered up when she received an open invitation to come back anytime she wanted, even if the other students were eating in the Great Hall. Luna took full advantage of the offer and quickly became a regular fixture among the Wandwood students. It was during dinner several days later when Luna was finally able to repay their kindness. Wendy was giving them an update on the golden egg. Luna was amazed that they trusted her enough to be there. She didn't know that they hadn't even considered her as a possible leak since they planned to spread the information once the egg was solved anyways. "We still haven't figured out what the screeching is, but we've made progress on breaking the wards and charms on the egg to prevent tampering. We don't know if it'll help, but it's our best idea right now," Wendy said. They'd already worked through a dozen different theories for the egg, including that it was some type of language or code. Various attempts to decipher it had proven pointless. To date, their closest attempt to success was placing a bubblehead charm around the egg which changed the shirking to what sounded like angry gerbils. Another idea was that the noise was from some type of animal that Harry would have to fight come the second task. "It's Mermish," Luna said at a lull in the conversation. "It's what?" Wendy asked. "Mermish, the language of merpeople. There's a village of them in the lake. I've talked with them before, but it's quite tiresome as I can't understand them above water, so to properly hear them, I have to stick my head into the lake. And because I can't talk underwater, they'd have to break the surface to hear my response," Luna explained. Immediately, two of the apprentices made a large floating ball of water. Wendy took the golden egg and placed it inside before she opened it. The sound was muted but no less comprehensible. She stuck her head into the water and stayed there until she ran out of breath. "It works. Luna, you are a genius." Luna was caught off guard by the sudden respect they were given her. She had no idea who to react when Shara basically attached herself to her arm in minor hero worship. It was overwhelming for the young girl, but she felt pride swell within her chest. She was caught off guard when, after he listened to the clue, Harry wrapped her in a hug, more so when Hermione joined in as well. Luna was still on cloud nine when she returned to the Ravenclaw common room. Many of her housemates watched with confusion as she skipped up to her dorm. 0Q0 Harry pulled Hermione aside as they walked towards their next class. In a very serious tone, he said, "Hermione, the dean just told me that there is going to be a Christmas ball, and as champion I have to go. Would you do me the honor of being my date for the evening?" "I'd be delighted to, Mr. Black," Hermione said with a formal bow before she burst in a fit of giggles. "I'm actually surprised you didn't try to make some grand gesture. He was going to paint your invitation on the side of the airship. I even made a special magical paint that changes color. But it's really hard to clean. Even the house elves couldn't get it off, and I really didn't want to see what the dean would do to me if I used it on the airship. Or the captain. You know I've caught his whispering sweet nothings to it before." "Harry, that's one of those things I don't need to know." Hermione shuddered at what else the captain might get up to with the ship. 0Q0 Dumbledore was not pleased with the way things had gone. As Fudge was pacing in front of his desk, Dumbledore assumed that the minister was as well. "How did this happen? We can't afford to pay such a large fine, and to Black of all people. It'll eat up most of the profits from the task. I have tried to appeal to the goblins, but they are determined to uphold their ruling. They do not care that a cockatrice is basically the same as a dragon." Not true, but most people were willing to believe it. It was a shame the goblins wouldn't. "Albus, we have to do something. I thought you said slipping that chicken lizard in would throw him for a loop, embarrass him. Not just let him walk through the task. We would have been better off with a dragon," Fudge ranted. "I am afraid that there is nothing that we can do but pay the fine and move on. The goblins will see the money taken even if we refuse," Dumbledore said. "We need more tasks. Something everyone will want to see, but that doesn't cost us much to put on," Fudge said pleadingly. "We cannot simply add a task. The contract was only for 3 tasks. Even if we were to add one, the champions would not be required to participate," Dumbledore explained. "There must be a way, something that we can offer them, or threaten them with." Fudge continued to pace before the desk. "There has to be a way." Dumbledore considered the idea. If he could figure out a way to accomplish it, there was promise. "I will see what can be arranged, but I cannot make any promises." He would hold off on any definite plans until he figured out a way to embarrass Black. While the prophet had spun the story as he wanted, other newspapers had not done the same. He was well aware that among the world Hogwarts was looking very foolish. "Just do what you can. I'll try and weasel some extra money out of the Muggles." Fudge was resigned to a great deal of work to survive this mess. He just didn't seem to be able to catch a break. 0Q0 The Muggle Prime Minister would have laughed had things not been so serious. He had taken a number of international magical papers to keep abreast of what was happening. He was disappointed to find the quality of the British paper was barely at the level that he would expect from a school paper. He found the international newspapers much more informative. The results of the first task were fascinating, if worrying. Then there were the files that Fudge had provided them. He had been informed that there were several charms on them to confuse the reader. Once those were removed, the numbers were even more worrying. Hopefully they could be used to make some progress in the magical world. Or at least keep things from deteriorating further. The North Americans weren't happy that their champion was given a different animal than the others, one that was widely considered more deadly. 0Q0 Harry entered the war room to find his dad with a wide smile as he looked over a stack of papers. "Hey pup, good news. The trial for the Daily Prophet is set to start in 2 weeks. They've pushed it through pretty fast." "Well, that should be interesting." Harry really didn't care about the trial. Yes, he wanted the prophet punished for the lies that they had printed about him, but he wasn't very excited about it going to court. He was more excited about working on his underwater swimming. The gillyweed they had suggested sounded fun, and Hermione had promised to try it with him, which meant she'd be in a bathing suit again. "So how have your classes been?" Sirius asked. "Boring. We've covered most of this stuff before. A few of the professors are willing to advance us, but Dumbledore is dragging his feet on approving it. I guess he doesn't want it to look like we're better than Hogwarts students," Harry replied. "Sounds like the old man." Sirius made a mental note to speak with Dumbledore. He knew the Wandwood students were having to do a great deal of self-studying to keep up with where they should be. wasting time in a class where they already knew the material wasn't going to help them. 0Q0. Severus, I need you to check young Mr. Black's mind during his next potion lesson. We need to find a way to control him. Either something he wants or does not want known, Dumbledore said. Snape smiled. He had been waiting for a chance to get into the brat's mind. With a little luck he could manage to do some serious damage as well. Of course, it would be in such a way that it didn't show for months. Some blackmail material would also do. He had been touched, reluctantly, by Black's gesture, but his hatred had slowly eroded that until nothing but contempt was left. Why should Black have so much and he so little? It will be done, Headmaster, Snape said. Excellent. I doubt he will have more than the most rudimentary shields, but still be careful. We do not know the full results of what dark magic Black has used on his son, Dumbledore warned. He had been tempted to make the attempt himself, but Severus had more experience with dark magic and stood a better chance of dealing with whatever he might find in Harry's mind. 0Q0 Harry was woken from a rather pleasant dream about Hermione by a frantic knocking at his cabin door. He grumbled as he got up and opened it, only to question if he was still dreaming. Luna stood in the hall in nothing but a thin nightgown. When she saw Harry she wept and he saw a blush spread down her chest before he managed to turn around. I'm sorry, I thought this was Hermione's room. Luna choked out through her embarrassment. Why, never mind, get in here, I'll go get Hermione, Harry said, and find something to wear, please. Harry stepped out of his room and walked down to Hermione's. She opened the door after several moments. Harry? Luna just showed up at my door in a nightgown looking for you. It wasn't until he spoke that he realized how odd it sounded. Are you sure this wasn't just one of those dreams? Hermione asked, not that she would be happy about him having such a dream that wasn't about her. Harry shook his head. If it was, you'd have been there. Just come see, all right? Fine. Hermione followed Harry back to his room and found Luna on his bed, wearing one of his shirts. Thankfully she was small enough that it concealed her modesty. Her face still red in embarrassment. Luna? I'm so sorry. I thought this was your room. I was panicked and... Luna began to babble before Hermione cut her off. Luna, breath. Just tell us what happened. Hermione sat next to her and put a comforting arm around her shoulder. I went to bed this evening, but then I woke up in the corridor. The knocker for our common room wouldn't let me back in and I didn't know what else to do. Luna was close to tears. Hermione pulled the younger girl into a hug. It's all right. You didn't do anything wrong. You're freezing. Harry frowned as something accrued to him. You walked all the way from your common room to my room, across the lawn, in early December. Yes. Luna said. No wonder you're freezing. Hermione took her wand and cast several warming charms on the shirt and Harry's pillow that she shoved into Luna's arms. How did you get past the guards? Harry asked. What guards? Luna asked. The ones guarding the ship, at the ramp. Harry's stomach felt like it had fallen through the floor. Something was wrong. There weren't any. Luna said. Hermione, watch Luna. I need to go tell my dad and the dean. Harry hurried from his room. The whole ship was quickly woken and a search was carried out, both for the guards and anyone else that might have snuck on board. The guards were quickly found drinking the airship. They were split over what was worse, the dean's angry rant at them or Tonks. The ship was cleared not long after. Afterwards the dean called a number of them to her office. She had been tempted to contact Luna's head of house or Dumbledore but decided it would be better to go straight to Luna's father. A temporary flow connection had been set up on the ship and the dean placed a call to Mr. Lovegood. 0Q0 Zeno Lovegood was woken by his flow alarm. He grumbled as he made his way downstairs wondering who would be calling so late, or was it already early? Yes. Good morning, Mr. Lovegood. I am Dean Horsefeather. Your daughter is fine, but there was an incident this evening that we thought should be brought to your attention, she explained. Why isn't Hogwarts contacting me? Zeno asked confused. We thought that it was best to contact you directly. Would it be possible for you to step through and speak with us? The dean asked. Of course, I'll be right over. Zeno threw on his robes and stepped into the flow. As soon as he arrived in the dean's office and stepped over to Luna. You're all right. Luna threw her arms around his neck. I am, she assured him. It was only then that Zeno took notice of the numerous other people in the room. Some of them were easily recognizable, such as Sirius Black and his son Harry, who looked almost identical to Daniel Potter. Most though he could not put a name to. What exactly is going on? He listened in shock and horror at how his daughter had ended up on the airship and why she was there. The feelings only grew as he learned that this wasn't the first time such things had happened to her. Before he could storm into Hogwarts and begin issuing dueling challenges for the way they had treated his daughter, the dean stopped him. Mr. Lovegood, I would like to offer Luna a place at Wandwood. She already has a number of friends among our students and solved the clue for the second task for us. We are in her debt and would be delighted for her to join our school, the dean said. Zeno only needed one look at his daughter's pleading eyes to agree. As soon as he said if she wanted to, Luna threw herself at him in an enormous hug. Thank you. The dean attempted to keep a straight face, but her lips twitched. Wonderful. Now you may either reside on the airship with us or go to Wandwood's proper campus in North America. I'd like to stay here, please, Luna said brightly. Excellent choice. As for your room, there are a number of options. You can have a private cabin, or both Miss Black and Miss Granger have offered to allow you to bunk with them, the dean said. She wondered if it would be possible to pocket any other students from Hogwarts. Yes, she had offered Luna a place because the girl needed help, but it seemed fitting that they try and steal away a few other bright students. Luna was overwhelmed that they actually wanted to share a room with her. She looked to Hermione and Shara, who both wore large smiles. I would like to bunk with Hermione, if that's all right. Hermione leaned over to hug the small girl while Shara flopped back in her chair with a good-natured groan and a mumbled, "Lucky." Not long after, the children were sent from the office, officially to get Luna settled into her new room, though her things wouldn't be there until they had presented the transfer papers to Hogwarts in the morning. As soon as they left, Zeno tried to thank the other adults once again for helping his daughter. They waved off his thanks with the explanation that Luna was a friend of their children, which basically made her family. I'm just glad you agreed to let Luna enroll in Wandwood, Sirius said. Why is that? Zeno asked. Because if you'd kept her in Hogwarts, there would have been trouble. Harry, Hermione, and Shara all consider her a sister. Plus, a number of the older students think she is adorable. If Luna had been forced to stay at Hogwarts, they would have done whatever they felt they needed to for her protection. They're all magically powerful. Harry and Shara have the cleverness of pranksters. Hermione has the biggest brain I've seen outside of one of those cheesy monster movies, and the older students have a lot of experience. They would have destroyed anyone who went after Luna. Not to mention Harry is aware of just how much immunity the tournament rules provide him. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised to see him dueling people over how they treated your daughter, Sirius explained. That was when Zeno was sure that he had made the correct choice. 0Q0. During breakfast the next morning, most of the Wandwood students were in the Great Hall, more than normal, as word had quietly spread about what was to happen. Everyone wanted to see the show and make sure they had their friends covered with a few extra wands if needed. Just after the post arrived, Zeno strolled into the Great Hall and made his way towards the head table. Dumbledore watched him curiously. Parents often didn't show up unexpected, and hardly ever at meals. Mr. Lovegood, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I am withdrawing my daughter from Hogwarts, Zeno said as he handed over the copies of the forms to Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick. He was angered by the cheers from the Ravenclaw table. He wondered if perhaps he should track down a few slime sluggers and help them find their way into the Ravenclaw common room. Their cheers turned to confusion, though, when Zeno handed another stack of parchment to Dean Horsefeather. She gave them a quick glance, but she knew they were all in order. Thank you, Mr. Lovegood. Wandwood welcomes your daughter. Dumbledore did not like that at all. It wasn't that he had lost the Lovegood girl. She had little value to any plans. But it was the clear power play that had just been made in his Great Hall. Publicly transferring the girl to a rival school sent a strong message and was just rude. Mr. Lovegood, I am surprised that you do not wish for your daughter to receive the best education that she can. I do, which is why I removed her from Hogwarts. I have found your school severely lacking, Zeno said loud enough for everyone to hear him. I cannot allow such an accusation to stand. Hogwarts is the premier magical school in Europe. Dumbledore ignored the displeased looks from the other schools. I won't speculate on whether or not that is true, though I find it hard to believe. However, I have seen the evidence myself. Your school has failed these students. I won't allow it to fail my daughter anymore. Zeno turned and went to speak with Luna, who had joined Harry, Hermione, and Shara at the Hufflepuff table that morning. Dumbledore had no easy comeback. He could read the crowd well enough to see that arguments would only weaken his position. He needed a way to prove his point beyond words. He had to find a way to push through the dueling tournament he thought of after Fudge's last visit. Daniel trouncing Harry would prove that Hogwarts was the best. 0Q0 Snape actually smiled as he walked into his class. Most of the students who noticed were worried. Even among his house, Snape wasn't known to show signs of joy. Or well, any type of positive emotion. He had thought about Black's apology. It had dominated his mind for several months before he came to the conclusion that it really didn't matter. How were a few words and a favor supposed to make up for the torment that Potter and Black had put him through? The short answer was that it couldn't. Severus had been limited in what he could do to Potter though, but now Dumbledore had given him permission to enter the mind of Black's son, and better yet, that child was born a Potter. Oh, he doubted that Potter would care if Harry was hurt somehow, but the thought gave him the wonderful warm feeling and sent a pleasant shiver down his back. He started the class as he normally would and stalked among the students' desks, snapping out insults and generally doing his best to hamper anyone not in his house. The Gryffindors had long ago become accustomed to his attitude, but today was different. It felt like a wolf was among the sheep, and before Snape judged that it was time to act, there had already been 3 melted cauldrons and a number of detentions issued. Oh yes, it was a good day and about to get better. Snape liked to think that he was a master of mental magic, and to some extent he was correct. Though his methods would have been considered crude by any true master, still, he believed that he was among the best and refused to believe that a child of Potter raised by Black could be anything but an open book to him. His intrusion into Harry's mind was far from what he expected. Instead of having full access, it felt as though he was trying to run through syrup. Yes, he was making headway, but at a much slower pace than he wanted and with considerable effort. He'd make it through in a few moments, but it enraged him that the brat had any type of mental shields. Snape didn't consider that shields strong enough to slow him down also meant that Harry would be aware of his intrusion. Harry felt Snape the moment the potion master entered his mind and immediately turned his head to break eye contact. That was enough to force Snape out. The sensation of being thrown from someone's mind was always disorienting. When it is a result of a loss of eye contact, that disorientation is worse because it is unexpected. Snape stumbled backwards and for a moment was overcome with a wave of vertigo as his mind settled back into his body. By comparison, the sensation Harry experienced was one of relief as the external presence was removed. He grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her towards the door. "We have to leave." Snape raised his wand. "You aren't going anywhere." He struggled to cast a spell at the door that would force it closed and lock it. He wasn't going to let the little bastard escape. Harry, not recognizing the spell, moved between it and Hermione. He raised a shield just in time to reflect it back at Snape, who thanks to the disorientation only partially managed to move out of the way. His own spell clipped his shoulder and threw him back into the blackboard. He slammed through it and rolled into the wall. Chalk dust and bits of wood fell on Snape's prone figure. It was several moments before any of the shocked students began to move, but instead of informing a professor about what had happened, the Slytherins and Gryffindors began to yell at each other. By the time someone thought to get help, Harry and Hermione were back on the airship and informing their parents and the dean what had happened. 0Q0 No one aboard the Arctic Gale was very surprised when Dumbledore arrived and demanded to speak with them. He was shown into the dean's office, where the only seat still available was noticeably smaller than the other. He attempted to transfigure it only to find that he couldn't. Dumbledore quickly realized that this was intentional and instead chose to stand as he addressed Harry. "Mr. Black, attacking a professor is a serious crime. You face a great deal of trouble, and I assure you that Professor Snape will pressure this matter to the full extent of the law. I may be able to talk him out of that course of action, but it would require something on your part." "And what would that be?" Harry asked calmly. He knew that he was in the clear 7 ways to Sunday, but he was interested in what Dumbledore hoped to get out of him. "The Ministry is interested in adding another task to the tournament. A dueling competition between the champions. If you agree to participate, then I feel sure that the Minister and I would be able to deter Severus from causing any trouble over your assault of him," Dumbledore said with his grandfatherly smile. This had been an unexpected boon, and he hoped the first step in putting many of his plans back on track. "No thanks," Harry said. "I beg your pardon?" Dumbledore was sure that he must have heard incorrectly. "I said no. Let Snape try to press charges. I know that I am. He attacked my mind and then fired an unknown spell at me. All I did was cast a shield." The law is clear that he is in the wrong, Harry explained. It is only your word against his. Dumbledore pointed out. I have the utmost confidence in Severus. He is a potion master, professor of Hogwarts and a very gifted individual. Also, as he is a member of Hogwarts, this matter would be decided in our courts. So, that doesn't mean I can't drag his name through the mud. Not that there is much honor or anything that he could lose, Harry said. Before Dumbledore could retort, the office door opened and Madam Bones stepped in. Ah, Headmaster, excellent. I was hoping to find you. This is official notice that Severus Snape has been arrested on numerous charges, among them assaulting a minor. You can't. You have no right to come here and arrest my professors. Dumbledore turned on the woman. Anger flashed across his eyes. Dean Horsefeather chuckled. Actually, she does. According to the contract with the Goblet of Fire, we all have certain rights, which include assurances that we will not be harmed while here. Snape violated the agreement and has been arrested. As you pointed out, this will go to your court, but until such time your ministry has every right and reason to secure him. Dumbledore desperately wanted to argue, but he knew that they were correct. He also knew that neither Madam Bones nor anyone else in a position to free Severus would be inclined to do so. It would appear that the best he could do for his spy was to ensure that the trial was held as soon as possible. If you will excuse me. Madam Bones stepped to the side and allowed the headmaster to leave. Mr. Black, I will need you to give a statement. Of course, would now be acceptable? Harry asked. It would. Madam Bones took out a dictaquil and set it on the desk. We were in potions class and I felt Snape attack my mind and attempt to enter it, so I immediately broke eye contact. Harry began. How do you know that your mind was under attack and that it was Professor Snape? Madam Bones asked. She didn't doubt that it was true, but she needed to make sure there were no holes for Snape to use. The dean drew her attention. All Wandwood students are taught occlumency in their first year. We find that it helps with their studies as well as reduces the amount of accidental magic that occurs. I knew it was Snape because as soon as I looked away, he staggered back and appeared disorientated. My first concern was to get myself and Hermione out of the classroom. We were almost at the door when Snape began to yelling at us and cast an unknown spell. I cast a shield and Snape's spell reflected back at him. It clipped his shoulder and sent him into the chalkboard. We didn't stick around to see what happened next, Harry said. That's consistent with the injuries that he sustained. At their curious looks, she explained. He had a broken shoulder from the spell that was reflected back at him, a number of bruises and several lacerations. At this time, I can say that it was purely self-defense on your part, but I would still like to check your wand. Harry handed her his wand and she recorded the results before she handed it back. I believe that is everything. I'll contact you as soon as a court date has been set. 0Q0 While Snape was in custody, potion classes were cancelled, not that it mattered to the students of Wandwood as they had all been pulled from the class. Much to their relief. A new potion master arrived shortly after from North America to pick up their studies. Madam Bones arrived one evening a few days later to inform them that Snape's trial had been set for the same day as the trial for the Prophet back in North America. No one thought that it was an accident. They spoke at length about the trial but had to agree that there wasn't much that they could do about it. As they left the dean's office, a shrill giggle sounded behind them. Cordelia came running down the hall, wet and as naked as the day she was born. On instinct, Madam Bones bent down and scooped up the running toddler. A moment later, Emma rushed around the corner. Thank you. I don't know when she got so fast. Madam Bones handed the still giggling child. My niece Susan was the same way after her bath. I had to have a house elf on standby to catch her when she made a break for it. I might need to do that. I swear she's getting faster every day. Emma began to chat with Madam Bones about children. Many of her Auroras would have not believed that the stern head of the DMLE could so fondly recount stories of her niece as a baby. 0Q0 Harry stepped into the courtroom with Violet. Sirius had stayed behind in England. The representatives from the Prophet were already there. Things began quickly and it was soon apparent that the Prophet's only defense was that they had been lying for so long it was just accepted now, though they used different words. When that failed, they tried to blame their reporters. Again, it was quickly pointed out that as they printed it, they were legally responsible. While this was going on, Harry felt the mirror in his pocket vibrate. He pulled it out to see his dad's face. We were right. They moved Snape's trial up. It's in half an hour. All right. I'll be right there, Harry said. He had not actually been needed at the Prophet trial, but they had decided that it was best for him to go and try to trip up whatever plans Dumbledore undoubtedly had. Madam Bones had been a large help by providing a portkey that would take Harry straight to the Ministry. Sirius had stayed behind to keep an eye on things and call should something such as a change in time occur. Harry hugged Violet before he hurried from the courtroom and outside the wards. In a flash he was gone, back to England and to face the trial of Snape. 0Q0. A.N. I hope everyone enjoyed that chapter. Until the next time. Of Trials and House Elves disclaimer. I own nothing but my mistakes. A.N. Sorry for the wait, as most of the time life got in the way. Wandwood. Chapter 9. Of Trials and House Elves. Fudge wore a gleeful smile as he entered the courtroom. Dumbledore's plan had worked perfectly. By setting Snape's trial date the same as the Prophet's and then moving the time up, they had ensured that Black would not be at the trial. Without the plaintiff they could safely sweep the whole thing under the rug. That it would help embarrass that whole accursed family was just a bonus as his eyes. That the trial should take place before a full court was his own idea. He felt that it would help his position. Let more of the people see him as a strong leader. The minister stepped up to his seat and called for order. Today the matter of supposed assault by Hogwarts potion professor Severus Snape against visiting student Harry Black shall be decided. However, as Mr. Black has seen fit not to join us, I must rule against him in this matter. What do you mean? I'm right here. Harry called up from his seat next to his dad. Fudge spun his head to look at them. This was not how things were supposed to go. He hadn't bothered to even glance in their direction. Why would he? The plan was foolproof. But you are supposed to be in America. What? Harry pretended to be confused. Surely the sudden change in the trial's time wasn't because you thought I was on another continent and wouldn't be able to make it back? Of course not. The change in time was due to scheduling difficulties, Fudge said lamely. He was afraid to look over to the section where several reporters sat for fear of seeing just how much trouble he was in reflected in their smiles. With a sour look on his face, Fudge ordered them to bring in the accused. Snape was led in, unrestrained, with a superior smirk on his face. Dumbledore strolled along beside him. Both clearly expected Snape to be released. Why is the accused not restrained? Madam Bones demanded. The guards turned to look at Dumbledore. Don't look at Dumbledore, answer me. Well, he said. The guard began. Mr. Dumbledore is only here as legal counsel for Mr. Snape. He has no authority and there was no reason for you to remove the accused cuffs. Now replace them. Madam Bones almost growled. Surely there is no reason to, Dumbledore began. Quiet, you are lucky that I am not requiring Snape to be fully restrained, Madam Bones said. Snape glared at Harry and Sirius as the guard placed a set of cuffs around his wrists and led him to his seat. Dumbledore looked almost as displeased as he moved to the seat next to Snape's. I object to this treatment of a respected potion master, Lord Malfoy called out. Since when do we let our own be treated in such a manner by the accusations of a lowly foreigner? Sirius stood slowly and appeared every meter the noble lord as he stared down Malfoy. I realize that we have been away from this land for some time, but since when did it become acceptable for the lord of a lesser house such as Malfoy to question the lord of a most ancient and most noble house? Not only that, but as both Harry and I were born to such houses, we are always considered natives of the land, even if we should only spend 5 minutes upon its soil. I believe that you yourself, Lord Malfoy, were actually born in your family's summer home in Brunes, France. If anyone here is a foreigner, it is you. How dare you? Malfoy growled. Sirius continued as if he hadn't heard him. Actually, I am unsure of what you are even doing here, or you are not a member of the Wizengamot. You are mistaken. I was awarded the seat of a disgraced criminal, Malfoy said in his silky voice. Really? I thought you were awarded the black seat. However, since I and my son received pardons and an apology from Minister Fudge himself, the law states that all seized properties be returned, which included my family's seat. And since you don't have a seat, I believe you should either move to the public gallery or leave. Sirius smirked at the outraged look on Malfoy's face. Fudge had gone in the opposite direction and lost all his color. A number of members of the Wizengamot hid their smiles. Malfoy had not been popular among them since he had gotten a seat and gained more influence to push his agenda. Even those who agreed with him on most matters found him to be annoying. Madam Bones stood and called for attention. Lord Black is correct. It is to our embarrassment that we made such a mistake. Lord Malfoy, if you will please step over to the public gallery or leave. Amelia, surely there is some mistake. Fudge began. This was going to cost him support that he desperately needed. Minister, when you signed those pardons, you removed the reason that the Black seat was confiscated. Under the law, the seat reverts back to Lord Black, though he will be unable to use it to vote in today's trial, Madam Bones said. Malfoy stormed from the chamber. He had been outplayed this time, but there were other options available to him, such as the death of the Black family. Perhaps it was time to get the gang together again. Snape wanted to throttle that mongrel Black, but a part of him also had to admire such a well-played move. Black had held on to reclaiming his seat until it could benefit him, then used it to undercut one of Snape's biggest supporters. Black had already set a tone for the trial, and they hadn't even read the charges yet. Fudge felt sick. This was awful. He was sure Malfoy would blame him for this. But how was he supposed to know pardoning Black would mean that he got his seat back? Well, there wasn't anything to do but press on with the trial. To be completely honest, he was afraid of what might happen next if he didn't start it. Order! I won't stand for any more of these disruptions. Madam Bones, the floor is yours. Thank you, Minister. Severus Snape, you are accused to using legilimency on a student, mental assault of a student, attacking citizens under the protection of the Ministry, and assault of a competitor of the Triwizard Tournament. Madam Bones read out. How do you plead? Innocent. Dumbledore said. He and Severus had agreed that it would be best for him to do the talking. We have also filed charges against Mr. Black for assault of a professor. Noted. Mr. Gray, you may start. Madam Bones retook her seat. Their solicitor stood. Thank you. We call Severus Snape to the stand. We would, and my client has agreed to the administration of Veritaserum provided that all questions are approved beforehand, and the Mr. Snape agrees to do the same. Mr. Snape, will you agree to the same terms? Dumbledore interrupted before Snape could say anything. I see no reason to subject Severus to such treatment, and we decline. Reports scribbled down what amount to a guilty verdict, but there was never any doubt that outside of their country that Snape would be vilified. Just as there was no doubt that he would get off thanks to Dumbledore's influence. Mr. Snape, did you mentally attack my client while he was in your class? Mr. Gray asked. Of course not. This is nothing more than an attempt by Black to discredit me, Snape sneered. Dumbledore wished that he was able to silence the man. What part about say as little as possible didn't he understand? And why would he do that? Potter, Black, Lupin and Pettigrew were always jealous of my skills in school and made progressively worse attempts to hinder me. Many of those attempts would easily be considered assault. In fact, Black once attempted to feed me to a werewolf. Snape said. Dozens of people in the chamber gasped. Many began to shoot death glares at Sirius. Sirius glanced up at James and saw unrestrained rage. Whatever their differences might be, Snape had just crossed a line. He wasn't overly concerned though, as they had planned for this. Mr. Gray appeared to be very concerned. That is awful. How did my client do that? Did he force you at wand point to confront the beast? No. Did he stun you and toss you to the foul creature? No. Then how did he attempt to feed you to a werewolf? Mr. Gray asked. He tricked me into entering a location where he knew a transformed werewolf would be, Snape said. I see, and how did he do that? When Snape hesitated to answer, Mr. Gray continued. Could it be that you learned of how to access that location while spying on my client? Then bypassed the numerous safeguards meant to contain the werewolf, possibly releasing it? Black led me over here that, he knew that I would go and die, Snape screamed. So, to clarify, Sirius Black did not in fact attempt to feed you to a werewolf. He ignored Snape's ranting and continued. You spied on him, learned how to enter an area that was secured and forbidden, and then almost died because of your action, as well as almost released a transformed werewolf. That hardly seems as if it was any type of attempt on your life by Lord Black. Black wanted me dead. He was jealous of me. Members of the Wizengamot, I believe this outburst proves that Mr. Snape would be more than willing to attack my client as a method of revenge against Lord Black. Now Mr. Snape, when my client attempted to leave your classroom, why was your first reaction to cast a spell to seal the door? Why not just let him leave? Mr. Gray asked. Black is an arrogant bastard. Just like his father, he thinks the rules don't apply to him, Snape snapped. Noted, but that doesn't answer my question, Mr. Gray said. I wasn't about to let the brat just come and go from my class as he pleased. Everyone else might be struck by Potter, but I refused to give him special treatment. Snape continued to glare Harry. Potter? We are discussing Harry Black, Mr. Gray pointed out. Black or Potter, it doesn't matter. I won't bow down to those half-congealed whelps. Snape continued to dig his own grave. No further questions at this time, but we reserve the right to question him later, Mr. Gray said. Dumbledore stood and tried to run damage control, but it was difficult. Portraying Snape in a good light was always going to be an uphill battle, but his rants and glares at Black made it almost impossible. Finally, Dumbledore decided that it would be best to just limit Snape's exposure. Next, Mr. Gray called Harry to the stand. Harry, please state what happened in the class. Snape was stalking around as normal when our eyes meet. I felt the pressure that meant someone was attempting to enter my mind. Objection. Dumbledore shouted. It takes a great deal of skill to detect when another person enters one's mind. There is no way this child could possibly possess such skills. I assure you I can detect when a person tries to enter my mind, Harry said. All students at Wandwood are required to learn the basics of occlumency. If the Ministry has someone who can perform legilimency, I would be happy to prove it. After a nod from Mr. Gray, Madam Bones offered to perform the test herself. She was by no means a master, but she'd at least be able to tell if he had the skill needed to back up his claim. After a few moments she withdrew from his mind. Let the record show that Mr. Black does possess the skill needed to detect entry into his mind as well as basic shields. Mr. Gray gave Dumbledore a sidelong glance before turning back to Harry. Now that has been established, would you please continue? When I broke eye contact, Snape stumbled and appeared disoriented, the side effects of being forcibly ejected from a mind in such a manner. I knew that we needed to get out of there before he tried something else, so I grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her towards the door. Snape began to scream at us and fired an unknown spell, so I raised a shield. Harry explained his actions. A professor that has shown hostility towards you invades your mind and then fires an unknown spell at you. Does anyone here think that Mr. Black's actions were unreasonable? He turned back to Harry. What happened then? The spell was reflected back at Snape, who tried to move out of the way, but his spell still clipped his shoulder and threw him into the blackboard. Harry said. Mr. Gray asked a few questions to clarify some points before he stepped back to the table and allowed Dumbledore his turn to question Harry. Mr. Black, as a student certainly you know that you cannot just leave a class whenever you feel like it. We just established that one of your professors attacked me and your biggest concern is that I left his class? Harry asked in disbelief. Dumbledore frowned but switched to a different method. There is only circumstantial evidence that this so-called attack happened, never mind that Severus was involved. Yes, you have established that you possess basic mental shields, but I remind everyone that is not proof that this alleged attack ever happened. Therefore we must assume that Severus was only attempting to prevent students from leaving his class with a harmless door-closing charm. Then, despite Snape's refusal, I will take Veritaserum to prove that what I have said is the truth, Harry offered. Reluctantly, Harry's request was approved and his story was established as being true. Without Snape willing to do the same to prove his innocence, there was little that could be done. A verdict was reached in just under an hour. Fudge looked over the parchment. Severus Snape, we have no choice but to find you guilty. Your sentence shall be time served and a fine of 10 galleons. It had been the smallest fine that they were able to issue under the charges, even reducing them to their most basic complaint. Madam Bones was not happy, but Dumbledore had gathered enough support to block her from issuing an actual punishment. Snape smiled as his manacles were released. While he hated being arrested in the first place, he had to admit that receiving what amounted to a slap on the wrists for his attack was far from the worst that could have happened. The disappointed looks on the Blacks' faces also helped his mood. He silently swore that next time he would succeed and make Black pay. Dumbledore did not share his friend's attitude. He had paid good gold to see the charges dismissed. It had been an uphill battle to convince James that it was for the best that Snape be fully cleared of any wrongdoing. But as soon as Snape had mentioned Lupin's condition, even if he had refrained from naming him directly, it was a lost cause. James wasn't going to lift a finger to protect the man. If only Severus had stayed quiet. Harry and Sirius were barely able to hold Togepi out of the courtroom before they burst out laughing. There had never been any question that Snape was going to get off without any real punishment, but he had been convicted and that was what they had hoped for. Both wished that they could be flies on the wall when Dumbledore figured out just how much this little victory would cost him. They arrived back at the airship just after Violet. Well, the paper was ordered to print a retraction and pay nearly 1,000 galleons. I doubt that they will be eager to lie about you again. Good, we won against Snape too, but they basically just told him to be nice, Harry said. That night there was an impromptu party to celebrate. Harry insisted on paying from the money that the Daily Prophet would have to pay them. The editor of the Daily Prophet wasn't happy about the verdict, but they had expected it. There was no way those forging monkeys would rule in their favor. It was all just a big plot to line their own coffers with honest British money. And thanks to the Blacks' ability to sue them in their back-end court, the Daily Prophet couldn't even print that. But he'd come up with a new plan that would soon see them able to print whatever they wanted. The Blacks could sue to their heart's content and not get another knot from them. He'd loved the look on the legal department's faces when he'd suggested it. Really, what were they paid for? After a short wait, the editor was shown into the minister's office. Fudge sat behind his desk and barely spared a glance. What do you want? It's not just about what I want, but what you want. A way to get back at the Blacks. Fudge's head snapped up. How? You know, we printed an article about them and they sued us in their rigged court. Well, we've figured out a way to fix that. See, they could only do that because we weren't associated with either Hogwarts or the Ministry. If we were, they'd have had to deal with us in a fair British court. So, I have a contract here that will place the Daily Prophet under the control of the Ministry until the end of the tournament. You won't be able to do much, but in return for signing, we're prepared to offer you a percentage of the profits. The editor pulled out the contract and handed it to Fudge. The minister barely glanced at it before his signature filled the bottom of the page. Attack the Blacks with everything you have, Fudge ordered. Maybe this would buy him some breathing room. The following day, the students of Wandwood looked over a number of papers to see their reactions to the trial. Those international papers that had taken notice spun the story of the Prophet case in a humorous light and pointed out they barely deserved to be called a paper. Snape's trial had rated more coverage, and it seemed just about everyone disliked the man. Even newspapers from within the ICW countries villainized him. But the real shock was the Prophet itself. It was nearly 3 times its normal size and mostly filled with attack after attack against the Blacks in Wandwood. Their own trial was called a sham, and they claimed that it was clear from the start that the dirty, evil, foul-smelling foreigners were out to get them. Snape's trial, on the other hand, was a mixed bag. The paper claimed that he should have been found innocent after being attacked by Harry, as well as being awarded the Black Fortune for Sirius supposedly attempting to feed him to a werewolf. The stories then went on to insult them in just about every way imaginable. Hermione could hardly believe it as she read an article that accused Sirius of being a werewolf pimp. Don't they realize that they'll just be sued again? Harry frowned. They have to, they can't be that stupid. Which means they think that they've found a way around it. Could they have? Hermione asked. Maybe, but we've already got plans if they have. Harry answered absently. He flipped to the last article and was relieved to see that they hadn't gone after Hermione or Shara yet. Snape almost smiled as he saw the articles. It was a pleasant start to the day and for his revenge on Black. Perhaps he should send them a few more ideas. He was sure he could concoct some entertaining lies. His happy musings were interrupted by a number of owls that descended on him and filled the table with letters. He grabbed one and saw that it was from a magical school in Spain. A glance at the others showed that they too were from other magical schools. He smiled. It seemed that they were going to offer him position at their establishments. Dumbledore would then have to sweeten his own deal to make up for turning them down. It was with astonishment and rage that Snape read the first, then second, then third letters. They weren't invitation to teach, but rather notices that he would never been allowed teach at their school or set foot on any of their property. It was meaningless except as a way to humiliate him. Which was precisely why Sirius had spent hours faking all of the letters. Snape stood and vanished the pile of letters, never noticing that one was genuine and from the International Guild of Potion Masters. Waning for his behavior. The Prime Minister looked over the magical papers on his desk. He'd made arrangements to get the Daily Prophet among others to try and keep abreast of what was happening on their side of the line. That morning's Daily Prophet made him cringe. It was supposed to be the premier magical newspaper of the country, yet it read worse than a cheap market tabloid. Half the articles were so poorly written he had to wonder who actually wrote them. Primary school children? Some had 1 in 4 words misspelled. The paper had clearly done everything they could think of, published every lie they had to cause trouble, and he was sure that he would be hearing from some angry ambassadors fairly soon about it. He just prayed that Fudge wasn't involved. That evening Sirius broke the less than favorable news. It looks like they did figure out a way around the rules. They got Fudge to sign a contract placing them officially under the minister's control until the end of the tournament. So, we move on to the next plan? Harry asked. Yup, Sirius said. Hermione huffed. Harry, you wouldn't tell me all day what you two were up to, and I demand to know right now. Well, all right. Since the Prophet is now basically protected from a direct attack in court, we'll going around back and hit them where it hurts. Their profit. Advertising. The cost of printing the paper is actually about even with what they charge for it. All their profit comes from advertisements. Dad's been buying shares of their main costumers and we'll pull all the ads from the Prophet, Harry explained. Isn't that a bit complicated? Why not just buy the Prophet? It would probably be cheaper, Hermione suggested. If we could, Sirius grumbled. It's always made a tidy profit, so the owners hold onto it tightly. This way might take longer, but it'll still work, as well as give us a foot back into the English economy. Of course, that's not even half the plan. We'll also bury the ministry in paperwork suing each article. I doubt we'll win any, but it'll annoy them. At the same time, we'll raise the price of ink for the daily Prophet. Wait, raise the price of ink? You mean they actually import it? Hermione could hardly believe that. It made no economical sense unless there was just no way for them to make it themselves. Yup. Remember, they're lazy. They used to make it but decided that it was easier to import from some poorer country. The ink quality suffered, of course, and even when the price went up, they were so used to getting it from someone else they just kept at it. I don't even know if they still remember how to make magical ink anymore. Sirius explained. He had already sent a notice to the import company to tack on an extra 20% to their next shipment. You really should have led off with that. Raising the price of ink sounds a lot more impressive than canceling a few advertisements, Hermione pointed out. You know, your mom said the same thing once, Sirius said. He couldn't wait for Fudge to reel signed either. The editor had been so pleased with his little stunt that he'd waved the contract around in Sirius's face. A quick look and then a review of the memory let him find an interesting clause. If the Prophet lost money, the ministry had to cover the loss. He smiled as he wondered how Fudge would take that bit of news. Luna hummed as she brushed her hair. Hermione's room had been expanded to accommodate Luna, and the younger girl was pleased with her new accommodations. Hermione might not believe in all of the articles published by the Quibbler, but they had many intellectual conversations about why they could or couldn't be real. Hermione had also enjoyed exposing Luna to some of the odder non-magical animals, or the possible magical ones that Muggles knew about. While Hermione loved Shara like a sister, Luna was the one she connected with on an intellectual level, and she found the small girl an excellent sounding board for ideas. Not that they neglected Shara, the three of them had taken to having sleepover despite how close together their rooms were. Occasionally one of the older girls, such as Wendy or Tonks, would also join them. It was truly the most enjoyment Luna had ever had while at school. Luna blinked in surprise when a house elf appeared on her bed. He didn't wear the clean and pressed uniform of the house elves on the airship. Instead, he was dressed in a pillowcase that had clearly seen better days. I is sorry, miss, but Dobby is being ordered to take and hide all of you things. Dobby is not wishing to, you understand, but Dobby has been told that he must. Dobby wrung his hands in worry. He really did feel awful about this, but his instructions had been clear. Take everything of Luna Lovegood's and hide it from her. Hermione looked over at the poor elf, who was clearly distraught about his orders. Can you tell us who your master is? Dobby cannot, miss. They have forbidden Dobby from revealing who they is. Dobby grabbed his ear and tugged at it, though they had neglected to say he couldn't be seen or heard. Dobby truly is sorry, but Dobby must. What exactly were you ordered to do? Luna asked. To take all items of Luna Lovegood and remove them from her room. I is then to hide them around the castle, Dobby said on the verge of tears. Well, that's easy enough to solve. Luna's cheerful voice brought Dobby and Hermione up short. Luna grabbed a pair of pink socks from her dresser. Hermione, I officially give everything of mine to you, with the exception of these socks. Hermione smiled as she realized Luna's plan. I accept. Luna handed the socks to a shocked Dobby. "Here you go, everything I own." Dobby looked down at the socks in wonder. "You is not being mad? You is helping Dobby? You clearly were upset with your orders but had no choice. You even apologized before you carried them out. Luna didn't mention that this way also let her keep all of her things. I understand you didn't want to, and now you can honestly say you took everything I had right down to my least favorite pair of socks. You is truly being a great witchy." Dobby hugged her leg before he vanished. That was odd. Hermione stood from her chair and pulled Luna out their door. "We need to tell the dean. House elves that don't work here shouldn't even be able to get in." Daniel Potter smiled as Dobby returned. "You get it all?" "Yes, Daniel Potter, sir. Dobby is taking everything. Right down to Missy Lovegood's least favorite pair of socks." Dobby had attached them to a suit of armor with a sticking charm so that it appeared as if the helmet had pink dog ears. "Excellent, let's see how she likes that. We'll show her and anyone who thinks that they can just up and leave Hogwarts what happens to traitors. Your job's done, get out of here." Daniel snapped. His training had gone long that day and he wasn't in the mood to deal with annoying house elves. Dobby hurried to obey. The less time spent around Daniel Potter the better. He had been so happy when he had first come into the service of House Potter after Daniel's second year. Since then he had learned that Daniel Potter was not the great wizard many thought him to be. Daniel's good mood faded the next morning when Luna walked in with the other Wandwood students in her normal clothes. He hurriedly finished his breakfast and left the Great Hall to call Dobby. "You said you took everything she owned." Dobby did. Dobby protested. "Then what is she wearing?" Daniel demanded. "Those are not being her clothes," Dobby said. "Then who? Right, that bitch Granger probably loaned her something." "All right, tonight you'll go back and take everything of Granger's," Daniel ordered. Dobby nodded before he vanished. The DMLE was one of the most hectic areas in the Ministry of Magic. Madam Bones was used to this, generating a large amount of paperwork for her. What she wasn't used to was a clerk rushing into her office with another stack of parchment and a clearly distressed look on his face. "Madam Bones, we've just had 128 spate lawsuits filed on behalf of the Blacks." "You what?" Madam Bones couldn't understand what could have happened to generate that amount of lawsuits. "Well, most of them are duplicates, and would normally be combined into a single lawsuit, but that isn't required. The Blacks' solicitor assured me that they wanted each one filed separately. This could bog us down for weeks," the clerk cried. It only took Madam Bones a moment to understand that bogging them down was just what the Blacks wanted to do. She was sure they'd do the same for every article that appeared in the Prophet. Worse, she could hardly blame them. They'd clearly been brushed aside. Fudge had also decided that in an attempt to embarrass them, every case the Blacks were involved in would be decided by the full Wizengamot. "There isn't anything that we can do but file the paperwork," Madam Bones said. But nothing. You have your job, so go do it. You have no reason to get involved in these politics." Madam Bones sent the clerk back to do his job. She was about to return to her own paperwork when her secretary passed on the message that Dean Horsefeather was requesting her presence at Hogwarts. With a sigh, Madam Bones flew over. She found a very static Dean along with the Blacks. "Madam Bones, we have a very serious issue. Mr. Black has been sent a large amount of hate mail since yesterday. While I understand most of this isn't against the law, several contain dangerous substances. Here is a full list along with the results of a mail tracing charm." The Dean handed over a rather long list. The substances listed were mostly of the nasty variety. A few could be called pranks, but most were just dangerous and a few were even highly restricted. "I understand why you are upset, but the mail tracing charm has never been approved by the Wizengamot. They'd never accept this as evidence." "That is a shame. Then we will bring as many of them as we can before our own courts, which do accept the charm," the Dean said. They hadn't expected Madam Bones to be able to do much. Fudge had her hands tied, but they had still thought it best to bring the problem to her attention before they did anything else. Madam Bones set the list back on the Dean's desk. She was at least pleased that no member of her department was on the list. "I understand, good luck." There was nothing else to be said. Madam Bones knew that the issue was beyond her, and the contract that the ministry signed granted the visiting schools a number of obscure rights. She just wished that Fudge would get over his personal grudge and stop provoking the Blacks. It hadn't ended well yet, and she doubted that would change anytime soon. Dobby appeared back in Luna and Hermione's room. Dobby has been ordered to take all of Miss Grange's things. Hermione sighed. All right, Luna, all my things are yours. Except for this hair braid. Here you go, Dobby. Dobby thanks you. Dobby was touched that they were so willing to help him avoid punishment for failing his orders. Dobby, how do you keep getting in here? Hermione asked. She had spoken Woodhouse elves, but they hadn't even known that Dobby had been on the ship. And they were supposed to be on the lookout for him now. Oh, Dobby is being very good at sneaking, he is. Dobby said proudly before he vanished. Lenata Mulcher smiled as she ate her breakfast and read the paper. She had been horrified to read what the Blacks had been up to and made her displeasure known by sending a rather nasty howler to the mongrel Harry Black. Daniel Potter had truly lucked out not being forced to grow up with such a despicable boy. She fully believed that it was her right to send the howler, even her duty as an upstanding British citizen. She was proud of the vulgar names that she had called him, along with her suggestions of just what he should do. Her pleasant breakfast was interrupted by the arrival of a red envelope. Who would dare send a howler to her? She was so shocked that she failed to open it before the envelope burst open and started to scream at her. How dare you send a howler to one of my students? What gives you the right to sit in judgment of what you know nothing about? How do you enjoy having your meal ruined by someone shouting at you? You are a horrible, spiteful little person, and you will get a howler back for everyone that you send. The howler burst into flames and ash fell down on Lenata's eggs. It was only a moment before the woman's anger exploded and she went to Flo the DMLE. Those wags thought they could just send a howler to her. Well, she'd send the Aurorus down on them, finally put them away in Azkaban where they should be. Across the country similar incidents were occurring and the DMLE was flooded with complaints. All of them received the same answer. Howlers were not illegal and Wandwood had as much right to send them as anyone else. That answer didn't satisfy anyone, but it was all the poor Flo operators could say. Fudge was full of glee at the excuse to finally deal with the Blacks until Madam Bones pointed out that it was the school that sent the howlers. They had broken no laws and there was nothing that they could do. Her best advice was that people should stop sending howlers if they didn't want them sent back. While people the length and breadth of the country were being screamed at by howlers and trying to convince the DMLE to go arrest the Blacks, the students of Wandwood were up early and excited for their first trip into Hogsmeade. Luna was incredibly excited as she was going with friends. Shara was also excited as she had received special permission to go with them. Harry and Hermione tried not to laugh as they saw how itching her fingers were to start taking pictures. As they approached the line of carriages, Luna walked to the seemingly empty space in front of one and reached out. She appeared to be petting something and talking kindly to the empty air. Shara watched her friend curiously. Luna? You can't see them, can you? Luna asked. See what? Hermione asked. Shara reached out and squeaked when her hand touched something that wasn't there. Harry and Hermione both did the same and found something that felt like leather, though it was completely invisible. Luna smiled. Everyone else had just called her crazy without checking to see if there was really anything there. They're called thestrals. Skeleton-like horses with bat wings. They're considered bad luck because of their frightening appearance, but they are some of the gentlest creatures ever. Following the creature's neck, Shara found its head. The thestral nudged her carefully. You're right. Several other Wandwood students came over to see what they were doing and were amazed to discover the creatures, who Luna assured them loved the attention. As more students arrived, the quartet moved towards the front of the quay to board the carriages. Only to be stopped by Filch. Hold it, none of you is on the list, so you ain't going anywhere. But we all have permission, Harry said. I don't care, you're not on the list so you can't go. In fact, none of your school's on the list, so get back to your fancy balloon. Filch waved his roll of parchment at them like a bat. They hurried away from the probably unstable man. Well, I guess we are walking. The group made it as far as the Hogwarts gates before they were stopped by a pair of Aurorus. They were once again turned back with the excuse that they hadn't been granted permission to leave. As they walked back towards the airship, they discovered that they were far from the only ones who hadn't been allowed to leave. Even those of age had been blocked. Madam Bones was debating whether she should take a headache potion or just ignore the growing annoyance. It seemed that things were finally calming down. The Flo calls had dropped off. She was hoping the rest of the day easier. She really should have known better. One of their best Aurorus, Kingsley Shackbolt, came into her office looking distinctly pale. You Need to get up to Hogwarts. Apparently the Wandwood students aren't being allowed to leave and Aurorus at the gates sent them back to their quarters. Dean Horsefeather wants to know when they became prisoners and if she should call back to North America. Bloody hell. Madam Bones jumped from her seat and rushed towards the nearest flow. Was Dumbledore trying to start a war? After she received permission from the Dean, she stepped through the flow, and was confronted by an office and angry students. What's happened now? Despite providing the necessary permission to Dumbledore, the Hogwarts caretaker refused to allow my students to board the carriages. When they attempted to walk to Hogsmeade, the Auroras you have placed at the gate refused to let them pass. Now tell me, when did we become your prisoners? The Dean asked. Madam Bones ran a hand through her hair. You are not prisoners. Odd, I thought that being confined to an area against your will and unable to leave was the definition of a prison. The Dean said. She wasn't actually concerned since they could use the flow to leave, or just take off. She was more annoyed than anything else at this latest power play. That didn't mean she wasn't going to point out just how foolish it was. I can assure you that you are not prisoners. I will personally go and inform my Aurorus to get their heads out of their asses and stop bothering your students. Madam Bones promised. She'd also find out why they had done it in the first place, and she swore if it was because Dumbledore had said so she'd throw them back to the academy. She was unsurprised when the Dean and students followed her from the airship towards the main gates of Hogwarts. She didn't know if it was her presence or the large crowd behind her, but the pair of Aurorus began to fidget as they approached. Good morning. Gentlemen, I have been informed that you refuse to allow these students to go and enjoy their day in Hogsmeade. Why? Well, Dumbledore. One began. Wrong answer. Both of you back to the Ministry. Tell Kingsley to grab someone and come take your place. Madam Bones ordered. She watched her Auroras slink away with slumped shoulders, then turned back to the students. I'll call for some carriages for you. That's all right, we don't mind the walk, Wendy said. Wrapped in their coats with warming charms, the short walk down to the village wasn't too bad. Once she saw the students on their way, Madam Bones turned back towards Hogwarts and stormed towards Dumbledore's office. She had barely stepped in before she let him have it with both barrels. What the bloody hell were you trying to pull? Do you want a war? Is that your goal? Do not be redisclose. I have always advocated for peace, Dumbledore said automatically. Then why did you deny the Wandwood students their ability to go to Hogsmeade? Madam Bones demanded. It must have been a communication issue. The only orders I have issued in regard to students is that none are allowed to travel by foot to the village. I'm sure if they had just used the carriages there wouldn't have been a problem, Dumbledore said airily. Except Filch wouldn't let them onto the carriages because their names weren't LD, easily make the case that they were being held against their will, Madam Bones pointed out. Nonsense, it was just a mistake, Dumbledore insisted. That doesn't matter, you prevented the students who had permission from leaving the grounds, including those of age, and you had no legal right to do so. It would be easy for them to cause all sorts of trouble. Now answer my question, are you trying to start a war? Madam Bones looked at the headmaster with hard eyes. Between Dumbledore and Fudge she really didn't think that they'd make it till summer without being invaded. Of course, I don't want a war. The very notion that he could actively be encouraging such a thing was of the gravest insult to him. Then why are you doing everything that you can to start one? Amelia, there are things you do not understand. Then explain. She demanded. With a tired sigh, Dumbledore decided that it would be to his advantage if she understood at least some of what was happening. Though he wouldn't reveal most of his information, just enough to bring her around. When Harry was a child, just after Daniel defeated Voldemort, I discovered that Harry's magical core was collapsing. He was a squib, yet he joined a magical school and we have all seen him cast spells. I believe that Lord Black used dark magic on him to restore his magic. Harry is also a Parseltongue, an ability which no one else in his family line has. I also believe that whatever Sirius did to Harry somehow affect Daniel's magic as well. Dumbledore thought that would be enough to bring Madam Bones around to his side. It was one massive headache to her though. Do you have any proof? Alas, no. I attempted to gather the needed information when Harry was arrested for speaking Parseltongue, but he escaped before I was able to confirm anything. So that was all a ruse to check him for dark magic? Madam Bones wasn't sure if she was more disgusted that he had gone so far or impressed with his plan. In part, Dumbledore admitted. Yes, one big headache. All right, Dumbledore, listen, because I will only say this once. Stop antagonizing them. I don't care what your theories are, it's my job to protect everyone, and without evidence all you are doing is pushing for a war we couldn't win. I assure you that was never my intention. Dumbledore was disappointed that she hadn't declared her support for him in the matter, but at least the information seemed to have cooled her off. Harry and Hermione strolled along the cobblestone streets of Hogsmeade. It was a charming little town, but a bit of a disappointment. They didn't even have a cinema. The shops they stopped at were interesting, and Harry supposed if you were stuck at Hogwarts most of the year, a few days in the village were good enough. But the Wandwood students found Hogsmeade lacking. The novelty of the village wore off quickly. An entire shop devoted to quills and ink was only so interesting, though many students had bought something to send back to their friends and family as souvenirs, or to prove that people over here really did still use feathers to write. About the only thing that held up to their expectation was the bookstore that had several difficult to find or out-of-print books. If they judged them by the dust on the cover, they had been there for a while. The few Hogwarts students who were in the bookstore gave them dirty looks as they bought a considerable amount. Their purchase had gone into an expanded bag, and they'd continued on through the village. As they came around a corner, they saw several people who they'd just as soon avoid: Daniel and Ron, with a house elf trailing after them. The poor elf was being forced to carry a bag so large that it was stumbling along. There was no reason to do that. A big advantage of house elves was that they could just pop the things you buy back to your home. To make one carry things around was a waste of time and disrespectful to the elf. Hermione gave a small gasp when the bag shifted and she saw Dobby. She had of course told Harry about the elf. That's him. Dobby? Yes. Poor Dobby, being forced to serve Potter, Hermione said. Maybe we can help him. Harry took her hand and pulled her towards Daniel and Ron. Ron made a gagging noise when he spotted them. I can't believe you turned down a chance to go with me to go with Black. Hermione had to wonder whether Ron had eaten paint chips as a child or suffered a head injury. He spoke such certainty that he was superior to Harry. Then again, he was an idiot, so he might well believe that. I turned down your rude offer to spend the day with my boyfriend. I thought even you'd be able to understand that. What do boyfriends matter? I've dated dozens of witches with boyfriends. Ron bragged, though it rang hollow. Of course, you have, Harry said in a condescending tone. Hermione couldn't figure out what he was trying to do. Harry gave them a snobbish look that wouldn't have been out of place of Malfoy. I have to say, so far nothing out here has impressed me. I can see why the rest of the world refers to England as the stagnate backwaters of magic. You take that back, Ron shouted. Harry continued as if he hadn't heard Ron, or that Ron wasn't important enough to notice. I mean, really, you can't even use a house elf correctly. You do know they can just pop the things you buy home, don't you? There's no need to have it carry your things unless you can't figure out how to give it simple orders. Daniel took a menacing step forward. Shut it, Black. His eyes shone with anger, and Hermione noticed that they were a muddier green than Harry's. He's correct, you know. No one asked you, Granger. Ron growled. Speak to her like that again and I may have no choice but to challenge you to a duel. Harry had to struggle not to break character. Daniel's next words moved them deeper into his plan. Yeah, right. You refused that dueling tournament. You're too scared to face me. Daniel smirked. A wave of self-satisfaction washed over him. It had to be true that Harry was afraid of him. His parents said so. No, I declined because I stood nothing to gain, but perhaps we could make a wager. Then you get your chance to best me in front of the schools, Harry offered. What kind of wager? Daniel asked. He could think of 100 things Black might want from him. Well, since you clearly don't know how to use a house elf, why not it? If I win, you give me that little creature following you around, the elf, not the redhead. Harry almost burst out laughing as Ron's face turned as red as his hair. It started at the tips of his ears and spread down like oil running on a canvas. And what do I get if I win? Daniel asked. Hermione had seen Harry's plan as soon as he mentioned the wager. She almost jumped him right there. A date with me. Why would I want to date you? Confusion clouded Daniel's face. Because I am Harry's girlfriend, so this would just be one more chance to prove how superior you are to him. It's not as if you could win, though. Hermione tried to add a condescending laugh but felt she fell short. Not that Daniel or Ron seemed to notice. He accepts. Ron shouted. Are you really that dumb? Daniel has to accept or it means nothing, Harry pointed out. Fine, I accept, you're going to go down and then everyone will see you for what you are. Dobby, take those back to my room, Daniel ordered before he grabbed Ron and dragged him towards the line of carriages down the street. Harry and Hermione managed to get off the street before wide grins burst across their faces. Hermione grabbed Harry and gave him a passionate kiss. That was brilliant. Thank you, not bad for something I made up on the spot. Harry was pleased with himself and was sure his dad would be too, though he might get a lecture for agreeing to participate in the dueling tournament without asking first. They took a few moments to compose themselves before they walked back onto the street to finish enjoying their day. Daniel had rushed to tell his parents what had happened and they in turn had hurried to tell Dumbledore. Now the headmaster sat behind his desk. Daniel, you managed to get Black to agree to the dueling tournament, now even should he attempt to back out we can call his honor into question. This will be an excellent chance to observe him in action, we may learn something valuable. Not to mention the minister will also be very pleased with you. And when you win you might also be able to gather more information from Miss Granger. That had been an unexpected bonus. This could be the very thing that he had been looking for to turn things around and see his plans back on track. A.N. As always, I hope you all enjoyed this chapter, and thank you for reading. Before the Ball disclaimer. I own nothing but my mistakes. Chapter 10, Before the Ball. 0Q0 Harry and Hermione had continued around the village of Hogsmeade for a while longer after encountering Daniel and Ron before they took lunch at the Three Broomsticks. Harry's father had suggested it, according to him it was the best place to eat in the village. Though Harry took that with a grain of salt, as he was very familiar with his father's cooking. If it wasn't for takeout or instant meals, he was sure they'd have starved. It had begun to snow as they left the Three Broomsticks and made their way back towards Hogwarts. The chilled wind did little against their well-practiced warming charms. Harry would easily say it was one of the best moments that he had spent at Hogwarts. Snow swirled around them and they walked along the well-worn path. His peaceful mood lasted until they got back to the airship, as he thought his father wasn't pleased to hear that Harry had agreed to the dueling tournament without asking him. He was only marginally more understanding when Harry explained about the bet and Dobby. Sirius smiled. It was a look Harry knew to fear. One that preceded the worst of prank wars. All right, if you are going to get yourself into duels, I'm going to make sure that you can at least put up a good fight. 0Q0 For the second time that day Dean Horsefeather found herself in Dumbledore's office, however this time it was for official tournament business. Not that she liked it any better, this change is completely unnecessary. The only reason to even purpose it is to cause trouble. Dumbledore almost felt bad about it after his talk with Madam Bones, but he had already made the arrangements. The goal of the Triwizard Tournament is to promote international understanding and goodwill. Making it so that each champion must attend with a date from another school is just another step to achieve this. I might believe you if that was the stance you had at the start of this fiasco. However, I find it hard to believe when you purpose the change so close to the Yule Ball. The Dean was sure this was just Dumbledore flexing his muscles and looking for some small measure of revenge. Be that as it may, the others have agreed, so the change will be made official. Dumbledore said. It hadn't been hard to get Igor to agree, just a small bribe. Madame Maxime had been even easier since her champion was already attending with a student from Hogwarts. I trust that you will inform your champion so that he may choose another date. I shall. 0Q0 Fudge stepped into the Prime Minister's office. It had taken longer than he expected, but he'd finally be getting that extra money that he'd been promised. The Prime Minister looked over his magical counterpart. Before we start, I want to give you an estimate. He slid a paper across his desk. The amount within Muggle money, but Fudge had practiced the conversion rate so he'd know how much the ministry would get. The number was over double what they were currently receiving from the Muggle government, and even after he skimmed off enough to refill his coffers from that disastrous vote against the blacks, there would still be enough left to bribe a number of people and be seen helping the people. This will do nicely. When can I expect the payment? Oh no, you misunderstand. That's what you could be getting. You see, the agreement is that we pay your government a certain amount per magical person in the country. This includes Muggleborns, first and second generation squibs. However, because of your government's laws, you forced a huge number of people from our shores. The Prime Minister explained. But Fudge tried to find a solution. How could he have known those worthless people could actually make them money? You see, following the Second World War, your government began to force Muggleborns from the country like never before. As I understand it, you've always been that hard on squibs. Following that, the number that were killed or fled to escape this Voldemort. Don't say his name, Fudge shouted. How could a Muggle do that? It gave him the shakes just thinking about Lord Thingy. The Prime Minister wondered if he shouldn't say the name again just to take the piss out of the fool. But he decided against it. He'd rather get this over with. Since then, there has still been a steady stream of Muggleborns and so-called half-bloods from the country. Using their numbers, and estimating the children they would have had, you've cut the amount we pay you into half of what it could be. But why would they be worth as much as a pureblood? Fudge whined. It just didn't follow any reason. They had no political backing, little monetary worth until this crazy meeting, and were considered so much magically weaker than a proper pureblood. Because unlike your government, we do not discriminate against a person because of the circumstances of their birth, the Prime Minister said firmly. He'd had everyone that he could look into it, but the old agreements let the magical govern how they wish because non-magical people were seen as so different than magical ones. But Fudge tried again. Why wouldn't this Muggle follow the rules? Here is the actual amount your government will receive, plus a small amount of extra help. We've also included a file that should help you cut costs enough to rebalance your budget. The Prime Minister slid a stack of papers to Fudge. The numbers didn't make him happy. It was barely more than what they got now. Even the bonus was hardly worth the flow trip. Those cut-costing measure had better be spectacular. As a politician, he was used to having to slash a few people here and there, especially to keep his own money flowing, so he held out a bit of hope. Until he read the paper. What is the meaning of this? You want us to switch to Muggle methods? It is very simple. Your government is wasting so much money that I recommend whoever you have keeping track of things tried for treason. You are paying, for a single self-inking quill, the same amount that could buy 100 high-quality pens. He pulled one of the pens from his desk. It really was a very nice one. A single sheet of parchment cost almost as much as a book of paper. It would seem that your government is being fleeced by your suppliers. Fudge of course knew, well, not all that, but that he was overpaying for a number of things. Those contracts were awarded to help secure his position as minister. He couldn't cut them. He needed an excuse though, something reasonable. But these are all Muggle items. Wizards would never use them. A child could use them, so there is no reason an adult could not, the Prime Minister said. That's not what I meant, Fudge said. I'm sure it wasn't. The Prime Minister was glad to finally get rid of Fudge after the meeting. That man had no business in the government. He had tried to order him to turn over more money. When that failed, he tried to blame a number of people. They had discussed a few more issues, but it was always the same. It was someone else's fault. 0Q0 McGonagall stepped into Dumbledore's office with a deep frown on her face. Albus, we have another problem. Dumbledore sighed. Of course there was another problem. Things could just go his way, could they? With his luck, one of the dragons from the first task had gone loose and eaten someone, and Hogwarts was somehow being held responsible. What has happened now? Hogwarts is paying for an extra pro contacted Gringotts, and they said that because Severus was found guilty, Wandwood was able to request their own professor teach their students on our account. And he's being paid more than Severus. McGonagall might not have liked the man, but this was going too far in her mind. With a deep sigh, Dumbledore turned to look out the window. He was well aware that anything he could do to try and solve the problem was hopeless at this point. Wandwood had every right to get their own potion professor after what happened, which was why he had bribed so many people to find Snape innocent. At this time there is nothing we can do but to grin and take it on the chin. But after the dueling tournament, well, they might have something to work with at that point. 0Q0 Richard loved to feel superior to everyone else, and why shouldn't he? He was a pureblood, born to the best of the best, the head of a long line of magic. The only reason that he didn't get to feel as superior as he felt that he should have, was a lack of money. Despite their long history, his family had little in the way of monetary worth. He blamed it on his grandfather, always helping people. Well, he'd put a stop to that right quick when he became the head of the family. But without a large sum of money to throw around, he needed to find other ways to feel important. Recently he had sent some hate mail to those foreign animals that were staying at Hogwarts. The parchment had been cursed with a number of nasty things, and because he had sent it from the post office and left no information, it couldn't be traced back to him. So, while those of lesser birth were dealing with return howlers, he sat back and enjoyed the knowledge that he was better than them. A wonderful breakfast lay spread before Richard and he was just about to dig in when, of all things, someone knocked at his door. Grumbling, he stood to answer it. Two men in suits stood outside. "What do you want?" "Mr. Flipper?" one of the two men asked. "I bloody well am," Richard replied. "Delivery." The second man held out an envelope. "Why didn't you send it by owl like a normal person?" Richard demanded. They were acting no better than muggles. "It was felt best to deliver these by hand," the first replied. Richard ripped open the envelope to find out what was so bloody important and laughed. He was being sued for the cursed mail he had sent that traitor Black. As if the ministry would do anything to him. "You lot are bloody idiots. The ministry would never rule against me for something like this. There isn't even any proof I sent anything." "A mail tracking charm was used to locate you," one replied. "Those are illegal in court," Richard said smugly. "In your courts perhaps, but you are being sued in North American court, and before you say we can't, you ministry has already." "Agreed." The second replied. "What failure to show will result in a default judgment against you. Have a pleasant day." The men turned and left the shocked pureblood on his doorstep. Across the country over the next few days many others found themselves in the same situation. Some complained to the ministry but there was nothing to be done. Fudge found himself in trouble again but Madam Bones pointed out that he had signed the contract that let all this happen, so there was nothing that he could do besides to point out that they shouldn't have sent cursed letters and packages in the first place. Others simply didn't go, believing they were untouchable. When they failed to arrive in court, they were found guilty and fined. The North American court could not actually sentence anyone to prison even though a number of those accused should have been, and instead issued the largest fines that they were able to. The North American ministry was pleased with the windfall as a portion of each fine was given over to the government, and while small it all added up quickly. Some managed to secure legal counsel and attempted to fight the charges. All manner of defense were tried, from the "I'm a pureblood and can do as I please," to "no one said it was illegal," to "you can't do this." Some acquired extra fines when they attempted to bribe their way out of trouble or drew their wands. A surprising few actually wrote to Harry and apologized, asking if there was a way to settle out of court. Those who chose this method ended up paying only a fraction of what everyone else did. The result of a number of families being fined further weakened the magical economy, and Fudge was hard-pressed to help them. 0Q0 Harry, Hermione and Luna were walking back towards the airship. Shara normally would have been with them but she was serving a number of detentions for getting into a fight with a creepy little Hogwarts student. Apparently, they were fighting over who was better, Harry or Daniel, and which of them had the better camera. The group was surprised when Cedric, the Hogwarts champion, and Victor, the Durmstrang champion, intercepted them. Harry almost laughed at how non-threatening they were trying to look, as if they expected Harry to make a run for it at any moment. "Good afternoon, gentlemen, what can we do for you?" Cedric and Victor traded a look before Victor spoke. "You have heard about the new rule for the ball, yes? That a champion can't bring any member of their own school as their date." "Yeah, we heard," Harry grumbled. It had really put a kink in his plans for the evening. "This is very disrespectful towards us. I have made plan that will help. I had already asked Betrothed to accompany me and..." Victor trailed off, not sure of how to explain his plan. Hermione, however, immediately caught on. "So, you wanted the champions to all bring each other's dates?" Victor nodded. "Yes, Cedric would bring mine, Harry would bring Cedric's, and I would take you. The only actual requirement is that we show up at the ball and open the first dance with our dates. After that we can spend the rest of the time with whoever we want," Cedric explained. "We also figured it would be a good way to stick our thumbs up at whoever made such a stupid rule." Harry and Hermione had actually talked about Harry finding a token date for just that before he spent the rest of the ball with Hermione, but he hadn't wanted to hurt someone's feelings by asking them just to go with him for that reason. Victor's plan solved that. He turned to Hermione. "What do you think?" Hermione's only hesitation was that Victor's plan would lead to Cho being Harry's official date, and she was one of Luna's worst bullies. But it did solve several problems, and as long as Cho kept a civil tongue, she would probably be all right. "It's better than anything else we've come up with. Let's give it a try." 0Q0 An hour later the group sat around a table on the airship with a very depressed Cedric. They had gone with him when he had explained the plan to his girlfriend Cho. She didn't take the suggestion well. During her rant she accused Cedric of somehow making the rule himself just to avoid taking her, tried to hex him, accused Luna, Hermione and Harry of doing the same and attempted to physically assault Luna. Victor had stepped in before Harry or Hermione had gotten the chance and thrown Cho across the room. Things had only gotten worse when Cho officially broke up with Cedric and made an actual oath that she wouldn't go to the ball with him, not that the rules would allow her to, but what the oath represented hurt him deeply. Cho had then turned and asked another Ravenclaw, Goldstein, to be her date. They had all ended up going back to the airship for dinner. Cedric had said he didn't feel up to facing the Hogwarts rumor mill after what had happened. They all felt bad for the way things had turned out. As soon as Hermione had the idea, she knew that she had spent too much time with Harry. "Cedric, I might have a way for you to get some revenge against Cho." Cedric gave her a wary look, but the idea of getting back at her was tempting. "What is it?" "Well, it's not against the rules, and it won't physically hurt her, but it'll make her very mad," Hermione said. Everyone had leaned in, curious about what she hallied Luna for the last few years, and Luna can't go to the ball unless an older student asks her. "So, you could take her and drive Cho crazy." To his surprise, Cedric found that he actually liked the idea. It would annoy Cho, he would let Luna go to the ball, and maybe it would help to make up for the bullying she had suffered. He still found that part a bit hard to believe, but after the way Cho tried to attack her, he couldn't deny it. He decided to just go for it. "Miss Lovegood, would you care to accompany me to the Yule Ball?" Luna looked like a deer caught in the headlights. She barely managed to nod and squeak out a yes before she had stood, grabbed Hermione and pulled her from the room. The three males traded confused looks. 0Q0 Luna pulled Hermione all the way to their room before she locked and silenced the door. "Hermione, you just set me up on a date with the hunk of Hufflepuff." The older girl just grinned. "What? You said that you thought that he was cute." "He is. But do you realize what all of the other girls will do?" Luna asked. "Nothing. I'm sure that word of what Victor did to Cho has already spread. Not to mention you'll have 2 other champions watching out for you. As well as me," Hermione pointed out. "Fine, but because you did this you have to help me get ready for the ball. I don't even have a dress," Luna said, close to panic. This was well beyond her normal, though admittedly wide, comfort zone. Hermione just threw an arm around her friend. "Just leave it to us. 0Q0. To be fair, Cedric and Victor had told Fleur about their plan, but she had rather rudely informed them that it was none of her concern what a group of children got up to. They'd skipped mentioning it to Daniel altogether because he had apparently already secured a date from outside Hogwarts. But he was being tight-lipped with who it was, only saying that she was a knockout. Since Cedric had asked Luna, he had begun to spend a good deal of time on the airship, due in large part to Cho trying to make him miserable. Rumors were that she had been with at least 3 separate boys since she publicly broke up with him. And with the way she always seemed to be hanging off a boy, the rumors were easy to believe. There had been a few attempts to teach Luna a lesson for going to the ball with Cedric, but they were quickly dealt with by Luna herself, using a few hexes that Hermione had shown her. After word got around that Luna could and would defend herself, as well as 3 champions who considered her at least a friend, people backed off. Worse for most of them were that they had tormented Luna before and been somewhat protected. Now Luna could hex them back, and Dumbledore couldn't do anything but to complain to Dean Horsefeather, who pointed out that Wandwood students were allowed to defend themselves. 0Q0 Remus Lupin wore his finest robes as he walked towards his target. It had taken him a few days to build up the courage to approach her, and he had been forced to wait several more days until he could catch her alone. Why did girls travel in packs? Perhaps he'd ask Lily. "Excuse me, Miss Tonks." Tonks turned and eyed him wearily. "Mr. Lupin, what can I do for you today?" "I was hoping to have the honor of escorting you to the Yule Ball," Remus said confidently. "Sorry, I already have a date," Tonks replied. "Not that sorry." His face darkened. "I see. I don't think you do," Tonks snapped. "I really do have a date already, but even if I didn't, I wouldn't go with you. Not because you are a werewolf, but because of the way you act." "What? Your whole, 'oh pity me, I'm a werewolf' thing? Yeah, you guys have it hard in the ICW, but you take it to a depressing level," Tonks said. "I'm sure that's it," Remus replied with a scowl. "Believe what you want, but I've dated werewolves before. They were very fun. In fact, I'm going to be a bridesmaid at their wedding this spring." "That's the difference though, they were fun. You're like a dog that had his bone taken away, Tonks said. She didn't feel that she needed to mention that he was also close friends with the Potters who had caused all sorts of trouble for her family. 0Q0 A few days before the Yule Ball, another huge snowstorm hit Hogwarts and added over a foot of snow. The Wandwood students actually found it enjoyable as they all knew the snowplow spell and made a number of paths across the grounds. A few of the older students even stacked the snow higher and made a maze. Hermione found a spell to animate snowmen and delighted the younger Hogwarts students by bringing their creations to life. She had just animated a snow armadillo that Luna was riding with a first year when an unwelcome voice came up behind her. Granger, it's your lucky day. You're talking to me, so I doubt that Weasley. Hermione said. She turned and kept her wand ready. She didn't see Daniel around but wasn't going to take a chance. Ron ignored her comment and kept talking as though he was the most charming person in the world. I've decided to do you a favor and take you to the ball. Try to find something nice, all right. None of that muggle junk. His parents had to be brother and sister, Hermione decided. This was inbreeding, eating lead paint and being dropped on his head. It had to be. She had heard that he was now dateless because he had tried to take 2 girls to the ball and both had taken offense. I will never go anywhere with you. Come off it, Granger. We all know your boyfriend isn't taking you, he said as if it was Harry's fault. And honestly, who else would take you? So try to make yourself presentable. I already have a date, leave now or else, Hermione threatened. Yeah, right. Ron scoffed at the very idea. Play hard to get if you want, I'll see you at the ball. I'm wearing red, so pick out a good dress. Hermione cast a charm to gather the snow and another to shape it into a baboon. She animated it and pointed at Ron. The snow baboon screamed and flung handfuls of something brown at the now retreating Gryffindor. Luna rode up on her snow armadillo. Is that mud, or did your charm get very advanced? Mud. I don't know a spell for that, yet. Hermione made a note to see if there was such a spell, though it had possibilities. 0Q0 On the day of the Yule Ball, Harry, Cedric and Victor sat around a table in the newly finished rec room on the airship. A deck of cards sat before them. Cedric looked over the card he was holding. Victor, any kings? He nodded and handed 2 cards to Cedric. They had started with poker and a box of biscuits but eaten them all after the first hour. Victor had shown up that morning with his betrothed. Albina was pretty with strong features. She had thanked Harry and Hermione for their help before Hermione and Luna had grabbed her to get ready and do whatever girls did. The airship was filled as over a dozen Hogwarts students, mostly older girls, had come over to take advantage of. Well, Harry wasn't sure why they had come over. Maybe larger mirrors. A number of their dates had also come to the airship and were waiting in the rec room. The Muggleborns had been thrilled to find that Wandwood had working electronics, which had led to an explanation of the wards Hogwarts used to fry most Muggle electronics. Officially, it was done to help protect the school should Muggles ever invade. It was already dark out when the girls were finally ready. Harry's heart fluttered when he saw Hermione standing with Luna, Shara and Albina. He supposed they also looked very nice, but his attention was focused on Hermione. Apparently, Cedric and Victor felt the same about their own dates because they all jumped when Shara snapped a picture of them. She had been granted special permission to attend as Wandwood's photographer. Tonks and Wendy giggled as they walked in to see the shell-shocked boys. No one was very surprised that they decided to go to the ball together, as they'd been making eyes at each other for a while. Harry stepped forward and took Hermione in his arms. Tonight, everyone will see how beautiful you look to me every day. That was a bad line, Harry. A blush dusted her cheeks. True, besides it took me a while to think of, Harry said. Is that what you boys were doing? She asked. Mostly, Harry admitted. Shara took dozens of pictures of everyone, including Sirius, Violet and the Grangers. Little Cordelia couldn't be happier in her new dress and with so much attention. The parents spent several minutes ribbing the children before Hermione's mother took the girls aside and whispered something to them. As they prepared to leave, Harry reluctantly let go of Hermione and took Albina's arm. Victor did likewise. Both would agree it just didn't feel right. Hermione and Albina would agree but also found their official date's reactions amusing. The path from the airship to Hogwarts had been lined with portable rune stone that kept the path warm and snow-free, as well as cast a gentle flickering light for them to see by. The students happily made their way to the Yule Ball. Luna practically skipped along. Her arm wrapped around Cedric's. He had been very polite to her since he had asked her to the ball, and more than once Luna had trouble believing how much had suddenly turned around. Ever since Hermione had stopped Cho and her friends from tormenting Luna, it was one good thing after another. She had friends, a wonderful date for the evening, and her grades had never been higher despite Wandwood being more advanced than Hogwarts. She silently vowed to do everything that she could for her friends. 0Q0 Professor McGonagall frowned as she saw 3 of the champions arrive with the Wandwood students, the Hogwarts champion among them. No one could miss the insult, not that Cedric cared, as far as he was concerned. They had started it with their stupid rule. Champions, please take your places. You will be the first in, and after dinner you will open the ball with the first dance. As they took their places, they discovered that Daniel's date was none other than Fleur. She seemed less than pleased, but Daniel looked thrilled. Oi Granger, what are you doing with Vicky? I told you that you were going with me. Stop bothering the champions and get over her. Ron reached out to grab Hermione, only to find his hands caught by Victor with his seeker reflexes. I do not know why it is you think that you have the right to tell anyone who they may or may not date, but I assure you that you were mistaken. You will apologize to Hermione immediately, Victor said. His English had improved a great deal, and he had made sure to at least be able to get Hermione's name correct. He felt anything less would be insulting. Why? Ron asked, honestly puzzled. You're a huge Quidditch star. You could do a whole lot better. We have different opinions then. I am surrounded by 3 of the most beautiful girls here, and you are alone. I do not think that I could be doing much better. On either side of him, Luna and Albina blushed. Harry and Cedric made a note to give extra compliments to them later. They couldn't let Victor show them up. Ron's face was turning red when Dumbledore hurried over and tried to intervene. I'm sure this is just a misunderstanding. Miss Granger, I had heard that you were attending the ball with Mr. Weasley. Don't you think it was rather rude to arrive with someone else? I really don't care what you think. Hermione snapped at the headmaster. I told him I would never go to the ball with him. If he is to inbreed to understand what no means, I think you and the rest of the girls at Hogwarts have bigger problems than what 2 students who are not attending your school do. Before Dumbledore could answer, Dean Horsefeather and Karkaroff came up behind him. Are you harassing our students? No, I was just attempting to help settle a disagreement, Dumbledore hastily assured them, but he could see a number of females had taken Hermione's words to heart about Mr. Weasley's understanding of the word no. He was sure to develop a less than favorable reputation because of this, and that could hurt Daniel. One more thing to take care of. Karkaroff sneered. You are not needed. It is clear that the girl has chosen Victor. Dumbledore frowned but decided the best thing to do was to start the ball and divert attention from the rather public incident. Hermione turned to Victor. Thank you, and I mean no offense, but I'd pick a lump of indeterminate goo over Ronald. Yes, it would probably have better manners. Victor agreed. 0Q0. A.N. I hope everyone enjoyed this chapter, mostly setting things up for what's to come. Love potions. No disclaimer. I own nothing but my mistakes. Chapter 11. Love potions? No. The champions and their dates entered the Great Hall. They stared at the winter wonderland that had been created around them. Floating ice sculptures, falling snow, it was all very impressive. They made their way towards the largest table while the rest of the students filed in behind them. Unsurprisingly, Cordelia had attracted a great deal of attention from the female students and was very pleased with herself. One of the few not smiling was Umbridge. Fudge had come that evening with his wife and could not very well tell Umbridge not to come. That would have been very insulting, and he needed all the support that he could muster. She didn't think that it was right that Daniel Potter had shown up with that creature on his arm. She didn't think that Muggles should be in Hogwarts, and she certainly didn't think all those witches should be so interested in something as disgusting as a mudblood child. Thankfully, she was seated away from all of them. One of the others, who was rather upset, didn't have the luxury of sitting away from the champions and instead chose to make his displeasure known. Percy Weasley stalked around the large table towards Hermione. Miss Granger, I do not know why your parents failed to teach you manners, but you have acted in a most disrespectful way towards my brother, and I have half a mind to demand satisfaction. It took Hermione a moment to remember the scrunch-faced man with red hair as Percy, one of Ron's older brothers. I suppose I shouldn't expect more from your family. Clearly your parents failed to teach you manners. Ron was the one at fault. I cannot be held responsible for what that idiot does. How dare you? I am the personal secretary to Mr. Crouch. You will treat me with respect," Percy demanded, drawing the attention of a number of people to their argument. "You have done nothing to earn my respect, you are acting like a whiny child. I suppose you're the one who taught Ron how to act like that," Hermione replied. "I should demand a duel for your words." Percy was as red as his hair. Victor slowly stood and drew everyone's attention towards himself. "As Miss Granger is my date, you would first need to duel me to reach her." "Hey, she's my girlfriend, so it's my reasonability to defend her," Harry said with a predatory smile. "Can I join in?" "Percy was a right pain to Hufflepuff's backside while he was here," Cedric asked. Percy wilted under the prospect of fighting any one of the three champions. He had always leaned more towards the theory of magic rather than its use. That and his love of rules was all he had needed before. Hermione cleared her throat. "Thank you all, but I am perfectly capable of defending myself." The other three nodded and sat back down. They had all heard, or in Harry's case, seen, what Hermione was capable of. She turned back towards Percy. "Well, are you going to demand a duel?" Percy sniffed and tried to save some of his reputation. "I see no reason to ruin everyone's evening because of one ill-mannered Muggle-born girl." He spun on his heel and took a seat far away from them. The meal began and the group had an enjoyable time. When everyone had finished eating, which took some time as Ron kept ordering more food for his plate, the champions of their dates stepped onto the dance floor. Part-way through the first song, Harry gave a signal and he, Victor and Cedric all changed partners. A number of the representatives frowned as this was not what was supposed to happen. A moment later they switched again. As the first song ended and other couples made their way on, people rose to protest what they felt was a great insult against the Yule Ball, or their plans for it. The champions' response was a simple, "I don't care, you said this tournament was about cooperation and that was what we did." Those same people tried to raise a fuss when they realized that both Harry and Victor were actually there with a student from their own school, but soon realized there was nothing to be done about it. Harry was sure that he had the busiest dance card of the night. Not only didn't he dance with Hermione, but also Luna, Tonks, Wendy, Shara and Cordelia, who had grabbed his hand during a break and motioned towards the dance floor. Unable to say no, Harry had picked her up and carried her to the edge of the dance floor where he swayed with the music. This had been enough for the little girl, who giggled and laughed the entire time. Dumbledore wore a sour expression throughout the evening. This was not how the night was supposed to go. How did Black continue to turn his plans against him? James and Lily Potter had copied Sirius and moved to Hogwarts as volunteers so that they could stay close to Daniel and help him prepare for the tournament. They were also in attendance at the Yule Ball and couldn't help but compare Daniel and Harry. While Daniel spent most of his time either dancing with his date or talking to friends at their table, it was easy to see that his attention was elsewhere and his date was less than pleased. By contrast, Harry had spent the evening dancing with several girls, all who appeared to be having a good time. It was easy to see that he and his friends were happy and he had somehow integrated himself with two of the other champions. As the night wore, they saw their son begin to sulk more and more as he also watched Harry. They made a point to talk with him about his behavior. Rita flew all around the dance floor. She'd come up with a dozen new stories about Harry Black. Thankfully, all she needed to do was tell her quick quotes, quill the ideas, and they took care of the rest. As she watched Harry dance with different women, the idea for her next big story all but smacked her in the face. A couple was arguing in hushed tones, the girl's arm nearly hitting Rita. She didn't pay attention to them though, as something the girl said sparked the idea. Love potions. That Muggle-born girl was feeding him love potions, keeping young Harry away from the others who cared for him. It practically wrote itself. She could get at least a dozen articles from it. As the ball began to break up, Harry escorted Hermione to the garden that had been set up outside. It was lovely and they took their time strolling through it. They came across several other couples. They found their own little alcove hidden between rows of bushes and spent a good deal of time just enjoying each other. Hermione rested her head against Harry's shoulder. Their arms wrapped comfortably around each other. "I never thought that I would have any wonderful memories of Hogwarts, but tonight was amazing. Thank you." "Why thank me? It was amazing because of you. The only thing that could have made it better was not having to deal with those idiots." Harry leaned forward and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. That would have probably been too much to ask for. When they finally made their way back to the airship, both flushed and grinning like mad. On their way they meet Luna, who was in a similar state to them. "Hello." Did you have an enjoyable evening? Her voice was soft and dreamy. We did. It looks like you did as well, Hermione said while Harry wondered if he needed to have a talk with Cedric. Oh yes, Cedric was a perfect gentleman, so I grabbed his head and snogged him. I may have broken him though because when we said goodnight, he could only grin and stumble off. Luna giggled, drunk on her wonderful evening. Harry and Hermione looked back in the direction that Luna had come from. Do you think one of us should go and make sure Cedric is all right? He'll probably be fine, Hermione answered, still shocked that the girl who just days before had been so nervous could do such a thing. Umbridge had spent a good deal of the evening watching that black brat and his mudblood. The altercation with whatever his name was had given her an idea. She waited until the evening was ending to approach him. I am deeply sorry that Black was able to disrespect your upstanding family in such a way. Percy couldn't help but beam that someone as important as the undersecretary to the minister himself was speaking to him. Yes, but really what can you expect considering where he was raised, barely better than animals. Oh yes, horrid place, I've had the misfortune of needing to deal with them on a number of occasions. And I have learned a few things. You are Crouch's aide, correct? You handle most of the matters when he isn't available? Umbridge already knew the answer but decided to play dumb. This boy wanted to play the game, then he would learn that he was nothing but a pawn. Yes, it's an incredible amount of responsibility but I am well up to the task, Percy said with pride, his chest swelled proudly at what he felt was some proper recognition. Well then you might have a way to help reclaim some of your family's honor. Black cheated to get into the tournament so there is no reason we shouldn't make it harder for him. No, we won't cheat. We will work within the rules of the tournament as any civilized people would do. But we cannot just allow him to continue to flaunt his disrespect, can we? Of course not. Percy hurried to agree. Wonderful, I'll leave it to you. Try to have some ideas by the first of the year. Umbridge said pleasantly. She could have her revenge and a perfect patsy if things went wrong. Just the way she liked it. The Blacks and Grangers arrived at a cabin that Sirius had rented somewhere in Scotland. They had considered returning home for Christmas but decided it would be best to remain close to Hogwarts in case someone tried something. It was becoming very tearing trying to predict what new idiocy some of the English would come up with next. Through a large window they watched heavy snow fall on the forest. If the Yule Ball had been wonderful, they all agreed that their time in the cabin was perfect. Oldster Crown was not having as nearly a pleasant holiday as he checked the numbers for the Daily Prophet again. He had been their accountant for nearly 50 years but he had never seen things looking so grim. Their circulation had spiked when they began running mostly articles about the Blacks. But those numbers had quickly dropped off. In his opinion that was because those articles were so poorly written even the sheep had trouble believing some of them. Besides, people did expect some real news from the Prophet but that had been pushed out more and more for the cheap slander articles the editors seemed to love. Add in a drop in advertising revenue and a massive increase in the price of their ink and the Prophet was quickly sinking into the red. Crown decided that he needed to speak with the paper's owner, Lord Inkwell. But first he would make some flow calls and try to track down what was going on. Lord Inkwell was a minor lord, hardly worth taking notice of if it wasn't for the influence that his family had wielded since they took possession of the Daily Prophet. The paper had always provided a nice bit of money to the family. Now, for the first time in living memory, the Daily Prophet stood to have a loss at the end of the year. Crown, just how can my paper suddenly be in such bad shape? The easy answer? All those attacks on the Blacks, Crown answered. But circulation boomed after they started the smear campaign. Inkwell pointed out, the numbers had predicted that they'd have their best year ever. He couldn't understand the sudden change. For a short time, but in the long run we've lost more readers than we gained. It's not that people don't like reading about the supposed dirty laundry of the Black family but, well, when was the last time you read it? Crown asked. Not recently, Inkwell admitted. Turned with filling the paper with those stories that he let quality slip. I'm pretty sure he got children to write some of them. The spelling mistakes alone were a huge embarrassment. And the people still expected some actual news in their newspaper. When they started there was a 7% increase in sales, now they're nearly 13% below the subscriptions we had back in July. That would be bad enough but a number of companies have pulled their advertisements from the Prophet as well. Some said it had become an embarrassment, others that they didn't want to be associated with what was happening. Crown began to slide pieces of parchment across Inkwell's desk showing just how much they were losing. All of these companies have pulled their advertisements. Inkwell was astonished by the sheer number. If this keeps up by February, we'll be down to half of what we had last month. And don't forget, each article that slanders the blacks also results in multiple lawsuits by them. Crown pushed a stack of papers across the desk, each one a different lawsuit. But we've won all of these. How are they costing us money? Inkwell didn't even bother to look through the stack, it was almost as thick as his fist. True, but we have to pay our legal team for dealing with each one of them. Win or lose, we lose money. What is really killing us though is the price of ink. It went up nearly a fifth recently and... What? How did that happen? Inkwell demanded. It was outrageous. His family had been buying that ink for nearly 200 years. How dare they? It's a bit complicated. It all goes back to when the company we buy the ink from joined with another family and control shifted. That was several years ago, by the way, but from what I can tell, the current owner has several business deals with Lord Black. Apparently, he hasn't taken too kindly to what the Prophet is doing. Crown explained. So that's it? How do we fix it? Easy answer. Reduce the number of articles about the blacks, less money to legal, more real news means more readers. Maybe we can get back some of the advertisements. The biggest help would be if you started to produce the magical ink again. Crown knew it would be more expensive than what they had been importing, but it was still better than current prices. Inkwell almost flinched. His family hadn't made their own ink in decades, not since his grandfather, and even then, it had only been small batches for special issues. He wasn't even sure if they still had the recipe. He'd have to get an elf looking for it. Crown decided to hammer home just how serious this was. He liked his job, it was easy and paid well, he didn't want to have to look for another one. Having been attached to the Prophet when it went belly up wouldn't make it any easier for him either. The only reason that we'll make it through these loses without needing a major loan is because our wonderful editor slipped in a clause for the ministry contract. Fudge agreed the cover any loses the paper sustains until the end of the Triwizard tournament. We have until the end of June to fix this. I'll call the senior staff together as soon as the new year starts and we can deal with these issues then. Inkwell said. That would hopefully give him time to find his family recipe for magic ink, or steal someone else's. The Blacks and Grangers returned to the airship the day before the Hogwarts students who had gone home were due back. Cordelia had her arms wrapped around a stuffed dragon as big as she was. It had been a gift from Sirius and Violet, and the Grangers were very grateful. Cordelia had become a night owl in recent months, waking up multiple times and getting into all sorts of trouble. The dragon was charmed to always be warm and purr. Since she had gotten it, Cordelia had slept through the night every night and finally let her parents do the same. Their collectively happy mood lasted until they saw the issues of the Daily Prophet that had been printed since they left. Since the first of the month, the paper had printed story after story accusing Hermione of using love potions on Harry to control him, as well as Cedric and Krum. One of the stories suggested that Luna had found proof and blackmailed her into sharing. Another hinted that her mother might be doing the same thing with Sirius. The dean also informed them that a large amount of dangerous hate mail had been sent to Hermione. Apparently they forget their lessons quickly, and another round of summons will shortly be sent out to deal with most of them. Most? Dan had an edge in his voice. He wanted everyone who would dare to try and harm his daughter punished. Yes, it seems a few learned enough to have a member of the ministry send their letters. While we can't do anything because of the rules of the tournament, they won't be getting away, the dean assured them. The minister's office was a gloomy place recently, in no small part because Fudge was forced to spend most of his time and effort in keeping his position. Madam Bones already had a good idea of what the minister wanted to see her about and had her reply ready. You wished to see me? Yes, you fired an outstanding officer this morning on some worthless accusations that he allegedly sent hate mail to the girl, Grimmy. I have reinstated him and... You can't. Madam Bones calmly pointed out. As minister you lack the authority to appoint personnel to my department. Now see here, I am the minister and, Fudge began. A position you are hanging onto by a thread. Mr. Bilster was not only confirmed as the sender by way of charms but freely admitted to doing so in exchange for money. Madam Bones stated. That doesn't matter. You can't go fire a pureblood just because he supposedly sent some mean letters to a Muggleborn. Fudge was somewhere between pleading and shouting. Oh, I see, I'm afraid you are mistaken. I didn't fire him because he sent Miss Granger those letters. I fired him because he admitted to accepting money to break the law. If you were insistent to rehiring him, then you were free to add him to your personal security. But I wouldn't trust him to watch my back when he could so easily be bought. Madam Bones enjoyed watching Fudge shift uncomfortably in his chair. Those charms would never hold up in court if he decides to bring us up on charges of letting him go without cause. Fudge almost whined. Why couldn't things go his way? He wasn't asking for much. A few decades as minister, to line his pockets with some extra gold and retire somewhere nice. He didn't care what happened to the ministry after that. No, but his confession to me and several others when he bragged about it would. If that was all? Madam Bones stood and left after Fudge gave a disheartened nod. At least there was still one bright lining to this mess. He'd make a big show of arresting that girl for attempted line theft. The blacks would be so grateful they might even stop causing problems. Inkwell looked over those who played a major role in the running of the Prophet. Gentlemen, we need to fix this. Our agreement with the ministry has so far shielded us from the losses we have taken, but when it's up we are sunk unless we can turn things around. You all have the report on our current numbers in. Excuse me, sir. Crown interrupted. Since these reports were made, there has been a massive increase in the price of ink, again. What? Why? Inkwell was sure this bad business would give him a heart attack soon. I believe it is in retaliation for the most recent stories attempting to smear the name of Miss Granger and her family. From what I have been able to dig up, Lord Black is a close associate of our current ink suppliers. Apparently he is the one behind the price increases as a way to retaliate against the lies being printed about him. You can't prove they're lies. The editor shouted. The other occupants at the table gave him unamused looks. None of them doubted that most of the stories he was currently printing were mostly made up. Have you found your family's old ink recipe? Another asked. Sadly, no. It may very well have been, Inkwell answered. He didn't want to admit that he had probably gotten rid of it when he had his study redone a number of years. All those old useless tomes had been sold. He wasn't even sure that it would do them any good. Their printing press had been heavily altered to work on the cheaper imported ink, and to make it work with the old ink again might not even be possible. What about other sources? Wouldn't matter. 4 decades ago you pushed through a law on importing inks. Even if we could find another supplier at a close to reasonable price, we couldn't use them for almost another decade, one of the solicitors said. Inkwell cursed. That had been such a good idea at the time, as it had stopped others from having easy access to printing-grade magical ink. He already knew that the ink used by the large book publishing companies was worthless for the newspaper. What about the insane man who runs the, whatever it's called? That rag about the made-up creatures. Lovegood? Crown asked. Right, that fellow, surely, we could work out a deal with him for some ink. Maybe his recipe. Inkwell knew that the man made his own ink, as he'd tried to block the publication some years before. Do you even read your own paper? Several of those articles that attacked Miss Granger also did the same to Luna Lovegood, his daughter, Crown shouted. Crap. The only thing that held Inkwell's hand from firing the editor was that he was planned to demand that the man dig his paper out of this mess. Then he would fire him. There are also a number of other issues. Among them are the numerous lawsuits being filed against us by Black every day we print another story about his son, as well as a decline in our international fees. Since we stopped printing stories anyone else in the world cares about, other papers are no longer buying copies of our stories for themselves. Yes, definitely fire the editor. For McCannon, that had to be a business expense. He'd ask Crown later. Sirius had explained to the Grangers that being accused of using a love potion on a member of an ancient and noble house was considered the same as line theft, one of the most serious crimes in the country. In some cases, considered worse than murder. He wanted to get it cleared up as soon as possible. That was why everyone, including Cedric and Victor, found themselves in the Hogwarts hospital wing to be tested for potions. Andromeda would also perform her own exam, but it had been decided that it would look better not to have the exams carried out on the airship. Madam Bones had also been invited in an attempt to head off any trouble. She had accepted, and because the exams would take most of the morning, she arranged to stay for lunch with her niece. To no one's surprise, each of them came up potion-free, with the exception of Victor, who had traces of a pain relief potion in his system from his Quidditch practice over the holidays. After the examination, Poppy took Hermione aside and attempted to apologize for not doing a better job of healing her hip. Hermione waved off the apology, as the Med Witch had never had a chance to examine her after the troll incident and could hardly be faulted for believing an official medical report. Unfortunately, While they were proving none of the claims of love potions were true, their absence from breakfast was seen as guilt. By lunch the rumors were wild, including the arrest of Hermione and Luna, a wild magical duel by the lust-filled victims, and even the reported death of Harry. Needless to say, when the missing students turned up for lunch as normal, most of the Great Hall was confused. Malfoy couldn't let the opportunity pass. His father had instructed him not to bother Black, but this was just too perfect. A chance to get back at them for his humiliation when they arrived. Malfoy strutted confidently to the Hufflepuff table. The Wandwood students' reception at the Hufflepuff table was less than pleasant, due in large part to Cho loudly proclaiming that she knew something was wrong with Cedric. How else could anyone explain him going to the ball with that bint loony instead of her, or breaking up with her? Her rant lasted as long as it took Cedric to set the results of his recent exam on the table that declared him potions free. Cedric then loudly reminded her that she was the one who broke up with him and that she was no longer welcome at their table. Cho had left promising retribution against Loony. Just when it seemed that they might finally be able to enjoy their lunch, Malfoy decided to come over and bother them. "So Mudblood, enjoying your last meal? You'll be kissed by dinner. Your parents too, if there is any justice in this world." Harry stood and turned to face Malfoy. "Once again you have insulted the House of Black and those under its protection. Has your father not taught you manners?" "Shut up, Black. My father is 10 times the person that mongrel you call father is," Malfoy replied. He was sure that would get Black to draw his wand, then he could legally show the waste of magic what a true wizard could do. It was how he always did things with Potter. "You have the manners of a gutter rat. Issue a public apology for your words and that will be it. If you do not, then this matter will be brought to your father," Harry said formally. Sirius had been pushing for him to learn all the official pure blood customs. "Apologize? To that mudblood filth? Are you insane? When my father hears about this you will be sorry. He will see all of you dead," Malfoy said. "And how would he do that, Mr. Malfoy?" Madam Bones asked from behind him. Malfoy spun and paled. "What are you doing here? I was trying to enjoy a lunch with my niece until you came over acting like an ill-mannered Gryffindor. Now I ask again, how will your father see them dead?" Madam Bones asked. Just a figure of speech," Malfoy replied lamely and scurried away. Madam Bones had just returned to her seat when Fudge entered accompanied by a dozen Aurors. One of the Aurors stepped forward. "Hermione Granger and Luna Lovegood, you are both hereby placed under arrest for multiple charges of line theft. Surrender your wands and come with us." With a sigh and complaint about never getting to finish lunch, Madam Bones stood again. "What are you doing?" "Gaw. What are you doing here?" Fudge asked, not at all happy to see her. The students could be forgiven for asking if he was related to Draco, their reactions to Madam Bones being so similar. "I am trying to have lunch with my niece. Now why have you brought my Aurors here, and why are you trying to arrest Miss Granger and Miss Lovegood?" Madam Bones asked again, though she already had a very good idea and was looking forward to popping the minister's bubble. "We have come to arrest 2 dangerous criminals who have attempted to use potions to steal several pureblood lines." Fudge puffed out his chest in importance. "And you have proof?" Madam Bones asked. "All the proof that is needed. I will not sit by and allow our proud pureblood lines to be stolen by those unworthy of them," Fudge declared. A few of the Slytherins clapped for him. "Interesting, because just this morning Lord Black invited me to oversee the exams of everyone accused of being involved in this so-called case of line theft. None of them showed any trace of love potions. The exam was confirmed by separate healers in the Hogwarts infirmary. So, I can't imagine what proof you believe you have that is better than that." Madam Bones smirked at the bewildered looks on a number of students. But that's impossible. I have it on very good authority that they were using love potions," Fudge shouted. "Then I would like to speak with your very good authority and see what proof they have, or what charges will be brought against them for making such a claim without proof." Madam Bones apologized to Susan for their interrupted lunch before she escorted Fudge and the Aurors that he had brought back to the ministry. Dumbledore was just happy to have not been part of the embarrassment this time, content to sit on his throne and watch the drama unfold. He also hoped that after tea the Potters would be able to reconnect with their wayward son. Getting involved in this matter would have only hurt their chances, so he felt pleased to have avoided notice altogether. True to his word, Harry, and informed Sirius about Draco's threats, and the House of Malfoy received another political black eye when Lord Malfoy was forced to make the apology. He had taken his displeasure out on Draco for getting them into such a mess in the first place. Draco quickly decided that it was all Black's fault, well, his and his mudblood, and began work on a way to embarrass him. Tess had been a werewolf as long as she could remember. She had been infected just after she had learned to walk. She had been asked by Black Moon, the security firm that employed most werewolves, to make contact with several of the European packs. She knew that her employer was looking to see if any of them would be interested in relocating to North America and joining the company. She also knew that it would be a hard sell. While werewolves in ICW-controlled countries had it bad, they were often told horror stories about the rest of the world. The meeting went about as well as she had expected. None of them trusted her, and none of them believed that the small pink pill she showed them was what they used instead of wolfsbane. They just couldn't believe that it would prevent them from transforming at all, and the only side effect was the equivalent of a bad hangover the next morning. Tess had offered to demonstrate it for them during the next full moon, and 2 of the pack had agreed to try it as well. That was how Tess found herself locked in a large cage during the full moon. The 2 other werewolves were each in a cage on the other side of her. Several trusted people who were not werewolves themselves had been chosen to watch what happened. They observed as each of the 3 took the small pill and quickly fell asleep. They slept until morning and showed no signs of transformation. A few hours after they woke up and had recovered from the pill's side effect, they admitted they both felt fine, and much better than they had ever felt right after the full moon. More of the pack agreed to try the pill the following month. It was the first step in relocating a large number of them to North America. Daniel fell to his knees panting. His father and Remus had been working him to exhaustion, teaching him everything they could about dueling, the most common blocks and tactics. Daniel learned them as quickly as he could. He was determined to beat Harry. His holidays hadn't been as pleasant as he had expected. Chief reason being his parents had talked to him about trying to reconnect with his brother. As if Daniel would let that happen. He was the boy who lived. He wasn't going to share that fame with Black. Sorry it's been so long. I've been very tired. I hope everyone enjoyed this chapter and you're looking forward to the next one. Cursed in the Back disclaimer. I own nothing but my mistakes. Chapter 12. Cursed in the Back. The days leading up to the dueling tournament saw a flurry of activity. The Ministry was doing its best to promote the event and sell as many tickets as possible. Continuing their friendship, Harry, Cedric and Victor had all had several practice duels aboard the airship. Each champion would face the other 4 in a series of one-on-one duels. To make sure none learned of the other's style first, they each had their own small tent. Not that it mattered to Harry, Cedric and Victor, as they had all seen each other duel, and among themselves had made some small side bets, mostly involving various sweets from their home countries. As people began to file into their seats on the day of the tournament, Draco snuck down to Harry's tent. It had been easy to convince Snape to brew the potion he wanted to embarrass Black. Draco had even spent more time practicing the switching spell than he had spent on any non-dark curse. He switched the contents of a small vial with one of the butterbeers that had been left in each tent for the champions. Draco also placed a mild compulsion on it so that Black was guaranteed to drink it first. As Draco snuck away, Dobby watched with a frown. He had been ordered to make sure no one disturbed Master Daniel before the tournament. If there was one thing Dobby was good at, it was rationalizing his actions under his orders. He didn't know what nasty old Lil Master had done, but he was sure it would somehow distract Master Daniel, so Dobby took the tainted butterbeer and made sure nasty old Lil Master had it instead. Personally, Dobby was hoping that Master Daniel would lose the duel and Dobby would have a new master soon. Daniel Potter had been a disappointment to the house elf. Dobby had heard stories of the great Daniel Potter who defeated the evil wizard and ended the dark times. But Daniel Potter was not that much different than nasty old masters. True, he was punished less, but it was not at all what Dobby had been expecting when he agreed to serve Daniel Potter. Now he had another chance and desperately hoped that Harry Black would win and be a better master than Daniel. Miss Lovey and Miss Grangie both had treated him very well. Even though he had been ordered to steal their things, they had not been mad and actually helped him with his orders. They both also liked Harry Black, so Dobby wanted to believe that he would be a good master. Harry and Hermione walked down to the dueling arena arm in arm. Both were feeling fairly good about the day. When Harry had first agreed to it, Hermione had been most worried about him facing Cedric and Victor. Now that they were on friendly terms with each other, she felt much better. Floo was old enough to know more devastating curses as well, but while she was rude, she didn't seem to be the sort who would hurt people for fun. Cursed in the back, the only duel either of them was concerned about was the one with Daniel, and only because they both wanted to free Dobby. Harry hoped to end that duel with a quick and unexpected plan. The idea had actually come from a book of Japanese charms one of the older students had. As they arrived, Cedric walked over. "The judges have agreed to our request. We're also up first. Should be fun." Harry had a couple ideas that he wanted to try out on him. Hermione went to the stands to join her parents and the Blacks. Luna hurried over a minute later. Harry and Cedric took their places on each end of the dueling stage. The referee cast a charm and called for everyone's attention. "Our first two duelers have made a bit of an odd request, however we have approved it. They will be restricted to the use of transfiguration. To assist, each will be provided with 5 wooden blocks." The blocks were moved into place. Harry and Cedric tuned out Bagman as he yelled something about a very exciting duel. When the duel began, Cedric made the first move and transfigured 3 of his blocks into wolves. Harry had been expecting that Maid changed 3 of his into wolverines. Because they were closer in size and weight to the blocks of wood than wolves, where they needed less magic to complete the transfiguration, and Harry used that spare magic well with a second transfiguration that no one paid any attention to because nothing else happened. Black starts strong, but it looks like his second spell fails, and they are at each other now. Bagman shouted as the transfigured animals attacked each other. Cedric's wolves were in for a nasty surprise as Harry's second transfiguration had worked perfectly. He had only partially transfigured his wolverines, first because that took less magic as well, and second because it allowed him to transfigure the properties of the wood to stone. It would have been much easier to do this first, but it would have given away the surprise as well. The wolves fell on the smaller animals, but on the rare occasion that one of them managed to land a bite, their teeth encountered stone. The battle was viscous but quick. All 3 of Cedric's wolves were destroyed while Harry only lost 1 wolverine, though the other 2 looks to be on their last waste any time, and transfigured both of his remaining blocks into metal before he used them in a partial transfiguration of a badger. The creature, much larger than normal, tore Harry's remaining wolverines without trouble. "It looks like our Hogwarts champion had Mr. Black on the ropes now. He put up a valiant effort, but he just didn't have the skills," Bagman shouted. Harry concentrated and transfigured his remaining 2 blocks into a large pile of translucent gray goop with a giant eyeball. Even Bagman was silent as he tried to figure out what Harry's plan was. Harry, what's that?" Cedric asked. "Well, I was trying to make this jelly monster thing from some game Shara likes to play. Guess it didn't work too well." Harry scratched the back of his head. Poor Black seems to not realize that you can't just transfigure things into whatever you want. This duel belongs to Diggory. The crowd cheered for Cedric to finish Harry at Bagman's shouts. Cedric sent his badger in to finish Harry's thing, but when they touched, the badger became trapped in the stick substance. Harry couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Got you." Cedric sputtered for a moment before his mind caught up. Harry hadn't been trying to make a creature at all. It was a trap. Well played, Black. They began trading rapid transfigurations, but Harry was only using it as a cover so that Cedric didn't notice his final plan. Transfiguring air was considered worthless because it takes so much air to make anything solid. The magic needed to conjure something is normally less than if you attempted to transfigure a gas into it. That said, if you only needed a small amount of something in a transfiguration only duel, it was possible. Harry transfigured a bit of air into a very thin layer of a sugar glue that Hermione had read about, supposedly one of the strongest glues in the world. Then he transfigured a bit unbroken block into a dodgeball and threw it at Cedric. Since shields weren't allowed, Cedric sidestepped the ball and fell as his boot became stuck to the floor. Followed by his hands and wand. He struggled but found himself unable to break free. "Surrender?" Harry asked. Cedric glared at him. "I thought we agreed only transfiguration." "It's not the sticking charm. I transfigured some air into a little super glue," Harry explained. As much as he hated to admit it, Cedric knew he had lost, one way or another. "Fine, but you're teaching that to me later." Harry began canceling his transfiguration as he was announced the winner. "I'll ask Hermione to. She invented the spell for me and teaches it a lot better." They were each escorted to their tent. Harry received a quick exam by Andromeda before she declared him fit to continue and advised him to rest and regain what magic he could before his next duel. Harry did as he was instructed, mostly because no one besides a healer was allowed to visit him during the other duels. It was really boring. He couldn't even hear Bagman. He had no idea how long he waited, only that he spent most of that time bored out of his mind. Finally, someone came and got him for his next duel. Flu stood across from him on the dueling platform. Before we begin, I overheard your agreement with Diggory to only use transfiguration. I would like to purpose we duel only with charms. Sure. Harry agreed quickly. It was a lot harder to hurt a person with charms than curses or transfiguration. Plus, it would be interesting, even if he couldn't think of a lot of ways to use the ones he knew. The duel lasted only a few minutes. Most of that time Harry spent dodging or hiding behind a shield charm. The worst that he managed to hit Flu with was a color-changing charm that turned her tight-fitting dueling robes bright pink. She managed to win when she caught his boots with a charm that caused them to float into the air. Harry found himself hanging by his feet as he slowly drifted off the dueling platform. Despite losing, Harry was happy. He had had fun and learned a few new tricks. There was another long break before he was once again brought out to face Victor. He noticed that Victor's dueling robes had some odd spots of color on them. They had already agreed to only use jinxes, hexes and curses. Harry thought that it would make good practice for actual fights. Draco watched in anticipation. It was almost time for the potion he had slipped black to start working. He just hoped this duel lasted long enough for it to take effect. It wouldn't be nearly as satisfying unless it happened in front of everyone. He had hoped that Black and Potter would be dueling by then, but the other champions were much slower than he had expected. At his feet sat an empty butterbeer bottle. His stomach rumbled, but Draco ignored it, until he felt an uncomfortable pressure building just as the duel started. Before he had time to realize what was happening, his stomach began to swell, followed by the rest of his body. By the time it clicked that he had somehow gotten the potion instead of Black, it was too late. His clothes were painfully tight. Draco jumped to his feet and tried to leave the stand, but didn't even make it halfway before he doubled over in pain. With a loud ripping sound, his robes were shredded and his body rapidly inflated. Around, naked Draco drifted into the air, every eye on him as he rose higher. Harry and Victor had halted their duel when their attention was caught by the commotion of Draco floating away. Victor made a gagging noise and looked away. That is not pleasant to see. Tell me about it. Harry felt ill to his stomach. I don't suppose you know any memory charms, do you? I do not think there is a memory charm powerful enough, Victor said. Draco was now screaming for help. His voice sounded like a gerbil on helium. That was probably the only amusing thing about the whole situation. So should we continue or wait? Harry asked. I think wait. No one is paying attention to us now, Victor said. Even the referee was watching Draco as he floated towards the Forbidden Forest. After several minutes, someone finally thought to get a broom and flew after him. They grabbed Draco by a foot and towed him back to the dueling arena, where Madame Pomfrey and Andromeda pulled him into the medical tent. All the while Bagman was making some very unflattering comparisons about Draco's body parts. Draco was beyond enraged, now that he was no longer terrified for his life. It didn't take the healers long to figure out what had happened. Not that Draco offered any help beyond ordering them to hurry. Poppy sighed. I am sorry, Mr. Malfoy, but we will have to pop you. It will not be pleasant. She picked up a 2-foot-long needle from a nearby table. If Draco wasn't secured by ropes to a bed, he would have done his best to escape, as it was all he could do was release a terrified squeal. One of the upsides of being a wizard was that you never had to deal with shots. As a result, needles used for anything medical were to be feared. As amusing as that would be, there is another method, Andy said. She might not like her nephew, but she had a better method and would not withhold it. She called one of the airship's elves to bring her bottle of tablets. 2 of these in a glass of water and he will naturally vent the gas. It will take several minutes, but after that he will be mostly fine. Those. Draco cried out. The 2 healers maneuvered him to that he was upright and Poppy assisted him in drinking the now fizzing water. Andy walked towards the tent flap. I'd advise you use the bubblehead charm. The smell will be most unpleasant. Once the excitement was over, the duel resumed. It was close, but Harry managed to catch Victor's boots with a dancing jinx and built momentum as Victor worked to undo T while dodging. When Harry was declared the winner, both of them were tired, sweaty and covered in minor injuries. If Harry had been thinking, he might have forfeited in order to be in better shape when he dueled Daniel, but he was enjoying himself too much to even consider it. As they returned to their tents, there was a sound not unlike a Chargenetical tent. Andromeda smiled at the sound, until she got a good look at Harry and began to scold him. He assured her that he was fine and she left him until his final duel. Harry was starting to stiffen up when he was brought back out for his last duel. Daniel stood across from him looking even worse with torn dueling robes and cuts on his face. As soon as the referee called for the duel to start, Daniel was unleashing his most powerful curses. Harry dodged where he could and shielded when he couldn't. It didn't take long before Daniel began to show signs of fatigue. Harry took the opportunity to retaliate with his own curses. He ignored everything else, even Bagman shouting about how skilled Daniel was and saying that Harry had only lasted that long because of luck. Finally, Harry saw the opening he needed. He cast at Daniel's legs. Just as he wanted, Daniel jumped out of the way and continued on, not noticing the puddle that began to form behind it. The spell Harry had found took two parts. The first was the puddle it summoned. Once that was big enough, a second spell would finish the job. They continued to dodge each other's spells until the puddle was the proper size. Harry cast the second spell. Daniel cried out as his feet were pulled out from under him. He rolled over to find a tentacle reaching out of the puddle and winding itself around him. Before he could react, Harry had disarmed him. As Harry understood the spell, it was similar to the ones that conjured an animal, except that it conjured a tentacle based off Devil's Snare with the puddle anchoring it. As soon as he had read about it, he knew there was no way that Daniel would have any type of defense against it. His only hope had been being more aware of his surroundings, and Harry had made sure to keep Daniel's attention focused on him. Harry walked over and cancelled the spell, freeing his twin. Daniel jumped to his feet and looked ready to punch Harry, but managed to hold himself back. Harry stuck out his hand. "Good duel." "You cheated." Daniel spat. He turned to leave before Harry stopped him. "Our bet." Harry reminded him. "Dobby." Daniel called. When the elf appeared, Daniel glared down at him. "You belong to Black now." With that, Daniel stalked off the dueling stage. A few moments later, Hermione had Harry in a rib-crushing hug. Shara and Luna joined in a moment later. Everyone was still congratulating him when the other champions were brought out and final scores announced. Despite having lost his duels against Victor and Cedric, Daniel was still awarded the most points, and while Harry had only lost once, he was still given third place. Everyone returned to the airship to celebrate. Once Harry had changed back into normal clothes, he called for Dobby. "Hello Dobby, it's nice to officially meet you." Hermione and Luna said you were very polite. Dobby nodded, unsure how he was expected to act. "Here's the deal, Dobby. Back home it is illegal to own a house elf. We can only hire them and they are all free. If you want, you are more than welcome to come work for the House of Black. Or if you would rather, I can set you free and you can look for another family to serve. The choice is yours," Harry said. He had already worked out what he was going to say with Hermione and Luna's help. "You is offering me choice? You is willing to set Dobby free if I ask?" Dobby asked in disbelief. "Yes. Frankly, owning someone leaves a bad taste in my mouth," Harry said. "Dobby is liking to be free but work for the great House of Black," Dobby said. "Freedom and a good master to serve, it was a dream come true. And if he wasn't a good master, Dobby could just leave." "Great. You can go speak to my dad about pay and the Wandwood elves about something better to wear," Harry said. Dean Horsefeather sat behind her desk. Across from her sat the ship's head elf. She had heard of Dobby when he first managed to sneak on board the airship undetected. She found him to be a very curious elf. "What do you make of Dobby?" "He reminds me of elves when we get into coffee. Very excitable and hyper. He seems to be happy that he is now free and can work for himself. He is very different than all the other elves we have met." "Here," the elf said. "How is he settling in?" the dean asked. "There has been a bit of culture shock. He attempted to argue Mr. Black down in how much he was offering until Mr. Black is pointing out that by law, he has to pay Dobby at least so much. Dobby found that hard to believe before we confirmed it. I think he will settle in. Well, once he becomes used to the changes of freedom," the head elf said. In truth, she just hoped that she didn't need to deal with him too often. She suspected he might be a bit unhinged. Then again, with European elves it was hard to tell. Has he revealed how he was able to get on board without being noticed? The breach to their security from Dobby had weighed on her mind, but as of yet they had not been able to figure out his method. He has. I do not think any other elves could use it. I am not sure how he was able to, but we have adjusted it and Dobby has confirmed that he can no longer exploit it. He also showed us another two that he had found. He is a sneaky elf. Let us hope that takes care of all the holes in our security, the dean said. She took their security seriously and had already seen to it that the guards who had abandoned their posts were fired. Dumbledore was not a happy headmaster. As far as he was concerned, the duel was just more proof that Sirius had used the dark arts on Harry. Daniel had been trained by his father and Remus and even the headmaster himself. He was well into 6th year material and had a rather large magical reserve. But Harry had one with what Dumbledore was sure was a dark spell. What else could summon a tentacle like that? Worse was, despite all of that happening in front of a large crowd, there was no real proof that he could bring to Madame Bones. The Blacks were taunting him, flaunting their dark magics just enough for Dumbledore to see but no one else. Something had to be done. Perhaps during the second task he could make the proper arrangements. The next morning Harry, Hermione and Shara sat with Cedric at the Hufflepuff table. Unsurprisingly, the Daily Prophet attributed Harry's victory to a combination of luck and underhanded tricks. But to everyone's surprise, the article also praised the idea of only using one class of magic in most of the duels. Luna skipped to the table, a heavy sack of coins in her hands. Harry, can I ask Dobby to take this back to my room? Sure. What is it? Harry had seen her head over to the Gryffindor table when they arrived and talk with the Weasley twins. My winnings. I bet on you winning each of you matches. I decided to play it smart and bet on each duel separately. With the odds they were offering, as long as you won at least one, I'd make a profit. Luna explained happily. You bet on me? Harry wasn't sure if he should be happy that she thought he'd win or upset that she'd been betting. Oh yes. I knew you would probably beat Victor and Cedric. No offense, Cedric, she quickly added. Cedric clasped his hands over his heart. Oh, the pain. Even you did not believe in me. Luna patted his arm. I'd have bet on you as well, but the odds weren't high enough to make it worth the trouble. You were favored to win all your matches but the one against Daniel, and even then, the odds were almost even. Neither Harry, Hermione or Shara knew if Luna and Cedric were officially a couple, but they seemed to get along well. In some strange way. Whenever someone asked, though, they both just smiled and refused to answer. Shara had devoted a good deal of time to following Luna to try and catch them together. So far, she hadn't had any luck. Dobby. Harry called. When he arrived, Luna handed him her sack and asking him to place it in her trunk. Back at the Gryffindor table, Daniel was fuming when he saw Looney hand the sack of gold to his former house elf. He had been humiliated. It wasn't fair. He was the boy who lived. Defeater of Voldemort. How did his squib of a brother with nothin' education manage to win? He'd show him. He'd show everyone during the next task. The Weasley twins spent most of the morning paying out the winnings from those who bet on the duels. Things had gone mostly as they expected, with the exception of Harry, and a number of Wandwood students had placed large bets on him. If it wasn't for the fact that so many more Hogwarts students had bet on Daniel to beat Harry, they'd have lost their shirts. The Slytherin table wasn't much happier than Gryffindor that morning. True, Potter had lost, but he'd been beaten by someone who was considered little better than a blood traitor squib. It was an embarrassment to Hogwarts. Not to mention the humiliation they had suffered because of Draco. Said Slytherin had only shown up at breakfast because Snape had ordered him to. He knew this was Black's and or Potter's fault. He seemed to change his mind every few minutes. He couldn't let this insult to the House of Malfoy stand. He was the talk of the castle, and not in the way he desired, but the only way to stop it was to force them to talk about someone else. He needed a way to hurt Black and draw attention away from himself. His plans for Potter would take longer, but he had been inspired that morning to deal with Black. He remembered one of his father's lessons: the soft-hearted are best attacked through their family and friends. Well, Black and Potter were soft-hearted fools. So to hurt them, he'd attack those they cared about. He could accomplish his revenge on Black that very day. Potter would have to wait for another potion to finish brewing. Draco's mother had brought a number of books with her when she married his father. Gifts from the Black family. And been given even more by her aunt before the old bat had died. Among them was a book of spells designed to humiliate mudbloods, from back when they were in their rightful place as nothing but servants to the purebloods. As the book said, properly training a mudblood took time, so it was best to not just kill them. Personally, Draco thought that was a lie, they should all be killed. But he wanted them to suffer. He wanted Black to suffer. The spell he remembered most vividly would mark that mudblood for what she was, and opened the door to much worse for her. He'd hit her with the first today. Maybe when he was finished with her he'd send her husk back to Black as a warning. Draco's chance came that afternoon as the mudblood and insane girl were walking near the edge of the forest. He got close enough to overhear the mudblood explaining something about wand making. As if her kind should even be allowed wands. The thought of hitting them both with the curse was tempting, but once had drained him when he practiced it. Sadly, there was just no way to get the insane girl right then, but it was something to come back to later. He raised his wand and began the incantation. Sweat beaded on his brow as he focused his magic into the spell. He jerked backwards as it flew from his wand and impacted the mudblood between her shoulders. She collapsed and Draco stumbled along the edge of the forest, staying under cover as the other girl called for help. The hall outside the infirmary was packed as people waited for word on Hermione. Luna had half carried, half dragged Hermione back to the airship. After what seemed like an eternity, Andromeda stepped out. Hermione isn't in any immediate danger, but she was cursed. She is not receiving visitors at the moment, but if the Grangers, Blacks and Miss Lovegood would step inside please. They quickly filed into the room. Hermione's mother gasped when she saw her daughter laying on one of the beds. Harry felt ill. Hermione was deathly pale except for several diagonal black stripes across her face. Harry glanced at his aunt. She'll be all right. This stage of the curse was mostly meant to humiliate. Andromeda explained. This stage? Dan asked. Instead of answering him, she turned to Sirius. Anything seem familiar about this? I'm sure that I've read about a curse that does this, but I can't remember where, Sirius admitted. So have I, Andromeda said. It took me a while to remember, but it's from an old book of curses every Black was given when they married into another family. Then you can fix it? Emma asked. She hated to think of her daughter suffering again. If I had the book, then most likely. But I never got a copy since I left the family to marry Ted, Andromeda said. But there will still be a copy in the Black Library, Sirius added. He called for Dobby and told him what was needed. The entire Black Library was sitting in a locked expanded trunk in Sirius's room. Hopefully it will also have a way to reverse it. I remember it did, but also that it was the first in a series of curses designed to make the person affected by them into a slave. They were outlawed for that reason, Andromeda said. Someone tried to enslave our daughter. I assume so. While this curse is more to humiliate the person cursed, it also lays the groundwork for the rest of them. The only reason it never gained widespread use was because of how unreliable it was. The finally curse failed more often than not and turned the curses back upon the caster. Only a fool would try it, Andromeda said. Which leaves most of the pureblood population of England, Sirius pointed out. While the adults discussed the curse further, Harry, Shara and Luna crowded around Hermione's bed. It had taken a long time for Harry and Shara to calm down a distraught Luna when she had first brought Hermione to the airship, and it looked like she was about to break down again. Shara put a comforting arm around her. It was nearly an hour later when a very worried-looking Dobby returned. I is being sorry, but the bookie you is wanting is not there. I is searching whole trunk but only finding this. He handed over a small ledger to Sirius. Bloody hell. My mother loaned out a number of books but didn't write down who had them. When she died, whoever had them probably just decided to keep them. Sirius wished that he knew necromancy so he could bring the old bat back and find out who had the book, then have the satisfaction of throttling her himself. All right, I can think of 2 other people who might have a copy. But would they help? Andromeda asked. Maybe. I'm going to speak with James and Lily, Sirius said. The Potters? Dan growled. Harry's grandmother was a Black. She would have gotten a copy and they might still have it. In case they don't, Andy, call your sister, Sirius ordered. They won't help. Andromeda had tried to make inroads with her sister upon her return to England but had found the woman married to Malfoy bore little resemblance to her sister. Tell them I would be willing to offer reinstatement for her and her brat if they have a copy and we need it, Sirius said. Only the purebloods in the room knew just how desperate that offer was. They also knew that there was little choice and the Potters and Malfoys were their best bet for the counter curse. Sirius stood outside the door to the rooms that James and Lily were staying in at Hogwarts. He had purposely been avoiding them, but there wasn't a choice now. Hermione needed the counter curse and the Potters were his second best bet to get it. He was sure that the Malfoys still had their copy, but he would prefer to not have to deal with them and most likely be forced to bring Chrissy and Draco back into the Black family. Hopefully whatever the Potters wanted in return for the counter curse would be less. He had barely knocked before Lily opened the door and stared at him in surprise. "Hello Lily, I need to speak with you and James. It's urgent." Lily only hesitated a moment before she invited him in. James arrived from a side door a moment later. "Sirius." "James. A Wandwood student was cursed today and I'm hoping the Potter Library will have the counter curse." Sirius fought back the conflicting emotions that struggled to get out. "Are you implying we had something to do with a student being cursed?" James gave him a hard look and fingered his wand. "Such an accusation could cause a lot, nay." "No," Sirius assured them. He took a breath to steady himself. "However, we know the curse was mentioned in a book from the Black Library, one of those that every daughter of the house got when she married into another family. The copy in the Black Library was lent out by my mother and we have no idea who has it. I'm sure the Malfoys still have their copy, but I was hoping that your mum kept hers and you still have it." "What curse is it?" James asked. Sirius explained the curse, and when they hesitated, he mentioned that Hermione was the one who was cursed. He had hoped that they would feel some guilt over what happened to her and offered to help out of honor. "I think my mum kept that book. You know she was like Lily, hated to get rid of any book. I'll go check. But if we have it and it has the counter curse, then Harry has to agree to stay with us until the end of the school year," James offered. "A.N. I hope everyone is doing well and enjoyed the chapter. ICCS. A.N. What, an update so soon? I guess I felt a bit inspired, so here you go, the next chapter. Disclaimer. I own nothing but my mistakes. Chapter 13. ICCS. I think my mum kept that book. You know she was like Lily, hated to get rid of any book. I'll go check. But if we have it and it has the counter curse, then Harry has to agree to stay with us until the end of the school year," James offered. It would give them a chance to see just what damage had been done to Harry and get a better feel for their other son. Hopefully over the next few months they'd be able to bond as a family and help him. Sirius bit his cheek to keep from exploding at them. He knew Harry would accept those terms in a heartbeat to help Hermione. It might just be easier to see what Chrissy wanted. Reinstating her into the Black family along with her spawn would be the better deal as far as he was concerned. "The decision will be up to Harry," Sirius began. "You'd let Harry decide something like that?" Lily asked in shock. She was sure Daniel would do something noble like that, but she had no idea how Harry had been raised. And after some of the things Dumbledore had hinted at, her imagination had run wild. "Yes, I would." Sirius stood and walked to the door before he lost his temper. "I'll let you know what he says." James and Lily had rushed to Dumbledore's office and informed him of their conversation. Dumbledore immediately suggested that something was off about the entire encounter and suggested that Hermione might not have been cursed at all, but that Sirius could be attempting to play on their guilt to get the book. He also suggested that it could very well be that there was something else in the book they were interested in. It was quickly decided that if the Potters still had a copy, he would search through it to try and discover what their true motivation for wanting it was. He advised them to only turn over a copy of the counter curse and not the entire book. James's split-second idea to offer the counter curse in exchange for Harry moving into their rooms for the next few months was a stroke of brilliance as far as Dumbledore was concerned. It would finally allow them to discover what Black was up to, and he hoped answer several questions about how Daniel could finally defeat Voldemort. As the Potters left his office, Lily felt ill. Are we doing the right thing? What if the poor girl really is cursed? After what she suffered through with the troll. We've been over this, Lily. We had to watch after Daniel first. He's our son and the only one who can finally defeat Voldemort. Daniel just made a mistake with a bad prank. There was no way he could have known about the troll or that it would find her. By the time everything settled, the girl and her family had left the country, so there was nothing we could do for them. James put an arm around her shoulder. He knew how much that decision ate at her, even if it had been the correct one. I know. Lily mumbled. Look, once Harry is staying with us, we can invite her around for a family dinner sometime. We can see how they interact and if there isn't something else that we can do to try and make amends," James suggested. "A family dinner with both Daniel and Harry sounds wonderful. I'd love for them to get along without this damned tournament getting between them," Lily said. "We'll have plenty of family dinners once we get Harry the help he needs," James said. Sirius knew that there would be fireworks when he told everyone about the Potter's offer. He just hadn't expected Hermione to be faster than Harry. Before Harry had been able to say anything, Hermione had clamped a hand firmly over his mouth and made her opinion on the entire matter very clear. Thankfully, the other children weren't in the room at the time. It took several moments for Hermione to calm down and stop swearing. "Harry Black, if you think for one moment that I'm going to let you go live with those prats, well, you are wrong. I will go and drag you out of their rooms myself if I have to." Dobby stood in the corner, listening as Harry tried to convince Hermione that he would do it to help her whether she wanted him to or not. He was surprised that both were being so stubborn, but the argument never turned overly heated. They didn't yell or throw things, just refused to back down. It was very different than how Daniel Potter acted. He had been listening since the start. Dobby knew what the curse was and what it did. To his immense surprise, he found himself angry. They had helped him when he had been ordered to steal from them. They had freed him and let him keep his freedom even as he worked for them. They had fulfilled his greatest wish, and now someone dared to try and harm them. The question was, what could he do? A small smile spread across Dobby's face as a plan formed. If there was one thing he was good at, it was finding loopholes in his orders, a close seconding being how sneaky he was. While Harry and Hermione were still arguing, Dobby vanished. "So, what does Chrissy want?" Sirius asked. They had finally gotten Harry and Hermione to agree that no decisions would be made until they knew all their options. The Dean had put in a request with the North American Ministry to check their records for the counter-curse, but no one was hopefully about that. To be reinstated into the House of Black with the option for Draco to inherit if there are no other male members, Andy said. "I guess that means they figured out that I altered the house laws to let females inherit," Sirius said. "It would seem so, and it is easier to kill 2 people than most of the house," Andy nodded. "Couldn't we just order another copy of the book?" Dan asked. "No, it's a restricted book. If any come on the market, they are immediately to be turned over to the ministry. I suppose one of the shadier stores might have misplaced a copy, but it's a long shot. Still better than the alternatives. We could always," Sirius began before he was interrupted by a pop. Dobby stood next to Andy with a sheet of parchment. "I is finding the counter curse for Hermione." Dobby had to work to remember to use proper names. The other elves had been very insistent on that. Andromeda snatched up the sheet. "Where did you find this?" Dobby looked away sheepishly. "Dobby, you won't be in trouble," Sirius said. Hell, the house elf could admit he stole it from Merlin himself and Sirius would still congratulate him. "But will you please tell us when Dobby is first going to serve the Potters? Lady Lily is saying that Dobby is always being welcome in their house. They is never taking that back when Dobby is leaving, so Dobby can still go there. Dobby just went to their library and found the quarter curse. Dobby is not wanting to bother other elves, so Dobby is being sneaky." Whatever Dobby was expecting, it was not be hugged by Sirius. "You are officially the most devious and best house elf I have ever known. Let's go tell everyone the good news." The next hour was perhaps the strangest in Dobby's life. Everyone congratulated him and thanked him. It was so different than anything he had experienced before. Normally a February well done were the height of what a house elf could expect. To be treated so well was completely new. Not that Dobby wasn't swelling with pride. Even the other elves let him know that what he had done was a great thing. It was when they offered Dobby a reward that he saw a chance to help another house elf. Dobby is knowing an elf who was dismissed by her family. She is very unhappy and wants a new family so she can help take care of children again. "Well, we could use the help with Cordelia," Emma said. "A dedicated elf would take a lot of the stress off her and Dan." Dobby noticed the strange coincidence that he had worked for both of the families that could have helped Hermione but wanted something in return. He took great pleasure in following Sirius unseen when he went to inform the Potters that they had located the counter curse elsewhere. "Where?" James demanded. His plans to reunite with Harry, who he had started to consider his stole son, suddenly breaking. Not that it is any of your business, but there are still those who remember how to act like decent people and not purebloods. Sirius said. He took some satisfaction when the Potters reacted as if he had slapped them. Dumbledore frowned as he looked over the latest scrolls to cross his desk. It was nothing short of an insult. Beauxbatons had withdrawn their students from Hogwarts classes and moved them to Wandwood. The reason was that Hogwarts was providing substandard education and Wandwood had offered them the use of their facilities. Worse, because of that damned contract, Hogwarts was being billed for it. Then there was the miraculous recovery of Miss Granger. The official story was that the counter curse had been located somewhere else. Dumbledore wouldn't fall for that though. They must have had it all along. That was if she had truly been cursed in the first place. James had been good enough to bring the book Sirius had wanted though, and Dumbledore was searching through it for what their true goal had been. Perhaps the only bright spot was a new idea that he had for the second task. Of course, as Madam Bones had pointed out, things could go very badly. But that didn't mean he couldn't use others to tip the tournament in Hogwarts' favor. It had been easy to discover that Madam Umbridge had young Mr. Weasley looking for some type of loophole that could be used against Harry. It had been easy during a conversation with the young man to make an offhanded comment about some of the more obscure rules of the tournament. That had led Percy to find the proper loophole and report it to Umbridge. He was sure that she would act on it in some way, and that could only help Hogwarts while keeping Dumbledore safely out of it. Winky was happy to be part of a family again, but confused as well. She didn't like that she had to be paid, but finally given in when the Grangers and the Wandwood elves had explained that it was the law and she couldn't bond with them without being paid. Once she saw little Cordelia, though Winky forgot about her shame at being paid. The confusion really came from the Grangers wanting to be involved with Cordelia and not just expecting Winky to do all the work. Most magical families that had a house elf to watch the children ignored them unless there was some social event or lessons. Emma had explained it best. You feel joy when you look after children, well, so do we. You can do things that we can't though to help her. That's why we hired you, to do what is best for her. Winky had nodded her understanding, even if it went completely against everything that she had seen before. The Wandwood group, along with Cedric and Victor, sat around the large table in the war room. Wendy stood near a map of the Black Lake. To make sure we're all on the same page, the clue from the golden egg suggests that the task will take place underwater and the champions will need to retrieve something that was taken. The only source of water large enough for the event on the grounds is the Black Lake, so it will either be there or off-site. The clue was in Mermish, so we assume that it will be the lake as there is a merman village located here. Wendy pointed to a location just south of the center of the lake. Cedric and Victor nodded. They had already figured that much out, minus the location of the village. They were both willing to work with Harry though after his easy win in the first task. Since you'll be expected to remain underwater for upwards of an hour, we've modified some scuba gear. Wendy waved her hand and several students entered carrying piles of equipment. They had considered using gillyweed but decided that would be better as a backup. Warming charms on the wetsuits, impervious and anything else we could think to throw in. Theoretically they can withstand a bite from a crocodile. Though we haven't tested that yet. Thankfully the rule about charmed protective clothing from the first task had only specified the first task. Probably no one had thought further ahead than that. These things are going to get several of us our masteries. Another apprentice chimed in. For them the entire trip had been well worth it. Nearly half of them had already finished their mastery projects. Yes, we've really outdone ourselves, Wendy said. The helmets will provide enough air for 5 hours. So far, we have a dozen ready for use. Why so many? Victor asked. Spares in case something go wrongs with any of yours, and enough for several of us to go down and test them out as well as get a better map of Lake, Wendy explained. All right, hold on. I can understand working together, but Victor and I are competing against Harry. Why would you give us suits too? Cedric asked, holding up the black suit with yellow trim along the arms and legs. Harry, would you like to answer? Wendy asked. My main goal is to survive. If I win, great, but I was never supposed to be in this mess in the first place. Helping both of you helps me and we all have a better chance of surviving. Harry explained. Plus, it'll probably piss off Dumbledore, which is a nice bonus. Cedric and Victor traded looks before they both agreed. Anything that increased their chance of survival was welcome, and as much as they would prefer not to acknowledge it, Wandwood seemed better prepared than their own schools. Next, we've compiled a list of every known creature from the lake. We can't guarantee that it's everything down there, just what we've found information on. Our test runs might reveal something we've missed. Wendy passed out stacks of papers with information on a number of creatures. The first expedition into the Black Lake was scheduled for Saturday, the day before Harry and Hermione had done another check of the Hogwarts library for anything on the Black Lake. And once again they found any book relating to it either checked out, missing or removed by Dumbledore. Harry was doing a final check of the stacks for anything else that might be helpful while Hermione straightened her meager notes, mostly consisting of information on Northern European merpeople. She hoped that they would have a better place to work from after their first dive and actual experience in the lake. Miss Granger. Hermione turned and found Lily Potter standing behind her. Mrs. Potter. I've been trying to speak to you for some time. I want to apologize for what happened on that Halloween. We tried to help, but your family had already left the country before we could. Lily explained. She was desperate for Hermione to believe her because the girl might be her best chance to help her son. I would find that easier to believe had Daniel ever bothered to apologize for what he had done. However, since I've been back, he has done nothing but ridicule me and Harry. There is also the matter of what all of you attempted to do at the end of our second year. Begging Harry for help, then arresting him once you were done. I don't seem to recall you ever apologizing to Harry for everything you've done to him either. Yes, I can see how much to regret. Everything. Hermione got a hold of herself before she continued to rant. Lily. You don't understand. When Sirius took Harry, he was a squib, but now he has magic. Only the darkest rituals can do this. We were trying to help him. Lily said. She knew the girl was smart, she had to see what was happening. Help me? Harry asked. Lily jumped and spun around to face him. Hermione slipped her wand out when she saw Lily nervously fingering her own. Harry didn't seem concerned. If you wanted to help me, you wouldn't have tossed me away. But if you're so desperate to help me, why don't you go find a healer that specializes in children and ask them about ICCS? Harry grabbed his and Hermione's bags. They walked out of the library without a glance backwards, leaving Lily behind. Hermione waited until they were out of the castle before she asked what ICCS was. Infant Core Collapse Syndrome. The Wandwood group, along with Cedric and Krum, were performing various stretches to see how much their new wetsuits limited their mobility. Or in Harry's case, trying not to focus on Hermione in her skin-tight suit as she bent over and stretched her arms. The wetsuits were made of a black hide that Wendy assured them would protect them from most of the creatures in the lake. Both Cedric and Krum admitted that the wetsuits were much better than their planned swimwear. The warming charms were also welcome. Wendy held up a small breathing mask. This will keep a bubblehead charm around your face. It lasts 4 hours. We have to sacrifice some time, but it should also allow everyone to talk to each other. Should? Cedric asked. Well, they do above water just fine, but that's why we are doing this test, Wendy said cheerfully. Each of them put the breathing masks on and made sure that they worked correctly before they made their way down to the edge of the lake. They waded into the water and swam around a bit before they began to dive down into the shallow water. The first thing they realized was that the lake was far murkier than they had expected. Wendy's voice interrupted their first exploration. Sound off, can everyone hear me? Everyone chimed in and they moved deeper into the lake. The group spent nearly 3 hours exploring, mapping out the lake and cataloging the creatures they encountered. Thankfully, most of the creatures were wary of such a large group. After their first dive, the older students tweaked the diving masks, adding charms to help them see underwater. They made several more dives and began to play while underwater. Harry discovered that Hermione was completely at home in the water and swam circles around them. Minster Fudge grumbled as he walked down to the shores of the lake. The Dean of Wandwood had contacted the other school heads as well as his office and demanded that they come down and see some supposed fatal flaw in the second task. Couldn't even tell them in the headmaster's office like a civilized person. Well, he'd see what had the slack-jawed idiot was so upset about, put her in her place and go back to doing important things. He along with Dumbledore and the others found the Dean standing with a young man along the edge of the lake. A large wooden box sat next to them. So, what is this supposed flaw that you somehow discovered when no one else saw it? Fudge asked. You've sold a number of tickets to the second task, the Dean began. That is the opposite of a flaw, Fudge pointed out as he clearly thought she couldn't tell the difference. The dean ignored him. The second task takes place here where the champions will rescue something from the Merperson village. We know all this. Fudge interrupted again. I am curious what exactly all the spectators are supposed to watch, the dean said. The task, of course. Fudge's opinion that all foreigners were idiots was reinforced. The task taking place under the water and completely unobservable to the spectators. While I was against it, I am willing to admit that the first task at least gave them their money in morbid entertainment. To go from fighting dragons to watching a lake in winter for an hour. Personally, I think they will be disappointed. The dean couldn't help but smirk as Fudge paled and turned to Dumbledore in a panic. How could they have overlooked that? When Dumbledore had explained it to him, he had envisioned the champions in pitched underwater combat, spells shooting everywhere, sea monsters surrounding them. It was just what the people demanded. Now to realize all of that would be taking place where no one could see it. Fudge was ready to cry. Dumbledore was more annoyed than anything else. Such an obvious mistake made him look the fool. Never mind everything else Had did correctly. I assume that you have a purposed solution and are not just gloating. Of course. This is Mr. Togan and he will present a solution I think you will like. The dean stepped off to the side. Thank you, Dean Horsefeather. My company has created a device that we call a Golem's Eye. He opened the box and pulled out a bludger-sized ball made out of an unknown substance. It had a glass lens fitted onto one side surrounded by runes. Togan tapped it with his wand and it began to float. Several more spells summoned a large white cloth that unrolled itself and floated above the box. A small box also positioned itself. Suddenly the Golem's eye moved and stared at Fudge. The image of a surprised Fudge was projected onto the cloth. The Golem's eye can function underwater and follow a target. I purpose one follows each champion and then everyone will be able to see what is happening. Fudge almost clapped. This was just what they needed. Dumbledore was less pleased. He didn't want more foreigners involved, demonstrating their magic. And how much will this cost us? Normally each eye would cost the equivalent of 526 galleons, plus the screens and projectors. However, since Dean Horsefeather asked, we're willing to provide them to Wandwood for a fifth of the cost. Togan explained. He had originally offered the dean the eyes for free just for the publicity, but she had insisted that he charge them since the British ministry would be required to pay. Fudge was less thrilled about losing some of the profit from the task but agreed, as without the Golem eyes the spectators were likely to demand their money back. Dean Horsefeather also pointed out that the third task suffered from the same problem. Fudge promised himself that he'd tear strips out of Dumbledore soon for such a mistake. James returned to his and Lily's quarters to find a visibly upset Lily with healer books spread out around her. He noticed all of them were on young children. What's wrong, dear? Read this. Lily thrust a book into his hands, pointed at a passage. ICCS, Infant Core Collapse Syndrome, is the result of a strain on an infant's magical core. Most often the result of a violent burst of accidental magic. The violent magical release damages and drains the undeveloped magical core of the child. While in a stabilized core the result would be magical exhaustion, in an undeveloped core it will cause the core to collapse into itself. There is no current treatment for ICCS. There is a 90% chance for the child to become a squib. With a 10% recovery rate. Does that sound familiar? Lily demanded. Not really. James answered, confused as to where his wife was going with this. Harry, this is what happened to him, but he recovered. Lily burst into tears. James wrapped his arms around his distraught wife. We don't know that this is what happened to Harry. But what else could it be? Neither of us wanted to believe Dumbledore when he told us that Sirius used dark magic on Harry, and here is proof of another way. What have we done? My poor baby. I only agreed to let him go because Dumbledore said there was no chance his magic could recover, Lily said. We don't even know that's what happened, and even if it was, there was hardly any chance for Harry to recover. James tried to calm his wife. We should have waited, Lily wailed. Let's go show Dumbledore and see what he has to say, James suggested, hoping that the headmaster would be able to help. Dumbledore watched to his office. They had come to him upset, and it had taken the better part of an hour to reassure them that he would investigate the matter of their wayward son. He had to tip his hat to Black. This ICCS was the perfect cover for what he did to Harry. It was something worth looking into, but it would have to wait until after the second task. He was pleased with his plans for it. If everything went right, Daniel would soon have a way into Black's group. And if it failed, then he had taken steps to ensure that he was beyond reproach. Draco had been enraged when he learned that the Mudblood had been saved from his curse. True, he hadn't really expected her to remain around long enough for him to use the other curses in the series and allow herself be enslaved, but had at least expected her to flee. And he had considered tracking her down over the summer to finish the job. What really upset him, though, was that since the curse had been removed, they must have found the counter-curse that ended several plans he had made since he had cursed the Mudblood. He needed payback. As he looked down at the cauldron, he had been brewing a potion, and he decided to just add her into it as well. A love and lust potion that would send anyone who consumed it after Potter. He had planned to use it on that idiot Weasley. The blood traitor would eat anything. He'd send a dose to the Mudblood as well. Valentine's Day would be the best time. He sneered as he imagined the Mudblood and blood traitor fighting over Potter. With any luck, their reputations would be ruined. And Black would have to suffer the knowledge of what his precious Mudblood went through. But he had heard some nonsense about the Mudblood not liking sweets or something. Her parents were supposed to be tooth healers, though for the life of his he couldn't understand what that had to do with anything. He'd need to get a bit more information. Weasley might eat anything, but he couldn't count on the Mudblood doing the same. Umbridge walked down the corridor to the Department for the Control and Regulation of Creatures. She had ensured it would be empty except for her target, McNair. "Madam Umbridge, so good to see you again." McNair grinned. The ugly little woman often had some of the best hunts. Just last year she had learned of a pack of children that were believed to have become werewolves. Didn't matter if they had, he still did his duty and slaughtered them. "I have another job, but it will require you to act beyond your normal methods," Umbridge began. She despised the man, but he was one of the few in the Ministry who could do his job and not ask silly questions, such as if something was legal. "I need you to find a way to make the next task more interesting." "Oh, that did pique his interest. What were you thinking of?" "I want you to find a suitably nasty creature that we can introduce to the lake, something that we can control and send after that upstart Black," Umbridge said. McNair leaned back and stroked his chin. Ideas already swirling through his head. Yeah, I think I can do that. Give me a week to talk to some contacts. I'm sure I can find something. You'll probably have to tag Black though." "Tag him?" Umbridge asked in disgust. "Not too hard, just slip a scent tag onto him before the task. It'll either be the mating scent of what I get or something that makes him smell like easy prey. It'll be the easiest way to ensure he's the one attacked. A disposable tag will also vanish pretty fast, no evidence." McNair had used that method more than once when he wanted entertainment. "That can be arranged," Umbridge said, relieved that she wouldn't need to do anything more drastic. Once she left, McNair left a note in the office and made his way out of the Ministry. He took his time, not going directly to his destination, which was a sea cave on the eastern shore of Scotland. He paid a pretty penny for the wards that protected the area. While he enjoyed killing creatures, that was when they were restrained, helpless. He wasn't in it for the sport but the rush of ending a life. Sometime though he found something special. The cave had once held a family of sea dragons that he had helped kill off in his first year at the Ministry. Since then, he had erased all information on the location and used it to store one of his biggest prizes. In the cave was a massive lake that held a Jormungand. He'd found it during a raid on some smugglers years ago and been raising it since then. It was a magnificent creature, even if it was still small. Barely 30 meters, it could easily reach 10 times that length when it was full grown. It was a shame that it would never get the chance now, but he was more than willing to sacrifice it to kill off Black's adopted son. And who knew the Jormungand might even survive? He'd feed it a Portkey stone before he released it into the lake. If it lived, he'd bring it back and keep raising it. A.N. I hope everyone enjoyed that chapter and a bit more of a peek into the Potters. Love potions. Yes. Disclaimer. I own nothing but my mistakes. Chapter 14. Love potions, yes. The airship groaned as a Scottish snowstorm raged outside. The Wandwood students were all glad that the airship was well equipped with warming charms, as it looked absolutely miserable out there. Harry was leaning back against the foot of Hermione's bed with said girl sitting on his lap. His arms rested comfortably around her waist. Luna and Violet sat on the floor next to them playing cards, a pile of cookies that they were betting diminishing as they ate them. Hermione absently reached over and snagged one to eat while she read her latest book. The group had spent the evening together, up on the observation deck watching the storm. Several of the older students were also there, plans for the scuba gear that they'd be using in the second task spread out on a table. As odd as it sounded, Harry was looking forward to the second task. He had already provided the dean with his broom to be used in the task. While he would miss it was more that it represented the long lazy flights he occasionally talked Hermione into taking with him. Just flying with her arms wrapped around him were some of his best memories. Ginny smiled as she looked down at the vial of love potion. She wasn't happy that Daniel had been ignoring her this year. He belonged to her and he needed to pay proper attention to her. She first thought of just giving it to him, but she wanted him to be censor, to earn her affection. It hadn't been hard to decide to give it to Harry Black instead. He'd be falling over himself to be with her. Of course she'd turn him down after he had lavished gifts on her and shown Daniel how it was done. She knew Daniel hated Harry and this would get him off his lazy areas. She neither considered nor cared that it would ruin Harry's relationship with Granger. And what better day to act than Valentine's Day? It was perfect. Winky sat in Cordelia's room while the child took her nap. A large book on parenting lay open in front of Winky as she read through it. She had been amazed that Muggle had looked into different methods of raising children in such detail, then wrote out the pros and cons of each. It had been eye-opening to the house elf. That and how the Grangers still wanted to raise their daughter had taken a lot of getting used to, but now Winky saw the advantages. Where a pureblood might only interact with their children during meals or social events, at least one of Cordelia's parents were almost always around. Winky couldn't help but think this was the proper way. She often wondered if junior parents had spent more time with him, if he would have turned out the way that he did. The Grangers had again surprised her when they insisted that after Cordelia had gone to bed Winky spend time with them. Just talking and socializing. They also encouraged her to spend free time with the other elves. Slowly she was coming to understand their radically different views. And while she doubted she'd ever completely accept them, or if she wanted to, she enjoyed it. Then there were the toys. She'd never eat them. The learning toys were her favorites. She couldn't believe the sheer number available. She particularly liked Legos and had even spent some of the money the Grangers insisted on paying her to buy another set for her and Cordelia. That night, as Winky had watched Cordelia play with the tiny dragon figure and build a wall for it to smash anti-choking charms on all the blocks to be safe, she vowed that she wouldn't fail Cordelia like she had Junior. On February 14th, Hermione woke to find an arrangement of red and white roses next to her bed from Harry. She smiled at them and the smaller vase of yellow roses that he had given to Luna. Those, though, were overshadowed by another assortment of flowers. She saw the card was from Cedric before a beet red Luna hurriedly stuffed the card into her trunk. Shara came rushing in as they were getting ready. She had already eaten half the box of candy from Harry. The hyperactive girl immediately began questioning Luna about the large vase of flowers. Hermione causally let it slip that they were from Cedric. She almost felt sorry for Luna. They meet up with Harry, who immediately took Hermione in his arms and dipped her while they kissed. Shara snapped several pictures between giggling. Luna wasn't in a much better state. But Hermione was practically dazed as they made their way to the Great Hall, all wondering if the host school planned to do anything. They were disappointed when there wasn't any hint of the holiday besides an unusual number of pink envelopes delivered with the mail that morning. Well, except for the Weasley twins, who had apparently enchanted confetti and flower petals to follow random people around. Their sister was busy chewing them out, not noticing that they had discreetly turned her robes pink. Hermione was surprised when an owl deposited a small box of sugar quills in front of her. The card said it was from Harry, but the writing was far more elegant than his chicken scratch. A quick shake of his head told her that he hadn't sent it. Harry had also received a small box containing some type of round chocolate cake the size of his fist. Though there was no card with it. Before he could decide what to do with it, he wasn't stupid enough to eat it. Ron strutted over. Well, 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 what's this, Black? Someone actually considered you enough of a wizard to send you something? He laughed before he grabbed the cake and shoved it into his mouth. He chewed it with his mouth open, spiting crumbs at Harry. Loser. Good cake, though. Malfoy watched the exchange with a frown. He hadn't counted on the mudblood getting the candy while Black was sitting next to her. He wasn't going to give up, though. It had been disgusting to get the candy and send it to the mudblood. Whispering the levitation spell with his wand under the table, Malfoy raised one of the sugar quills and dropped it into the mudblood's cup. It quickly dissolved while their focus was still on Weasley. At least that blood traitor had done what he was supposed to and ingested the tainted food he'd been sent earlier. The group was thankful when Ron tossed the empty box back onto the table and left, still laughing. Harry used several cleaning charms on himself to ensure nothing that had been anywhere near Ron's mouth was left. He wished they taught table manners at Hogwarts. They went back to their breakfast and were soon joined by Cedric. A blushing Luna told him she had loved the flowers. Shara pulled out her camera. She had had Sirius silence it so she could take pictures without being so obvious. In retrospect, Sirius thought that had been a mistake. None of them paid attention to Ginny, who walked past them. She smiled when she saw the empty box that she had put the potion cake in. It wouldn't be long before he was head over heels in love with her. That would teach Daniel to ignore her. Maybe they'd duel for her love. She nearly swooned at the thought. That would be so romantic. Who would she cheer for? There wasn't any doubt that Daniel would win. After breakfast, the group broke up. Harry hid his smile at what they had planned for dinner that night. Hermione and Luna were discussing a charms project they were working on in their personal time with Wendy when Hermione stopped. Her face took on a green hue. "Hermione?" Luna asked, worried for her friend. Hermione ignored the younger girl. Her mind was racing. She had suddenly had the vulgar thought that she wished she was dating Daniel Potter. She nearly sighed at how beautiful his muddy green eyes were. The thoughts were so unnatural that they set off mental alarm bells. Her basic training in occlumency allowed her to force the thought back for the moment, but they were growing stronger and she knew they would soon overwhelm her. "Someone slipped me a love potion." "What?" Harry asked, rage building on his face. "Love potion keyed to Potter. UG, that's disgusting." Hermione managed to get out before Luna stunned her. Harry caught his girlfriend. "We need to get her to Madame Tonks." With Harry carrying her, they made their back toward the airship. They had just left Hogwarts when McGonagall came rushing after them, yelling for them to stop. When they didn't, she sent a stunner at Harry. Luna spun and raised a shield. Dobby appeared and frowned when he realized something had happened to Hermione. Harry hadn't broken stride, trusting Luna to watch his back. Luna kept her wand pointed towards McGonagall. "Dobby, someone has given Hermione a love potion and McGonagall is attempting to stop us from helping her." "If that was what happened, then you should have brought her directly to the hospital wing," McGonagall said crossly, not entirely believing that was what had happened. "Unless it is life and death, all Wandwood students were to be treated by our healer. You were informed of that, I believe," Luna said, talking more to buy Harry time than any desire to resolve things peacefully. McGonagall admitted she did. She was more concerned with the house elf that now appeared ready to attack her. Normally she would have scoffed at such an idea, but she recalled this particular elf had laid out the elder Malfoy. "You still should have informed the staff. Did you know in North America it is considered suicidal to attack a family who has befriended a house elf?" Luna tried to bluff. She could see that McGonagall had been given pause by Dobby's aggressive stance. "I did not know that," McGonagall said honestly. She could easily believe it though. "That does not excuse your actions though. You had no right to demand that we stop. You fired a spell at us first. I have every right to let Dobby deal with you." Luna glanced behind her just in time to see Harry board the airship. "It doesn't matter now though. Good day." Luna turned away and hurried to join her friends. Dobby remained behind and kept an eye of McGonagall, who was too cautious to move until he finally left. McGonagall was fuming as she re-entered the castle. How dare a student speak to her in such a manner? It didn't matter if that student was from a different school. Oh, how she wished that she could punish them somehow. Her thoughts were interrupted by Ronald Weasley, who had his sister held tightly by the arm, his wand drawn and pointed at Daniel Potter. "I won't let you take her from me. She's my sister, my everything. We'll be together forever." "Ron, that's crazy. She's your sister," Daniel pointed out. "It just means that we were destined for each other. Who could be better together than brother and sister?" Ron said, his voice impassioned. Ginny covered her face with her free arm, too embarrassed to even try and stop him. "That's messed up." Daniel sounded sick. "It will ensure that our children are the purest. Please don't make me hurt you, Daniel." Ron had tears in his eyes now. "I love you too much to hurt you, but I can't lose Ginny. The three of us can work though, it will be fine." Ron took advantage of Daniel's shock by stunning him, followed by Ginny. He levitated them down the hall. intent on finding a nice out-of-the-way place so they could begin their new relationship when McGonagall's brain freeze stopped him, taking all three to the hospital wing to be checked out. She desperately hoped that this was another case of love potions. The Grangers and Blacks along with Luna sat around Hermione's bed. Andromeda had assured them that while it was a love potion it was a weak dose and she could neutralize it within hours. Andromeda had also confirmed that the sugar quills Hermione received that morning were the source of the potion. The mystery was how the potion had gotten into Hermione, as Harry was adamant that she hadn't eaten any. Sirius stepped away to contact the Aurors. When he returned, he motioned for the Grangers to follow him. They could tell by his look that they wouldn't like his answer. The Aurors say they can't do anything. Our daughter was basically given a date rape drug and they won't do anything, Dan growled out. Essentially, though they still classify most love potions as pranks. Their attitude about first-generation magic users doesn't help. One of them actually suggested arresting Hermione on attempted line theft. Sirius braced himself for the explosion he knew was coming. Hermione was drugged and they want to arrest her for that? Dan shouted. Don't worry, they need actual proof since all of you are under the protection of the House of Black. But they won't be doing much to help us either, Sirius informed them. So, there's nothing we can do? Emma asked. Nothing for this time, but there is a way to protect her if it happens again. I'm not sure you'll like it though, Sirius said nervously. How? Well, if Hermione was betrothed to Harry, then if anything like this happens again they'll have to treat it as an attack on the House of Black and attempted line theft, Sirius said. Sirius, you know we'd never sell our daughter like that. We know that you know that, so please explain before I lose my temper, Dan asked tightly. It would be the North American version. Either of them could end it at any time without penalty, though it would be good to add a clause that they have to be checked for potions or charms first, Sirius said. What about money? Isn't it traditional that one side pay for the honor of marrying the other? Emma asked. Traditionally, yes, and to be legal here in England that would still be the case. Though I'm sure Harry would insist that he was the one marrying up and pay for it. If it's easier, just think of it as him buying her some protective charm. Sirius offered. He knew this was the best way to help protect them. He also knew how hard it would be for the Grangers to agree to it. Hermione once again woke in a bed in the infirmary aboard the airship. She could truly say that she was sick of that happening. There was also an awful taste in her mouth, but she didn't know if that was because of whatever she had been given or the brief thoughts she had about Daniel Potter. She hoped that they had gotten her there before she embarrassed herself. Andromeda hurried over when her charms informed her that Hermione was awake. How do you feel, Hermione? Disgusted by what I was thinking. Hermione admitted. Yes, Harry and Daniel looked a great deal alike, but that was no comfort. Please tell me I didn't do anything stupid. Thankfully no. You managed to inform Harry and Luna as soon as you realized something was wrong. Luna stunned you and Harry carried you back, Andromeda said as she checked Hermione's condition, pleased to see the flushing potions had done their job. You really should hear the full story. Luna and Dobby held McGonagall at wand point when she tried to stop them. They did what? Hermione gasped. Miss Lovegood held a Hogwarts professor at wand point to ensure that Harry could bring you here. It sounded rather impressive when Harry told us, but Dobby's version makes Luna sound like a warrior princess who faced down a horde of dark wizards to protect you and Harry. She had mentioned to Sirius that perhaps Dobby should take up writing in his spare time. He really was an excellent storyteller. Luna isn't in trouble, is she? Hermione asked. Of course not. Hogwarts was informed that unless it was an emergency all Wandwood students were to be treated on the ship by me. If McGonagall was concerned she should have escorted them here. I believe the Dean has gone to make her displeasure known to Dumbledore, Andromeda said with a hidden smile. Oh good. As long as they won't be in trouble, Hermione said relieved. Don't worry, they aren't the ones in trouble, Andromeda assured her. As soon as Hermione was cleared, Harry and Luna rushed in to check her for themselves. They were both relieved that Hermione was back to normal. McGonagall was relieved once Poppy had confirmed that Mr. Weasley was indeed under the influence of multiple love potions. She was just glad that she hadn't stumbled upon some strange love triangle again. The things children with magic got up to, her generation was much better behaved, they could show restraint. Though even Hogwarts' current students weren't as bad as those that had come from Wandwood, she was supremely disappointed in Miss Granger. The girl had been so well behaved when she had first arrived, a few years away, and she was a little monster. And Miss Lovegood. She had only been with them for a few months and she had dared to draw her wand on her former professor. It was clear that they were nothing but a school of delinquents. She was still wrapped in her thoughts about those hooligans when she went to speak with Dumbledore about the final preparations for the second task. So as not to tip off any of the champions, the seating from the first task's arena would not be moved to the shore of the lake until the morning of the task. All of the professors had been tasked with assisting in their placement to ensure that everything was ready in time. She was less than pleased about it, but Albus had insisted. "I've finished a schedule for all of us to ensure that we can erect all of the needed seats while not leaving the students unsupervised." "Excellent. I knew you would be able to work things out. Now can you enlighten me to the odd rumors I have been hearing about Mr. Weasley, Miss Weasley and Mr. Potter?" Dumbledore asked. It would appear that Mr. Weasley ingested 2 separate love potions, one keyed to Mr. Potter and one to his own sister. "Poppy says that he will be fine by dinner, though I suspect they are all embarrassed about what happened," McGonagall said. Dumbledore nodded. "Yes, it seems we had a number of potion incidents today. I have also been informed that Miss Granger consumed a love potion keyed to Mr. Potter." McGonagall actually growled as she once again remembered the incident. She quickly explained what had happened to Dumbledore. It was a completely inappropriate way to act. "I agree. I will advise Dean Horsefeather to bring punishment to them, though we both know there is little chance of that." Dumbledore knew there would be no punishment from Wandwood towards its students. He also refrained from suggesting that they bring formal charges against the students. He wanted things to continue to run smoothly until the second task. Madam Bones suggesting that he was attempting to start a war weighed heavily on his mind. While he would never do such a thing, he also needed more information on the Blacks, and his plan for the task would hopefully give him the channel he needed for that information. Best of all, he had covered his tracks well enough that no matter what happened he would be insulated from any fallout. To that end he advised McGonagall to just ignore the Wandwood students. Hermione was happy that she had been released in time for the surprise that Harry had promised her. Since Cedric apparently also had a surprise for Luna, the 2 girls got ready together. Both had been advised to wear something nice but casual. Hermione had just finished putting Luna's hair into a fancy weave, thanks to a charm from Tonks, when Harry and Cedric knocked on their door. "What do you know, Luna, they clean up pretty good." "I thought that we already knew that," Luna said as she accepted a corsage from Cedric. "Still, to forget that," Hermione said. Harry rested a hand on her waist. "How are you feeling?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "Fine, Harry, the same as the last time you asked me." "Sorry. Don't be. So what's this surprise you two have planned for us?" Hermione asked. She was surprised when they led her and Luna to the observation deck that had been expanded. Dozens of small tables had been arranged around the room. Softly glowing lights floated near the glass dome. Couples from all 4 schools sat scattered throughout. Cedric pulled Luna to one of the unoccupied tables. Harry took Hermione's hand and led her to another table near them. He admitted over dinner that he didn't know who had come up with the idea, but they had all been approached to see if they were interested in reservations. Since he had heard the only other appropriate place for a date was a ghastly restaurant in Hogsmeade, he had jumped at the chance. Later that night, when Harry walked Hermione back to her room, as she was resting her head against his arm, she decided that aside from the love potion, the day had been wonderful. She was also looking forward to see what all the Hogwarts girls who hadn't been there thought when they heard about it. At her door they took their time saying good night. Dean Horsefeather smiled as she read over the reports of new students. Nearly 24 of Hogwarts' best had been enticed away from the castle. Most wanted to finish their current year but were being allowed to make use of the resources on the airship. The rest had asked for an immediate transfer and moved to the school's campus. Both Beauxbatons and Durmstrang were also using the airship as they found Hogwarts to be unsatisfactory. She knew that had to be eating at Dumbledore. She really couldn't bring herself to feel bad about it either. Not after everything that man had tried to do to her students. Besides, it was time he learned that there was no such thing as an all-powerful person. No one was going to be top dog all the time. She knew the same applied to her as well, but they had taken precautions to limit any damage. Now if they could just make it through the disaster of a second task. Harry and Hermione were both still giddy from their date the night before when their parents called for them. The 4 adults all wore serious expression as they explained what had happened the day before when they reported the love potioning to the authorities. Then Sirius brought up the subject of a betrothal as a way to protect Hermione. "I don't think we have enough money for a proper bride price," Harry said as soon as it was explained. Dan groaned and pulled out his wallet. He handed several bills to Cyrus. Really, Harry, you just had to say that first? Dad? Hermione asked. Sirius predicted that would be the first thing Harry said. I bet it wouldn't be. Dan explained sheepishly. Can you give us a minute to talk about this? Hermione asked as she pulled Harry out of the room. What do you think? Well, it's not like I haven't thought about us marrying. Harry admitted with a blush. Why was this so difficult to talk about? I mean, I had hoped that we'd get there at some point, though this isn't really how I figured it would happen. Me either. I'm not opposed to the idea at all. Harry rushed to assure her. Neither am I, so do we agree? Well, it's really more of a formal declaration of intent and dating than anything else. I'm pretty sure we both hope this lasts forever, so nothing would really change. Harry dropped to his knee. Hermione, will you become my betrothed? Is this normally how it's done? I have no idea. The only thing Dad ever told me about betrothals before today was to never accept one unless I planned to marry the girl. Harry admitted. So, is this a proposal then? Hermione teased to try and lighten the mood. Oh no, when we get to that point, I'll do it properly, Harry said. Excellent answer. Hermione pulled him into a kiss. I guess we better go and tell them we accept. I still don't think we have enough to pay you a proper bride price. Quiet Pratt. Watson was asked to attend the legal signing of the contract at Gringotts to ensure that everything was legal in both North America and England. He agreed on the condition that he got an invitation to the wedding. Both Harry and Hermione blushed at his joke, but no one missed their smiles. They received some good-natured teasing from their friends, but most of their attention was focused on the second task. They completed 2 more dives in the week leading up to the task, mapped the lake and located the Merpeople's village, though they weren't welcomed and kept their distance. Something that worried the champions. They also had a list of all the creatures in the lake and the best method to deal with them. Harry was also taught a spell of last resort by Hermione, who had designed it just for the task. Wendy was sure it could get Hermione a master's in defense, but also warned that it could very well kill them if misused. Harry promised to be careful and only use it if he had no other choice. Somehow, and no one quite sure exactly how, the news of Harry and Hermione's betrothal leaked to the papers in just days. The Daily Prophet of course ran article after article about how Harry was ruining the bloodline of the Blacks, disgrace to the name. Hermione was unworthy. What they had come to expect from it. The Oracle on the other hand had actually investigated and spoken to Watson when his name came up as a witness. The whole story, that Harry and Hermione had only entered into the contract for protection but were both in favor of the outcome, read like a romance novel. Something Harry was sure they had done just to sell more papers. There was also another round of hate mail to both of them for polluting the Black bloodline, followed by another round of lawsuits filed in North American court. Apparently, the local wizards and witches weren't quick learners. All told, the money paid to Harry and Hermione for the dangerous hate mail equaled enough to cover their remaining schooling, even if they went for masteries. Walden McNair stood along the far edge of the Black Lake the day before the second task. Not many knew that the formidable wards of the school didn't extend that far. He was easily able to portkey his pet into the lake and watched as it hurried to deeper water, eager to dominate its new surroundings. It was just at the age where its mind turned towards mating, and as a young male it was particularly violent. When it discovered that Black wasn't a mate, it would rip him to pieces. Or maybe still mate with him. It didn't matter, the end result would be the same. He had slipped Umbridge the proper scent tag that morning. All she needed to do was stick on to Black's swimsuit and they'd be set. Percy was nervous as he crouched along the edge of the Forbidden Forest near the airship. He had been given explicit orders on what he needed to do. And while he was honored to be chosen for such an important mission, he also firmly believed that he was ill-qualified for it. Surely an Auror Unspeakable would be able to do it better. The thought that neither one would agree to do the mission never crossed his mind. But he had never turned down an assignment before. Toure that mostly meant he had filed more reports or worked late. Not broken into a giant balloon. But the little foreign ruffians within had insulted and humiliated his family. No, honor dictated what he had to do. And it wasn't as if Madame Umbridge had sent him unprepared. She had personally requisitioned a number of powerful magical items to assist him. Pride swelled in his chest at the trust that she had placed in him. The information that she had gotten from 2 former guards who had been let go for drinking didn't hurt either. While they hadn't known the entire ward scheme, They knew enough to show a way in. An access hatch on the roof that was only secured by basic locking and alert wards. At least if they were to be believed. Percy shook his head. If Madame Umbridge thought the information was correct, then it was. He waited until just an hour before the change of guards. Using a shadow suit and disillusionment charm, he crept closer to the airship. The shadow suit used dark patches of color to break up the human form and make it more difficult to spot. It was also interwoven with Demiguy's hair. Not as perfect as an invisibility cloak, but for some reason Demiguy's hair couldn't be woven into anything more complicated than a simple cloak without failing. Combine it with a disillusionment charm, it was near perfect, and could hold other charms as well. When he reached the airship, Percy touched his belt, an experiment from the Department of Mystery. It used the same enchantments as a broom but was currently weaker, only allowing the wearer to float. Still, it easily carried Percy to the top of the airship and let him float just above the surface of the envelope. According to the guards, the wards would alert if someone was on it. Both to prevent anyone sneaking in from above and to stop students that might decide to go for a climb. Now for the most dangerous part. Percy withdrew a small metal spider like Deceive. The unspeakable hadn't been happy to let it go. Personally, Percy didn't think it was very impressive, but apparently it was some combination of ward and lock picks. He carefully levitated to the lock and watched as its spindly arms went to work. It took far longer than he was comfortable with before the pick was finished and the latch clicked open. Careful not to touch anything until he was completely inside, Percy lowered himself through the hatch. Once inside, he followed the crude map the former guards had provided toward Granger's room. She was the first of his targets. Percy couldn't believe his luck when the pick unlocked her door and he found his other two targets as well. The silly girls must have been having a sleepover or some other such nonsense. He pulled a mask over his face, uncorked a potion vial and poured it into the room. The potion quickly evaporated and ensured the girls would remain asleep until he handed them over to the Ministry. Well, that's something. Fudge and his people have really done it this time. I hope you all enjoyed and thank you for reading. Between a Hammer and a Hard Place. Disclaimer. I own nothing but my mistakes. Chapter 15. Between a Hammer and a Hard Place. The morning of the second task, everyone aboard the airship was frantic, though not because of the task. Hermione, Shara and Luna were missing. It was quickly confirmed that they hadn't left by the door, as neither the guards nor the house elves who had also been watching had seen any of them. Yet when the ship was searched, none of them were there. Unfortunately, Dean Horsefeather had her suspicion where the girls were. If she was correct, there would be no way to avoid a war. That was if their families didn't just kill Dumbledore and the Minister themselves. It wasn't difficult for Dean Horsefeather to locate Dumbledore. He was already down at the shore overseeing the placement of the stands for the spectators. She knew that it was foolish, but there was a part of her that hoped that Dumbledore wasn't involved. But she knew that there was virtually no chance that the girls weren't at the bottom of the lake. Dumbledore sighed as he saw the angry woman heading towards him. He waved off the Ministry lackey that he had been speaking to and turned to face her. I take it you have yet another complaint. Yes, I made it clear to you that none of my students were to be used in this task. Dumbledore blinked in surprise. He had spent a good deal of time rehearsing his reactions. Yes, you did, which is why the Ministry took over negotiations. I was led to believe that a compromise had been reached. I assumed that I was mistaken? You aren't in charge of hostages? Dean Horsefeather asked in surprise. Only for Mr. Diggory. His mother should be here shortly to take her place as his hostage, Dumbledore said. And who at the Ministry was supposed to be negotiating with me? Dean Horsefeather asked, unsure if she believed him. Madame Umbridge was appointed to the task. Here she comes, following your group. Oh, dear, this does look troublesome. Dumbledore focused a considerable amount of his mental skills to keep from laughing. This was perfect. Madame Umbridge would take the blunt of their anger. He had ensured that his involvement was erased and others were in place to take the fall. This would most likely result in some heavy fines and such against the Ministry. Well, Fudge had mostly lived out his usefulness. Perhaps now a new minister could be elected. One who was more open to the greater good. He had planned the task carefully. Both Miss Black and Miss Granger had been placed in the lake. Harry would of course save his sister. This would leave Miss Granger for Daniel. He had had Daniel practicing for over a week to make sure he could properly pull off the bit of acting that was required of him. He would apologize to her, admit that he had regretted everything that had happened to her. Yes, it would be a foot in the door with Harry's party. Hopefully Miss Granger had information that he could take to Madam Bones and get the Ministry on his side. Once that was done, steps could be taken to return Harry to his family and investigate his connection to Daniel's ability to fight Voldemort. And this would also be a bit of revenge against Madame Umbridge. That woman had no idea how to be subtle and was quickly becoming a pain in his side. Madame Umbridge waited, concealed near enough to that accursed flying balloon to keep watch. She was pleased as she saw the burst of activity shortly after dawn. When that brat Black left surrounded by his family of traitors and mudbloods, she carefully followed. She was frustrated when she found herself unable to get close enough to plant the tag that she had been given on Black. She needed a distraction, and as it happened, a distraction was just what she got. "So Black ready to lose?" Daniel asked as he swaggered towards the group, his own supporters following eagerly behind him. "I'm not in the mood, Potter," Harry growled as he moved around Daniel. "Hey, don't ignore me like that." Daniel made a grab for Harry's shoulder, but his brother just stepped to the side. Before he could try again, Cedric hurried over, worried by the Wandwood group's apparent anger and their missing member. "What's going on?" "Hermione, Shara and Luna were taken from the ship. One guess where they are?" Harry said with a glare towards the lake. Madame Umbridge smiled. Black and Diggory had fallen slightly behind while they spoke. Everyone's attention was elsewhere. She held up the small tag and banished it towards Black. And then Potter shoved Black and was unknowingly hit instead. She paled. No, that wasn't supposed to happen. If anything happened to Potter, the Ministry would hang for it. She needed to do something. She couldn't stop the task though. McNair, surely, he'd be able to call off his beast. She needed to find him immediately. Before she could hurry away, though, she was waylaid by that idiotic Dean. "Excuse me, I have important business to attend to." Umbridge attempted to shove past her, but suddenly the rest of Black's group had surrounded her. "Where are my students?" Umbridge, secure in the knowledge that she had the protection of the Ministry, puffed up her chest. "You students received the honor of being selected as hostages for the task. They have already been moved to the lake to await rescues." "I see, appropriate choice of words." The Dean was ready to let the group rip the toad apart when Harry made a motion to let her pass. Reluctantly, the other did before they turned to him for an explanation. Harry held up his hands to ward off their disapproving glares. "Look, I want to curse her as much as anyone, but I didn't want anyone to do something that their Ministry could use to wiggle their way out of this. Beating her up would probably give them enough room to avoid the worst punishment. I want them to hang for this." Harry stepped onto the platform with the other champions. He had finally convinced the rest of the group not to rescue the girls. It wasn't that he didn't want to get to them as soon as possible, but rather that he didn't trust Dumbledore or the Ministry not to have something rigged that would, accidentally, kill them if there was outside interface. The group of Aurors around the shore tasked with preventing interference also helped make his point. The compromise was that they would watch and wait, only jumping in if they had to. Harry hoped between him, Cedric and Krum that they'd be able to rescue the hostages without the need for anyone else to risk themselves. While the task was underway, the airship would be prepared to leave. There really wasn't a choice about staying now. Harry would be surprised if war wasn't declared the moment the airship was out of the country. Despite everything that had happened, there was a part of Harry that had always believed the English Ministry would have stopped short of something that would really start a war. He hadn't truly believed that they would be so stupid. Next to Harry stood Cedric and Krum. The three of them were wearing the latest version of their wetsuits and breathing masks. Each had extra masks and various other supplies strapped to their belts. The gathering crowd were confused that three champions from different schools all wore the same clothing, except for small variations in color and the crests on each suit. Many thought that it was just insulting of them. It clearly showed that they had planned together before the task. Though those same people would agree that the three champions looked very dangerous. Further along, Daniel Potter wore an old-fashioned stripped bathing suit that wouldn't have looked out of place a century before on a Muggle beach. He gave the other male champions a wary look. He knew the task. He knew the plan Dumbledore had given him, but they were the ones that looked like they were in control. Finally, Fleur stood on Daniel's other side wearing a shimmering one-piece silver bathing suit that had a majority of the men in the crowd drooling. Harry barely spared either Daniel or Fleur a thought beyond briefly wondering where Fleur had gotten her suit and if he could get Hermione one. He shook his head to focus himself back on the task. He could let his thoughts wander to more pleasant things after the girls were safe. He tapped his foot waiting for the task to start. His fingers played with his breathing mask. Finally, the judges made their way onto the platform and explained the task to the crowd. As soon as they finished and the cannon blast sounded, Harry slapped his mask to his face and dove into the lake. The sticking charms along the seal clung to his skin. Beside him, Cedric and Crumb kept pace. Fleur had gone with the bubblehead charm and was swimming deeper into the lake, towards the very bottom. Daniel was a few seconds behind her. His altered appearance told them that he had used gillyweed. The other two champions were ignored by the trio, who stuck close to the surface, occasionally breaking the water to find their position. They knew where the village was and had decided to stick close to the surface where the threats of the lake were lowest. Following all of the champions were the golem eyes, showing the crowd what was happening beneath the frigid waters. They began to cheer as Fleur was the first champion to encounter trouble. A swarm of Grindylows, her wand flashed as she desperately fought them off. Several of the judges smiled. This was much more entertaining than watching the lake without any indication of what was happening. They turned to congratulate Dean Horsefeather on her wonderful idea, only to be met with a stony face and glare. The North American minister was awoken by a frantic call from Watson. The English kidnapped several students from Wandwood's airship for their task and stuck them under a lake. He cursed. That airship was considered North American territory. A forging government had just illegally entered the country, kidnapped children and transported across international borders for the purpose of being hostages. Yeah, this was going to start a war. Call the Congress together, I'll be right there. Harry, Cedric and Crumb were halfway to the village when Cedric caught sight of Spellfire below and to the right. Should we check it out? We probably should, Harry said as they swam towards the lights. He was half expecting to find a sea monster or some such creature had been brought in to make the task more interesting. As they approached the mass of water plants that the Spellfire was coming from, they saw Fleur being swarmed by the Grindylows. Despite her quick casting and struggles, the sheer number of attackers was dragging her down into the tangle of weeds and kelp. They knew once the Grindylows got her into it, she wouldn't be able to get back out. They'd tie her up until she drowned or bleed out from the gashes they opened. Right, on 3 we blast them. Cedric, you check on her while Victory and I cover you, Harry said as they raised their wands. 1, 2, 3. They shot their spells over Fleur into the swarm of Grindylows. The foul creatures flew off in all directions screeching. Harry and Victor sent a few more spells chasing them while Cedric swam down to check on Fleur. As he got closer, he saw that while she was struggling to free herself, her bubblehead charm had failed. He quickly pulled one of the masks from his belt and slapped it onto her face. The mask filled with bubbles as it removed the water and replaced it with breathable air. Fleur took several greedy breaths while Cedric cut away the weeds that had already tangled around her legs. She said something in French. Cedric shook his head. Sorry, don't think any of us speak French. Fleur watched him with surprised eyes through her mask. You can hear me? He tapped his own mask. Communication built in. The Wandwood students really are geniuses. Harry's voice sounded in their masks. I hate to interrupt, but they're coming back with friends. To his dying days, Cedric would remember the predatory smile that appeared on Fleur's face. Good, I wish a rematch. Fleur kicked her way above the bed of weeds and turned to face the approaching swarm. Many in the crowd were disappointed that the other champions had intervened to rescue Fleur. Some were jealous of the reward they imagined her giving them later. Some felt that her death was justice. How dare the French let a half-breed compete for them? It was insulting to the tournament, their country and the fine upstanding citizens. Others were just disappointed that her bathing suit hadn't been destroyed further. As it was, the worst tears only gave a tantalizing peek at her stomach. Then she unleashed a string of powerful spells at the approaching Grindylows and left the audience speechless. In a matter of moments, the swarm was decimated. The lucky ones were able to escape, but there were few of them. A few people turned their attention away from the screens and looked out at the lake to try and see the quickly spreading red puddle that marked the point of devastation. Their attention was quickly pulled back to the screens when a massive shadow fell over Daniel. They watched in horror as a sea serpent materialized from the depths of the lake and shot towards him. They watched as giant white tentacles suddenly caught the serpent and fought with it. The giant squid struggled against the monster, their brawl churning the waters on the far side of the lake. Daniel took advantage of it to swim as quickly as he could away from the battle. James and Lily rushed onto the stage. Dumbledore, you have to cancel the task. That isn't supposed to be in the lake. I cannot. Dumbledore watched in a kind of horrified detachment as the behemoths fought behind the retreating figure of Daniel. All judges must be in agreement to cancel a task, and Madame Umbridge excused herself several minutes ago. Remus checked the map. James shouted. He'd get that toad back and force her to cancel the task, even if he had to do so at Wand Point. As the Wandwood students watched the fight, Wendy held up a small device that when they had learned that the audience would be able to watch all the champions at once, they had come up with the idea to have spotters to relay important information. Obstacles they might encounter, who was where and who was in the lead. The idea had lasted until the champions were in the water. Despite all their testing, something was now interfering with the communication runes. They had been unable to hear Harry or the others, and judging by the champions' actions, they couldn't hear the spotters either. Still, Wendy clutched the device and desperately attempted to warn them about the serpent. Only a fuzzy static answered her. Not being able to understand French meant that Harry, Cedric and Victor had no idea what spells Fleur was casting, but they were certainly effective against the Grindylows. By the time she finished, she was panting heavily and floating limply in the water. Cedric was the one to sum up their collective thoughts. How the bloody hell did they manage to catch you if you could do that? Maintaining the bubblehead charm underwater took for more concentration and power than I had expected. In review, it was a mistake to use it. Thank you for the assistance, Fleur said. No problem. Come on, the village isn't much further, Cedric said, and the group of 4 champions continued to swim on, remaining close enough to the surface that there was little risk of further trouble. When they reached the correct spot in the lake, they began to rapidly dive. Slowly the hazy outline of the village began to take shape. The hostages were clearly displayed in the clear space at the center of the village. Fleur began to curse as she raced towards a small blonde-haired girl. The rest followed to free the others. Shara and Hermione were secured at the end of the line. Harry freed Shara first and placed one of his spare masks on her. The water inside fizzed as it was replaced by air, and she woke. Harry, what happened? You, Hermione and Luna were kidnapped from the ship, Harry explained as he handed her wand, and moved to free Hermione. Several of the merpeople rushed forward to stop him. Only one hostage. Take yours and go, one of them shrieked at him. Even underwater their speech didn't sound pleasant. The mermen quickly backed up when they found half a dozen wands point at them. They had agreed to protect the surface dwellers while they were sleeping, but they had no desire to fight them. They hadn't even wanted them in their village, but the long-haired one had insisted. As the mermen backed away, Harry freed Hermione and slipped his last mask onto her. Before he had a chance to explain anything to her, Daniel swam into the village and pointed frantically behind him. Harry turned to look and saw a massive serpent heading towards them. Damn, I'm using the water hammer shield. Immediately everyone else bunched together. Daniel, not knowing what was happening, did the same, if only because he hoped they would somehow protect him. Cedric, Victor, Luna and Hermione all cast a special shield that Wendy had taught them, meant to absorb physical impacts. Harry aimed as best he could towards the rapidly approaching serpent. He had promised Hermione and Wendy that he would only use the Waterhammer charm as a last resort. He thought this qualified. It was based on a simple vanishing charm with a few tweaks, one of which was the removal of the part of the spell that prevent air from rushing in to fill the empty space all at once. They had tested it out on land. A foot-wide space of vanished air produced a miniature sonic boom, enough to knock them off their feet. Underwater that effect had been amplified. At 100 feet the impact had felt like someone hit their chests with a 10-pound hammer. He pushed all the magic he could into the spell. A massive void appeared around the creature's middle. Sadly, it was spell-resistant to be vanished itself, though the spell did annoy it. Then the void imploded. Hermione's hand grabbed Harry and pulled him into the shield they had created as the water rushed in to fill the void at incredible speed. The force of the water colliding with itself in the center of the void at well past the speed of sound resulted in an explosion. The shockwave ripped through the lake. Below it the silt was pushed away and the bedrock cracked under the force. On the surface the golem's eyes stopped transmitting just as a geyser of water shot into the air, high enough to drench those on the shore, followed by the lake rapidly flooding the beach before being pulled back in. There was a good deal of screaming. The Potters were once again demanding someone be sent in to help. The final image that the golem eyes had displayed would stay with many of Those at the Tisk for years to come. A wall of silt ripping up everything along the lake floor. A few Muggleborns would compare it to an atomic bomb going off, though a very small one. Dumbledore was shocked that Harry knew such a destructive spell. In his mind it was further confirmation that the child was dark. How else would he know it? In the village the merpeople had been thrown around and dazed by the concussive blasts, first from the spell, then when the shock waves had hit the shore and bounced back. The lake still shook with the force of the blast and it would be some time before it completely settled again. But it was now calm enough that the group dropped their shield and quickly swam towards the surface, out of the cloud of silt that covered the lake floor. Nearby the water was stained red with the blood of the serpent, its middle crushed by the force of the water. The group was slightly slowed because it took both Cedric and Victor to carry Harry between them, who while not unconcise, was very close to it. Fleur kept pace carrying the blonde child. Daniel swam after them, not able to believe what he had seen his brother do. For the first time he was truly frightened of Harry and could now believe why Dumbledore was worried. One spell had killed the serpent and nearly destroyed the lake. It was now more important than ever that he convince Hermione to help them. Fleur's sister woke when they broke the surface, the rest of the group pulling off their own masks. While they worked, they really weren't a substitute for fresh air. Fleur was fussing over the young girl when Daniel also surfaced, the gillyweed having finally worn off. Fleur immediately rounded on him. While she was speaking French it was clear that she was angry. Once she realized he didn't understand her, she took a moment and switched back to English. "You loathsome gutless bilge-sucking child. I was promised if I attended the Yule Ball with you that Gabrielle would be left out of this task. I should send your burning corpse back to the merpeople." Before she could lose her temper anymore, she turned back to Gabrielle and they started swimming for the shore. The rest of the group, glad that they weren't the target of her anger, followed. Harry had caught his breath and was able to move unassisted. Though he knew he'd crash fairly soon, he'd overdone it a bit with that last spell. Daniel began to hesitantly follow. He didn't want to risk Fleur's rage, but he knew he only had until they reached the shoreline to speak with Hermione and start turning her to their side. "Hermione, hold on a moment. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to rescue you. You were my hostage, you see, and I find that I have become quite fond of you recently. Hermione stopped swimming long enough to punch Daniel square in the nose. "I've wanted to do that for years, you bloody bastard." "Way to go, Hermione," Harry said with a grin. He could only imagine how good it was for her after everything that Daniel had put her through. When the group reached the shore, Andromeda was casting charms on them before most of them were out of the water. Wendy and the other students were ready with dry towels, even extras for Fleur and her sister that they accepted with gratitude. The Hogwarts healer wasn't far behind and immediately set to work on Daniel's still bleeding nose. Really, Miss Granger, was that necessary? It felt bloody, said as her father clapped her on the shoulder. As soon as it was confirmed that no one was about to drop dead, Dean Horsefeather began to move the group back to the airship. They needed to take off and leave the country as soon as possible. Cedric followed them. "I'm coming too. If anyone tries to pull something like that with Luna again, they'll learn to fear the badger." Dean Horsefeather almost stopped him, but he was of age, and another ready wand couldn't hurt. "Fine, but you realize you might not be able to just come back." "That's fine." Cedric put an arm around Luna. "We would like to come as well," Victor said. "The last thing I remember is refusing to be part of the task," his intended explained. "Then I awake underwater." "Fine. Anyone else?" the dean asked with a glance at Fleur. "Thank you for the offer, but I must find our parents and learn what has happened." Fleur took Gabrielle's hat and led her back towards the stands. Harry found that he felt sorry for anyone who crossed her. Then he smacked his head. "Damn it, I forgot to ask her she got her swimsuit." When he got several disbelieving looks, he sheepishly admitted to wanting to get Hermione one like it. Dumbledore was relieved when he learned that all of the hostages and champions were all right. Less so when he learned that Daniel was the worst injured with a broken nose that he had received from Miss Granger. He took it to mean that his plan had not worked. He had then confirmed with the other judges, including Percy Weasley, who was filling in for Madame Umbridge as she had apparently needed to return to the Ministry, and the man who had provided the golem eyes for the task. Dumbledore couldn't remember his name and was not at all pleased that Dean Horsefeather had assigned him to fill in for her while she went to check on her students. He was further disappointed when he called for the champions to come receive their scores and only Daniel arrived. He explained that the others had gone back with the Wandwood students to be checked over. Suddenly everyone's attention was brought to the airship that had risen into the sky and was beginning a slow turn that would see them over the North Sea in just an hour. Oh, this can't be good. An emergency meeting has been called for 1 hour from now. You need to figure out what you plan to do, Madam Bones said as she left the minister's office. Fudge sighed. This was the end. He had finally given Madam Bones full authority to investigate who had kidnapped the children, just to shut her up and get her to leave his office. He knew she would easily trace everything back to Dolores, but he doubted even handing her over now would stop a war. Really, there seemed to be nothing left to do. He straightened his back. That was fine. The British people were so ungrateful for everything he had done for them. Well, he wasn't going to just roll over and see everything that he had worked for fall apart. It was time for Cornelius Fudge to act. Less than an hour later he walked into Gringotts and emptied his personal vault, as well as several others he had stashed away. Then finally he moved on to Vault 42. It was filled with more gold than he could count in a week. He pulled a shrunken trunk from his pocket. He'd often dreamed about using it but never dared to before. The repercussions were always to sever, but now that he stood to lose everything anyways, he was able to use it without fear. Let the people see what it meant to cross Fudge. It would surprise many in the ministry to learn that the department with the best relationship with Gringotts was not the Goblin Liaison Department but the Finance Department. The ministry accountants were used to having to balance impossible numbers and move funds for the higher up. They understood numbers and being considered near worthless. It was one of the departments that you got stuck in for life, no chance of advancement or promotion unless someone else died. They understood the goblins and the goblins felt some slight kinship with them. That was why one goblin decided to do the honorable thing and send a message to the Department of Accounting. The message sent the entire staff of the department into a frenzy as things were double-checked and documented. Madam Bones was not happy. She was about to enter the Wizengamot chambers and explain to the emergency gathering that they would most likely be at war before the end of the day. As it turned out, that was probably the better announcement that she soon found herself making. Just before she entered, Mr. Till, the head of accounting, ran up to her. Fudge has cleaned us out. He's emptied our Gringotts vault and even our own under the ministry. Not a Canute left. Yes, war might have been preferable to telling the Wizengamot that their minister had just robbed the country blind and they were flat broke. Well, things just keep getting worse for the British. To everyone wanting people to face the consequences of their actions, that's still a chapter or two out, but rest assured I have a plan for everyone's punishment. I'm especially looking forward to Draco's. Justice disclaimer. I own nothing but my mistakes. Chapter 16. Justice. Madam Bones stepped into the Wizengamot chambers and called for order. Before she could begin, Madam Umbridge stood. Where is Cornelius? We cannot start without the minister. I am afraid that it appears that he won't be coming. I am also requesting that the Wizengamot grant an arrest warrant against Cornelius Fudge for treason. The room erupted into chaos. Umbridge knew that she needed to do something. Fudge was her shields, using his authority as minister to block investigations into her actions. She in turn did the less than legal things that needed to be done. Without him to back her, she'd last a week at most. Damn it, she wasn't ready to make a play yet. She raised her wand and fired off a cannon blast. Good. Now that you are not behaving like children, perhaps Madam Bones can explain just why she is slandering the name of a great man like Fudge with this outrageous claim of treason. This meeting was originally called to discuss another matter, but just before we began, I received word that Fudge had emptied the vaults below the Ministry of All Money. There were gasps. It then appears that he proceeded to Gringotts and emptied the ministry vaults there as well. At the moment, the ministry is officially broke. Chaos broke out again. Madam Bones called for order and was finally able to call for a vote. The arrest order was issued for Fudge and orders sent to the major exits from the country to attempt to catch him. Now the original reason this meeting was called. She went on to explain about the kidnappings and the expected results. There were more cries of outrage and disbelief before someone shouted, "Turn over whoever is responsible. Surely that'll settle them down." Unfortunately, at this time we don't know who that is, Madam Bones informed them. Hem. I believe that Mr. Crouch was placed in charge of securing the foreign hostages, Umbridge said. She knew he wasn't behind it. In fact, he'd been out all week. That had easily allowed her to manipulate Weasley into doing the dirty work before she memory charmed away any connection to herself. Aurors were quickly dispatched to collect him. Until they returned, Dumbledore was called on to explain what had happened during the second task. Needless to say, none of those who had missed it were pleased with what happened. It wasn't so much the kidnapping as the danger the boy who lived had been put in. They knew if anything happened to him the public would call for a hanging, and it could be any of their necks up on the gallows. Several began to plot who could take the fall for any involvement that they had had in the tournament. Soon the Aurors returned, only to report that Crouch had been discovered in his home suffering from a number of mental charms and curses. He had apparently been that way for some time. Madam Bones immediately ordered the rest of his office brought in to discover just what had been going on. The trail finally led happily admitted to kidnapping the girls. Mr. Crouch told me to do whatever was necessary to get them to participate in the task. I was acting fully within the regulations of the tournament and the ministry when I acquired the girls. What was perhaps most disbelieving to Madam Bones was that Weasley sounded like he expected to get promoted for his actions. Her order to lock him in a cell would hopefully express just how much trouble he was in. Umbridge had been shocked to learn that Crouch had been charmed, but it worked out better for her than she could have hoped. Now everyone would focus on him, believing he was the one who had set things up. She breathed a sigh of relief. She was completely in the clear. Dumbledore would reluctantly admit to himself that Umbridge had done a far better job covering her tracks than he had expected. It was a shame really, now he'd need to figure out another way to deal with her. He had trouble truly believing that there was a war about to befall them, but also recognized that whether there was or wasn't didn't matter. Umbridge would only make things worse. Before the session ended, Madam Bones was elected as acting minister, mostly because no one else wanted to deal with the trouble that was falling into their laps and risk being known as the minister who was in office when the country went to war. As the airship rose above Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest, the families gathered near the infirmary while the champions and hostages were examined. Andromeda quickly declared them all fine, with the exception of Harry, who was suffering a mild case of exhaustion. He was ordered to rest for the day. The families gathered in the dining room and watched as they passed over the coast of Scotland and the North Sea. Cordelia might not have been old enough to understand what had happened, but she knew something had. She ran from one person to another, latching onto them before she went to the next. Even Cedric, Victor and his girlfriend found themselves the recipients of her constrictor-like embrace. Their current plan was to swing around past the Faroe Islands and sit somewhere near Iceland until they learned what was going to happen to England. As Iceland was neither a part of the North American Ministry or the ICW, it was considered a neutral territory and had already agreed to host them should the need arise. Unsurprisingly to most, Harry had immediately latched onto Hermione once they were both released and had refused to be more than a few feet from her. Not that Hermione was going to complain about that. Nearby, Cedric had taken Luna's hands in his. "I'm so sorry, I never thought the joke would put you in danger like this." "What joke?" Harry asked. Cedric sighed. "After the Yule Ball, Luna convinced me to pretend that we were dating, but to also pretend to keep it a secret from everyone. I admit I went along with it mostly to get back at Cho. I never thought it'd go this far." "It's not your fault," Luna said. "The choice of hostages was probably made back at the ball. Even if you hadn't agreed to my idea, it wouldn't have changed anything. However, should I ever get a hold of Dumbledore..." Luna went on to describe some very creative and disturbing ideas of just what she'd do. It was Dean Horsefeather's turn to sigh. "Miss Lovegood, more than one of those ideas violates several laws." "But I thought over international waters there were no laws?" she said. "I can assure you that is not how that works. Also, this ship is considered North American territory," Dean Horsefeather said. "Oh pooh, well Cedric, you'll just have to help me come up with new ideas," Luna said. A panicked look crossed Cedric's face. "Wait, what?" Dean Horsefeather almost said no, but she recognized that everyone needed a bit of fun, especially after what they had just gone through. Luna was doing a good job of lightening the mood. Also, she secretly found Cedric's reaction humorous. "The poor boy. Very well, you may." "Yay." Luna grabbed Cedric's arms and spun him to fully face her. "Time to plot." Zeno almost felt pity for the boy as well, but he was far too relieved that his daughter was safe. The dean had called him that morning as soon as it was discovered that Luna was missing. He couldn't begin to describe how frightened he had been when the champions had arrived at the Mervillage and he'd seen her floating there. Or when that large creature had come tearing out of the depths at them. Or the relief when they had all surfaced safely and made it to shore. After all that, he was inclined to let his daughter have her fun. He just hoped she didn't traumatize Cedric too much. While Luna lightened the mood, Hermione snugged against Harry's chest. Shara was putting on a brave face next to them, complaining that she hadn't had her camera to document Harry's awesome spell, but they could both tell she was still incredibly shaken by the experience. Hermione would admit to only being marginally better herself. And if the small tremors she felt every few minutes from Harry, or his tightened hold on her, were anything to go by, his own bravado was just as much an act. Hermione decided to try Luna's idea to distract him and herself. "So, you wanted to ask Floo where she got her swimsuit?" "Yeah, I think you'd look amazing in it." "Well, anything to wear really," Harry admitted. "I might know a place that sells something similar, but I thought you liked my bikini," she teased back. "I do, but I think you'd look lovely in a one-piece as well. Maybe I'll get one for this summer and you can compare. See how your theory holds up," Hermione offered. Harry just nodded. Despite the tantalizing conversation, he was finally crashing from overuse of his magic. He didn't even realize when he rested his head on Hermione's shoulder and fell asleep. Shara refused to miss this opportunity and snapped several pictures. When the caption entered, Cordelia raced at him. The toddler, now almost as tall as the caption, jumped onto his back. He continued on as if she wasn't attempting to climb onto his shoulders. "There is a bit of rough weather between us and Iceland, so we will be climbing to avoid the worst of it. We should reach their waters in about 7 hours, now that we can really open up the engines." Several of the Wandwood students smiled. They'd spent a good part of the year fine-tuning the engines and were eager to see what they could do. Emma hurried over and plucked her youngest off the caption. She had no idea what her daughter's fascination with the goblin was, but was just glad that he didn't seem to mind her antics. The first thing Madame Bones learned when she entered the minister's office, her new office, was that a representative from the North American Ministry was waiting for her. She was somewhat relieved to discover that it was Watson. At least he was level-headed. "Madame Bones, thought I'd be meeting with Fudge." "No, and if you do, please let us know. There is a warrant out for his arrest," she said as she sat behind the desk. It was a mess. "Really?" His eyes widened slightly. "Cause of the task?" "No," he emptied the ministry vaults. "Officially we are now broke. No idea what I'll do if he isn't caught soon," she admitted. She hoped that by revealing such sensitive information she could garner some sympathy from the North American Ministry. After all, it was clear that magical Britain wasn't in any shape to fight a war. "So, how do you lot put it, did a runner with your budget?" "That is one way to put it. But that's not why you are here, are you?" she asked. "Nope, we want to know who's responsible and we want them," he said. "Percy Weasley, and he's yours," Madame Bones said without hesitation. Watson blinked. "Well, that was easy. You sure he's the one who took them?" "Yes," he proudly admitted to it. "There is no indication that he was working for or with anyone, but we are having trouble verifying that." "Why?" His boss, Mr. Crouch, former head of international corporations, was discovered under several mental charms and curses. The healers aren't sure if he'll recover. "Well, that stinks of foul play. Tell you what, our healers are you're in terms of the mind. You hand him over for examination as well, and I should be able to hold off the North American Ministry from doing anything. It'll at least get you to the negotiation table," Watson offered. He had met Crouch several times and didn't have a high opinion of the man. Though now that he thought about it, Crouch had skipped the last several meetings, sending some underling or missing them altogether. "Done. I'll have them brought in for you to take custody of immediately. Then I'll get them back and see what we can find out. I'll let you know soon what's going to happen." Watson stood and shook her hand. "Thank you, I'll have enough to deal with without Fudge's personal feud against your ministry," Madame Bones said. Watson didn't comment on her attempt to distance her ministry from Fudge. It was a nice move, though. He collected his guards and headed down to the international flows. It only took 20 minutes for him to take possession of the 2 prisoners. Though the one called Weasley kept yelling that he couldn't be given away because he was just following orders. A stunner saw him taken care of. When they arrived back in the North American Ministry, Watson immediately sent them both for a full mental check with some mind healers. Then set off to meet his brother-in-law. When he was shown into the minister's office, he took his seat and sighed. "You'll be disappointed in me. We aren't at war yet." The minister was surprised. It wasn't as if Watson could declare war on England, but he thought Fudge was more than stupid enough to try declaring it first in the hopes of getting international support. I'm more surprised than disappointed. What happened? Fudge has run off with all their money for starters. Bones is now in charge. I believe she was being honest. Turned over the guy who took the girls and his boss. Not sure if the boss is involved yet because he's apparently under a lot of mind magic. Sent them both down to the healers for a checkup before we pump them, Watson informed him. Damn, you actually sound responsible. I know, I'm so disappointed in myself. They both laughed, relieved that their country had just taken a small step back from a war they were all but guaranteed to win, but no one wanted to fight. That will at least buy a bit of time. I'd feel better if we somehow got Fudge as well, though the only way I see that is if he tried to sneak into our countries. But even he isn't that dumb. Fudge smiled as the muggle-flying contraption landed. He was incredibly pleased with himself. No one would suspect him of traveling by muggle methods. Even if they were incredibly slow, he knew enough to understand that the fastest non-magical method of travel was flying out from a skyport or whatever they were called. After he had emptied the ministry vaults, he had apparated to a skyport that he knew had no magical presence beyond the normal sensors, which had been neglected to save money. He'd made sure of it. The tip he had been paid to ensure that had been nice. He'd used a charmed piece of paper to sneak aboard the next flight to his destination. He was so smart. Who would ever suspect that he'd be heading for the very country that was about to declare war of Britain? The ride had been fairly entertaining. The Muggles truly had some interesting devices, such as the small nozzle that made a refreshing wind for his face. No comparison to magic, of course, but they did their best, he supposed. Most of the flight had been over ocean and completely unremarkable to him, though the takeoff and landing were interesting. He waited for the passengers to thin before he stood up to exit the contraption. No one would ever think to look for him here, and with the money he had he could live like a king. He'd been embezzling long enough to know the rules, though. Start small and work your way up. Perhaps a cottage somewhere out of the way for a few months while he planned. He'd need to find the local magic shops and such first. His charmed paper saw him waved through customs only for one of the strange self-opening doors to bear his way. What was wrong with it? Need some assistance? A security guard asked as he approached. Yes, this blasted door refuses to open, Fudge said in the same tone that got his underlings jumping. Sorry about that, this one gets stuck sometimes. There's an easy trick though, see right here? He pointed at a small section of wall no different than any other. Fudge looked but saw nothing. He was about to berate the man for wasting his time when he slumped to the ground. The second security guard who had approached under a disillusionment charm smiled. He loved the stupid ones from Europe. They were always too easy to spot and catch. They took Fudge to a cell and searched him. Finding the shrunken trunk full of money, they whistled before they called the ministry. They definitely earned a bonus on this one. Harry leaned against the wall while sitting at the head of Hermione's bed. She was half laying on him as he ran his fingers through her hair. He'd been woken when the airship had hit a bit of rough weather. The other students had quickly adjusted something and smoothed out the ride. He'd been embarrassed to discover that he'd been asleep on Hermione's should for the past few hours. She'd gently ribbed him about it. After dinner, Shara had been given a bit of a sleeping potion to help her rest, and Harry had seen his dad carry her into his and Violet's room so they could watch after her. He'd been offered the same but declined, much to Andromeda's annoyance, but she really couldn't force him to take it unless he had trouble sleeping. Somehow, and he was willing to blame it on Luna, he and Cedric had ended up in her and Hermione's cabin. Cedric was on Luna's bed in a similar position, with Luna curled up in his arms sleeping. He had tried to leave and been told flat out by Luna that she wanted him to stay, at least until she fell asleep. By which point he realized he was stuck under the petite girl. On the floor was Tonks, officially as a guard in case anything happened. And officially she was their chaperone to make sure nothing happened. A job she clearly took seriously, as the first thing she had done was cast a charm none of them recognized. The second was to lay down for some much-needed sleep. She'd warned them, Harry and Hermione specifically, though, that the charm would go off if, as she put it, they moved beyond a bit of snogging and light petting. Neither of them were sure exactly where the charm would draw the line or what would happen if it was crossed. It might be a simple alert type, or something more creative. In the end, it hadn't really mattered, as Harry and Hermione still felt too drained from the day to think of more than a few kisses and keeping some type of physical contact. As they sailed on, a storm raged below them. Harry watched out the window as flashes of lightning illuminated the clouds. He was no longer worried about losing his magic if he wasn't able to compete in the final task. Knowing that Hermione would follow him back to a Muggle school was a great relief. He'd even willingly give up his magic if it meant the others weren't put in danger again. Silently he began to cry as he thought about what would have happened if his spell hadn't worked. As far as he was concerned, it was just luck that the spell had managed to catch the creature and kill it. With the way it was moving, it could easily have moved a different way and only been stunned. Then they'd all have been dead. Tonks, despite her appearance, was not asleep. Instead, she was listening to Harry's near-silent crying. She waited until she thought he had calmed down before she got up and cast a silencing charm around Hermione's head so they wouldn't wake her. She put an arm around Harry's shoulder and did her best to help him work through everything that had happened. The airship was floating off the coast of Iceland long before either of them got any real sleep. Dumbledore looked over the stacks of paperwork on his desk. This had truly turned into an amazing mess. He had absolute Jormungandr serpent had come from. It wasn't a native of the lake and there had been no reports of it, no hint that it was there until after the task started. He also didn't like the way it had seemed to focus on Daniel. No, after fighting with the giant squid it should have gone off, not resumed hunting Daniel. Then there was the mess with Fudge. That idiot had really bent the country over a barrel. If he was not found soon, there might not be anything for the North American Ministry to invade. Thankfully Madam Bones had apparently bought them a little time by turning Percy Weasley and Crouch over to them. He was of course disheartened about that, but if it helped save the country he wasn't about to complain. It was not as if they'd be able to learn anything important from them. The merpeople were another headache altogether. They weren't happy about the damage to the lake, to their village, or any number of things. Thankfully, somehow none of them had died, despite the lake now being covered in dead fish that weren't as lucky. Well, they were built to withstand great pressures in the ocean, so maybe it wasn't that unbelievable. He'd need to make the time to go down there soon and do his best to repair things. As he was attempting to figure out when he could possibly find the time, Hagrid stepped into his office. "Ah, finished tending to the giant squid?" "Yeah, poor fellow will be out of it for a while, but I think he'll be alright." "Right nasty bugger that Jormungandr was," Hagrid said. "Indeed, you have my thanks for taking care of our friend," Dumbledore said. "Think nothing of it, Professor. But I got some bad news too. The merfolk says the front half of it has disappeared." Hagrid fiddled with a roll of unused bandage. "Disappeared, you say? Well, that was interesting and worrying." "Yeah. They say they was moving it to the far shore with the back half and it just disappeared. No idea what happened to it," Hagrid said. Interesting. Thank you for telling me," Dumbledore said with a frown. That sounded like a portkey, and the wards to prevent portkey travel didn't extend completely across the lake. "No problem." Hagrid carefully turned and left, making sure not to knock anything over again. So, the creature was introduced specifically for the task. I admit I had considered it. And a portkey to retrieve it as well. How interesting. He must to himself. But who would have a Jormungandr serpent at their disposal or be able to get their hands on one? Madame Umbridge had been forced to work fast to cover her tax and make sure the Bones didn't discover any of her less than legal activities. Despite them mostly being sanctioned by Fudge, she doubted that would offer her any protection after his stunt. Thankfully Bones had other things to hold her attention and she was able to remove what little evidence there was. She'd need to consider how to move her special prisoner as well. He still had some uses. She also had begun to feel uneasy about whoever had memory-charmed Crouch. She didn't like someone else stepping on what she considered her territory. Voldemort must to himself that some people truly could surprise him. He didn't like that. Wormtail bore the blunt of his frustration and was still on the floor recovering. He had never considered that a fool like Fudge would do something like rob the entire ministry. He was almost impressed. But now Bones was in charge and he was sure her security would not be as lax. Then again, if the rumors of an approaching war were true, that might not matter. He had always been careful to avoid antagonizing countries outside of the ICW. They were far more difficult to deal with. If the North American Ministry did invade and took over, his plans would be ruined. It had all been so simple. Kidnap Daniel Potter to regain a body. The only downside was being forced to wait until the stars were in the proper position. He decided to have Wormtail enter Toboy into the tournament as a test. If he died, then he was unworthy. Though he had little doubt that Dumbledore would somehow keep the child alive. That was another advantage, splitting the old fool's attention. Now though he had lost his pawn Crouch, and who knew what would happen in the next few days. Wormtail, stop your sniveling. Prepare things should we be forced to relocate. It might be time for us to contact a few others. Madam Bones had been forced to stay at the ministry the night before, doing everything she could to keep things running. The first moment she realized that she had fallen asleep was when her secretary woke her to inform her that Watson was back. She was surprised that he had arrived so early, especially considering the time difference between them and North America. Watson. Good morning, Madam Bones. Watson said in an entirely too chipper voice. I come bearing gifts and maybe a solution to your immediate problems. Now she was skeptical. Forgive me, but I don't believe in gifts that big. Meh, we don't want a war either. Of course, we can't just let you lot get away with what you've done, but we'd prefer to stop short of battle. So, we'd rather work with you to sort things out peacefully, Watson said. He really felt that he was getting the hang of this diplomatic stuff. Of course, there was also his brother-in-law's threat that if he didn't do everything he could to avoid unnecessary violence, he'd stick Watson on the front lines. Though considering what he'd seen so far of the English, he thought he had a better than even chance of making it. Just what do you have that'll help us? Madam Bones asked wearily. At this point just about anything would be of use. How about fudge and all your stolen money? Watson offered. Unfortunately, Madam Bones had been taking a sip of coffee in an attempt to further wake up when he spoke and ended up spitting it out. You caught him? Yup. Idiot turned up in Canada. We'd put out a watch for him and he just strolls through customs with a magic piece of paper. Would have caught him for that even if we weren't looking. Had a trunk filled with stolen gold. So here's our offer. A small finder's fee for the guards who caught him. He slipped a piece of paper across to her. That's hardly a small fee, she said as she looked at the number. You realize our countries don't have any treaty that would require us to turn that money back over to you. Compared to that, the fee is small. Besides, Fudge had all his money sorted neatly. His personal finances will more than cover the fee and still leave you with more than he took. Fine. Good. Now we'll bring Fudge back to face trial for you lot, but we have first right to send him to trial and he'll face his punishment from us before whatever you all decide to do, Watson said. Agreed. It was a small price to pay for what they were offering. Also, our mind healers managed to get some work done on Crouch and Weasley. Turns out Crouch was charmed by that guy you had escape your prison last year. Pettigrew. Still working out the why, but they're sure he's the one behind Crouch. Damn. You'll let me know as soon as you find out why? Madam Bones asked. Of course. Also, Weasley had a memory charm as well. Not very well done either. Madam Umbridge is the one who ordered him to take the girls and told him how to do it. We damned her to face trial, Watson said. Good, saves me from having to deal with her myself. I'll send some Aurors to collect her. She gave the order for Umbridge's arrest. That was another problem dealt with. Your ministry will still need to pay for what happened, since it was committed by one of your workers and ordered by someone high up. Not sure how much yet though, Watson said. Madam Bones nodded. That was a given. At least now they'd be able to pay whatever penalties were demanded from them. They weren't out of the woods until after that, but it looked like they'd be able to avoid the worst-case scenario now. Watson turned over the stolen money, still in its shrunken trunk, and provided the official papers for what they had learned about Weasley and Crouch. Suddenly an alarm sounded around the Ministatson hurried from the office and found Rufus Scrimgeour, her replacement as head of the DMLE. Rufus, what's going on? Lockdown, Madam, Minister. Umbridge got the drop on one of the Aurors sent to find her. We don't believe that she has left yet and are sweeping the building to locate her. Not long before, Umbridge was stalking through the corridors of the ministry securing her personal property, or whatever she felt that she could get away with taking. She knew it wouldn't be long before Bones either demoted her to some no-name position or fired her outright. Her search was interrupted when Auror Dawlish, how much do you have on you? What? She asked, disbelieving. Was the idiot actually trying to rob her? We've been ordered to bring you in. So do you have enough to bribe me to turn the other way? Dawlish asked with a smirk. Umbridge scowled and pulled out a pouch with just under 100 galleons in it. Here, but I'll have to stun you so no one suspects. Fine. Dawlish said as he stuffed the pouch into his robes. One stunner later and Umbridge retrieved her money pouch, as well as anything else Dawlish had on him, including his wand. Then gave the idiot a few good kicks. She hurried on, planning to leave before anyone else spotted her. The lockdown happened before she reached an exit. That would complicate things. She needed a distraction, and her special prisoner would be just the thing. Umbridge turned around and headed deeper into the ministry. While there were the normal ministry holding cells, there were also special ones used to house special guests. She'd stashed just such a person away for a rainy day. She quickly opened the cell door and looked into the shadows. The prisoner sat in a corner, watching her with a glare. "Hello, Bartemius. I trust you would like out of here?" "My master will rescue me," he said. "Or you could leave now and go help your master." Delusional fool. Well, maybe it'd make him more dangerous and cause a bigger distraction for her escape. "Why would you release me?" he asked, slowly standing. "Your father has been taken by the North American ministry. Bones is now the minister," Umbridge said, ignoring his question. She tossed Dawlish's wand to Crouch Jr. "This is your only chance at freedom." She didn't wait for him to act. She hurried down the corridor and waited. Several moments later she heard him run down the corridor in the opposite direction. Excellent. She'd give him a few minutes and then follow. Her plan came crumbling down when a pair of Aurors snuck up behind her and stunned her. The lockdown was lifted when she was turned over to Watson, who was more than pleased to take her into custody. He smiled as he thought of everyone that she'd pissed off over the last few years at the North American ministry. This would be fun. Once things had settled down, no one questioned a nondescript man leaving the ministry. Crouch Jr. quickly disappeared into Muggle London and to search for his master. Harry woke lying next to Hermione on her bed. He figured after his talk with Tonks she must have covered them, because he was sure they were laying on the covers before. Judging by the light coming through the window, it was late in the morning. He leaned up and looked over Hermione for a moment. Cedric was laying in Luna's bed with the smaller girls spread out across his chest, the covers kicked to the floor. He wished he had a camera. That would make wonderful blackmail material. Instead, he laid back down and just enjoyed holding Hermione in his arms. It was tempting to remain there for the day. He had Hermione in his arms, the bed was soft and warm. If anyone had earned a day off, it was him. His wonderful plan lasted all of 5 minutes before a bright flash drew his attention. Shara was standing at the door, camera in hand. Behind her stood Tonks. Worse was behind her were Hermione's parents, with little Cordelia clapping away. Sirius and Violet stood next to them, smiling at Harry's embarrassed face. Mr. Lovegood snuck around them, snapping several pictures of his own. Wonderful. Who wasn't getting photographic proof of them together? "Daddy, stop that," Luna grumbled. "If you scare Cedric, he'll move, and I don't want to get up." "I'm sorry, dear," Zeno said while trying to hold back his laughter. "Would you like me to tie him down for you?" "If you wouldn't mind. Silk I would think is best," Zeno said offhandedly. Sirius was almost positive the other father was joking, but he couldn't be sure and decided to step in before things got too weird. Some small part of him sighed at having to be the responsible one. It sucked. "Don't forget, we're supposed to collect these sleepy heads for a meeting in the dining room." "Oh yes. Sorry, little Moon, you'll have to practice restraints later," Zeno said with a wink. As the adults left, Harry couldn't resist ribbing Cedric a bit. "I thought red was a Gryffindor color." Cedric, who resembled a ripe tomato, just glared at him. Luna, on the other hand, decided to return fire in her own unique way. "Don't listen to them, Cedric. And thank you for watching after me last night." "No problem, but can we get up now?" Cedric asked. "I suppose we better, though this is rather comfortable." "Harry, help me," Cedric said in mock distress. "Sorry, but you should know by now that nothing can protect you, nothing can save you, from the attack of the Lunas." Harry did his best to impersonate a 50s monster movie announcer. "I wonder if there's a cloning spell," Luna said. "Oh no. I draw the line at multiple Lunas." Hermione gave them all a glare that promised retribution to anyone foolish enough to disobey her. Harry had to smile. Luna seemed to be able to chase away any negative emotion there was effortlessly. He went back to his own cabin to get dressed and cleaned up a bit before the group meet with the others. Everyone was seated around the tables, eagerly awaiting any news of what was happening. Cordelia was busy demanding attention from Hermione and Luna when Dean Horsefeather walked in, followed by the caption. "I know you are all desperate for any news." Several of the older students nodded. They'd been using a wizarding wireless radio to try and discover what was going on, but it had been alarmingly silent on the matter. First, let me inform you that we are not currently at war, and at this time it would appear that we will not be. Former English Minister Fudge emptied his government's vaults and fled the country shortly after we took off yesterday. The English ministry immediately removed him from office and Madam Bones took over as acting minister. She is cooperating fully with the North American ministry and has already turned over a number of those responsible for actions against us, including the person who kidnapped Miss Black, Granger and Lovegood. There were several cheers. Harry felt Hermione relax against him in relief. Who was it? Someone shouted. At this time, I cannot release their name, however I'm sure you'll all hear about it soon enough. He was acting under the orders of the Undersecretary, Madam Umbridge, who attempted to hide her actions with a poorly cast memory charm. Umbridge has also been turned over to us. While there are still a number of sanctions and penalties that will be placed against the English ministry, it would appear that war has been avoided for now. While we do plan to return to Hogwarts, it will not be immediate. Anyone who wishes to return to Wandwood may do so. For the rest of you, please treat our time in this country as a cultural study and vacation. The Dean finished to more cheering. Everyone was relieved that there wouldn't be a war, though they were all but assured victory in such a case. A vacation was also just what many of them needed, and groups began to organize. Dean Horsefeather meet with the Blacks, Grangers and Lovegoods to provide more information, including the tentative trial dates for several of the people handed over from the English ministry. Everyone was pushing to have things wrapped up before the final task. Watson sat outside the minister's office. He had been waiting some tietting to end. He wasn't going to complain though, as it gave him time to chat with the new secretary. When he was shown in, he took the seat across from Minister Bones. Good afternoon, Minister. Watson, let me guess, more people to arrest? She asked tiredly. Seems so. Found a few things you might be interested in too. Watson pulled out a stack of papers and dropped it on her desk. The two things you'll be most interested in are that Umbridge was behind that serpent that showed up during the second task. She wanted to kill Black, but she put the scent tag on the wrong kid. A fellow named McNair supplied it to her. Madam Bones sent out an order for his arrest and looked at the stack of papers. It had to be 10 centimeters thick. And the second? Just before she was arrested, Umbridge released a prisoner to try and cause a diversion. Crouch's son. Impossible. He was kissed. She had signed the orders. She quickly called down for them to make sure they had been signed off on after the kiss was administered. As soon as it arrived, she saw what had happened. The witness with Umbridge. She must have spirited him away, which meant they now had another Death Eater on the loose. Thank you, but I really wish you'd stop bringing me these problems, Minister Bones said. Hopefully this will be the end of it. Well, from our end. Oh, and Wandwood should be arriving back in a week or some. They're taking a bit of a vacation right now, Watson said. Of course, if that's all I need to send this mess down to the DMLE. One more thing. Watson pulled out a bottle of Scottish whiskey and set it on her desk. A gift from my brother-in-law for being smarter than Fudge. So, he's sending a few cases down to the House Elves as well? Dumbledore led the Potters into the bowls of the Department of Mystery. He had decided that it was finally time for Daniel to hear the prophecy, and remove the copy within the Halls of Prophecy so that they did not have to worry about Voldemort attempting to retrieve it after his revival, which Dumbledore was sure would be soon. He also felt it was best to do so now while the Blacks were still out of the country and to help the Potters refocus on what was important. Ever since Harry had told his mother about infant core collapse syndrome, they had begun to question their actions towards their wayward son. That wouldn't do. He hid a smile as he saw the awe on their faces. Hundreds of shelves held thousands of prophecies from over 1500 years. Even he still felt humbled when he walked these halls. So much history, so many important events. And he had been chosen to hear the most important of them all. To help steer the course of history. Ah, here we are. The ancient protections will only allow the ones who the prophecy proteins to remove the orb, Dumbledore said as he gestured towards the orb above a plague that held his initials along with Voldemort's and Daniel's names. Daniel glanced at his parents. They gave him proud smiles. He nodded and reached out for the prophecy orb. This was his destiny, contained in such a small thing. This was why he had spent his life training. It spoke of what he practiced for, to do what must be done. As his fingers closed around its smooth surface, he stiffened. A strangled cry escaped his lips before the was thrown back. Charms prevented him from hitting the next shelf. As Daniel crumpled to the floor, his parents rushed to check on him. Unspeakables hurried in as well, but Dumbledore didn't see them. If Daniel could not pick up the prophecy, that meant that it was not about him. But that left only one possibility. It was about Harry. Dumbledore nearly fell to his knees. "Oh, what have I done? Sorry for the delay. Between getting sick and computer troubles, this took longer than I'd have liked to get out." To those who are curious, no, Dumbledore won't be redeemed in this story. He's too far gone down his own rabbit hole. He was the boy who lived. Disclaimer. I own nothing but my mistakes. Chapter 17. He was the boy who lived. Hermione and Luna hurried down the street towards the bookstore. Harry and Cedric followed at a more sedated pace. Neither wanted to mention that they doubted the store would have a wide selection of English-written books. Despite the small size of the nation's population, it boasted the highest percentage of magicals per capita, and the largest percentage of non-magicals that knew about magic anywhere in the world. This resulted in a magical shopping district that was even larger than Diagon Alley in England. When they joined up with the girls, they discovered that the store did have a selection of English books, mostly on the history of the country. That didn't stop them from getting a copy of each one. Harry also found a new respect for non-magical boyfriends. He couldn't imagine how difficult it was for them to carry bags around without an elf like Dobby ready to pop them back to the airship. After a nice lunch, in which they each tried a bit of Kestor Hikaral on a dare and each immediately regretted it, the girls grabbed Wendy and Tonks for some girl time. Neither Harry nor Cedric knew exactly what that would entail, but guessed a great deal more shopping. They found exactly what the girls had gone shopping for without. They went to a magical hot spring that evening. Both Hermione and Luna stepped out wearing silver bathing suits almost identical to Flu's. Though Harry would swear that Hermione had gotten hers a size too small on purpose. She delighted in Harry's rather obvious reaction and his retreat deeper into the water. She quickly followed him as they moved among large boulders with runes carved into them. The steam rising from the water quickly obscured them from the view of the rest of the party. Even the noise of the other patrons became faint. It felt as if they had entered their own personal world. Hermione swam to Harry and placed her arms around his neck, pressing their bodies together. "So, do you like my new bathing suit?" When the two finally returned to the group, their red faces had very little to do with the hot water. Harry lay in the shallow water of a small natural pool near the main hot springs. The water was just warm enough to be comfortable in the chilly air. Hermione lay wrapped in his arms as they watched for shooting stars to streak across the sky. While their make-out earlier had been incredible, Harry would admit, at least to himself, that this was every bit as wonderful. Minister Bones sat among the department heads and other advisors. The meeting had been going on for hours. It was well past dinner and it looked like they might have to order breakfast before they finished. She hadn't realized just how much Fudge had done to weaken the ministry. Cutting funding across the board, diverting money to supplies, accounts that he controlled. Thankfully most of those funds were now back under ministry control, and while that would help, it did nothing for the things that had been neglected but would take time to fix, such as recruitment, necessary upgrades, and the backlog of paperwork he had caused. That would all take time, months at least, to be brought back to where they should be. But slowly they would manage. Minister Bones looked over her notes. "Next we have the settlement for the blacks." A settlement? Why should we give them anything? This is all their fault. They should be arrested. There were agreeable murmurs from several others. "Have you already forgotten Fudge tried that and failed? I'll tell you what though, you want to attempt to arrest them, go ahead, but be warned I've already given the North American Ministry permission to deal with anyone who causes them trouble in their own courts." "You can't," one of the department heads cried out. "I can and I have. I won't let this idiocy continue." Fudge tried to drive the ministry into the ground with his unfounded hatred against the blacks. She suspected that Malfoy had more to do with the matter than she could prove, at least until they finally got a hold of Fudge for his trial, but she doubted that would happen soon. Rican ministry had passed on a great deal of information to them. They weren't going to do everything. Now I was saying, the next issue is settling with the blacks for multiple crimes committed by our ministry against them. Minister Bones held up a stack of paper. Most serious among them the attempted murder of Harry Black and Hermione Granger, as well as torture. "Oh come on now, how are we responsible for that? Dumbledore is the one who cocked up the tournament." That's being treated as a separate issue. No, this relates to the Dementor attack from 2 years ago, Minister Bones said. There's no proof we had anything to do with that, the same department head said. Minister Bones made a note to have him looked into and most likely replaced. Actually, there is. Umbridge has admitted to sending the Dementor after Harry Black as a method to harm Lord Black. Hence that attempted murder. Also, their ministry classifies exposure to Dementors as torture. They're just being childish. Well, that was the last straw. Minister Bones smiled. I'm glad you feel that way. I'll be transferring you to Azkaban since they don't bother you. What? But, no. Yes, I'm not going to put up with this bickering. Fudge. Umbridge and others almost saw us in a war we couldn't win. If you can't figure out that attitude is no longer acceptable, then just leave now and save us all a headache. No one moved. Good. Now let me finish the list of issues we have to pay the Blacks for. How's he doing? James asked his wife. He still won't eat, Lily said. James ran his hands through his hair. He didn't know what to do. It felt like everything was falling apart. If he was honest with himself, he'd admit it probably had been ever since they let Dumbledore convince them to send Harry away. He'll come around. It's a hard blow for him. But what if he doesn't? We've already lost Harry. I couldn't stand to lose Daniel too. He's tough. He'll pull through. Just give him time. James put his arms around his wife. He knew he had to do something. He already had half an idea of what it was, but it wouldn't be pleasant for him. Still, for the good of his family, Sirius needed to know. Wandwood's return to Hogwarts went about as well as could be expected. Dumbledore was less than pleased about the new security measures that had been insisted upon, including the right for that blasted air machine to have its own ward stones set around it. As if the wards on Hogwarts were not good enough for them. He felt they were just trying to cover for their own inadequate security that had allowed children to be kidnapped right off the ship. Not that he could actually say any of that. He had to play nice, especially now that the Ministry wasn't going to be going after the Blacks. Not to mention the souring revelation that Daniel was not in fact the one from the prophecy. Thankfully, he had convinced the Potters to keep quiet about that for the time being. What worried Dumbledore the most was the thought that Harry could be so twisted with dark magic that he might actually join Voldemort rather than fight him. He needed to do something, and quickly, but what? Sirius was awoken by a bright light, though through sleep-encrusted eyes he couldn't make out what it was. He recognized the voice instantly. Padfoot, we need to talk. Meet me at Moony's old place. The light vanished. Sirius got up and went straight to the Dean, explaining where he was going and asking Dobby to shadow him in case anything happened. Padfoot made his way across the darkened grounds, to the Whomping Willow and down the secret passage. When he reached the house, he paused to listen. It sounded like there was only one person inside. Carefully he slipped in. James? Sirius. James had definitely looked better. It seemed he hadn't been sleeping and his robes were rumpled. What's this about? Sirius asked. I'm going behind Dumbledore's back. The prophecy isn't about Daniel, it's about Harry. James was pacing up and down the room. Dumbledore said he'd inform you. I doubt he will. Are you sure? Sirius asked. James paused. Dumbledore is convinced it's about Harry now because Daniel couldn't pick it up. The only way to tell for sure is to have Harry try and remove it himself. Fuck. Yeah. Why are you telling me this? You haven't exactly been friendly since the start of the year. I swear on my Marauder's honor, I believed Dumbledore when he said you might have used dark magic to give Harry back his magic. Didn't you read the books about ICCS? Sirius asked in disgust. Yes, that's where the doubt started. It made so much more sense, but Dumbledore, he promised to look into it, but he won't. The old man really is starting to act as crazy as we all thought he was back in school. When my parents were alive, family meant something to the Potters. Somewhere I forgot that. I can't tell you how embarrassed I am at the way we acted. Sirius nodded. The road to hell, my friend. James sighed. I'll keep you updated about anything Dumbledore lets slip to us. Thank you, and Moony won't hear a word against Dumbledore. I know I have no right to ask, but at some point, Lily and I really would like to meet Harry properly, if you'll allow it. Sirius didn't think he'd ever heard James's sound so meek, so defeated. That choice will be up to Harry, but after that stunt you pulled when Hermione was cursed, I wouldn't count on it. James just nodded. There's one more thing, something I'm not supposed to know. It's about how Voldemort survived that night. He made some kind of soul anchor, at least Dumbledore thinks he did, but I've got no idea where or what it is. Well, that's just another clusterfuck, isn't it? Sirius turned back into Padfoot and snuck back out into the airship. What do you think, Dobby? Dobby is thinking former Master James Potter is speaking the truth. Yeah, so do I, but I really wish he wasn't. How am I supposed to tell Harry? Dobby is not knowing. Daniel snuck out under his family invisibility cloak. His father had given it to him for emergencies, and as far as he was concerned, this was the greatest emergency. He knew he needed information, specifically on prophecies and predicting the future. The restricted section of the Hogwarts library was laughably easy to get into. It took a few nights, but finally Daniel was able to find a book with a ritual to discover one's destiny. It was just what he was looking for. He was sure it would reveal that he really was destined to defeat Voldemort. The ritual was complex, but Daniel was sure he'd be able to pull it off. He just needed the ingredients. And there was the reason the ritual was banned. It needed the blood of the caster. Daniel swallowed hard. He needed to do this. He had to do this. In the end, after talking it over with Watson to make sure Harry could expect some help, it was decided it was best to just tell Harry that he might be mentioned in a prophecy, to try and collect it and listen to it before they could decide what to do next. That was how one late evening several days after his meeting with James, Sirius and Harry found themselves at the Ministry. They were accompanied by Watson and Minister Bones. Technically it was after hours and most of the Ministry was empty. They'd chosen this time to reduce the chance of being discovered by anyone who would report back to Dumbledore that they'd been there. A single unspeakable was waiting for them and guided them to the Hall of Prophecies. Harry was too nervous to truly appreciate the majesty of the room with the near countless rows of glowing blue orbs. It was a quick thing. Harry was able to pick up the orb without issue, though he actually wished he'd been tossed around by the security charms. In his mind, this was far worse. After he took the prophecy, they retreated back to the minister's office and listened to it. When they were done, Watson snorted, "Well, that's helpful. I'll take a copy back home and see if they can figure anything useful out." "Thank you," Sirius said. "No problem. My advice, Harry, is not to worry about this yet. Just focus on the stupid Torname thing out." Watson clapped Harry on the shoulder. "The poor kid. I'll also need all the information you have on Voldemort." Watson walked into his brother's office. "It's confirmed, the prophecy is about Black." "Damn." The minister leaned back in his chair. "Any good news?" "Actually, yeah. The prophecy says Voldemort has to die by Black's hand, doesn't say we can't chop off his limbs and bind him first. At least that's what the boys downstairs have concluded. Of course, this is one of those twisty prophecies, got 100 possible meanings and you'll only know the right one in hindsight. So, we deal with Voldemort and let Black take the final blow? Might not even need to do that. Thanks to James Potter we know Voldemort is still around thanks to soul anchors. Well, the boys downstairs think if we can find just one of them we can forcibly draw the others to it and destroy them all in one go." Watson picked up a small puzzle from the minister's desk and began to fiddle with it. "The trouble is finding them then," the minister said. Watson cursed as the puzzle locked up. "I've put some investigators on it. They worked up a psych profile on Voldemort, they think, based on all the information we have, that his anchors are likely important trophies to him, hidden in areas with special meaning." "That's better than I was expecting." Watson nodded. "Still not great but not hopeless either. Have you told the Blacks any of this yet?" "No, only that we're working on a plan that'll mean Harry doesn't have to duel Voldemort to the death. Most of his attention is focused on just dealing with the tournament. Hopefully we'll have some good news to give the Blacks soon." It hadn't been difficult for Crouch Jr. to slip through the magical world. Even after his wanted poster showed up. He was driven, insane, and resourceful. It didn't take him long to seek out his master, and reinforce the idea that all the other followers who had remained free were at best worthless, and worst traitors. Oh, and how he longed to deal with them. But that was a pleasure he would be denied as it fell to his master. Speaking of who, it pained him to see his master reduced to such a state, little more than an infant. At least that fool Peter had managed to find their master and restore him this far. Now the rat was gone, on a mission to gather more information from Hogwarts. And Crouch Jr. was left to care for their master. It was only a matter of time though until his master was restored. Of this he had no doubt. But now it was time to milk Nagi and prepare his master's dinner. Peter wasn't a happy rat, for a number of reasons. Right now, one of the most pressing issues was that he couldn't even get on the airship. Thanks to their own wards, Stupid A Ministry just had to kidnap those girls. He couldn't even get close to it. Which meant his mission would take longer than expected, and that was never a good thing. Voldemort was sure to punish him for the delay, but Peter's only choice to gather the information he needed was to wait and listen, unless the team assigned to look into Riddle and track down his soul anchors hit pay dirt faster than anyone had expected. They tracked down his old orphanage and then those children who had been there with him. Their stories matched up with what the psych evaluation pointed to. It also led to a sea cave, much to their surprise one that was heavily warded. Watson was immediately called in to take a look at things. What do we have? A sea cave. Hard to get into normally, but we set wards near the entrance so we can come and go as we please. Warders are busy dismantling the protections, but we've picked up a lot of dark magic from deeper inside. Necromantic magic. Well shit. How long until the wards are down? Watson asked. 3 days, they think. Thankfully there aren't any alert wards tied to anything outside, or it could have taken them weeks. Watson snorted. Lazy work that. The warders agree. They think whoever set up the wards was more focused on protecting whatever is inside with as much power as possible. One of the first wards they came across needed a blood offering to get past. Dumb part is that amount of blood wasn't specified. Watson didn't like this at all. Riddle, for everything that he is, isn't supposed to be stupid. If he stored one of his anchors here, surely he'd want a remote way to monitor it. Some type of alert or alarm. Or was this a case of him being so sure of himself that he never honestly thought anyone would find the cave and be able to get in? Maybe a case of hiding in plain sight. He shook his head. Whatever the case, they at least knew something dark lay ahead of them in the cave. That was enough of a reason to keep going for now. Peter crawled through a drainage pipe deep under Hogwarts. He knew his target was close. He just needed to find the correct crack in the old clay pipe. There, that one looked right. Thankfully for him, rats could dislocate their ribcage and squeeze through what should have been an impossibly small space. It wasn't exactly pleasant for him, but he did it. By the time he reached the corridor, it was well into the early morning hours. He'd need to be quick if he was to find his target before the students began to rise. Thankfully his target was easy to locate. Peter returned to his human form and knocked on the wooden door. A moment later it was answered by a grumpy Snape. Do you have in? Our master has questions. You may have the answers. May I come in? Peter tried not to act nervous. Snape sneered but nodded. Peter slipped in past him. The best way Snape knew to get rid of Peter was to see his job finished as quickly as possible. What does our master require? Information on the Blacks. Peter answered. Snape actually smiled. He'd been looking for some payback against those curs since his trial and the humiliation he'd been put through. I think I can assist you. Dumbledore leaned back and sighed. Few knew the true weight of the greater good like he did. To do what was right meant to do some distasteful things. Things others who could not see the whole picture might even say are evil. Like providing the information Severus had just requested to pass on to Peter. It seemed now that Fudge and the others had been dealt with, the Blacks and Grangers were feeling a bit freer. He had already learned of their plans to travel into London soon and spend the weekend as tourists. Now it looked like something tragic was about to happen. Well, that was karma for them. Had Sirius not gone down such a dark road, had Harry not followed, if they had only worked with him. Not that he'd ever actually given them the chance to work with him, but in his mind the point stood. Of course, Harry wouldn't die in whatever happened. If the prophecy really was about him, only Voldemort himself could do that. Everyone else though, well, maybe when he was alone he'd finally listen to Dumbledore's wisdom. His thoughts turned from the Blacks to the Potters. The world knew Daniel was the boy who lived. That illusion had to be maintained. It was after all for the greater good. How to trick Harry into defeating Voldemort in such a way that Daniel was able to take the credit for it, now that was the problem. As had become his habit over the last few years, when he faced a great problem, he turned to a hobby to free his mind. In this case, understanding the dark lengths a young Tom Riddle went to. Freezing all the portraits in the office, the headmaster made his way to a hidden safe and opened the complex lock. Inside sat the diary. Dumbledore smiled. Hello again. Let's see you have anything new to say today. I'm sorry, what? Minister Bone almost screamed. We found a lake full of INF. You don't need to say it again. I heard you the first time, Minister Bones said. Just when she thought she might be able to get things under control again, this happened. Where is it? A little sea cave in the middle of nowhere. We set up the usual wards to keep people away, not that they're really needed, Watson said. Do you have any idea how many? Between 6 or guess. Minister Bones sat back with a gasp. So many would require a monumental operation to get rid of. An operation she didn't know if they could pull off right now. Please tell me you have some good news? Yup. You see, they seem to be in a kind of stasis, so we've got time. Trouble is they're also guarding the island where we think one of Voldemort's anchors is. On that note, we've come up with a plan to deal with them if you'll supply some manpower for us. We use Greek fire to set the lake ablaze. They'll disturb the buggers. When they leave the water, they'll meet the fire and start to burn. The cave also offers a natural choke point we can set up a line at. Shouldn't be too difficult to deal with them there. Minister Bones nodded. A choke point would mean only a limited number could attack at once. She'd still need her best wands on the job, but their chances of survival had just gone way up. How soon can you have some men ready? Watson asked. Madam Bones considered it. Is tomorrow morning acceptable? Sounds fine to me. Daniel waited under his invisibility cloak for the last of the astronomy students to make their way down from the tower. He already had all the ingredients prepared and ready. It was just a matter of time. As he waited, he watched the moonless sky and vibrated with anticipation. This ritual would set everything right. It had cost him most of the money he had access to buy the needed ingredients, even with trading on his name. Finally, he was alone. He pulled off his cloak and set about arranging the needed items. Bowl check, silver knife. Gulp. Check. Ingredients. Check. Copy of the ritual to follow. Check. Carefully Daniel began the ritual, casting spell after spell on the bowl, adding the ground-up roots, chopped leaves, crushed flowers, more spells. Then it was time for him to add his blood. With a sigh to steady his nerves, he cut his hand and let the blood drip into the bowl. The potion inside went from bright purple to pure black. Daniel held it close to his face. It seemed to suck in all light and he cast no reflection in it. Well, that was how it was described, so it must have worked. With a gulp he downed the potion and waited. At first nothing happened. Then Daniel saw a shooting star, and another. One by one stars began to fall from the sky until it was empty and Daniel was sucked into the black void they left behind. Falling up with a weird sensation, he saw a flicker of light and another, spell fire. He saw himself fighting who could only be Voldemort. Their magic locked together as each fought for dominance. Then Harry stepped up next to him and cast a spell that shattered Voldemort. Daniel fell over panting. He was covered in sweat. The world was back to normal. But he wasn't. In a rage he threw the bowl off the tower. That was not his destiny, to be second best. He was the chosen one. Glass bottles flew through the air, each enchanted to break upon hitting the water. In a moment the small cave lake was ablaze. As predicted, the dead bodies began to shamble towards the surface, and became covered in fire. While Greek fire had several interesting properties, the most useful in this case was that it was sticky. The fire clung to them like their tattered flesh. Even returning to the water wouldn't have saved them. Not that any of them could have done so. The first didn't even reach the line of waiting wizards before they fell over, the fire consuming their cursed flesh and bone. Soon a pile of the creatures had built itself into a makeshift barricade that prevented the others from reaching the choke point. All in all, it was a little bit of a letdown for the assembled group. They'd taken every precaution they could. They were ready for a hard-fought battle. Instead, they hadn't needed to fire a spell. Stress bleed off them as they retreated back to the cave entrance and removed their bubble head charms. It'd take some time before the group could re-enter and begin cleanup, but everyone could agree the day had gone better than they had expected. Peter could hardly believe his luck. Severus had been able to find the information he needed without issue thanks to Dumbledore. That meant that he had a few days to enjoy the castle before he was expected back, and he intended to enjoy them. Stealing a little food from the kitchen, a few hidey holes he had used before, and he was warm and content. If he got bored, well, there was a whole network of tunnels that led everywhere in the school. A rat could use them to get just about anywhere in the castle. Peter's contentment lasted until he returned to his master's side, where he was punished for taking so long. I'm sorry. Voldemort stilled his wand. You would have suffered even greater had you not returned with such useful information. In truth, Voldemort wanted to punish the rat further, but his magic was weak and this was all he could manage without it showing. Junior, you will take this information and use it to infiltrate the Black's group. Use the Mudblood family to get close and kill Black's son. It will be an educational lesson for those blood traitors, and should the loss of their wayward son harm the Potters, all the better. It shall be done, master. Despite the weight of the prophecy now hanging over his head and the tournament, Harry was determined to enjoy his time in London. The Blacks and Grangers had decided to see the city now that the magical government wasn't as hostile towards them. The Granger parents offering to act as guides since Sirius had limited interaction with Muggle London. They did the typical tourist things, bought souvenirs, and generally enjoyed their time together. It was a tired but happy couple that returned to their hotel room with their youngest daughter, Hermione choosing to spend more time with Harry to no one's surprise. Junior had been waiting for this moment. It had been easy to enter the hotel and Imperious some Muggle into finding the room he needed, that being one piece of information the rat hadn't been able to get. From there a simple disillusionment charm and a quick unlocking charm on the door saw him safely hidden away in the corner waiting for the filthy Muggles to return. The plan was simple, Imperious the mother, Polyjuice himself as the father and wait. Either Black would arrive back with their Mudblood daughter or a quick Imperious of her would see him there in moment. A quick curse to end Black and the Muggle filth and he was won his way. What he hadn't counted on was the appearance of his family's old elf. The Muggle mother was just about to hand the child to the elf when he revealed himself. My, Winky, I wasn't expecting to find you here. The Muggles gasped, Winky froze. Perfect, Imperio. Emma's arms went limp and dropped Cordelia. Thankfully Winky managed to catch the falling child. Dan took a step forward to protect his family when he found the intruder's wand pointed at him. Not so fast, I need you alive, not them. What do you want? Dan demanded. That isn't for a mongrel of a Muggle to know. Don't resist and it'll all be over soon, do. And well, it'll be over just as soon but much more painfully for you. Winky, bring that child over here. Winky didn't move, eyes wide as she looked at the once child she had helped raise all those years ago. Come on Winky, bring the child. I know what my father did to you. Wouldn't you like your honor back? Not the shame of severing Muggles? Winky didn't answer. Hurry up, have you forgotten, we're family, and family helps family. Junior forced himself not to yell. His master wouldn't take kindly to a failure here because he lost his temper. Slowly Wink's head fell. In a tiny voice she said, Wink remembers. Winky remembers staying up all night when you was being sick. Winky remembers comforting you after your parents had been hurtful. Winky remembers all the good times and little secrets we had. Winky remembers family. Junior smiled. Winky's head shot up. But you is not family. Winky shot out her arms still holding Cordelia and let loose a burst of magic to protect her family. Junior scowled. Unfortunation was between Winky and the window. He was thrown against it. The glass cracked under the unrelenting force of house elf magic, then shattered. Junior was thrown out of the building. Thankfully for him he was still half conscious and that was all he needed to slip into his animus form. The squirrel twisted in midair as it readjusted its fall. It hit a tree and disappeared into the foliage. On the street below no one had been hurt by the falling glass but several people had seen a man suddenly disappear. In the years to come the hotel would become locally famous for the Leaping Man ghost. Daniel's room was a mess, not that you could see that with how dark it was inside. The knowledge that he wasn't the one destined to save the world ate at him. He'd been raised into it, worked his butt off for it. Now Black thought he could just stroll in and take that all away from him. No, Daniel wouldn't allow that. Something would happen, something to put him back in his rightful place, he knew it. Even if he had to make it happen himself. He wasn't some spare, he was the boy who lived. A.N. Lots of stuff happening, we get to see a bit of how Daniel's handling it. I hope everyone enjoyed. Trials disclaimer. I own nothing but my mistakes. Chapter 18, Trials. To say Minister Bones was a tad upset would be an understatement. To learn that the Grangers had been attacked by Crouch Jr. had ruined an otherwise, somewhat, good day. That Junior was a known fugitive and had been released by Madame Umbridge to try and cover her own escape just made things all the worse. Of course, by the time the Ministry had learned about it the Blacks and Grangers were already back on Wandwood's airship. She had personally picked the Aurors that were sent to talk with them, no one who would cause more trouble, and invited Watson and his men to assist in the investigation just to prove they were being completely transparent. Having what amounted to a foreign police force operating in the country had tweaked a lot of noses, but when compared to a hopeless war, those noses remained silent, for now. Was it too soon for her to retire? Watson also wasn't happy as he returned to the seaside cave. The whole Granger incident was just more trouble. The poor Grangers and Blacks were now worried about leaving the Wandwood airship. He'd suggested the Grangers could return home, but they had refused. Personally, he thought they were just being stubborn. Well, nothing he could do about it for now. Instead, he focused on the bridge that had been erected across the small lake. What do we have? We found the soul anchor. It's in the basin. Looks like a locket. Trouble is the potion it's in. Nasty piece of work. Modified draft of despair. It looks like the idea was that it had to be drinkin', considering the basin is warded, so that's the only way to get rid of it. Watson leaned over and looked into the basin. The emerald green potion shimmered. I take it we have a way around that problem? Ward breakers are working on it. They say in a few days they should have it fixed. Good. What's the potion supposed to do? Makes you relieve your worst memories, causes delirium and apparently extreme thirst. That's a bit off, isn't it? Why would Watson stopped as he thought it through. The drinker would seek out the closest water, the lake. Disturb it and cause the creatures within to attack. That'd be a nasty way to go, especially relieve your worst nightmares. The other man nodded. Right, thankfully we don't have to worry about that. They checked and the lake's clean. Well, as clean as a cave lake that had over 100 dead bodies in it for a few decades can be. Still wouldn't recommend drinking it. Well, no shit. Any words on when those kidnappers will be put on trial? Yeah, going to be soon, so they can be handed over to England for their trials. No one wants to drag this out, and from what I'd heard, all are demanding immediate trials. Shame, I'll miss them then. I'm sure the paper will have the story. Percy's was the first of the 3 main trials. He had waived his right to a defense counsel and instead chose to represent himself. On the day of his trial, Percy was led into the courtroom in a bright orange jumpsuit. His dissatisfaction that he was being denied proper robes was ignored. He was sat at the large table assigned to the defense. Mr. Weasley, you have chosen not to take counsel, and instead represent yourself, correct? The judge asked, familiar with the old saying about only a fool representing themselves. Yes, Your Honor. Percy sat up straighter if it was possible. Well, nothing to be done about it then. Very well. You are charged with 3 counts of conspiracy to kidnap, 3 counts of kidnapping, and 3 counts of trafficking minors across international borders. How do you plea? Innocent. Percy stood with his head held high. Scribe, please note the plea of not guilty and the defendant's choice to represent himself. Mr. Wager, if you will begin? The judge asked. Mr. Wager stood. Yes, Your Honor. First, we would like to call Mr. Weasley to the stand. Percy stood and shuffled to the stand. Now, Mr. Weasley, please walk us through what happened the night before the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. Of course, I was contacted by Madame Umbridge to perform an important task for the Triwizard Tournament. Mr. Wager cut in. The kidnapping of 3 young girls? The retrieval of 3 of the hostages for the tournament. Percy nodded. I was provided with a special invisibility suit and an auto-ward pick. I proceeded to enter that balloon and located the 3 hostages in one room. A quickly evaporating potion ensured they would remain asleep until handed over to the proper authorities, Percy explained. So, you do not deny that you took 3 girls, all underage, from the Wandwood airship and brought them back to your ministry? Wager asked. Of course not, that's what happened. Percy had to work to keep the sneer from his voice. The prosecution rests, Your Honor. Mr. Wager said. Normally such an open and shut case where the defendant admitted to the crime wouldn't even need a trial, but the government wanted things done this way. Mr. Weasley, your defense? The judge asked. Your Honor, my defense is simple. I did nothing wrong, Percy said. Please explain your reasoning. The judge said, already thinking a headache potion was in order. I was acting with the full support of the ministry and within the agreed-upon rules of the Triwizard Tournament. Therefore, I broke no laws and did nothing wrong. Percy explained as if he was speaking to children, which in his opinion wasn't very far from the truth. Sadly, In his short time at the ministry he had taken to their views on anyone not English like a fish to water. You are aware that the North American ministry never signed the contract for the Triwizard Tournament, are you not? Percy scoffed. That is irrelevant. Black cheated his way in, so he, and by extension his school, are bound by the rules of the tournament. Noted. Do you have any further defense? Not that it's needed, but I was also acting under the direct orders of the ministry, so I cannot be held accountable for my actions, Percy said with a shrug. Very well, if that is all, we will take a short recess. Percy returned to the defendant's table, a smile on his face. When the judge returned, the courtroom quieted. Percy Weasley, you have admitted to 3 counts of conspiracy to commit kidnapping, 3 counts of kidnapping and 3 counts of trafficking a minor across international lines. Your defense is laughably poor and falls short of anything resembling a proper reason for your actions. You are hereby found guilty and will sever 5 years for each charge of conspiracy to commit a kidnapping, 15 years for each charge of kidnapping and 20 for each charge of trafficking a minor across international lines. Percy jumped to his feet. You can't do that. Order, you had your chance to speak already. You will be turned over to the English for your trial there before you bedences. Percy tried to argue again but was silenced and dragged out of the courtroom. Next up we have Miss Umbridge. That's Madam Umbridge, Under Secretary to the Minister. Please is my proper title, Umbridge said. Point in fact, Mr. Wager said. You have been removed from all positions in the British ministry. I'm afraid you must be mistaken, Umbridge said. The court has the dismissal form on record, Mr. Wager said. So noted. The judge said. Miss Umbridge, you have been removed from all positions, so we will not be addressing you as anything but Miss Umbridge. Also, you have chosen to forego any assistance with your defense and represent yourself? Yes. Umbridge frowned. She had already reasoned that she wasn't going to be able to get out of this. She just had no leverage. So, it was important to present herself properly, not for these filthy creatures, but the proper kind of wizards back home. She knew that her best chance to escape would be when she was transferred back to Brishan, so it was important those she might turn to for help knew she was still on their side. Miss Umbridge, you are accused of 2 counts of conspiracy to commit murder, 2 counts of attempted murder, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit kidnapping, 3 counts of receiving kidnapped persons. How do you plead? The judge asked. Not guilty. Very well, Mr. Wager, if you would begin. Miss Umbridge, do you admit to sending a Dementor after Mr. Black and Miss Granger? I do. You see, Mr. Black was arrested in our country, escaped, and your nation failed to return him. So, I sent a Dementor to collect him, Umbridge said. You were informed beforehand that the case had been reviewed and your country had never presented a proper reason to take an underage citizen. Something to the effect might have been said, Umbridge admitted. So you are aware that you had no legal right to take on of our citizens. Under ministry law I was allowed to do so. So, you never meant to endanger Mr. Black and Miss Granger? Of course not. Umbridge was proud that she managed to keep her face straight. Yet you sent one of the darkest creatures in the world after him. Oh, they aren't that bad. I'm glad to hear you get along with them so well. Moving on. Do you admit to sending Mr. Weasley to kidnap 3 students from Wandwood? I do. Hostages were required by the rules of the tournament. Dean Horsefeather refused to do her due diligence in the matter. And you received them from Mr. Weasley after he had kidnapped them, before placing them at the bottom of the lake. Yes. I did. The judge leaned over to look at Umbridge. So far you have admitted to all the crimes you were accused of. Do you have a defense? Of course. You are attempting to apply the law to those below the law. Black is a blood traitor and the girl is a mudblood. You cannot hold danger to them in the same regard as you would to a pureblood. After all are not equal under the law. Was it heavy-handed? Yes, but Umbridge didn't have enough time to be subtle. You will find here the law is equal for everyone. Do you have anything else to say? Umbridge sniffed as if smelling something akin to dragon dung on her shoe. I do not recognize your authority nor your ruling. That ruling came quickly with 50 years for each of the attempted murders of Harry and Hermione. The various conspiracy charges netted her another 38 years and receiving the 3 hostages an extra 45. It was safe to say Umbridge would never be seeing freedom again, unless her rough plan to escape worked. Umbridge left the courtroom with her head down, the picture of a broken person. Finally, Fudge was brought in. His trial was the quickest as he hadn't actually broken many laws for them, only entering the country with false papers and more gold than was allowed without a granted exception. His ignorance was what saved him from most of the trouble, as he had left things up to Umbridge and hadn't bothered to check on her. That was surely a dereliction of duty, but it would also be for the British to decide. In the end, Fudge was given 45 years for his crimes. He remained silent throughout and refused to speak in his own defense. News of the trials quickly reached the Wandwood group. To say they were relieved would be an understatement. While the attack on Hermione's parents showed they still had enemies, to know that 3 of those enemies would now face decades in prison meant they were making progress. It was with the idea of moving forward that they chose to accept the invitation to watch the trials in the Wizengamot from a special viewing room, where they could see but not be seen. On the day of the trials, Percy was led out first and presented much the same argument as he had before, that he was only following orders. It held little sway with the members of the Wizengamot, and it was quickly pointed out that neither the minister nor the undersecretary had the authority to authorize such an act. Still, there was enough sympathy for him that he managed to get off with only 45 years in Azkaban, though added to what he received already, it was doubtful he would ever see true freedom again. Umbridge gave what they suspected was meant to be a rousing speech. It did nothing to move the members of the Wizengamot. Too many knew she had dirt of them. Dirt that would mostly be gone with her out of the country, rotting in another jail. Umbridge was disappointed, but ultimately not surprised when she was sentenced to an additional 105 years. She was led from the courtroom. Just as Fudge was brought in, there was a loud explosion nearby. Umbridge walked between the 2 oars with her head down, judging her time. Then struck. She slammed into one and kicked the legs out from the other before she turned and fled to the Department of Mystery. She knew who the pure-blood sympathizers there were. Surely, they'd help hide her. All she needed was a robe to obscure her identity. Because of how secretive their research was, there was no proper way to search the many parts of the department. Umbridge threw herself through the door just as spells began to fire behind her. She barreled through another door and ended up in the Potion Research Center. 2 unspeakables looked up as she entered. "I need to hide." The 2 unspeakables looked at each other, but neither made a move to help her. Damn it. They were probably mudbloods. I said help me. Lock down the department immediately. There she is. The Aurors raced in behind her. Surrender. Not on your filthy lives. Umbridge turned to face them and began to back up. She needed to make it to the next door and escape. Thankfully, there were plenty of options for her to use as a distraction. She reached out with manacled hands and grabbed a cauldron from inside a stasis field. Unfortunately for her, by removing it without the proper procedure, the potion instantly became unstable and detonated. Harry and Sirius had their wands out, trying to be ready for whatever happened. The minutes after the explosion dragged by as Minister Bones worked to restore order in the courtroom. Finally, she was able to. Attention! I have just been informed that the explosion we heard occurred in the Department of Mystery, and was caused by Umbridge attempting to escape. I have no further information, but we will proceed with the trial of Cornelius Fudge. Because the accused has refused all counsel and to speak for himself, it has been decided to administer Veritaserum, if you will proceed. A clerk walked forward to where Fudge was and raised the vial of Veritaserum to his mouth, then forced the entire vial of potion down Fudge's throat. There was a shocked moment before the cries of surprise began. The clerk stood there motionless as Fudge began to convulse and foam at the mouth. An overdose of Veritaserum of such a magnitude wasn't a pretty sight. Harry and Hermione turned away from the scene and held each other. Order! Order! Minister Bones shouted as she once again tried and mostly failed to calm the courtroom. Watson knew there was anything could go wrong while transferring prisoners. He had just vastly underestimated how wrong things could go when you threw the English into the mix. 1 of 3 prisoners was dead. 1 of 3 was seriously injured. And since he was in charge of the prisoners, he'd have to answer for their conditions. Which was why he was meeting with Minister Bones that evening, to get those answers. So figure out how it happened. Minister Bones sighed. She didn't need to ask which event he was referring to. Apparently during the commotion caused by Umbridge in her attempt to escape, someone in the courtroom cast the imperious curse on the clerk to kill Fudge. We checked all wands that were present by you know how unreliable that can be. Watson nodded. It was a useful spell but easy enough to fool with a few charms. So everyone there is a suspect. That's what, 75 people. Over 100 actually. Watson let out a whistle. No way to narrow it down? Unfortunately, not. though the culprit will be caught. Minister Bones was sure of it, it'd just take a bit longer now. How does this change for plans going forward? Watson asked. It doesn't, we took your advice and pumped him full of Veritaserum before the trial so we could be ready in case any of his friends tried something. We just didn't expect outright murder in the courtroom. Still, we have all the names of who was bribing him, so we'll be bringing them in over the next few days. Good, that should help ease concerns on my end. Minister Bones nodded. How is Umbridge? Messed up. Watson had been with the healers directly before to find out when Umbridge would be fit for travel. Right arm gone, right leg gone, nasty scarring on the right side of her body in general. The healers say it could be as long as a month before she's fit enough for travel. I've got a few of my people watching after her just in case anyone decides to try something like they did with Fudge. Good. And your other project? Minister Bones asked. Ward breakers should be finished in a day or two, Watson said. Good. The sooner we can deal with that the better. Minister Bones knew going forward Voldemort was one of her biggest obstacles. That they had a plan in place to deal with him soon was the only reason she hadn't removed her niece from Hogwarts and sent her somewhere safe. It's a fake. What? Watson asked in disbelief. The locket was a fake, the curse breaker said again. Damn, so Riddle was smarter than we gave him credit for. Watson wasn't sure if he should be impressed or not. It was a setback for sure. No sir, there was a note inside. Apparently, we aren't the first to discover about the soul anchors. Here's a copy of the note. The curse breaker handed over a piece of paper. To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. Do we have any leads on who this R.A.B. is? Watson asked. We managed to lift some prints from the note, but without anything to compare them to. Right. All right, we pack thises and start looking at the next prospect. At least we know we're on the right track. Hopefully this R.A.B. hasn't gotten the next one. Watson wasn't sure if he meant it or not. On the one hand, he knew that there must still be at least one soul anchor left for the prophecy to still be active. While it was good someone else was after the bastard, it made their plan that much harder. I want a team to look into R.A.B. Maybe we can still find something useful. If we can track them down, we can still work something out. Moody stalked through the classroom. His class was one of the few that Wandwood deemed acceptable, and the students certainly felt like they were learning every class. This lesson has been a long time coming. Today we'll talk about the Imperious Curse. Once we've gone over it, you will each have the chance to have it cast on you by me so you can experience and learn the feeling of the curse. There were gasps from the class but also excited whispers. This should be easy, Ron said. Glad you think so, Weasley. You'll be the first to give it a go, Moody said. Ron swallowed hard. Of course, no problem. No one missed the false bravado from Ron. His reputation had been on the downtrend recently because Daniel had all but disappeared, vanishing from classes entirely. Without the boy who lived there too, well, pull him up, all of Hogwarts was starting to see him for the shallow boy he was. Moody walked to the front of the room. As you know, the Imperious Curse is one of the 3 unforgivables. Like the other 2, there is no spell that can block it. However, unlike the other 2, it is possible to resist. Which is what we will be working on today. Weasley, front and center. Moody pointed to a spot in front of the class. He'd originally planned on a longer explanation but figured it was best to just start and show the students what they needed to know. Now don't worry, I won't make you do anything too embarrassing. Imperio. Ron's head fell to the side, his mouth open and eyes vacant. You're the meanest rooster that you've ever seen. Ron hunched over and began to cluck as he strutted around the classroom, much to everyone's delight. Well, it looks like Weasley is more susceptible to the curse than he thought. The only way for you to know that though is through. Moody was cut off as Ron's head shot forward and bit his wand in two. Moody jumped back. Weasley, what the bloody hell do you think you're doing? Rooster Ron's answer was a series of high kicks at the old Auror. Had he actually had the talons of a rooster, the attack would have been devastating. As it was, Moody grabbed one of Ron's feet and tossed him to the side. Weasley, I'm warning you. The door to the classroom opened and Dumbledore entered. Aloof. The headmaster doubled over as Rooster Ron headbutted him and then ran towards a window. Fortunately for him, their classroom was on the ground floor. Rooster Ron landed on the grass and took off towards the forest. Dumbledore was confused but reacted as quickly as his old body would let him. Something was clearly wrong with the Weasley boy and he needed to be caught. He surprised the students by giving chase, easily jumping out the window and firing stunners towards Ron, who was not only surprisingly fast but agile too, dodging each spell without breaking stride. Moody watched the headmaster give chase and sighed, so much for his lesson. Well, I guess we will call it here for the day. Hermione's hand shot into the air. Sir? Yes, Miss Granger? Shouldn't the spell have broken when your wand was snapped? You're right, lass, it should have. Boy must be very, very susceptible to the curse. Left unsaid was that Ron must have also had a very weak will to start with. The class packed up and filled out of the room. In the hallway things went pear-shaped, black. Harry turned to find a disheveled Daniel standing there, robes rumpled, wand out. Carefully he moved sideways so he could deal with this without anyone being directly behind him. Potter. Daniel snarled, raised his wand and fired a blue spell at Harry. A shield spell snapped up in front of Harry. He caught sight of Hermione raising her own shield to protect the other students. He braced for the incoming assault of spells, but they never materialized. Instead, Daniel fell to the floor convulsing, foaming at the mouth.